Chapter 1. The Eastern Wilderness Realm. The Liu family of the Imperial clan. The solemn atmosphere within the Grand Hall was abruptly shattered by a thunderous roar. All members of the Liu family, come forth and face your demise. The voice reverberated like thunder, shaking the very souls of all present. The ancestral figure of the Lin family, standing at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm, had personally descended upon the Liu family. Emerging from the void, he towered like an ancient deity, exuding an overwhelming aura that instilled fear in the hearts of many. His hawk-like eyes gleamed with determination and fury, and as he spoke, he uttered words that foretold the utter destruction of the Liu family. Within the hall, the members of the Liu family were instantly engulfed in panic. They were acutely aware of the strength and renown of the Lin family's ancestor. He was a terrifying being at the apex of the Emperor's realm, wielding the power to annihilate the very heavens and earth. A single gesture from such a formidable existence could transform the entire Eastern Wilderness realm into a desolate wasteland. What hope did a mere Liu family have against such a foe? Faced with this overwhelming adversary, despair enveloped the hearts of all the Liu family members. However, in this tense moment, the family patriarch, Liu Tianyuan, stepped forward. He stood tall, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Elder Lin, my Liu family has no grievances with your Lin family. Might I inquire as to why you press us so relentlessly?" Liu Tianyuan's voice was neither servile nor arrogant, resonating throughout the Grand Hall. The Lin family's ancestor stood haughtily in the void, his piercing gaze sweeping over the assembly, sending Liu Tianyuan hurtling backward with a mere glance. With a cold snort, he declared, "Your Liu family's younger generation dared to slay my Lin family's prodigious disciple. If this grudge is not avenged, what face will my Lin family have left?" Liu Tianyuan's heart sank. He realized the gravity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. He understood that the so-called killing of the Lin family's talented disciple was but a fabricated excuse. The true motive behind the Lin family's relentless pursuit was their desire for the Liu family's imperial-level martial arts, the Taishu Sword Classic. Months prior, the Lin family's ancestor had already sent emissaries to request the borrowing of the Taishu Sword Classic from the Liu family. Yet, as the patriarch of the Liu family, how could Liu Tianyuan acquiesce to such an unreasonable demand? He had resolutely refused in person. He had thought that the matter would be settled and forgotten. Never did he anticipate that the Lin family's ancestor would choose to strike today, intending to annihilate the Liu family under this baseless pretext. Although Liu Tianyuan was determined to stand his ground, upon seeing the fearful expressions of the young clansmen behind him, he could only let out a weary sigh. He could accept death, but he could not allow these clan members to perish alongside him. Though the Lin family's ancestor was shameless, he was indeed a true powerhouse, far beyond Liu Tianyuan's capabilities to confront. At the pinnacle of the semi-emperor realm, he felt like an ant before the Lin family's ancestor, who stood at the peak of the emperor's realm. Even if he were to be grievously injured in this moment, he dared not show the slightest hint of discontent, lest he provoke the wrath of his formidable opponent, that in consideration of his kin. Liu Tianyuan suppressed his fury and adopted a humble demeanor as he approached once more. He said, "This matter seems to be a misunderstanding. My Liu family would never engage in such treachery. I implore Elder Lin to grant us the opportunity to uncover the truth." A misunderstanding? Elder Lin retorted with a cold sneer, asserting, "My people witnessed your Liu family members in action. Could there be any doubt?" Liu Tianyuan's countenance darkened. The so-called eyewitness account was, of course, baseless. Even aware of Elder Lin's deliberate slander, he could only lower his head and respond, "It seems that someone has intentionally sown discord to frame my Liu family. I beseech you, Elder Lin, grant me some time, and I shall certainly uncover the truth and provide you with a satisfactory explanation." However, scarcely had his words fallen when Elder Lin issued another sharp rebuke. "What? Are you questioning me?" With Elder Lin's declaration, a terrifying aura of imperial might enveloped the Liu family like dark clouds. From within this ominous shroud, a colossal hand emerged, seemingly poised to raise the Liu family to the ground. Just when the members of the Liu family braced themselves for impending doom, remarkably, Elder Lin unexpectedly acquiesced to Liu Tianyuan's request. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Lin retracted his menacing presence and replied coldly, "Very well. I shall give you 3 days. If, after 3 days, there is still no resolution, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With that, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving the Liu family in a state of shock. None could have anticipated that the formidable Elder Lin would leave so abruptly. Liu Tianyuan was equally incredulous. He was all too aware of the nature of Elder Lin. Over the years, in his pursuit of seizing the legacies of fallen imperial clans, Elder Lin had annihilated dozens of families on par with the Liu family. Now that Elder Lin had set his sights on their Taishu Sword Classic, how could he possibly relinquish it so easily? Inside the Grand Hall, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone understood that if they could not find assistance within these 3 days, the Liu family would face annihilation. Above in the skies, Elder Lin had not departed, but instead sat quietly amidst the clouds. Behind him loomed a vast flying vessel from the Lin family, accompanied by 3,000 formidable Lin family guards. "Elder, why grant them 3 days? They are but a mere Liu family. If we were to eliminate them, who would dare defy your will?" The Lin family patriarch, standing behind Elder Lin, bore an expression of arrogance. The Liu family, a declining imperial clan, resembled a toothless tiger. There was no need for Elder Lin to intervene. Personally, the 3,000 Lin family guard alone would suffice to obliterate the Liu family. However, the venerable ancestor of the Lin family waved his hand to halt his actions, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor as he smiled gently. "No need for concern. They are but grasshoppers in autumn. Let them leap about for a few more days. It will allow me to discern who else is colluding with the Liu family. Once we resolve matters with the Liu family, we shall uproot them entirely, eliminating any future threats." The tactic of fishing for evidence would reveal all factions supporting the Liu family, enabling the Lin family to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. This was the meticulous strategy of the Lin family's ancestor, which also elucidated why he had earlier consented to grant the Liu family 3 days' time. 3 days swiftly passed. The grand hall of the Liu family lay shrouded in silence. Those sent out to seek assistance returned one by one, each filled with disappointment. Liu Tianyuan's countenance darkened. Those from the imperial clan, who had previously shared amicable ties with the Liu family and considered them brothers, now regarded them with palpable disdain. Liu Tianyuan's repeated dispatch of dozens of kin resulted in them being turned away without even crossing the threshold of their adversaries' homes. As the last soul seeking aid returned, the eldest elder of the Liu family bore a look of despondency, and despair filled the eyes of all present in the hall. This night marked the final deadline imposed by the venerable ancestor of the Lin family. Without sanctuary, the Liu family faced imminent annihilation. Within the hall, all faces turned ashen, and even the women and children began to sob quietly. Liu Tianyuan and the elders of the Liu family could only sigh in helplessness. At that moment, from a secluded corner of the hall, a clear and resonant voice suddenly broke the gloom. "Our Liu family may yet have a chance." This melodious voice instantly captured everyone's attention. The people in the hall made way, their gazes converging on the serene maiden standing quietly in the corner. Liu Tianyuan, upon recognizing that the speaker was his most beloved daughter, could not restrain his excitement and inquired, "Linglong, what did you just say?" Emerging gracefully from her corner, Lu Linglong spoke as she approached. "Father, esteemed elders, have you forgotten? Our Liu family also possesses an emperor." As her words echoed, a wave of confusion washed over the assembly in the Grand Hall. The strongest member of the Liu family was none other than the patriarch Liu Tianyuan, a ninth-tier quasi-emperor. Besides him, there were 8 other elders of quasi-emperor rank present in the hall. Although the Liu family belonged to the imperial lineage, the last emperor had departed over 100,000 years ago. Since that time, when the last emperor of the Liu family was compelled to leave the clan and venture alone to Tianyuan to guard the entrance to the foreign domain, no new emperor had emerged in the Liu family for 100 millennia. Yet, here was 12-year-old Lu Linglong, assertively claiming that their family still had an emperor. In an instant, the assembly believed the young girl must have been dreaming. Liu Tianyuan sighed softly, stepping forward to gently ruffle the little girl's hair, forcing a faint smile as he tenderly spoke. All right, I understand your concerns for everyone. However, we all know the strength of the Liu family. You are still young, these matters should not burden you. Return now, and later, listen to everyone's arrangements. You have always had your own ideas, and in the future, without our care, you must live well. As words fell, Liu Tianyuan's gaze shifted to the eighth elder beside him, his expression grave as he urged, Eighth elder, take these young ones and lead them out through the secret passage. Once you leave here, assume new identities and live well. Do not dwell on thoughts of revenge. As long as they can live well and continue the Liu lineage, we will have fulfilled our duty to our ancestors, even when we eventually descend to the underworld. Recognizing the unstoppable force of the Lin family's elder, Liu Tianyuan had already begun to arrange a retreat, selecting over 100 young members from the clan for the eighth elder to escort through the hidden passage. Yet when the moment to execute the plan arrived, each of the youths stubbornly refused to depart. Liu Linglong anxiously grasped her father's arm, reiterating, Father, what I said earlier is true. Our Liu family still possesses a great emperor ancestor, does it not? The one who ventured to Tianyuan 100,000 years ago, the revered Liu Xian. Upon hearing the name Liu Xian, a collective gaze from those in the grand hall turned towards Liu Linglong. It dawned on them that their family indeed had a formidable emperor ancestor. Clan leader, Linglong speaks wisely. Liu Xian is our great emperor. It is said that Liu Xian was the mightiest emperor 100,000 years ago. Fearing his ascension to supremacy, the longevity clans and immortal lineages conspired to use the lives of our entire family and the righteousness of humanity to coerce Liu Xian to abandon the clan and guard the Tianyuan. Liu Xian was the strongest emperor 100,000 years ago if he were still present. What fear would we have of a mere Lin family elder? The elders, who moments ago wore expressions of despair, were now filled with fervor. They had all heard the legends of Liu Xian 100,000 years ago. The Liu family produced an unparalleled emperor, Liu Xian, who was said to have single-handedly wielded a sword across the Sea of Realms, instilling fear in the ancient monarchs of foreign races, preventing them from daring to cross the boundary even a single step. Some even referred to him as the Forbidden Emperor. In that era, apart from the Emperor of Emperors, no one could rival the majesty of Emperor Liu Xian. However, his rapid rise to prominence drew unwanted attention. The 4 great longevity clans and 3 immortal lineages dispatched 7 emperors to compel Emperor Liu Xian to proceed to Tianyuan and guard the entrance to the foreign realm. Once he departed, he was never heard from again. Gradually, even the members of the Liu family themselves had forgotten the existence of the esteemed ancestor Liu Xian. Whenever he was mentioned, it was often under the assumption that he had perished long ago in the abyss of Tianyuan. Yet now, at this critical juncture for the survival of the Liu family, the name of ancestor Liu Xian emerged like a lifeline, igniting a flicker of hope among all members of the clan. However, this fervor soon dissipated. If ancestor Liu Xian were still alive, we would have no need to fear the Lin family's patriarch. Yet, ancestor Liu Xian has been absent for at least 100 millennia. Even if he were an emperor, he would have long since passed away. Liu Tianyuan sighed, reluctantly dispelling the fantasies of his kin. Their own existence as quasi-emperors spanned merely a fleeting 10 millennia. While the lifespan of an emperor exceeds that of a quasi-emperor, it would not surpass 50 millennia. Throughout history, even the mightiest emperors did not exceed a lifespan of 100 millennia. Of course, those who extended their lives through other, more nefarious means were not included in this count. Some ancient emperors, in their relentless pursuit of longevity, resorted to the grotesque act of harvesting the lives of mortals and seizing their essence to prolong their own existence. Such ruthless beings indeed had a chance of living up to 100 millennia, or even longer. While they harbored a desire for ancestor Liu Xian to still be alive, capable of emerging in this dire moment to save the Liu family, they did not wish for their ancestor to embody the cruelty of those who preyed upon mortal lives for their own gain. As the glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes began to fade, Liu Linglong spoke once more. Regardless of whether ancestor Liu Xian is alive, we must make an attempt. If he is indeed alive, perhaps none of us will have to perish. For those who had relinquished hope in ancestor Lu Xian, her words rekindled a spark in their eyes. Patriarch, little Ling Long is correct. There is no harm in trying. Let's give it a chance. If ancestor Lu Xian truly has passed, it would mean our family deserves this calamity. We accept our fate, whether it be life or death. But if ancestor Lu Xian is still alive, the voice trailed off, as they all understood that this was merely wishful thinking. Even if ancestor Lu Xian had once been the mightiest emperor, he could not possibly have lived for 100 millennia. Yet, in the current plight of the Lu family, there was truly nothing worse than their present situation. Even in the face of despair, they could not resist the urge to try. Lu Tianyuan was swayed by their sentiments, but he still shook his head, sighing, "Alas, our Lu family lacks the means to contact ancestor Lu Xian. Even if he were alive, it is impossible for us to reach him in this instant." The flicker of hope that had just ignited in everyone's hearts was once again extinguished by a deluge of cold reality. Even if ancestor Lu Xian were alive, he remained far beyond their reach. The distance to their eastern wilderness realm exceeds a staggering 80,000 miles. Between them lie several formidable barriers separating worlds. Without the means of communication through magical artifacts, they find themselves utterly unable to connect. As despair enveloped the group, Lu Linglong suddenly spoke up. "We can employ bloodline summoning. Ancestor Lu Xian is an emperor, intricately linked to our bloodline. By invoking this bloodline summoning, we can reach him, transcending even the vastness of heaven and earth." Her words fell upon the assembly like a perplexing riddle. Lu Tianyuan, astonished, inquired, "Linglong, are you certain that this bloodline summoning can truly reach ancestor Lu Xian?" His disbelief was palpable even as a peak quasi-emperor. He had never encountered the concept of bloodline summoning. Yet, his daughter, merely a 12-year-old girl, seemed to possess this knowledge. She seldom ventured outside, so how could she be aware of such a technique? The other elders regarded Lu Linglong with expressions of skepticism. They too had never heard of bloodline summoning, their incredulity growing. The notion that one could harness the power of bloodline to transcend world barriers and defy the vast distances of 80,000 miles to contact ancestor Lu Xian seemed utterly implausible. Undoubtedly, all of this seemed like a fantastical tale. In order to dispel the doubts of those present, Lu Linglong could only explain. "The method of bloodline summoning is something I encountered in an ancient tome from my family. According to the text, there exists a bloodline connection between formidable emperors and their direct descendants. By employing a special technique for bloodline summoning, one can establish contact with the other, even across vast distances. Naturally, whether this endeavor will succeed remains to be seen." Observing Lu Linglong's calm demeanor, which did not betray any signs of deceit, Lu Tianyuan, though still harboring some skepticism, nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed with your suggested attempt. If we are unable to reach our ancestor Lu Xian, you must depart swiftly to avoid any prolonged uncertainty." As the patriarch, Lu Tianyuan's endorsement stirred excitement among the clan members, who eagerly turned their gazes towards Lu Linglong. The 8 elders, particularly animated, approached her with urgency, inquiring, "Little Linglong, do tell us how this bloodline summoning can be performed, regardless of the method. Let us old fellows take the lead. We do not wish to burden the younger generation until our lifeblood runs dry. With time of the essence." They pressed her for an explanation. "Please, little Linglong, reveal what must be done to potentially contact our ancestor Lu Xian." In a moment, the clan members within the grand hall stepped forward, some even expressing their willingness to offer their very lifeblood to summon Lu Xian. Witnessing the earnestness of her kin, Lu Linglong felt a surge of emotion. She raised her hand to halt the crowd and then gently elaborated, "For bloodline summoning, a single drop of primordial blood is sufficient. However, the individual performing the summoning must be the one closest to Lu Xian. Moreover, the higher the talent and the purer the bloodline of the summoner, the greater the likelihood of successfully executing the bloodline summoning." After Lu Linglong finished speaking, she turned to her father, Lu Tianyuan. "Father, you should be aware of which branch of the Lu family is most closely related to our ancestor, Lu Xian. Moreover, the connection must not exceed 10 generations, otherwise, the bloodline summoning cannot be performed." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Tianyuan furrowed his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Allow me to take charge." Our branch is indeed the one passed down from Lucian. As it stands, I am precisely the 5th generation. If what you say is true, I shall perform the bloodline summoning, as the opportunity will be greatest in my hands. Lu Linglong had not anticipated that her ancestral lineage traced back to the venerable ancestor Lucian. Her father represented merely the 5th generation. This revelation signified that not only could Lu Tianyuan invoke bloodline summoning, but she too possessed the capability to summon ancestor Lucian. Moreover, compared to Lu Tianyuan, her chances of successfully summoning ancestor Lucian were undoubtedly greater. Upon witnessing her father undertake the task of summoning ancestor Lucian, Lu Linglong's mind raced, and she interjected, asserting that since their bloodline was closely connected to ancestor Lucian, there was no need to burden her father with this responsibility. Although bloodline summoning required merely a drop of primal essence, the entire summoning process still demanded a significant amount of strength. Given the perilous circumstances, it was essential for her father to conserve his energy. As for summoning ancestor Lucian, she insisted on taking the initiative. Before Lu Tianyuan could object, she had already formulated her argument, confidently asserting that she was the sole possessor of the knowledge required for this summoning. It was undoubtedly most fitting for her to perform the bloodline summoning. However, she requested her father and the esteemed elders to provide protective support during the summoning. Once the summoning commenced, it was imperative that no external forces disrupt the process. Although Lu Tianyuan wished to dissuade his daughter, after a moment of internal conflict, he could only sigh and approach her with a solemn reminder, exercise utmost caution. If the situation becomes untenable, do not hesitate to withdraw. Even if you cannot summon the revered ancestor Lucian, it is of little consequence. I have already arranged a safe retreat for you. Once you leave the Lu family, you can assume new identities and live well. As the impending battle loomed, Lu Tianyuan, as the clan leader, understood the necessity of preserving their strength to confront the imminent struggle for survival. Even though he was acutely aware that he could not match the prowess of the Lin family's ancestors, he would not yield in the slightest. He and the remaining members of the Lu family in the hall had a singular mission: to delay the Lin family's ancestors and their formidable warriors, thereby securing as much time as possible for the Elderate and the Lu family's descendants to escape. For every additional minute they could stall, the likelihood of the Lu family's survival would increase. Thus, despite his reluctance to allow his daughter to take such risks, he was compelled to make a resolute decision. Lu Linglong is undoubtedly the most suitable individual for the manifestation of bloodline summoning at this moment. Above in the heavens, the eyes of the Lin family ancestor, which had been tightly shut, suddenly opened. 2 beams of brilliance pierced through the clouds like sunlight. Ancestor, what is the matter? Has the Lu family made any move? The Lin family patriarch, witnessing the sudden action of his ancestor, hurriedly approached to inquire. It is nothing, just a group of fish trapped in a barrel. Struggling in their dying moments, unable to stir up any tempest, the Lin family ancestor scoffed. Although he was far above in the sky, he was well aware of everything transpiring within the Lu family's great hall. Upon realizing that the Lu family had the audacity to summon the Emperor Lucian from 100,000 years ago, the Lin family ancestor could not help but sneer. After 100,000 years, that Lucian is likely nothing but a pile of ashes. I shall see what you are capable of summoning. The grand hall of the Lu family. Lu Linglong began to invoke the bloodline summoning. Although she was aware that this method of summoning was indeed viable, she could not guarantee that after a lapse of 100,000 years, the esteemed ancestor Lucian still drew breath. Should ancestor Lucian have perished, her attempts at summoning would inevitably fail. Nevertheless, the Lu family stood at the precipice of life and death, and regardless of the outcome, it was imperative to make the attempt. The process of bloodline summoning was not overly complicated, nor did it present significant difficulty. However, it was not a skill possessed by just anyone. Particularly when invoking the bloodline summoning, one must inscribe the summoning array with their own lifeblood. This array was not something that could be etched by the average individual. Within the entire Lu family, she was the sole bearer of the ability to inscribe the summoning array. This was precisely why she had sought to dissuade Lu Tianyuan earlier. Although Lu Tianyuan, being the 5th generation descendant of ancestor Lucian, would find it easier to perform the bloodline summoning, his lack of understanding regarding the intricacies of the array would render it a formidable task for him to use his own lifeblood to inscribe the summoning array in a timely manner. Lu Linglong took a deep breath, channeling her vital essence as she began to inscribe the summoning array within her body. Although she had never studied such an array in her past life, her mastery of array techniques was unmatched in the entire upper realm. The summoning array, albeit somewhat intricate, was merely a low-level formation, and thus, inscribing it posed no challenge for Lu Linglong. In the blink of an eye, a summoning array etched with her vital essence had taken shape within her. At the moment of its successful completion, Lu Linglong distinctly sensed faint yet powerful auras awakening from the depths of her bloodline. This was the bloodline of an emperor. It seemed that the revered ancestor, Lu Xian, was indeed still alive. Lu Linglong was filled with excitement. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian, who had existed 100,000 years ago, was indeed still alive. However, she refrained from immediately sharing this joyous news with others. After all, her knowledge of Lu Xian's existence was solely derived from the pulsating essence of bloodline within her, and she remained unaware of the current state of the venerable ancestor. 100,000 years had elapsed, and the mere fact that Lu Xian had survived was nothing short of a miracle. Even if he still drew breath, it was unlikely that his condition was favorable. Perhaps the venerable ancestor was now hanging by a thread. Whether he could endure this tribulation depended solely on him. Lu Linglong took a deep breath, beginning to invoke the secret technique to summon ancestor Lu Xian through the bloodline. Above in the sky, the elder of the Lin family quietly observed the commotion within the Lu family's great hall. Although he was aware that Lu Linglong was performing the bloodline summoning, he harbored no intention of intervening. To him, this so-called bloodline summoning was mere nonsense. Moreover, he could scarcely believe that the great Emperor Lu Xian from 100,000 years ago was still alive. Lin Yuan, give them a warning. The elder of the Lin family directed his gaze towards Lin Yuan, the head of the Lin clan, speaking in a grave tone. Understood. Lin Yuan descended from the clouds. In an instant, his formidable presence as a peak quasi-emperor materialized above the Lin family, instilling profound terror among the members of the Lu family within the hall. Fortunately, Lu Tianyuan stepped forward, channeling his quasi-emperor aura to counter the overwhelming pressure that loomed over the Lu clan. It appears the head of the Lin family has arrived. Several elders, accompany me outside. Lu Tianyuan wore a grave expression. Although both belonged to imperial families, the strength of the Lin clan far surpassed that of the Lu clan. The most formidable member of the Lu family is none other than its patriarch, who has attained the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. In contrast, the other 8 elders possess only the early stages of the quasi-emperor level. The Lin family, however, boasts 7 or 8 individuals at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Yet, this is not the most alarming aspect. The true strength of the Lin family lies in their imperial powerhouses. They possess a remarkable 4 emperors within their ranks. This formidable presence is the primary reason for the Lin family's audacity in recent years. With 4 emperors safeguarding their lineage, the Lin family has surged in prominence, outpacing even the top 10 imperial clans. Indeed, many now believe that the Lin family has secured its position as a contender to supplant the 10 great imperial clans. Lu Tianyuan, accompanied by the 8 esteemed elders, emerged from the grand hall, his expression grave as he cast a solemn gaze towards Lin Yuang, the patriarch of the Lin family, hovering above. With a forced smile, he addressed Lin Wang, expressing, "Patriarch Lin, your journey from afar is met with our inadequate hospitality. I sincerely hope for your understanding." However, Lin Yuang, aloof and unyielding, disregarded Lu Tianyuan's subservient demeanor, disdainfully snorting as he proclaimed, "With but 2 hours until dawn, should your Lu family fail to provide us with a satisfactory resolution, prepare to face the annihilation of your lineage." At the mention of annihilation, the 8 elders clenched their fists in fury. Lu Tianyuan was seething with anger, yet he could not afford to confront the situation openly just yet, as the younger members of the Lu family had not yet secured their safe departure. "Patriarch Lin, this is merely a misunderstanding. Perhaps we could invite you to discuss this matter in person, so we can clarify the situation and resolve any misconceptions?" He smiled, knowing that the Lin family possessed formidable strength that the Lu family could hardly contend with. "Humph, Lu Tianyuan, had you been more perceptive earlier, we might not have reached this impasse." Lin Yuan, the patriarch of the Lin family, scoffed. A few months prior, he had personally visited the Lu family to request the borrowing of the Taishu sword cannon, only to be met with a flat refusal from Lu Tianyuan. At that moment, he had vowed to annihilate the Lu clan. How could he possibly offer Lu Tianyuan an opportunity for negotiation now? Indeed, I was foolish in my earlier actions. I implore you, esteemed Patriarch Lin, to show some magnanimity and grant us a little more time. Lu Tianyuan continued to wear a smile, motivated by the well-being of his entire clan. "Enough. We are all astute individuals here. Let us speak plainly. If you surrender the Taishu sword cannon and the clan's imperial weapon, I might still plead with my ancestors to spare a glimmer of hope for your Lu family. Lin Yuan interrupted Lu Tianyuan with a sharp command, laying his demands bare. Despite being aware of the Lin family's intentions, Lu Tianyuan's expression darkened. He had previously rebuffed Lin Yuan's requests, but now he found himself unable to persist in his refusal. Patriarch Lin, should you genuinely desire the Taishu sword cannon and the imperial weapon of the Lin family, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, I must ask you to first provide our Lu family with a path to survival. If you can grant us a chance to live, I shall willingly present the Taishu sword cannon and the imperial weapon to you. Lu Tianyuan's eyes flickered as he spoke, probing the limits of the Lin family's tolerance. The head of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, was no fool. He could easily discern that Lu Tianyuan was merely stalling for time, hoping to secure a sufficient window for the fleeing descendants of the Lu family. With a cold smile, he uttered a single phrase that shattered all of Lu Tianyuan's illusions. Do not attempt to play any clever tricks, Lu Tianyuan. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your intentions? Allow me to enlighten you. The secret passage of your Lu family has long been under our Lin family's surveillance. Should you dare to let those Lu descendants escape through that passage, they shall only meet a dead end. As Lin Yuan's words echoed through the hall, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders turned ashen. The secret passage was the Lu family's most guarded secret. Yet now, this greatest secret was already in the hands of the Lin family. The members of the Lu family present in the Great Hall also heard the head of the Lin family as proclamation, their faces draining of color. The Lin family was intent on utterly extinguishing the Lu family. In that moment, many of the clan members began to sob once more. Lu Tianyuan had not anticipated that the contingency he had prepared would also be known to the Lin family. In this moment, he felt a sense of relief that he had not allowed the 8th elder to lead the younger generation of the Lu family away. Had they truly entered the secret passage, he could hardly bear to contemplate the dire consequences. Lu Tianyuan, I advise you to resign yourselves to your fate. In merely 2 hours, it shall be the time of your Lu family's utter ruin. You would do well to cherish this final moment. Above in the sky, the head of the Lin family, Lin Yuan, uttered these words before turning to depart. His purpose in coming was to personally shatter all hopes of the Lu family, plunging them into a state of panic, fear, and the looming specter of death. With Lin Yuan's departure, Lu Tianyuan suddenly found himself bereft of all his former vigor. It was as though all his strength had been siphoned away, and the light in his eyes dimmed instantaneously. Now, their only hope rested upon the shoulders of Lu Linglong. If she could indeed summon the ancestor Lu Xian from 100,000 years ago, perhaps there remained a glimmer of survival for the Lu family. Amidst the chaos of purple lightning and the roar of thunder, they stood at the Tianyuan. Beyond it lay the boundless sea of realms, which separated the territories of the alien races from those of humankind, serving as the front line against their incursions. For 1,000,000 years, countless human emperors had guarded the Sea of Realms, sacrificing their lives to resist the alien onslaught. However, in the past 100,000 years, the Sea of Realms had remained eerily tranquil. This serenity was solely due to the actions of the Emperor Lu Xian 100,000 years prior. He had ventured alone into the Tianyuan, using his singular strength to suppress the alien passage. Ever since, the alien races had not even dared to step foot outside the Tianyuan, let alone cause chaos within the Sea of Realms. For 100,000 years, the Sea of Realms had enjoyed peace, and within the human realm, harmony reigned. Yet, the people had long forgotten the freedom that had been sacrificed by Emperor Lu Xian over those 100,000 years. Deep within the Tianyuan lay a colossal coffin known as the God Burial Coffin, resting atop the entrance to the alien realm. Surrounding the coffin were enormous chains, forming a formation that sealed the passage so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. Inside the bronze coffin lay the frail body of Emperor Lu Xian, quietly resting. No one had anticipated that, after 100,000 years, this once great emperor still lived, though his presence was faint, with more breath escaping than entering. It was evident that he was on the brink of demise, yet he still clung to life. Even with but a single breath remaining, he remained an emperor. His imperial might was not to be trifled with. As long as he had not completely perished, the alien races would forever refrain from daring to tread even a step into the passage. It has been 100,000 years. This emperor has aged. I am weary. Lu Xian's voice wavered, imbued with an unending sorrow. Once a figure of unmatched elegance, a sovereign who dominated an era, he embodied grace and valor. Yet, who could have anticipated that such a formidable emperor, who once subdued the world, would would be compelled to guard the abyss here. Moreover, it was to be for a staggering 100,000 years. For a century of millennia, Lucien had not set foot beyond the confines of the abyss. Nor could he return to the human realm. He felt as if he had been exiled. This vast abyss resembled a prison, tightly ensnaring the once mighty emperor. Now, as his life approached its inevitable conclusion, he still dared not harbor the extravagant hope of returning to his roots. From within the god-burial coffin, Lucien let out a long sigh. Over these 100,000 years, his greatest desire had been to return to humanity, to catch a final glimpse of his family and kin. For the sake of his clan, he had willingly accepted this long exile. Yet, as he faced death, his utmost wish was merely to behold once more the familiar sights of his life. Alas, he understood that such aspirations were but fantasies. The immortal families and eternal traditions would never permit his return to the human fold. Even after the passage of 100,000 years, they would still obstruct Lucien's reunion with his lineage. A once invincible emperor found himself unable to fulfill even the simplest desire before his demise. A tear slipped from the corner of Lucien's eye as he yearned to recall what humanity had been like, to remember the essence of the Lu family, to envision the faces of his loved ones. However, he found himself unable to remember anything at all. 100,000 years was indeed an eternity, one so long that it had erased all memories from his mind. So be it, he mused. As long as the Lu family remained safe and sound, it would be worth it. Lucien sighed once more. Yet, just as he was about to close his eyes again, a faint glimmer emerged from the nearly desiccated blood coursing through his veins. This delicate shimmer acted like a potent elixir, invigorating his parched blood and causing it to surge with vitality. It was the descendant of this emperor calling out to me. Lucien's once dim and lifeless gaze suddenly ignited with fervor. After 100 millennia, he had resigned himself to the belief that no one in his lineage would remember him. Yet now, he found himself awakening to the ancestral bloodline's power coursing through him. With the aid of this faint vestige of bloodline strength, his physical condition improved, albeit slightly. This minor enhancement filled Lucien with immense excitement. He had endured solitude for 100,000 years, never imagining that in the twilight of his existence, he would receive a summons from the bloodline of his descendants. He treaded cautiously, fearful of disturbing this delicate connection to his lineage, lest he inadvertently sever the fragile thread of hope. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Linglong, through the summons of her bloodline, sensed the presence of ancestor Lucien. However, she felt no thrill of excitement. She could perceive that ancestor Lucien was in dire straits, seemingly at the brink of death, on the verge of falling. A great emperor nearing his demise, even if contacted, could offer no aid to them, let alone alter the dire predicament of the Lu family. Lu Tianyuan, who had been vigilantly observing his daughter's every move, felt his heart leap at the moment he noticed the change in Lu Linglong's expression. With utmost anxiety, he whispered, "Linglong, have you managed to reach ancestor Lucien?" Upon seeing her father's anxious demeanor and the expectant gazes of those around them, Lu Linglong could not bear to shatter their last glimmer of hope and slowly nodded in affirmation. At the moment Lu Linglong nodded, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. The hopeful eyes of the Lu family members widened, their aspirations rapidly amplifying into joy. They could hardly believe that they had truly established contact with ancestor Lucien. In an instant, the Lu clan was swept up in a frenzy of excitement. Yet they remained respectfully silent, for Lu Linglong had previously instructed them that during the bloodline summons, they must not be disturbed. The hall was so quiet that the fall of a pin could be heard. Only the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan, emerged from his astonishment and cautiously inquired, "Linglong, how's the ancestor?" After all, it had been 100,000 years. Lu Tianyuan surmised that even if ancestor Lucien still lived, he could not be in a good condition. Seeing through her father's worry, Lu Linglong sighed helplessly and replied softly, "The ancestor is in a dire state. If no assistance is rendered, he may very well perish." Her voice was low, yet it resonated clearly within the ears of the Lu family members in the hall. Upon hearing that their ancestor was on the brink of demise, the members of the Lu clan began to weep silently. Their sorrow stemmed not only from the shattering of their solitary hope for survival, but also from the impending loss of their venerable ancestor. Though they had never met ancestor Lucien, they were profoundly grateful for his immense contributions. From a young age, they had been told of his heroic deeds. The elders within the family had recounted how ancestor Lucien sacrificed himself for the sake of the Lu family's survival. Now, to witness such a selfless and devoted figure on the verge of falling, the members of the Lu clan felt genuine sorrow for his plight. Lu Tianyuan had not anticipated that the recently contacted ancestor Lucien would soon meet his demise. He sighed deeply anxiously gazing at his daughter, and inquired, "Linglong, is there anything we can do to assist the ancestor?" He had clearly heard Lu Linglong's earlier words, which implied that without assistance, their group might not be able to offer any aid to Ancestor Lu Xian. Lu Linglong revealed the truth with the intention of seeking assistance from the members of the Lu family. Indeed, she whispered, "We can gather the essence of all our kin and utilize the bloodline summoning array to provide our ancestor with a continuous supply of our lineage's vital essence. As long as we accumulate sufficient essence, our ancestor will undoubtedly endure." The bloodline summoning array employs a unique method to forge a connection between her and the great Emperor Lu Xian, establishing a bridge of communication. Through this bloodline array, not only can they sense the condition of their ancestor Lu Xian, but they can also exchange thoughts with him, and even convey vital essence to him. Although the essence of the Lu family members cannot extend Lu Xian's lifespan, it can temporarily slow his aging process. Should they manage to provide an ample supply of their lineage's essence, it might even restore Lu Xian to the formidable strength of his peak years. The Lu family now finds itself in dire straits, unable to withstand the formidable might of the Lin clan with merely its own kin. They are destined to become mere victims beneath the blade of the Lin ancestral patriarch. By uniting the essence of all their clan members' blood, they may be able to channel it to the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian, potentially granting them a glimmer of hope. Naturally, it would be even more fortuitous if the members of the Lu family were willing to sacrifice themselves, offering their very life essence for the soon-to-fall Emperor Lu Xian. The essence of life holds far greater significance than mere blood. Should he manage to absorb a substantial amount of this life essence, it could indeed prolong his existence. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian found himself at the twilight of his lifespan, unable to prevent the waning of his vital essence. Should he manage to absorb a sufficient amount of this life force, extending his longevity and restoring his martial prowess would not pose any insurmountable challenge. However, Lu Linglong could not possibly voice the notion of demanding such a sacrifice from her kin. Thus, she opted for a more modest alternative, proposing that the members of the Lu clan contribute their blood essence. While this would undoubtedly affect the strength of the clan's members, it could be compensated for through diligent cultivation in the future. As for the notion of sacrificing lives, that was a consideration reserved solely for times when the Lu family faced true existential peril. Lu Linglong initially believed that persuading her kin to offer their vital essence would encounter some resistance. However, to her astonishment, as soon as her words fell, all the members of the clan in the Grand Hall rolled up their sleeves, eagerly preparing to donate their blood. Even the teenagers among them resolutely raised their arms. Witnessing the fervor of his kin, clan leader Lu Tianyuan was deeply moved. He gestured for the young ones to step back, allowing the stronger members of the clan to come forward. As the clan leader, Lu Tianyuan took the lead, relentlessly drawing forth his vital essence, which flowed ceaselessly towards Lu Linglong. "Linglong, convey to our ancestors that the members of the Lu family are willing to sacrifice everything for them. Whatever the ancestors require, even our lives, will not pose a problem." Lu Tianyuan, being a peak quasi-emperor, undoubtedly understands what is most essential for an emperor on the verge of demise. If the venerable ancestor Lu Xian is willing, he could even take the lead in offering his own life essence. The 8 elders stepped forward in unison. After offering their vital blood, they proclaimed, "Dear ancestor, we are prepared to sacrifice everything for him." In the Grand Hall of the Lu family, the members stood in solemn silence, one by one offering their lifeblood. In that moment, the only sound that resonated within the vast chamber was the drip of their essence. Meanwhile, in the celestial abyss, within the coffin of the god of burial, Lu Xian, having regained a semblance of vitality, sensed the faint pulse of his ancestral bloodline growing ever stronger within him. It was then that he slowly spoke, inquiring about the well-being of the Lu family. After a span of 100,000 years, this was the first instance he had reached out to the descendants of his family, and his initial question was one of concern for their welfare. However, his voice lingered in the air for an extended time, met with an unsettling silence, compelling him to reluctantly close his eyes once more. He felt acutely aware that he was indeed nearing the end of his life. His body had succumbed to complete disarray, and even his consciousness was gradually slipping from his grasp. He understood that he was truly facing death. As the specter of mortality approached, he harbored no feelings of despair or resentment. After 100,000 years of mere survival, he had long since learned to confront life and death with tranquility. Now, with death at his doorstep, it felt, paradoxically, like a liberation. Yet, a tinge of regret lingered within him. Despite having established a connection with his descendants, He found himself bereft of the opportunity to exchange even a single word with them, destined to depart this world with his regrets unspoken. The grand hall of the Lu family. At this moment, Lu Linglong was filled with urgency. She had gathered an ample supply of her clan's essence, prepared to assist the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian in his restoration. However, she could distinctly sense that ancestor Lu Xian's vitality was fading, becoming increasingly feeble. It seemed he was on the verge of complete demise. In an instant, Lu Linglong was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by anxiety. No. If ancestor Lu Xian were to perish, the Lu family would be utterly doomed. In a moment of desperation, Lu Linglong summoned the Great Formation through her bloodline, transmitting her voice towards the esteemed ancestor, Lu Xian. Ancient One, are you still alive? If you do not return soon, the Lu family will face annihilation. The once fading presence of the great Emperor Lu Xian, on the verge of total demise, suddenly sat up from the coffin of the god of burial upon hearing her urgent calls. He had already placed one foot into the realm of the dead, yet Lu Linglong's relentless pleas brought him back to the realm of the living. How could the Lu family possibly? Lu Xian was engulfed in a tempest of rage. It was this very fury that sustained him, enabling him to return from the brink of death. What transpired within the Lu family? Lu Xian's voice trembled with fury. My Lu family, a distinguished imperial lineage, boasts over 1 million kin. How could we possibly face extinction? Upon hearing the inquiry from the venerable ancestor Lu Xian, Lu Linglong fell into silence. Through the bond of their bloodline, she felt an intrinsic connection with the Emperor Lu Xian. Thus, she could distinctly sense that the state of the venerable ancestor remained dire, teetering on the brink of demise. However, she also understood that someone of Lu Xian's stature was not easily deceived. With a helpless sigh, Lu Linglong slowly spoke. Ancestor Lu Xian, you must prepare yourself. The Lu family is currently facing the threat of annihilation. Upon hearing Lu Linglong's voice, Lu Xian's fury surged, and his battered imperial form trembled violently with agitation, the faint glimmer of vitality he had just regained swiftly dissipating. Sensing the precarious state of ancestor Lu Xian, Lu Linglong hurriedly transmitted the essence of her kin's blood. Drops of pure ancestral blood flowed into his body, allowing Lu Xian's imperial physique to regain a flicker of life. He calmed his tumultuous emotions, attuning himself to the continuous influx of blood essence, as his withered veins eagerly absorbed this potent vitality. In just a fleeting moment, Lu Xian spoke again, inquiring, "What is your name? To summon me through blood ties suggests we share a profound connection. As a peak emperor, Lu Xian naturally understands the intricacies of bloodline summoning. However, executing such a summon is no simple feat. Merely inscribing the summoning array within one's body is a task beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. I report to the esteemed ancestor. My name is Linglong, and I am your 6th-generation descendant." Lu Linglong replied. In this brief moment, through the continuous infusion of vital blood, she could sense that the aura of ancestor Lu Xian had significantly revived. Although it could not extend ancestor Lu Xian's life, it could temporarily restore a portion of his strength, allowing him to linger for a few more days without issue. She glanced down at the remaining ample blood of her clansmen before continuing its relentless flow. Since Lu Linglong's response, Lu Xian was left in a daze. After several breaths of stunned silence, he incredulously inquired, "Did you just say that you were my 6th-generation descendant? I actually have descendants?" Lu Xian was taken aback. When he initially departed from the Lu family to guard Tianyuan, he was already nearly 3,000 years old. However, he remained a solitary man, wholly absorbed in his cultivation and devoid of a spouse. Thus, upon hearing that Lu Linglong was, in fact, his descendant, he found it difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, he did not doubt Lu Linglong's identity. Only a descendant could summon him through bloodline. Moreover, from the essence of blood that Lu Linglong first conveyed to him, Lu Xian could distinctly sense the imperial bloodline power coursing through her veins. All of this served as undeniable evidence that Lu Linglong was indeed his progeny. Yet, he remained unaware of which cherished confidant from his past had bequeathed such a lineage to him. Ancestor. Lu Linglong was at a loss for words. This was a question she could not answer. "Do you not know if you have descendants, dear elder?" "Haha. I, Lu Xian, also have descendants. Truly, the heavens do not forsake me." Within the god-burying coffin, Lu Xian erupted into hearty laughter. Once carefree, at this moment he seemed to have found a reason to persist. Even for the sake of his descendants, he could not succumb to death just yet. After his laughter subsided, Lu Xian took a deep breath and calmly said, "Linglong, please elaborate on the current situation of the Lu family." Lu Xian did not reject the incessant flow of his clan's essence blood. He required this vital substance to temporarily restore his strength in order to survive. Lu Linglong did not dare to waste any time and recounted in detail the events that transpired within the Lu family. Such audacity! The Lin family, at the time of my departure, was merely a mediocre imperial clan, who bestowed upon them the audacity to now dare to oppress the Lu family. Lu Xian's voice thundered with indignation. He had never anticipated that, after departing from his family, the Lu clan would descend into such decay. Simultaneously, a tempest of fury surged within his eyes. What a venerable lineage! What an immortal doctrine! When I took my leave, they vowed to ensure the eternal safety of the Lu family. Yet, nearly a trifling 100,000 years later, my clan is on the brink of annihilation. You who are so treacherous and unfaithful, do not blame me for disregarding my promises. Lu Xian emerged from the god burial coffin, seething with rage. This marked the first occasion since 5 millennia ago, when he had lain within the coffin to prolong the dwindling sands of his lifespan, that he stepped out. He materialized above the abyss, his once magnificent imperial form now withered and emaciated, resembling a mere reed. Yet, at that very moment, as he emerged from the coffin, countless formidable ancient emperors of alien races, having sensed the familiar and terrifying aura, turned in trepidation. Damn it! It's been 100,000 years, and that wretch still lives. They lamented. How can he defy the sands of time? As long as he breathes, we remain eternally sealed here, unable to take a single step. He has imprisoned us for 100 millennia. Must this torment never end? The ancient emperors of the alien races bellowed in anger and frustration. They had waited for 100,000 years, lying in wait, hoping for Lu Xian's demise. Yet now, the very being they believed to be on the brink of extinction had miraculously returned to life. For the alien races, this was an utterly unacceptable revelation. In the world beyond the passage, the ancient emperors fumed with impotent rage. They yearned to break free from the alien channel and descend upon the realm of humanity. Yet they quaked at the thought of confronting Lu Xian, the harbinger of death. At that moment, Lu Xian's gaze pierced through the passage, surveying the alien realm. He appeared as an untouchable deity, casting his eyes upon this foreign world. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon an ancient emperor of an alien race. Sensing Lu Xian's penetrating stare, the alien emperor trembled slightly. He was bewildered as to how he had once again drawn the ire of this god of slaughter. Uneasily stepping out of his palace and ascending into the sky, he exchanged glances with Lu Xian and coldly remarked, Lu Xian, you still live. I had thought you were dead. What brings you here? Are you bidding farewell to your old adversaries before your demise? The ancient foreign emperor, a formidable adversary of Lu Xian, hails from the celestial fire clan. When Lu Xian first descended into the abyss, he dealt a devastating blow to their lineage, having slain 3 ancient emperors of their clan in a single confrontation. At that time, the celestial fire emperor before him had merely achieved the status of a quasi-emperor, a rank among foreign beings equivalent to that of a quasi-emperor among the human race. It was only after Lu Xian vanquished the 3 ancient emperors of the celestial fire clan that this individual ascended to become the new celestial fire emperor. Thus, it can be said that Lu Xian is both a nemesis to the celestial fire clan and a benefactor to their current emperor. Had he not eradicated the former 3 ancient emperors, the latter would never have had the opportunity to rise to power. Over the years, the celestial fire emperor has led the formidable warriors of his clan in countless attempts to traverse the passage, yet each endeavor has ended in failure. Gradually, the celestial fire clan has grown too fearful to even approach the passage. Even this celestial fire emperor has quietly remained in this foreign realm, lying in wait for several millennia. Now, upon encountering Lu Xian once more, he perceives the tattered remnants of Lu Xian's imperial form and senses the waning essence of life within him. Still, the celestial fire emperor dares not venture into the passage. That individual is a madman. Even with but a single breath remaining, he would not allow himself to be careless. After all, he has witnessed countless times how Lu Xian, in his most precarious state, has slain ancient emperors of foreign races. Now that it seems Lu Xian is on the brink of demise, the celestial fire emperor believes it prudent to bide his time, waiting for the moment when Lu Xian finally succumbs, allowing him to exit the passage and leave the abyss. There is no need to engage in combat with such a figure at this juncture. He has no desire to become yet another soul claimed by Lu Xian's blade. Within the ranks of the foreign emperors, as the celestial fire emperor speaks, numerous ancient emperors turn their eager gazes toward this scene. They too observe Lu Xian's battered form, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Yet, not a single one dares to step into the passage or underestimate Lu Xian. They remain silent, awaiting the moment when the soon-to-fall Lu Xian emerges from the god burial coffin, curious as to his intentions. In times past, had the Celestial Fire Emperor dared to mock him thus, Lu Xian would have undoubtedly sent the Celestial Fire clan fleeing in terror. However, now Lu Xian stands in tranquil composure. He is no longer the Lu Xian of old. Having learned of the tribulations faced by his family over the years, he has undergone a profound transformation. If you dare to bully my Lu family while I remain steadfast in guarding the abyss, do not blame me for changing my stance. A group of ungrateful individuals do not deserve the protection of this emperor. Lu Xian emerged from the divine burial coffin, his imposing gaze shifting from the ancient emperor of heavenly fire to the myriad ancient emperors of other races. Where his gaze fell, those ancient emperors trembled in fear and unease. Ultimately, he averted his gaze, yet his authoritative voice resonated throughout the entire foreign realm. Grant me the elixir of immortality, and I shall depart from the abyss. Henceforth, the safety of humankind shall have no connection with me. Lu Xian. His words echoed across the foreign domain. Those beings who heard his voice gazed skyward in astonishment. They could hardly believe that Lu Xian, who had guarded for 100,000 years, would utter such sentiments. The ancient emperors of other races, who had eagerly awaited Lu Xian's demise, were left utterly stunned by his proclamation. Over the years, they had sought to tempt Lu Xian with the elixir of immortality, hoping to persuade him to relinquish his watch over the abyss. Yet, he had always resolutely declined, with some ancient emperors even meeting their end at his hands. What had transpired now? Had they all collectively fallen victim to delusions? Could it be that those words genuinely originated from Lu Xian? The ancient emperors who once sought to bribe Lu Xian with the elixir were now incredulous, struggling to accept that such words could come from him. After a prolonged silence, these ancient emperors regained their composure. However, disbelief lingered in their hearts, with many suspecting Lu Xian of deceit. The ancient emperor of heavenly fire scoffed, Lu Xian, such tricks are only fit to deceive a 3-year-old. Do you truly believe we are foolish? As his words fell, another ancient emperor interjected, Lu Xian, are you attempting to dupe us into relinquishing the elixir of immortality? While we may be no match for you, it does not mean we lack intelligence. Do not harbor such naive fantasies. You have guarded us for 100,000 years. If we were to grant you the elixir, it would merely enable your continued watch here. Lu Xian, do you truly consider us ancient emperors to be simpletons? Abandon such hopes. The elixir of immortality will never be yours. We need only to await your demise in silence. Why engage in such superfluous actions? The ancient emperors remained skeptical of Lu Xian's words. Indeed, as they asserted, even if Lu Xian spoke the truth, they would never part with the elixir of immortality. They merely needed to patiently await his passing to reopen the passage and escape the abyss. To grant Lu Xian the elixir would only invite trouble upon themselves. Lu Xian had long anticipated that the elixirs of immortality held by these ancient emperors of foreign races were not easily obtained. He was well prepared. The moment the mocking remarks from these ancient emperors fell, Lu Xian spoke again, his voice resonating with even greater authority. I am not here to negotiate with you. You have no choice in this matter. I shall wait for a mere 10 breaths. Should I not see the elixir of immortality, I will step into the foreign realm. His voice was commanding and fierce, imbued with an overwhelming aura of menace. The ancient emperors who had previously ridiculed him were thrown into a state of panic upon hearing Lu Xian's declaration of intent to venture into the foreign domain. If the formidable killer, Lu Xian, were to truly set foot in the foreign realm, it would undoubtedly unleash a tempest of bloodshed. Such losses are unbearable for any of them. Damn it! Has Lu Xian lost his mind? Has he not always refrained from entering the foreign lands? Why then? Is he making an exception now? If this fiend were to gain entry, how many of our kin would fall victim to his hands? An ancient royal of a foreign race roared in fury, casting a menacing glare at the astonished ancient royal of the celestial fire, lamenting, Celestial fire. This is all your fault. Of all beings to provoke, why did you choose this killer? If he truly enters, your celestial fire clan shall be the first to engage in battle. At that moment, the ancient royal of the celestial fire was overwhelmed with a torrent of frustration. He had never anticipated that a mere slip of the tongue would incite this killer to consider stepping into the foreign domain. Though he feared Lu Xian, he held no trepidation towards the other ancient royals. He shot back defiantly, coldly asserting, I was not the only one speaking just now. Did you not all mock him as well? What now? Are you all suddenly cowed? Instead of whining, it would be wiser to devise a strategy to placate this killer. Indeed, a solution must be swiftly formulated. Regardless of the circumstances, it is imperative that we prevent this killer from entering the foreign realm. The ancient royals, who had been so boisterous moments ago, now wore expressions of sheer terror. They understood all too well that with Lu Xian's vengeful nature, should he breach the foreign realm, the first to suffer would undoubtedly be those who had spoken so carelessly. Though Lu Linglong could not witness the events unfolding in the foreign realm, she sensed the imposing voice of her ancestor, Lu Xian, resonating through the bloodline summoning array. Hiss. This ancestor, Lu Xian, seems to be a truly formidable individual. Even on the brink of death, he dares to threaten the ancient royals of foreign races. He is certainly no ordinary being. Lu Linglong was utterly astonished. Those ancient emperors of foreign races were all beings of the imperial level, many of them at the pinnacle of their power. Yet, the fact that ancestor Lu Xian could threaten those ancient emperors reveals the immense strength and dominance he possesses. Lu Linglong waited quietly, with no one daring to speak further, fearful of disrupting the plans of the venerable ancestor Lu Xian. The essence of the Lu family, although capable of temporarily reviving the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian, does not provide a flawless solution to the predicament. Should one acquire the elixir of immortality, it would undoubtedly represent the most exquisite remedy. With but a single plant of this miraculous potion, the impending demise of the venerable Lu Xian could be postponed for millennia, fundamentally resolving the challenges that beset him. At this moment, Lu Linglong felt a sense of trepidation. She was uncertain about the choices that the ancient emperors of the other races would make. Even the formidable ancestor Lu Xian is now on the brink of death. Should those ancient monarchs of the alien races remain obstinate and refuse to relinquish the elixir of immortality, ancestor Lu Xian would have no choice but to venture into the foreign realm. Given his current condition, should he dare to cross into that otherworldly domains, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. However, it is certain that he would take some of the beings from that realm along with him. There exists even the possibility that he might drag down an ancient monarch of the alien races to accompany him in death. Yet, this is not the outcome that the Lu family desires to witness. The demise of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian signifies the end of the Lu family. In the grand hall of the Lu family, all eyes were anxiously fixed upon Lu Linglong. They were eager to discern whether the blood essence they had offered would aid the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian. Linglong, convey to the ancestor, if it proves insufficient, we are willing to sacrifice our vital essence. As your father, I stand at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship with my life essence. I am certain it will be of great assistance to the ancestor. Lu Tianyuan's expression was resolute. He was willing to offer his very essence to aid the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian in regaining his strength. No, clan leader, you are the cornerstone of our Lu family. You must not come to harm. If the ancestor requires it, we, the older generation, are also prepared to sacrifice our life essence. Despite our diminished prowess compared to you, we are still at the threshold of the Emperor realm. With our life essence, the ancestor shall undoubtedly be able to temporarily restore his power. Linglong, convey to the ancestor that we stand ready, prepared to offer our life essence at any moment for his sake. As soon as Lu Tianyuan's words fell, he was interrupted by the 8 elders, who swiftly positioned themselves before him. Even in the face of life and death, the members of the Lu family remained resolute, which left Lu Linglong quite astonished. This family seemed remarkably different from her own in her previous life. Father, esteemed elders, please rest assured. Our ancestor is currently engaged in negotiations with the ancient sovereign of the foreign tribes, and our assistance is not yet required. Lu Linglong halted everyone while presenting a reassuring smile, urging them to trust the ancestor. After all, he was the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago, and his capabilities far surpassed our imagination. Her words illuminated the eyes of the Lu family members in the Grand Hall. They too recalled that their ancestor, Lu Xian, was no ordinary figure. An emperor who had survived for 100 millennia is a rarity throughout history. The fact that their ancestor had lived to this day undoubtedly indicated his remarkable abilities and cunning. Linglong, did you just say that the ancestor is negotiating with the ancient rulers of the alien races? Does that mean he is still at Tianyuan? Lu Tianyuan's expression subtly shifted. The ancestral figure resided far beyond the abyss. Even if contact were established, what could be done? Distant waters cannot quench immediate thirst. No matter how formidable ancestor Lu Xian may be, it is impossible for him to rescue the members of the Lu family from such a vast distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Lu Linglong, fully aware of her father's concerns, smiled and reassured him. Father, do not worry. The abilities of our ancestor are beyond our imagination. He is already aware of the predicament our Lu family faces, and he will safeguard us. Alas, I hope the ancestor can return swiftly. Lu Tianyuan let out a sigh, refraining from continuing his discourse. He lifted his gaze towards the great hall's entrance, where the night was gradually receding, heralding the imminent arrival of dawn. Yet for the members of the Lu family, they harbored a desire for the dawn to linger a while longer. They yearned for the darkness to extend its embrace, granting them a reprieve and additional time. A few elders understood that if the ancestral support was momentarily unavailable, it would be incumbent upon them to buy some time. Lu Tianyuan summoned the 8 elders, whispering to discuss strategies for the impending situation. Beyond the Tianyuan passage, in a foreign realm, the countdown reached 10 breaths. The voice of Lu Tianyuan reverberated throughout the foreign lands. It seems you are unwilling to reconcile with me. In that case, I shall procure the elixir of immortality myself. As his words echoed, the passage to the foreign realm trembled, and countless bolts of thunderous sword energy surged forth, following Lu Xian as he stepped forward, cascading above him and spreading throughout the alien domain. With the precious blood provided by his kin, Lu Xian temporarily regained a portion of his formidable prowess at the pinnacle of an emperor. With a single stride, he exited the boundary passage and ascended into the skies of the foreign realm. Behind him, billions of thunderous sword energies rampaged, coalescing into a colossal storm cloud that enveloped the heavens of the alien territory. Upon witnessing the emergence of this harbinger of death, the ancient monarchs of the foreign race were struck with fear. These ancient monarchs had once been defeated by Lu Xian over the past 100 millennia. Many among them had attempted to lead their kin in a bid to breach the boundary passage, only to be met with Lu Xian's relentless onslaught, forcing them back. Had it not been for Lu Xian's steadfast adherence to the pact of not stepping beyond the boundary, more than half of these ancient monarchs would have perished at his hands long ago. Now, this harbinger of death had indeed torn asunder the agreement and emerged from the boundary passage into the foreign realm. As they beheld Lu Xian advancing step by step, the ancient monarchs of the foreign race recoiled in terror, especially the ancient monarch of fire, who, upon realizing that Lu Xian's first landing was upon the territory of his own fire clan, felt as though he might weep. He had been the first to mock Lu Xian, and now the latter had made his way into his domain. This was undoubtedly an act of retribution. Yet, even so, the ancient monarch of fire dared not utter a word, lacking even the courage to confront Lu Xian. The heavens seek to annihilate my fire clan. Cursed be it. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would never have provoked this harbinger of death. At this moment, the ancient monarch of fire found himself unable to shed even a single tear. Lu Xian has arrived, with the first target being the Tianhua clan. Meanwhile, the ancient emperors of various foreign races observed the spectacle, none daring to extend a helping hand. Just as the ancient emperor of Tianhua was contemplating whether to concede defeat, a sudden voice reached his ears. The previously anxious Tianhua emperor seemed to be greatly inspired in that moment, a glimmer of confidence illuminating his gaze. He stepped forward, emerging from the Tianhua clan, ascending into the sky to block Lu Xian's advance, his voice laced with excitement as he declared, "Lu Xian, retreat. Do not forget. This is a foreign realm. Tianhua, are you courting death?" Lu Xian halted his steps, his voice resonating with an air of dominance and arrogance. He stood suspended in the void, his broken imperial figure exuding a scent of decay. Yet, despite this, his majestic aura as a great emperor continued to suppress the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, who trembled in fear. As a peak emperor of the same caliber, the ancient emperor of heavenly fire appeared diminutive and insignificant, akin to an ant, in Lu Xian's presence. Lu Xian paused. He implored with a veneer of courage. "I am aware that I am no match for you, but do not forget, we are in a foreign realm. If you remain ensconced in the abyss, we cannot harm you. However, once you step into this alien domain, do you truly fear no consequences?" The ancient emperor of heavenly fire spoke boldly, attempting to impede Lu Xian's advance. Beneath Lu Xian's feet lies the territory of his Tianhua clan. He is unwilling to witness his clan becoming mere specters beneath Lu Xian's sword. Yet, despite mustering every ounce of courage, his body trembles with fear in the presence of Lu Xian. This is an innate dread that he cannot possibly suppress. Were it not for the ample support he received, he would not dare to emerge and confront the reaper that is Lu Xian. "Tianhua, are you threatening me?" Lu Xian chuckled coldly, fully aware of the source of the heavenly fire ancient emperor's confidence. Just moments ago, the heavenly fire ancient emperor had trembled in fear. Yet now he dared to step forward and impede Lu Xian. It was evident that someone had instilled courage in him. In this foreign realm, the only entities capable of instilling such confidence in the heavenly fire ancient emperor were those esteemed beings of other races. These esteemed beings transcend the ancient emperors of their respective races. If one were to draw a parallel with the cultivation levels of the human race, The ancient emperors of foreign races would equate to the great emperors of humanity, while those esteemed beings would correspond to the revered emperors of the human realm, truly existing above the great emperors. 100,000 years prior, Lu Xian had been coerced by the 7 revered emperors of humanity, forced to relinquish his freedom and come to guard the abyss of heaven. Now, having entered the foreign realm, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of those esteemed beings. The moment he stepped into this territory, he had foreseen this eventuality. He gazed quietly at the heavenly fire ancient emperor before him, his voice deep and commanding, resonating throughout the foreign realm. What of this foreign land? There is no place in this world that I, Lu Xian, cannot traverse. However, as soon as his voice faded, a chilling voice abruptly emerged. Lu Xian, do you truly believe yourself invincible? Upon entering my foreign realm, you dare to act so brazenly? Do you think there is no one here capable of subduing you? At that instant, a magnificent black figure materialized high in the sky. The once fearful ancient emperors of the foreign realm were now electrified at the sight of this imposing silhouette. It was the Black Wind Revered One. With the arrival of the Black Wind Revered One, even if Lu Xian were a god of slaughter, he would undeniably be no match for him. The appearance of the Black Wind Revered One filled these ancient emperors with renewed hope. A single revered being would have no difficulty in subduing the imminent fall of Lu Xian. Lu Xian gazed upward towards the distant horizon where the Dark Wind Sovereign resided. He had anticipated the true form of the Sovereign's descent, yet he found himself somewhat disheartened. It was merely a manifestation of the Sovereign's avatar. Did such a trivial projection truly believe it could impede my progress? With a cold sneer, Lu Xian unleashed a torrent of thunderous sword energy from behind him, transforming it into countless beams of light that surged toward the distant avatar of the Revered One in the sky. Witnessing this scene, the ancient emperors of the alien races, who had previously worn expressions of excitement, were rendered utterly speechless. They were aware of Lu Xian's arrogance, yet they could scarcely fathom that he would dare to display such audacity. Even as he faced imminent demise, with his imperial body in decay, he still had the audacity to draw his sword against a revered one. Though it was merely an avatar, it was beyond the capacity of Lu Xian, even as a great emperor, to contend with. The chasm between a revered one and a great emperor, although seemingly narrow, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Throughout history, countless prodigious emperors have ultimately fallen before the threshold of the revered ones. Even an existence like Lu Xian had not attained the status of an emperor. At the moment Lu Xian made his move, an overwhelming silence enveloped the alien realm. It appeared as though all were frozen in shock. The Tianhua ancient emperor, who had just attempted to obstruct Lu Xian, trembled in fear at the sight of him drawing his sword against the Black Wind Revered One. Lu Xian was nothing short of a madman. The Tianhua ancient emperor contemplated fleeing, realizing that obstructing such a lunatic was tantamount to courting death. Yet, his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him incapable of movement. All he could do was gaze in terror toward the distant sky, praying that the Black Wind Revered One would eliminate this harbinger of death. Lu Xian, how dare you draw your sword against me? Who granted you such audacity? The Black Wind Revered One, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lu Xian would dare to draw his sword against him. What audacity possessed this dying wretch? Though it was merely an avatar he had descended as, it bore the strength of a revered one. Lu Xian, how dare he? In the depths of a foreign realm, within the most secluded chamber of an ancient grand hall, the Black Wind Sovereign, adorned in a flowing black dragon robe, struck with a mighty hand. The table, comparable to an imperial artifact, shattered under his blow. How audacious! Who bestowed upon him such audacity? How could he dare to offend one such as I? The Black Wind Sovereign was driven to the brink of madness. In this alien domain, he was among the most formidable beings. Yet now, he found himself affronted by Lu Xian, a once great emperor on the verge of decline, inciting his unparalleled fury. At the edge of the heavens, the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar also made its move. As it did, an overwhelming torrent of black wind manifested in the realm. An endless surge of black wind emerged before him, coalescing into a swirling tempest that enveloped much of the sky, descending upon Lu Xian with the intent to suppress him. This was his invincible divine ability, the Black Wind Calamity. It summoned boundless black winds, transforming them into a cataclysm capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Its power utterly terrifying. Any ordinary emperor ensnared by this black wind calamity would find themselves facing an inevitable demise. Lu Xian was merely a dying emperor, utterly incapable of withstanding the cataclysm of the black wind. The Black Wind Sovereign was genuinely furious. With a single strike, he sought to utterly obliterate Lu Xian. compelling this arrogant human emperor to pay the price. However, at the very moment his black wind calamity surged forth, Lu Xian's myriad of thunderous sword energies descended. The clash between the thunderous sword energies and the black wind calamity unleashed a cataclysmic force that threatened to annihilate the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the vast expanse of the black wind calamity was engulfed by the thunderous sword energies. Countless sword energies, undeterred in their velocity, sliced toward the black wind sovereign's avatar. At the sky's zenith, the once confident black wind sovereign looked on in disbelief as the thunderous sword energies approached. He could only emit a cry of incredulity before being consumed by the myriad of thunderous sword energies. No, in that moment, only the black wind sovereign's unwilling voice echoed through the void. The entire world seemed to fall into an unparalleled silence. Countless beings from other realms stood in stunned silence, gazing at the sky's horizon. Yet, there was no trace of the black wind sovereign to be found. An invincible sovereign from another realm had vanished just like that. Although it was known that this was merely an avatar of the black wind sovereign, no one could fathom that Lu Xian had truly extinguished a sovereign's presence. All beings from other realms were left in a state of shock, rendered speechless. Even the ancient emperors of various races were struck dumb with astonishment. The smiles that had adorned their faces moments ago had completely dissipated. No one anticipated that Lu Xian could possess such formidable strength. With a battered emperor's body, he had slain a sovereign with a single sword strike. This was nothing short of extraordinary. The ancient fire emperor was so frightened that he fell to his knees. After all, even his greatest ally had perished at Lu Xian's hands. For him, as an ancient emperor, to approach Lu Xian would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, Lu Xian was not truly invincible. After vanquishing the Black Wind Sovereign's avatar with that sword strike, he was soon seized by a fit of coughing, and the immense imperial aura surrounding him diminished by at least half in an instant. Yet, the brilliance in Lu Xian's eyes remained as sharp as a sword. Alas, had I been at my peak, this strike would have been even more powerful. Lu Xian withdrew his gaze from the horizon. Yet the words he uttered sent shockwaves throughout the foreign realm. Particularly, the ancient emperor of the heavenly fire, who stood closest to him, was nearly paralyzed with fear. To sever a revered being with a single stroke of his sword, that was not even Lu Xian's utmost prowess. How could one fathom the depths of his might at the pinnacle of his power? It was only at this moment that he realized, throughout the years, Lu Xian had never unleashed his full strength in the presence of these ancient sovereigns of foreign tribes. Lu Xian, I was mistaken. Do you not seek the elixir of immortality? I shall procure it for you. Rest assured, even if it requires the entirety of our heavenly fire lineage, I will certainly find the elixir for you. The ancient emperor of the heavenly fire felt tears welling up before this deity of slaughter. He no longer dared to refer to himself as an emperor. In a desperate bid, he even volunteered to seek the elixir for Lu Xian. However, Lu Xian sighed. It is too late. The moment his words fell, countless beams of sword light magnified within the pupils of the ancient emperor of the heavenly fire. No. The ancient emperor could only emit a cry of disbelief before being engulfed by the relentless torrent of sword energy. Lu Xian acted with unrelenting ferocity. After swiftly vanquishing the avatar of the revered one, he proceeded to obliterate the ancient emperor of heavenly fire. This time, he did not merely slay the physical form of the ancient emperor. He directly absorbed the emperor's primal essence. He stood quietly in the sky, effortlessly dispatching an alien ancient emperor, and then proceeded to publicly refine the primal essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire. He displayed utter disdain for the assembly of alien ancient emperors, showcasing an audacity that bordered on the extreme. Yet, despite this brazen display, no one dared to intervene. The alien ancient emperors were eager to flee, wishing to distance themselves from this harbinger of death. As for avenging the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, that thought was far from their minds. What could be done? With Lu Xian refining the primal essence, his strength would only grow, even without the elixir of immortality. He seemed temporarily invincible. Had they known, they would have willingly offered him an elixir to avoid incurring the wrath of such a relentless killer. With the ancient emperor of heavenly fire already deceased, it was evident that once Lu Xian absorbed the primal essence, the next to be eradicated would undoubtedly be them. This individual was capable of slaying avatars of revered ones, far beyond their capacity to withstand. It was imperative to summon the revered one. Only their presence could subdue this killer. The alien ancient emperors were engulfed in trepidation. Many of them had previously mocked Lu Xian. But once he refined the primal essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, they knew he would not spare them. Their only salvation lay with the revered beings from their realm, and it was essential for one to personally arrive to have any hope of restraining Lu Xian. After all, the avatar of the Black Wind, Revered One, had not even withstood a single strike from him. As the alien ancient emperors quaked in fear, deep within the heart of their realm, the Black Wind, Revered One, was on the verge of exploding with rage. One of his avatars had been slain by Lu Xian. This was far more intolerable than a mere slap in the face. He was a revered one. Even if it was merely an avatar, it was still a manifestation of his power. Now, it had been cut down by Lu Xian. Fuming with indignation, the Black Wind, Revered One, prepared to storm out of the hall to confront Lu Xian. However, before he could take a step, a figure appeared outside the hall. Blocking his path, the newcomer donned a crimson robe and possessed a beauty surpassing that of any woman, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that exuded a mesmerizing allure. Qing Hu, do you intend to obstruct me? The Black Wind, Revered One, erupted with fury, addressing the figure before him, the Qing Hu, Revered One, with no semblance of courtesy. Lu Xian annihilated his doppelganger. This vendetta could not remain unavenged. No one could impede his resolution. At that moment, the esteemed Qing Hu descended, and without uttering a word, the Black Wind Elder comprehended his intent. Yet, in the face of Black Wind Elder's furious roar, Qing Hu smiled serenely and replied, "It is not I who obstructs you. Rather, it is the Celestial Venerable who has sent me." In the realm of the, only one person merited the title of Celestial Venerable. That individual was the true sovereign of the, whose commands even the esteemed elders dared not defy. Upon hearing the mention of the Celestial Venerable, Black Wind Elder's overwhelming wrath dissipated, replaced by a tone of respect as he inquired, "What are the Celestial Venerable's instructions?" Qing Hu turned his palm, revealing a black celestial order. Hastily, Black Wind Elder knelt before the order, awaiting the Celestial Venerable's command in silence. The black celestial order emanated a faint radiance, and simultaneously, a deep and commanding voice resonated from within. "Black Wind, for your disobedience, you are sentenced to 100 years of confinement." At that moment, a chill ran through Black Wind Elder's entire being. Without the Celestial Venerable's command, the elders were forbidden from taking action lightly. This was one of the sacred prohibitions of the. However, previously, in his attempt to eliminate Lu Xian, he had dispatched his doppelganger, thus already transgressing the Celestial Venerable's edict. Should he now step out of the hall to personally slay Lu Xian, it would be an outright rebellion against the Celestial Venerable. Despite being a peak ancient elder, Black Wind dared not defy the Celestial Venerable's decree. "Yes, I accept the command," he said, bowing his head in submission before turning to re-enter the hall. Seeing Black Wind Elder comply, Qing Hu smiled and tucked away the celestial order, approaching him with a friendly demeanor. "Black Wind, do not harbor dissatisfaction. The Celestial Venerable has his reasons. He has instructed me to convey that Lu Xian must not be killed at this time. Not only that, we are to provide him with the elixir of immortality to ensure his safe return to the human realm." "What? Spare his life and provide him with the elixir of immortality?" Black Wind Elder was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. "That man has guarded the passageway for 100,000 years, obstructing us for just as long. Now that he is on the brink of death, why should we offer him the elixir of immortality? With it, he could live for another 10,000 years, thereby impeding us for yet another millennium." He felt a strong urge to question the Celestial Venerable's sanity, but dared not voice such thoughts. Should these words reach the Celestial Venerable's ears, Black Wind Elder might very well lose his life. The Celestial Venerable, within the, not only held an unparalleled position of authority, but also possessed an unmatched and terrifying strength. Even at their peak, the esteemed elders were akin to mere ants before the Celestial Venerable. He recalled an event from 200,000 years ago when a once mighty ancient elder from a foreign race attempted to challenge the Celestial Venerable's supremacy, only to be struck down without even the chance to retaliate. At that time, Black Wind Elder had still been merely at the threshold of the royal realm. To this day, the horrors and terrors of that battle remain vivid in memory. Within this foreign realm, no one knows the origins of the Celestial Sovereign. Yet all are aware that only the Celestial Sovereign is the true master of this domain. In this realm, to offend the Celestial Sovereign is to invite doom. Even the mightiest of beings cannot offer protection. Although the Black Wind Sovereign harbors discontent towards the Celestial Sovereign's decisions, he dares not utter the Sovereign's name, opting instead to vent his frustrations to the Qing Hu Sovereign. With a light chuckle, the Qing Hu Sovereign lowered her voice and remarked, "Black Wind, you may be unaware, but the family to which Lu Xian belongs is on the brink of annihilation. His desire for the elixir of immortality stems from a yearning to rejuvenate and return to the human realm to save his kin. For 10 millennia, Lu Xian has guarded the peace of humanity, yet his people now treat his family with such disdain. What do you think Lu Xian would do upon his return to the human realm? Though her voice was soft, it sparked a glimmer of realization in the Black Wind Sovereign's eyes. Being a sovereign himself, he is no fool. He burst into exuberant laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! If I were Lu Xian, I would surely return to wreak havoc. Now I understand the intention of the celestial sovereign. He seeks to utilize Lu Xian's hand to stir turmoil among the human race. Indeed, for 10 millennia, Lu Xian has caused considerable trouble for us. It is high time he returned to bring chaos to humanity." The Black Wind Sovereign's laughter echoed throughout the vast hall, filled with self-satisfaction as he continued, "Of course. If Lu Xian proves lacking in strength and meets his demise among the humans, that would be his own doing. Just moments ago, he was dissatisfied with the celestial sovereign's decision. Now, however, he was brimming with glee. Sending Lu Xian back to the human realm was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. He could already foresee the bloodshed that would ensue upon Lu Xian's return. With Lu Xian's prowess, only the true forms of the human emperors could possibly subdue him. Otherwise, none could hope to contain him. Thus, upon his return, Lu Xian would likely unleash chaos, perhaps even slaying several human emperors and annihilating powerful imperial clans. Ultimately, this would draw forth the human emperors to eliminate Lu Xian, an outcome that would serve as a breath of relief for the Black Wind Sovereign. With this thought, the Black Wind Sovereign could hardly contain his anticipation to witness how events would unfold upon Lu Xian's return to the human realm. "Qinghu, is it not merely the elixir of immortality? I shall provide it. You deliver it to Lu Xian and convey my message. Should he survive upon his return to the human realm, I look forward to crossing swords with him once more," the Black Wind Sovereign declared, producing a vial of the elixir with a grin. The Qinghu Sovereign had not expected that the Black Wind Sovereign would not only refrain from causing a ruckus, but would also willingly offer the elixir. This brought her joy, and with a radiant smile, she assured him, "Rest assured, I shall deliver your words." In the skies of the foreign realm, Lu Xian is refining the primordial essence of the ancient emperor of heavenly fire. After all, this is the primordial essence of an emperor, which cannot be completely refined in a short span of time. Lu Xian was not in a hurry. He first absorbed a portion of the emperor's essence. As he drew upon the power of the emperor's source, the vital essence within him rapidly rejuvenated, even his previously incomplete imperial physique, under the influence of the emperor's essence, began to radiate a newfound vitality. In the blink of an eye, the decaying aura surrounding him vanished without a trace. No hint of death lingered about him. His power surged back to the pinnacle of the emperor realm, resembling a formidable demonic deity, dominating the skies above. The ancient foreign emperors, observing Lu Xian refining the emperor's essence and revitalizing himself to reclaim his peak, trembled in fear. Some of the more timid ancient emperors had already begun to retreat. They had no desire to linger and meet their demise. At that moment, the esteemed Qing Fox appeared from afar. Clad in a crimson robe, the Qing Fox approached with a radiant smile, gracefully descending before Lu Xian. The instant the venerable figure manifested, Lu Xian sensed the overwhelming power and terror of this ancient being. Silently, he withdrew the partially refined emperor's essence from his grasp. His expression grave as he regarded the captivating man before him, furrowing his brow with an unprecedented seriousness in his gaze. This was a true venerable being. With the arrival of the venerable presence, even Lu Xian felt compelled to exercise caution. Although he had reached the ultimate pinnacle of the emperor realm, a level unattainable by countless others, he was not an emperor venerable. In a confrontation with a terrifyingly powerful foreign ancient sovereign, he had no chance of victory. "Qing Fox, have you come to obstruct me as well?" Despite knowing he was no match for the Qing Fox, Lu Xian displayed neither fear nor hesitation, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination and intense murderous intent. Noticing the bloodlust in Lu Xian's gaze, the Qing Fox hurriedly offered a smile to ease the tension, saying, "Lu Xian, you need not harbor such animosity towards me. My intentions this time are solely to your benefit." Lu Xian was indeed taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the esteemed Qinghu Xuanzhang had not come to slay him. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes as he curiously inquired, "If you are not here to obstruct me, could it be that Qinghu Xuanzhang has come to lend me a helping hand?" Upon hearing Lu Xian's words, the ancient monarchs of the other races below were filled with astonishment. What the hell? Is Lu Xian out of his mind? How could Qinghu Xuanzhang, a revered figure among our ancient races, possibly come to his aid? The true form of Qinghu Xuanzhang had descended, a presence far beyond that of the earlier manifestation of Heifeng Xuanzhang. No matter how powerful Lu Xian might be, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand Qinghu Xuanzhang. This madman was on the brink of disaster. The ancient monarchs of the other races even let out derisive laughter. Could it be that Lu Xian has lost his senses? How could he possibly believe that the Qinghu Venerable would come to offer him warmth? This is undoubtedly the greatest joke they have ever heard in their lives. Yet, before their words had fully escaped their lips, they were met with a harsh reality. Ha! Lu Xian, you truly are a remarkable individual. This venerable has been commanded by the celestial sovereign to bestow upon you an elixir of immortality. With a single utterance from the Qinghu Venerable, the smiles on the faces of these ancient monarchs from other races froze instantly. In that moment, the surrounding ancient monarchs were left utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? The Qinghu Venerable of our clan has descended, not to slay Lu Xian, but instead to offer him warmth. Moreover, she has brought him the elixir of immortality he desperately needs. It is important to note that Lu Xian stands at the brink of his lifespan. Even if he were to refine the primordial essence of the ancient Fire Emperor, he could only prolong his existence by a mere 100 years. After that, he would inevitably fall. No matter how formidable Lu Xian may be, he can only persist for a brief while longer. For a race that has been sealed for 100,000 years, this fleeting century is a weight they can endure. Yet now, the Qinghu Venerable has voluntarily presented an elixir of immortality, claiming it is a gift from the celestial sovereign. Has the world gone mad? If Lu Xian were to acquire the elixir of immortality, he could extend his lifespan for millennia. Is the celestial sovereign truly intent on having Lu Xian obstruct their alien kin for another 1,000 years? In that moment, the ancient monarchs of the alien races were utterly astonished, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Was the celestial sovereign mad, or had the world itself gone awry? Particularly the revered Qinghu, who, as a dignitary from another realm, had audaciously come forth to present Lu Xian with the elixir of immortality. Did he not fear the scorn of others? It was not only the ancient monarchs of the alien races who were bewildered. Lu Xian himself wore an expression of disbelief. He had not anticipated that a mere jest of his would manifest into reality. The revered Qinghu had indeed come to offer him warmth, presenting him with the very substance he most desperately required, the elixir of immortality. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he gazed at the radiant elixir of immortality held by the esteemed Qinghu. The authenticity of this elixir was undeniable. Yet, he could not fathom why the celestial sovereign from another realm would bestow upon the Qinghu the gift of such a precious potion. Although Lu Xian has guarded for 100,000 years, he is yet to have any intersection with the celestial sovereign from the foreign realm. To be precise, it is a strength that has not yet granted him the qualification to engage with the sovereign. Although Lu Xian is not an alien being, he is acutely aware of the profound mystery and formidable power possessed by the celestial sovereign in the other realms. It is not an exaggeration to assert that the celestial sovereign is the sovereign of the alien domain, the ultimate ruler of that entire expanse. In contrast, Lu Xian is merely a great emperor among the human race, not even a true emperor in his own right. The chasm that separates him from the celestial sovereign is indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. Despite his uncertainty regarding the celestial sovereign's motives behind bestowing upon him the elixir of immortality, Lu Xian seized the opportunity without the slightest hesitation. The esteemed Qinghu sovereign initially presumed that Lu Xian would hesitate to take the elixir upon seeing it. However, Lu Xian's boldness in claiming it has elevated the Qinghu sovereign's estimation of him. Ah, Lu Xian, this elixir is not the one gifted to you by the celestial sovereign. This particular one has been presented to you by the Black Wind sovereign. Furthermore, he instructed me to convey a message, should you return to the human realm and survive. He eagerly anticipates a true confrontation with you. With these final words, the Qinghu sovereign gracefully departed. Lu Xian held the elixir of immortality in his hands, utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that this miraculous herb had been bestowed upon him by the Black Wind sovereign. After all, he had just slain one of the sovereign's avatars. How could it be possible for such a being to grant him the elixir? Despite his confusion, Lu Xian accepted the elixir without hesitation. Whether it was a gift from the Black Wind sovereign or from the celestial sovereign, he would not refuse. At this moment, he was in dire need of the elixir. Lu Xian had originally ventured into the foreign realm in pursuit of the elixir of immortality. Now that he had obtained it, he felt it inappropriate to continue his rampage. Furthermore, he understood that the celestial sovereign of that realm had sent the esteemed Qinghu to personally present him with the elixir, which also carried a warning. Lu Xian was not a fool. Having acquired the elixir of immortality, he knew it was time to withdraw. As he turned to re-enter the passage, The ancient monarchs of the foreign races below sighed in relief, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. My goodness, that was truly terrifying. Had the god of death chosen to remain, perhaps I would have been the next to perish. After this encounter, I shall never dare to utter a single disparaging word about him again. Thankfully, this madman has departed. I was utterly frightened. However, now that Lu Xian possesses the elixir of immortality, will he uphold his promise and continue to guard the abyss? If he proves to be untrustworthy, do we not risk being under his watch for millennia? We had hoped that this lunatic would meet his demise, allowing our kind to breach the abyss once more and step into the Sea of Realms. To our dismay, he not only survived but also secured the elixir. Alas, our race is destined to remain sealed by this individual. Never mind. We have waited for 100,000 years. We may as well endure another 10,000. I refuse to believe that Lu Xian can guard the abyss indefinitely. As Lu Xian departed, the ancient monarchs of the foreign races grew increasingly anxious. They feared that after acquiring the elixir of immortality, he might choose to stay and guard the passage to the abyss, blocking their entry into the Sea of Realms. At last, Lu Xian has left, and soon he shall vacate the abyss. Prepare yourselves well. It won't be long before we can return to the Sea of Realms, knock upon the gates of the Empire, and vie for dominion over the territories of humankind. The voice of the esteemed Qing Fox echoed from the heavens, igniting a surge of excitement among the ancient monarchs. After 100,000 years, they finally had the opportunity to emerge from the passage and descend into the Sea of Realms. Lu Xian exhibited no reaction to the matters of foreign lands. In the past, had he been aware of the impending assault by these alien tribes on the Boundary Sea, he would have undoubtedly taken every precaution to withstand their formidable forces. Yet now, his sole desire was to swiftly refine the elixir of immortality, return to humanity, and rescue his kin. Nevertheless, he understood that the path to rejoining the human race would likely not be so seamless. Linglong, what is the situation within the family? The voice of Lu Xian resonated through the bloodline summoning array, reaching the ears of Lu Linglong. Previously, she had already been informed of all that transpired in the foreign realm through the bloodline summoning grand formation. Now, she was utterly astonished by the overwhelming might and invincibility of her ancestor. Alone with a sword, he dared to challenge an entire alien race, slaying revered beings and annihilating ancient emperors, ultimately returning unscathed. Not only did he escape unscathed, but he also personally acquired an immortal herb from the hands of a celestial being of the foreign realm. Such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing the voice of her ancestor once more, Lu Linglong suppressed her excitement and hurriedly replied, "Ancestor, the situation within our family is dire. In less than half an hour, dawn will break, and the Lin family patriarch along with their kin are waiting in the skies. They will not grant us the opportunity to depart from the family, nor will they leave us a path for survival." Upon hearing Lu Linglong's response, Lu Xian's expression darkened like the depths of water. He longed to rush back to the family immediately and dismember those Lin family scoundrels. However, being far removed from the clan, it was impossible for him to return in an instant. If he were to wait until he could reach the family, it might very well be time to conduct the mourning rites for his kin. Feeling powerless and distant, Lu Xian found himself in a predicament. Yet, it was not in his nature to simply watch as his family faced annihilation. "Ancestor, our time is running short. Since you cannot return to the family at once, perhaps you could consider this. When you departed from the clan, did you leave behind any contingency measures? If so, we might just manage to hold out for a few more days." Lu Linglong was acutely aware that ancestor Lu Xian was now beyond reach. She had contemplated this long ago, and now all she could do was pray. When Lu Xian departed, he had left behind a means of safeguarding their lives within the family. Otherwise, the Lu clan would still be unable to escape the calamity of annihilation. Linglong's words instantly illuminated Lu Xian's gaze. When he departed from the Lu family, he had left behind not merely a single means of protection for the clan. However, as Lu Xian recounted the methods one by one, disappointment deepened within him. It turned out that the three sword energies capable of vanquishing emperors were bestowed by Lu Xian's ancestor. Alas, those three sword energies had long since been expended after the departure of Lu Xian's forebear. I recall your great-grandfather once telling me that shortly after Lu Xian's ancestor left the family, imperial clans came knocking on our door, seeking to cause us trouble. Had it not been for the three sword energies left by Lu Xian's ancestor, our Lu family would have likely faced annihilation then. As the head of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan undoubtedly possessed the most knowledge. Furthermore, the heavenly slaying talismans, the demon exorcising orders, and the god-breaking incantations you mentioned had all been utilized long ago. They served our Lu family well, safeguarding us during critical moments. Moreover, our family's protective formation was also refined by Lu Xian's ancestor, wasn't it? Regrettably, 50,000 years ago, the protective formation was breached, and even the imperial weapon serving as its core was seized by others. Presently, our family's protective formation has been restored by us. Yet it is merely a quasi-imperial level formation, incapable of withstanding attacks from emperors. Upon hearing Linglong reveal that the powerful means he had once left behind had long been exhausted, the fire of anger in Lu Xian's eyes intensified. He had guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years. Throughout this millennium, there have been no invasions from foreign races. Humanity should have enjoyed 100,000 years of peace. Yet, the Lu family had suffered one catastrophe after another. Had it not been for the numerous life-saving measures he had previously left behind, the Lu family would undoubtedly not have endured to this day. Eternal lineage. Undying doctrines. You once vowed to ensure the eternal peace of my Lu family. How dare you deceive me so? Lu Xian was consumed by a furious wrath, yearning to return to the human realm at once to demand an explanation from them. However, he was acutely aware that the most pressing matter at hand was how to address the crisis currently confronting the Lu clan. As time inexorably slipped away, Lu Xian, though absent from the Lu family, understood that the hours left to him were dwindling. Once dawn broke and the ancestral figure of the Lin family arrived, the Lu clan would face utter annihilation. Linglong, does my Lu family still possess any imperial weapons? Lu Xian racked his brains, utterly unable to conceive of any further means to assist the Lu family. Imperial weapons? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with urgency as she replied. Our Lu family now possesses only the ancestral imperial weapon. However, without the cultivation of a grand emperor, it cannot be activated. Currently, the strongest member of the Lu family is my father, who has merely reached the pinnacle of quasi-emperor. Thus, there is no one in the Lu family capable of wielding the ancestral imperial weapon. Lu Xian sighed helplessly. When he departed, the Lu family boasted 10 formidable emperors. Yet now, they have fallen to such a degree that not a single emperor remains. Upon hearing the undertones of resignation and faint reproach in Lu Xian's voice, Lu Linglong hurriedly clarified, Elder, you must understand that it is not due to a lack of effort from our ancestors. The truth is, since your departure, no one has been able to cultivate the Taishu sword classic to the imperial level. Following successive calamities, the elder generation of emperors perished, and the subsequent imperial techniques of the Taishu sword classic have become lost to us. My father and his peers are indeed gifted individuals. Yet without the continuation of imperial techniques, they too are unable to ascend to the throne of emperorship. Hearing Lu Linglong's explanation, Lu Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Linglong, what did you just say? They are unable to attain the imperial path due to the absence of the imperial techniques from the Taishu sword classic? Lu Linglong's eyes sparkled with realization as she discerned the intentions of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian. Overwhelmed with excitement, she exclaimed, Indeed, ancestor, you could impart the imperial cultivation method of the Taishu sword classic to me, and I shall relay it to my father. Perhaps this could enable him to ascend to the emperor realm. Lu Tianyuan has reached the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, having been trapped for a millennium. His cultivation has long ascended to this zenith, yet he finds himself unable to progress further. However, due to the absence of the imperial-level cultivation method from the Taishu sword classic, he remains confined to the quasi-emperor peak. Should he acquire the imperial-level techniques of the Taishu sword classic, given Lu Tianyuan's prowess and comprehension, it is conceivable that he could directly ascend to the emperor realm. Yet, Lu Xian is not so optimistic. With dawn approaching in less than a quarter of an hour, even if Lu Tianyuan possesses exceptional understanding, it is utterly implausible for him to attain the emperor realm in such a brief span. Time is of the essence, even if he were to obtain the subsequent techniques. It would be too late. The time that the Lin family has allotted is sorely insufficient for your father to break through to the emperor realm. Lu Xian sighed deeply. His brow furrowed in contemplation. However, his expression soon brightened, and he hurriedly exclaimed, Indeed, there is another way. I can bestow upon you a fragment of the Emperor's aura. With my Emperor's essence, you will be able to temporarily activate the ancestral imperial weapon of the Lu clan on your own. Lu Linglong had previously conceived of this method, yet she could not express it openly. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, and possessing too much knowledge could be detrimental. She might even arouse the suspicions of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian. Upon hearing ancestor Lu Xian articulate her thoughts, Lu Linglong could hardly contain her excitement and implored, "I beseech you, ancestor, to assist me." Finally, a solution had emerged, and Lu Xian's face broke into a radiant smile. The heavy burden that had weighed on his heart was finally lifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he transmitted his imperial aura into Lu Linglong through the bloodline summoning array. He then guided her on how to harness this fragment of imperial energy to activate the ancestral imperial weapon of the Lu clan. Once Lu Linglong grasped the entirety of the instructions, Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Linglong, the next steps are in your hands. As long as you can awaken our clan's ancestral imperial weapon and protective formation, even the emperor of the Lin family will find it challenging to contend with you." The venerable ancestor of the Lin family, residing above in the heavens, once again opened his eyes as he gazed upon the gradually brightening horizon. A hint of scornful amusement played upon his lips. "Huh, how utterly tedious. The so-called Emperor Lu Xian from 100 millennia ago has likely long since perished." The ancestor of the Lin family slowly rose, casting a glance at the Lin family patriarch and the multitude of formidable Lin clan warriors behind him. And with a chilling smile remarked, "Let us proceed to annihilate the Lu family." The Lin family patriarch took the lead, his terrifying aura at the pinnacle of imperial might enveloping the entire Lu family. In the grand hall of the Lu family, countless clansmen gazed anxiously at the ominous sky above, where the formidable Lin clan army loomed. The Lin clan's patriarch, driven by a relentless desire for the Lu family's revered Taishu sword cannon and their ancestral imperial weapon, had spared no expense. Not only had this pinnacle of the emperor realm descended personally, but he was also accompanied by the peak quasi-emperor of the Lin clan leading the charge. Behind them, a sea of formidable Lin clan warriors, all of whom possessed power at or above the minor saint realm, darkened the horizon. "Lu family, the time has come. Have you made your decision?" The voice of the Lin clan patriarch echoed throughout the Lu family estate, sending shivers of fear through all present. Within the hall, the gazes of the Lu clan members turned pleadingly towards their leader, Lu Tianyuan. In this dire moment, Lu Tianyuan was their steadfast anchor. Lu Tianyuan cast a glance at Lu Linglong, who appeared to still be in communication with ancestor Lu Xian, and a trace of anxiety flickered in his eyes. "Alas, elders, please safeguard Linglong and the clan leader here. I shall attend to the Lin family." Lu Tianyu let out a sigh and resolutely stepped out of the Lu family's grand hall. "Ancestor of the Lin family, could you grant us a little more time to deliberate?" Lu Tianyuan lowered his posture, his voice tinged with a hint of plea. Although he was uncertain whether Lu Linglong would succeed, his current objective was merely to delay time as much as possible. "Will you wait for your ancestor, Lu Xian, from 100,000 years ago, to return and save you?" "Ha ha ha, Lu Tianyuan. I truly do not know whether to label you as foolish or to conclude that the members of the Lu family have lost their minds. It has been 100,000 years. Your ancestor, Lu Xian, has likely long since turned to dust. If he were capable of returning to rescue you, I would dare to offer my head as a stool for him to sit upon." The elder of the Lin family laughed heartily, his eyes filled with mockery and derision, impatiently stating that we are all intelligent individuals, so let us be frank. Hand over your Lu family's Taisu sword cannon and the clan's imperial weapon. All members of your clan above the age of 8 must commit suicide before me. Perhaps I may consider leaving a trace of your bloodline from the outset. The elder of the Lin family was vicious, presenting terms that were utterly unacceptable. Yet, despite the evident traps in these conditions, Lu Tianyuan had no choice but to deliberate carefully. He spoke in a deep voice, "Elder of the Lin family, I am willing to give you our Taisu sword cannon and the clan's imperial weapon. I, as the clan leader, can even take my own life. But how can you guarantee that after my demise, a remnant of our Lu bloodline will remain? Oh, what do you propose?" The elder of the Lin family looked down with disdain, taunting, "Lu Tianyuan, do you truly think you have the standing to bargain with me? Do you wish for me to swear a heavenly oath? How utterly ridiculous. Have you forgotten your clan's current predicament? With but a command from me, you shall all perish. As for the Tai Su sword cannon and the imperial weapon, once I have extinguished your lives, I shall personally retrieve them." Seeing that the elder of the Lin family offered no glimmer of hope for the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan sighed, his complexion pale. "Alas, it seems my Lu family cannot escape this calamity." The head of the Lin family descended from the sky, standing before Lu Tianyuan with an air of triumph. "Lu Tianyuan, do you recall how you rejected my request to borrow the Tai Su sword cannon? At that time, your Lu family expelled me, the head of the Lin family. Who would have thought I would return one day? Do you remember what I said when I departed? Today, let me personally escort you, the leader of the Lu family, on your final journey." As he spoke, A surge of spiritual energy erupted from the head of the Lin family, and a colossal manifestation materialized behind him. It was a formidable figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand grasping a different powerful imperial weapon. Upon its appearance, it charged towards Lu Tianyuan. Upon witnessing this 3-headed, 6-armed manifestation, Lu Tianyuan's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in shock. This is the ancient sea god manifestation and the clan's imperial weapon of the Li family. How shameless of your Lin family. A century ago, you annihilated the Li family and seized their imperial techniques and clan weapon. The Li family, once a formidable imperial clan, is said to be descended from the sea gods. At the zenith of their power, several quasi-emperors wielding the might of the ocean emerged, and a magnificent emperor with 3 heads and 6 arms once suppressed the world. Yet, the Li family subsequently fell into decline. A century ago, the Lin family launched an unprovoked attack on the Li family, annihilating the entire lineage under dubious pretexts. Today, the formidable 3-headed, 6-armed avatar of the Li family, along with 6 ancestral imperial weapons, has appeared in the hands of the Lin family patriarch. A fact even a fool could discern. Lu Tianyuan, it seems you possess a modicum of insight. Allow me to reveal that when I personally visited the Li family, their patriarch was as ungrateful as you. You should be aware of the Li family's fate by now, correct? Rest assured, once I extinguish your Lu family, I will select true geniuses from my Lin family to inherit your Lu family's Taisu sword cannon and ancestral imperial weapons. In this manner, even if your Lu family is obliterated, your legacy shall not be severed. Do you not consider me a benefactor to your clan for this? The Lin family patriarch laughed shamelessly as the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar commanded the 6 ancestral imperial weapons to launch a frenzied assault. Although both were at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, Lu Tianyuan had no imperial weapons at his disposal. The imperial weapons once passed down in the Lu family had long since been broken or lost. Now, the only remaining imperial weapons were those of the ancestral variety, which could not be wielded without the cultivation of an emperor. Thus, facing the onslaught of the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar and the 6 imperial weapons, Lu Tianyuan had no choice but to summon his quasi-imperial weapon to counterattack. As his technique activated, a towering avatar of the Taisu sword god, standing 100 feet tall, materialized behind Lu Tianyuan, wielding a divine sword and charging towards the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar. The clash of these 2 pinnacle quasi-emperors unleashed a terrifying aura, were it not for the protective formations surrounding the Lu family. The sheer force of their duel could have obliterated the Lu family estate. The Lu family members within the Grand Hall anxiously watched the battle unfold outside. The 8 elders were equally tense, their fists clenched tightly. Though they too were quasi-emperors, they recognized that their patriarch was gradually gaining the upper hand in this fierce confrontation. Despite being on par as quasi-emperors, the Lin family patriarch wielded 6 ancestral imperial weapons, while Lu Tianyuan was left with only a quasi-imperial weapon, which could hardly withstand the assault for long. With a thunderous crash, the spectators beheld Lu Tianyuan's Taisu sword god avatar being sent flying by the 3-headed, 6-armed avatar. The 6 ancestral imperial weapons, akin to shooting stars, rained down upon him. In a single barrage, they nearly shattered Lu Tianyuan's Taisu sword god avatar. He himself was struck, collapsing to the ground in a state of disarray, spewing blood. The patriarch had been defeated. The members of the Lu family were engulfed in a profound sense of despair. Nevertheless, the patriarch of the Lin family showed no signs of relenting. Lu Tianyuan, I must admit, you are among the most formidable adversaries I have ever encountered. Were it not for the assistance of these clan-defending imperial weapons, I might not have stood a chance against you. But alas, what does it matter? In the end, you find yourself defeated by my hand. When you cast me out of the Lu family, did you ever imagine that one day you would be beneath my foot? The Lin family patriarch laughed heartily. Advancing step by step towards the fallen Lu Tianyuan, the imperial weapon in his grasp poised to strike with merciless intent. This is bad. The patriarch is in danger. The elder of the Lu family, witnessing this alarming scene from within the grand hall, rushed forth without hesitation. The imperial weapon in his hand transformed into a beam of light, swiftly shooting forward to shield Lu Tianyuan. With a thunderous crash, the imperial weapon was sent flying. Elder Lu, however, had already arrived before Lu Tianyuan, using his own body to shield him from the lethal assault of the Lin family patriarch. Bang! The elder of the Lu family was sent flying, blood spurting forth in a series of violent eruptions. He had sacrificed himself to shield Lu Tianyuan from a lethal blow. Though injured, it was a price worth paying. In a brief moment, the most formidable patriarch and elder of the Liu clan had been gravely wounded, leaving the family members within the grand hall in a state of desolation, as if mourning the loss of their kin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining elders rushed forth, positioning their bodies protectively in front of Liu Tianyuan and the elder. Huh, how intriguing. Truly fascinating. Since you Liu family members are so unafraid of death, I shall not hesitate to personally escort you on your final journey. The patriarch of the Lin family bellowed with laughter, summoning his three-headed, six-armed avatar, as 6 imperial weapons of his clan surged forth to assault the elders. These Liu elders, still in the early stages of their imperial ascent, could only withstand the onslaught for a fleeting moment before being sent hurtling away. Outside the hall, the patriarch of the Liu family and the 8 elders lay sprawled upon the ground, their faces ashen. Witnessing this scene, the Liu family members turned pale as if the life had drained from them. Even some children began to weep. The Liu family was doomed. Mother, are we all to perish? The wails within the hall melded into a cacophony of sorrow, engulfing the entire space in a shroud of despair. Outside, countless members of the Liu family stifled their sobs, fully aware that today they faced an insurmountable calamity. Just when everyone believed their demise was inevitable, Liu Linglong, who had absorbed a modicum of the emperor's essence from ancestor Liu Xian, suddenly opened her eyes. She emerged from the hall, and upon seeing her father and the 8 elders lying on the ground, a fierce aura of vengeance radiated from her. Her icy gaze fixated intently on the Lin patriarch, her voice as frigid as winter's breath. It was you who harmed my father? A girl of merely 11 or 12 years old daring to confront a peak quasi-emperor was a most astonishing sight, leaving even the Lin patriarch momentarily dumbfounded. After recovering from his surprise, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha. The Liu family truly surprises me. A gaggle of adults cowering inside while a mere girl steps forth. What a spectacle. With unabashed disdain, the Lin patriarch belittled the young girl, dismissing her as inconsequential. After all, what prowess could a child, even one who had begun cultivating from birth, possibly possess? He noted that despite her 12 years, she had only just commenced her training. Such potential was utterly worthless. After his derisive mockery, the Lin patriarch fixed his gaze upon the girl, sneering coldly, "Little girl, since you are so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. But fear not, you will not be alone. Once you have departed, I shall ensure that all these individuals accompany you. Do you know? I have always cherished the saying, a family must remain together in perfect harmony." In the moment the words fell, the patriarch of the Lin family casually waved his hand, striking towards Liu Linglong. He was a formidable figure at the pinnacle of quasi-emperorship, and this slap was enough to overwhelm even the early-stage quasi-emperor elders of the Liu family, let alone the newly initiated Liu Linglong. Witnessing this scene, Liu Tianyuan's eyes reddened with urgency as he bellowed, "Linglong." The 8 elders struggled, attempting to crawl over to save Liu Linglong. However, their injuries were too severe, rendering them incapable of movement, forced to watch helplessly as tragedy unfolded. As the patriarch's hand descended towards Liu Linglong, Liu Tianyuan was already on the verge of tears. The esteemed patriarch of the Liu family, a man at the peak of quasi-emperorship, found himself weeping in despair. Yet, just when everyone believed Liu Linglong was doomed, no one noticed the glimmer of cunning in her eyes. "Ancestor, save me." In this life-and-death moment, Liu Linglong suddenly cried out, "Alas, this girl truly is a harbinger of trouble." At the edge of the heavens, Liu Xian sighed helplessly. Through the connection of the bloodline summoning array, he was able to glean everything occurring around Liu Linglong. While he was enraged upon hearing that the Liu family members were harmed by the Lin patriarch, wishing he could traverse time and space to obliterate those Lin scoundrels, he recognized the impossibility of such an act. Though he stood at the peak of emperorship, he could not annihilate the Lin family from a distance of countless miles. However, what he never anticipated was Liu Linglong's audacity to confront the danger herself. Sensing the attack from the Lin family ancestor approaching, Liu Xian, though unable to materialize his true form, could still utilize the bloodline summoning array to unleash a fragment of his imperial aura. Seeking death, the voice of Liu Xian reverberated through the bloodline summoning formation, emanating from within Liu Linglong. Simultaneously, that terrifying imperial aura transformed into a formidable sword, swiftly aiming at the patriarch of the Lin family. The Lin family patriarch had initially believed that personally taking action to slay a mere 12-year-old girl would be an effortless task. He could never have anticipated such a turn of events, especially at the moment when Liu Xian's voice imbued with a horrifying imperial might. and the sword energy surged forth. The Lin patriarch was utterly taken aback. By the heavens, this is an emperor. The Lin patriarch was rendered speechless. With no time to ponder why this 12-year-old girl could unleash an attack of imperial caliber, he hastily summoned his three-headed, six-armed Dharma form to defend against the onslaught. Boom! The three-headed, six-armed figure was struck, nearly shattered by the sword energy. The six ancestral imperial weapons gripped within the Dharma form were all sent flying, crashing to the ground. Along with the three-headed, six-armed Dharma form, the Lin patriarch was hurled back several hundred yards, landing clumsily and spitting blood. In that moment, all his previous arrogance and bravado evaporated, leaving only terror and disbelief in his eyes. The earlier imperial sword energy was far too formidable. Had it not been for the protection of the three-headed, six-armed Dharma form and six ancestral imperial weapons, he would undoubtedly have been slain by that sword energy. Yet, how could a mere girl in her teens possess imperial sword energy? No, it must be that the Lu family harbors an emperor. Just as the Lin patriarch began to grasp the severity of the situation, the ancestral figure of the Lin family in the sky also changed countenance dramatically. At the moment Lu Xian's voice erupted, he sensed that within the body of the Lu family girl seemed to lie an emperor. Hiss. The Lin family ancestor inhaled sharply, instantly recalling Lu Xian, the emperor. Could it be that they truly summoned Lu Xian, the emperor? Previously, he had found it laughable that the Lu family would dare to attempt summoning the Emperor Lu Xian from 100,000 years ago. Though he belonged to a different era, he had heard tales of how Lu Xian had been forced to leave the human realm. Setting aside whether those eternal clans and immortal lineages would allow him to live, even if he entered the abyss, it was inconceivable that Lu Xian alone could withstand such overwhelming numbers of foreign races. Thus, nearly everyone believed Lu Xian had perished long ago. Moreover, how could an emperor from 100,000 years ago possibly survive for so long? Unless he possessed an elixir of immortality. In an instant, the Lin family ancestor's expression shifted drastically. This is bad. He immediately took action, intending to retrieve the Lin family patriarch below. However, before his hand could descend, he beheld a cascade of golden light soaring into the sky, enveloping the entirety of the Lu family. It was the protective clan formation. A flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of the patriarch of the Lin family. He recalled that the protective formation of the Lu family was merely at the quasi-emperor level. Yet, why did the protective formation before him manifest as an emperor-level array? Moreover, it was of the most supreme caliber. Even his own peak emperor-level assault was completely thwarted by this protective formation. The protective formation of the Lu family has been activated, not only isolating his attacks, but also ensnaring the head of the Lin family within its confines. Most critically, the head of the Lin family has sustained severe injuries. Now trapped within the protective formation, he resembles a piece of meat on a chopping board, awaiting the Lu family slaughter. The Lin family's ancestor's expression darkened considerably, and he bellowed in anger, "Lu family, cease your tricks. I advise you to deactivate the protective formation. If you wait for me to act, none of you in the Lu family will escape unscathed." However, his threats were met with utter indifference. Lu Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue at him and provocatively remarked, "Then come on in, old man. Do you really think we are foolish? If you activate the clan's protective formation, will you truly spare us?" The elder of the Lin family never anticipated that one day he would be rendered speechless by a mere girl in her teens. Boom. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a formidable attack, one powerful enough to shatter the heavens, directed towards the protective formation of the Lu clan. However, his earth-shattering strike met with no resistance. The Lu family's protective formation remained utterly unscathed. At that moment, Lu Xian's voice resonated from within Lu Linglong, declaring, "Do not waste your effort. This formation is beyond your capacity to breach. Lin family brat, dare to lay a hand on my Lu family and await your annihilation." Although Lu Xian had spoken earlier when he made his move, his words were drowned out by the sound of the attack, hence not many heard him. Now, however, his words flowed forth, rich and commanding, from within Lu Linglong, and even the most oblivious could sense something was amiss, particularly the members of the Lu family. Upon hearing the resounding voice emanating from Lu Linglong, were left astonished and speechless. "Ancestor, it is the esteemed Lu Xian," they exclaimed. "This girl, Linglong, has truly found our ancestor." It became clear that it was indeed Lu Xian who had intervened and injured the Lin family patriarch. "I knew it. Linglong, despite her lesser cultivation, could not have possibly harmed the Lin family patriarch." Tears of joy streamed down their faces. The ancestor is truly alive. He has not forgotten us. Our Lu family is saved. In that moment, all members of the Lu family were ecstatic, expressing their joy with fervent gestures. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders gazed in astonishment at Lu Linglong. Though they had previously believed her claim of contacting Lu Xian, they remained skeptical as they had no means of communicating with him. Yet now, they had personally heard the voice of their ancestor. At this moment, they were finally convinced that Lu Linglong had indeed reached out to their esteemed ancestor. Truly, it was Lu Xian. Oh heavens, grant us your protection. Lu Tianyuan was overwhelmed with joy, and the 8 elders were all beaming with delight. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian still draws breath. The Lu family has also produced an emperor. Moreover, ancestor Lu Xian possesses such formidable power that he can injure the head of the Lin family across the fabric of time and space. A testament to the sheer magnitude of his strength. Linglong, is this protective family formation also a manifestation of the ancestor's prowess? Lu Tianyuan struggled to rise to his feet, laboriously making his way to Lu Linglong's side. His eyes filled with fervor as he gazed upon the protective array enveloping the entire Lu family. He was acutely aware of this protective formation, which had long fallen into disrepute, having diminished to the level of a quasi-emperor's array. Yet, astonishingly, it had now ascended to the realm of an emperor-level formation. Who, besides the venerable ancestor Lu Xian, possessed such remarkable prowess? To his surprise, however, Lu Linglong shook her head and proudly declared, "It is not ancestor Lu Xian, but I." Lu Tianyuan was utterly bewildered. How could his daughter's cultivation possibly elevate the family's formation to the imperial level? Nevertheless, he understood that this was not the moment for inquiries. He turned his gaze towards Lu Linglong and winked at her. Lu Linglong chuckled softly, aware of his unspoken question. With a playful smile, she encouraged, "Father, feel free to express your thoughts. Our ancestor can hear everything." Lu Tianyuan offered an awkward smile, hastily bowing to Lu Linglong in a gesture of respect. However, before he could bend down, Lu Linglong had already sidestepped. "Father," she said, "even if you were to pay your respects, our ancestor cannot see it. If you have something to convey, please do so freely. Our ancestor will surely understand your intentions." Lu Linglong chuckled, remarking, "At the edge of the heavenly abyss." When I learned that Lu Tianyuan intended to bow to his own daughter in order to pay his respects, Lu Xian burst into hearty laughter. "Child, it seems your father is quite an amusing fellow." Hearing the ancestral figure jest about her own father, Lu Linglong dared not interject and could only stifle a giggle. Saying that is merely a reflection of his heartfelt respect for the ancestor. At the edge of the heavenly abyss, Lu Xian continued to laugh. Yet he did not forget to add, "He ought to respect me. After all, I am the ancestor of the Lu family. Only you, my dear child, exhibit no respect towards me whatsoever." Lu Linglong playfully stuck out her tongue and shifted the topic, inquiring, "Ancestor, how long can this formation withstand them?" Lu Xian, brimming with confidence in his own formation, proudly declared, "As long as no Emperor Zun intervenes. Those ineffectual emperors from the Lin family shall never breach my formation in this lifetime." Initially believing this formation to be merely a temporary measure, Lu Linglong's eyes brightened with surprise upon hearing of its formidable power. She gazed at Lu Tianyuan with delight and remarked, "I know what father wishes to ask. The ancestor has already stated that his formation is beyond the capabilities of those feeble emperors from the Lin family to dismantle. Even if they were given an eternity, they would never succeed in breaching the ancestor's formation." Upon hearing these words, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders behind him were filled with astonishment. The Lin family loomed over them like a colossal mountain. But now, with the protection of Lu Xian's formation, as long as the Lin family could not break it, all members of the Lu family would remain safe and sound. Whether the Lin family would persist in their vigil outside was no longer a concern for them. Furthermore, they were aware that Lu Xian had secured the elixir of immortality. Once the ancestor refined it, he would not only reclaim his former glory but could also extend his lifespan by millennia. They merely needed to patiently await the ancestor's return. Once Lu Xian reappeared, the Lu family would have no reason to fear the Lin family any longer. "Very well. With the ancestor's assurance, we can rest easy," Lu Tianyuan exclaimed with fervor. "Linglong, convey to our ancestor that every member of the Lu family eagerly welcomes their return." Before Lu Linglong could relay the message, Lu Xian's voice resonated once more. "Enough. Spare me the pleasantries. Instead of wasting time, hasten to your cultivation. When I return, if you, the clan leader, have not attained the Tao and become an emperor, I shall not hesitate to flay you alive." Upon hearing the ancestor's admonition, Lu Tianyuan felt no sorrow. Rather, he was overwhelmed with excitement and hastily knelt on the ground. Speaking with utmost reverence, rest assured, ancestor. Your unworthy descendant, Lu Tianyuan, shall exert every effort. I would never dare to disappoint you. Very well. Focus on your cultivation and await my return. As for the imperial-level techniques from the Taishu Sword Classic, I have already imparted them to the young girl. Should you encounter any uncertainties during your practice, feel free to consult her. If time permits, I shall offer my guidance. Lu Xian impatiently remarked from the depths of the abyss. He felt genuine frustration towards the current generation of Lu family descendants. After 100,000 years, not a single emperor had emerged among them. Such a failure was an embarrassment to Lu Xian. Without the subsequent techniques of the Taishu Sword Classic, could these inept individuals not forge their own paths? Unlike them, Lu Xian had never adhered strictly to the recorded methods of cultivation, no matter how formidable the techniques. They were ultimately the creations of those who came before. Even if one were to master them, it would only amount to mimicking the wisdom of others. Thus, he had always cultivated based on the Taishu Sword Classic, melding it with his own innovations to develop a unique method. This was the very reason he, Lu Xian, could become the most powerful emperor of his time. Outside the grand hall of the Lu family, Lu Tianyuan, who had just been reprimanded by his ancestor Lu Xian, bore no trace of dejection. Instead, a broad smile illuminated his face. This was his venerable ancestor, the mightiest emperor from 100 millennia past. To receive a direct admonition from such an esteemed lineage was the utmost honor. However, as Lu Tianyuan's jovial demeanor transformed upon witnessing the severely injured patriarch of the Lin family sprawled on the ground, a chill overtook his expression. For the Lu family, this individual represented not only a formidable adversary but also a perilous burden. Noticing Lu Tianyuan's gaze, the 8 elders approached, their expressions cold as they fixated on the fallen Lin patriarch. The once arrogant and lofty Lin family leader was now gripped by fear. He had realized that the Lu family's protective formation was impervious even to his own ancestor. At that moment, he felt like a sheep ensnared in a den of wolves, with his life hanging precariously in the balance of the Lu clan's whims. Lu Tianyuan, you mustn't kill me. My ancestor is outside. If you dare harm even a single hair on my head, my ancestor will undoubtedly avenge me. The Lin patriarch exclaimed, his voice sharp and filled with urgency. He was acutely aware that invoking his ancestor's name would deter the Lu family from taking action against him. Indeed, Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders hesitated. Although they yearned to eliminate the Lin patriarch, the precarious state of the Lu family compelled them to reconsider. They understood that slaying the Lin patriarch might not be the wisest course of action. Patriarch, perhaps it would be prudent to capture this fellow instead. After all, he is the leader of the Lin family. With him in our custody, the Lin clan will surely tread carefully. One elder suggested. While we now have ancestor Lu Xian, no one can predict when he will return. Capturing the Lin patriarch would serve as an additional safeguard for our survival. Indeed, I concur, let us seize him. However, we must first seal his powers to prevent any potential troubles. The elders collectively agreed, their concern for the timely return of ancestor Lu Xian evident in their consensus to take the Lin patriarch captive as leverage. Lu Tianyuan understood that this was the best course of action available. Very well, then, let us seal his cultivation. With the presence of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, you shall oversee him personally. Lu Tianyuan nodded in agreement. Upon overhearing the discourse between Lu Tianyuan and the 8 esteemed elders, the patriarch of the Lin family erupted into laughter, proclaiming, I told you, you cannot kill me. You would not dare to slay me. What is this? Have you come to realize it now? I advise you to cease your struggles and release me. Open the protective family formation voluntarily, and perhaps I shall show mercy, granting your Lu family a chance at survival. Despite having been reduced to a captive, the Lin patriarch remained exceedingly arrogant. His hubris was intolerable to many within the Lu family. Yet they understood that the decisions made by their patriarch and the 8 elders were for their own benefit. However, no one anticipated that at that very moment, Lu Xian's voice would resound again. Who instilled in you such confidence to think that my Lu family would shy away from killing you? As Lu Xian's words echoed, the formidable sword energy of the emperor surged forth once more from Lu Linglong. No. The Lin patriarch gasped in horror as he beheld the terrifying sword energy engulfing him. With a thunderous roar, the quasi-emperor level Lin patriarch was obliterated, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. This event unfolded with startling abruptness. Nobody had foreseen that Lu Xian, the ancestral elder, would strike directly and slay the Lin patriarch with a single stroke. As the sight of the Lin patriarch dissolving into blood mist registered, all present were rendered speechless in shock. The first to react was the Lin family's ancestral elder, isolated beyond the protective family formation. Witnessing the slaying of the Lin patriarch, he felt an excruciating pang in his heart, his entire being teetering on the brink of collapse. No! How dare you, Lu family? How dare you? The Lin ancestral elder roared defiantly, his eyes wide with fury as he unleashed a barrage of potent imperial attacks against the protective formation before him. He yearned to tear apart the very formation that shielded the Lu family members within, wishing to rend them asunder and scatter their remains. Yet, his fierce assaults merely struck the protective formation, yielding no more effect than a drop of water on stone. The imperial-level formation left behind by Lu Xian is beyond his capacity to dismantle, as he realized the futility of breaking through the Lu family's protective formation on his own. The patriarch of the Lin family, with eyes ablaze, cast a desperate glance towards the horizon and roared, "Three esteemed elders, if you do not make your move now, when will you?" As his voice echoed, the sky above the Lu family suddenly split open, revealing three imposing figures emerging from within. Gasp! 3 great emperors. Upon witnessing the arrival of these 3 formidable emperors, Lu Qinyuan's expression turned dark and foreboding. How remarkable! The Lin family truly holds us in high regard, dispatching no less than 4 emperors on our account. 4 emperors, including the Peak Emperor, the Lin family patriarch. Not only could they obliterate our once great empire, but they could also contend with the top 100 imperial families without much difficulty. The 3 Lin family emperors descended from the heavens, sighed, and joined forces with the Lin family patriarch to breach the Lu family's protective formation. Yet, despite their relentless assaults and the unleashing of their most potent techniques, they found it impossible to shake the protective formation even the slightest bit. It was only at this moment that the Lin family patriarch began to concede that, given their current strength, breaching the formation truly seemed unattainable. Damn it! I never imagined that Lu Xian, this ancient entity from 100,000 years ago, was still alive. Merely a formation he left behind has rendered us helpless. Dear fellows, do you possess any solutions? The Lin family patriarch, ablaze with fury, found himself at a loss against the protective formation, reluctantly placing his hopes on the other 3 elders. However, even the most powerful Lin family patriarch was helpless against this formation, and naturally, the 3 Lin family elders were equally powerless. Patriarch, for now, we must bide our time. I have observed that while the Lin family's protective formation is formidable, it appears to harbor certain weaknesses, specifically, the absence of an emperor overseeing it. If we wait a while longer, an opportunity to dismantle their protective formation will undoubtedly arise. One elder, well-versed in formations, spoke slowly. Moreover, should the patriarch manage to summon an imperial sovereign for assistance, the formation could surely be broken, no matter how powerful Lu Xian is. This formation he left behind is merely an imperial-level formation. Once an imperial sovereign intervenes, it can be dismantled with ease. An imperial sovereign, a being that transcends emperors. Within the realm of humanity, only the eternal families and immortal traditions possess such sovereigns. Even the 10 great imperial families do not openly boast an imperial sovereign, let alone the humble Lin family. Although the Lin family has rapidly risen in recent years and shows potential to replace the 10 great imperial families, they are acutely aware that the 10 great families attain their status not merely due to the number of their powerful emperors, but because of their profound heritage. The Lin family patriarch has long suspected that the 10 imperial families hide their own powerful emperors, if not semi-sovereigns. The so-called semi-sovereigns, also referred to as half-step sovereigns or quasi-sovereigns. The emperor of the Lu family, Lu Xian, possesses the remarkable ability to manipulate the Lu family's formations across the void. A feat so formidable that even the combined efforts of 4 great emperors are rendered futile against these formations. Thus, it is highly probable that Lu Xian's strength now approaches that of a semi-emperor, or perhaps even a quasi-emperor. The Lin family's animosity towards the Lu family, while ostensibly centered on the Lu family's Taisu sword classic and their ancestral imperial weapon, conceals a deeper truth known only to the Lin family's ancestors. The Taishu sword classic of the Lu family has long been devoid of imperial-level cultivation methods, rendering it utterly disregarded. As for the Lu family's ancestral imperial weapon, while formidable, it is not indispensable. Over the years, the imperial clans that they have annihilated far exceed the Lu family in value. The Lin family's vigorous campaign against the Lu family is, in truth, instigated by external forces. Naturally, such matters cannot be brought to light. Thus, although the Lin family's patriarch is aware of the imperial presence behind the scenes, he understands that this imperial figure will never intervene directly. Contemplating this, the Lin patriarch sighed in resignation, shaking his head, and remarked, "Have you lost your senses? If my Lin family possessed an imperial figure, we would have supplanted the 10 great imperial clans long ago and easily subdued a mere Lu family." The elder of the Lin family, who had received a fierce glare, promptly fell silent, cognizant that the connections of the Lin family were not to be exposed at this juncture. "It seems patience is the only option. I refuse to believe this formation can endure indefinitely. Relay the order. Starting today, we shall attack in 3 waves, ceaselessly, regardless of whether we can breach the protective formation. We must ensure the Lu family has no opportunity to recover." With a single command from the Lin Patriarch, 3 venerable emperors led their respective clansmen in a relentless series of assaults. As for the Lin Patriarch, after a period of waiting and confirming that the Lu family's protective formation could not be breached for the time being, he turned to depart. Rather than returning to the Lin family, he headed straight for the other imperial clans. "You 3 venerable elders, hold the line for now while I seek additional assistance. I cannot believe that a mere formation can withstand them for long." The Lin Patriarch set out to visit each imperial clan, intent on enlisting more great emperors to assist in dismantling the protective formation and flattening the Lu family. As the Lin Patriarch departed, the 3 remaining elders exchanged glances, simultaneously sighing in resignation. They then continued to direct the Lin family members to launch relentless assaults on the formation day and night. As the 3 esteemed emperors of the Lin family emerged in the sky, the members of the Lu family were initially struck by terror, their hearts racing in panic. They feared that the protective formation safeguarding their clan would soon falter against the combined might of the 4 emperors. However, to their astonishment, the outcome was nothing short of miraculous. Blessed be the heavens. The 4 Lin family emperors found themselves utterly powerless against our protective formation. We shall indeed escape death. Woe is me. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian truly embodies the pinnacle of strength within our lineage. Merely a single formation can withstand the onslaught of 4 emperors. It is unfathomable to consider the depths of our ancestors' power. Ha ha ha. Lin family, prepare yourselves. When our ancestor returns, it shall be the hour of your clan's annihilation. At that moment, I shall be the first to defile your ancestral graves. The members of the Lu family, elated beyond measure, poured out of the grand hall, hurling scorn and ridicule at the Lin family members above, indulging in the most egregious humiliation. The 3 emperors of the Lin family, observing the audaciousness of the Lu clan, felt their rage boil, their nostrils flaring in indignation. By the heavens, these Lu family wretches deserve to perish. Once we breach this protective formation, they shall learn the true meaning of suffering. In my lifetime, I have never encountered such brazen creatures. A swarm of worthless insects dares to raise their middle fingers at me. Were it not for this formation, I would have torn them to shreds, teaching them the grave consequences of their insolence. 2 hot-tempered elders of the Lin family nearly spat blood in their fury, yearning to charge in and mercilessly crush those arrogant Lu family members. Yet, one elder, who specialized in formations, maintained a semblance of composure, though the fury and murderous intent in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. With gritted teeth, he scoffed, "It has been many years since I have encountered such audacity. Lu family, you have chosen the path to your demise." "Enough," Lu Tianyuan interjected sharply, his brow furrowing as he raised his voice. Instantly, the clamor subsided, and silence enveloped the crowd. "Everyone, return to your duties. You have all heard the words of our ancestor. We are the descendants of Lu Xian, and we must not bring shame upon his legacy. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, anyone may register to receive ample cultivation resources. Furthermore, the teachings of the Lu family shall be made accessible to all our kin." Lu Tianyuan's gaze swept over the astonished members of his clan as he continued. "Regardless of who it may be, anyone who transcends their limits shall be rewarded. Though our Lu family may not be a supreme imperial lineage, we are not to be trifled with by anyone. As members of the Lu clan, you must diligently cultivate your skills henceforth, for you must not disappoint our ancestors. The Lu family is not affluent. Since the departure of the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian, the family has endured countless calamities, both great and small. The fact that they have managed to persevere until now is indeed a remarkable feat. The resources within the Lu family's treasury have long dwindled to a mere fraction of their former abundance. In the past, Lu Tianyuan, the patriarch of the Lu clan, was compelled to manage every aspect with meticulous precision to sustain the vast operations of the family. However, now he has chosen to unlock the entirety of the Lu family treasury, allowing all disciples of the Lu clan to access cultivation resources, provided they exert themselves diligently. This is a prospect that the members of the Liu family would have scarcely dared to dream of in times gone by. The Liu family, after all, is of imperial lineage. Within the Liu clan, there are indeed several disciples endowed with remarkable talents. However, due to the family's impoverished state, even these prodigies have access to but a scant amount of cultivation resources. This, too, contributes to the overall lack of strength among the members of the Liu family. In this era, those young geniuses who have made a name for themselves have the unwavering support of their families behind them. Yet the Liu family lacks such resources. Presently, Liu Tianyuan generously presents all the resources of the Liu clan, leaving the clan members in a state of shock and awe. The 8 elders were equally taken aback by Liu Tianyuan's decision, momentarily rendered speechless. "Patriarch, this is unthinkable," one elder interjected, attempting to dissuade him, only to be preemptively halted by the grand elder. "I support the patriarch's decision. If the Liu family is to perish, what value do those resources hold? Shall we leave them behind for our enemies?" As the grand elder's words resonated, several elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the resources of the Liu family rightfully belong to its members. They declared, "If our lives are at stake, what purpose do the resources serve?" The clan members, having recovered from their astonishment, expressed their determination. Witnessing the fervor ignited within his kin, Liu Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "It is not merely about living up to our expectations, but rather fulfilling your own. In the past, it was the Liu family that failed you, and it was I, your patriarch, who let you down. I recognize that we, the members of the Liu family, are no less than any other imperial clan. It was my inadequacy that deprived you of sufficient cultivation resources, leading to your subjugation by other imperial families. From this day forth, focus solely on your cultivation. Regardless of the resources you require, the family will ensure your needs are met. Always remember, the Liu family is your steadfast support, your unwavering foundation." Liu Tianyuan's words stirred the hearts of countless clansmen, bringing them to tears. Each individual seemed invigorated, returning to their cultivation with fervor. As these clansmen departed, the Grand Liu family hall was left with only Liu Tianyuan, the 8 elders, and Liu Linglong. At that moment, their gazes once again turned towards Liu Linglong. "Linglong, how is our ancestor faring now?" Liu Tianyuan inquired cautiously. "The venerable ancestor Liu Xian is their sole beacon of hope. Rest assured, father. The ancestor is currently refining the elixir of immortality. Once the process is complete, he shall return." Liu Linglong smiled and, noticing her father's hesitance, understood his unasked questions. She proactively divulged the matter concerning the protective clan formation. Thus, this protective formation was indeed activated by the ancestral spirit, utilizing a fragment of your imperial essence. This revelation certainly clarifies much. After listening, Liu Tianyuan seemed to let out a sigh of relief. His daughter had displayed an astonishing performance today, so remarkable that he found it difficult to fully recognize her. Were it not for the knowledge that she had summoned the ancestral spirit of Liu Xian through their bloodline, he might have suspected that the Liu Linglong before him was a vessel for an ancient entity. Hidden within that petite frame could lie a formidable being. However, it appears that such a possibility is rather slim. Does my father not question why I understand the bloodline summoning? Why am I different from my usual self? Liu Tianyuan did not inquire further. Instead, it was Liu Linglong who candidly expressed her thoughts. Yet, before she could elaborate, Liu Tianyuan stepped forward and gently caressed her head, affectionately saying, "Silly girl, regardless of what you have done, you will always be my daughter, Liu Tianyuan." The trust and affection reflected in Liu Tianyuan's gaze caused Liu Linglong to swallow the words that had nearly escaped her throat. Upon noticing that his daughter comprehended his meaning, Liu Tianyuan continued with a warm smile. "My dear, everyone has their own secrets. There is no need to divulge them to us. Just remember, you are the daughter of Liu Tianyuan, the Liu family, and I will always be your strongest support, no matter the grievances you endure. You can always seek me out for solace and strength." As soon as Liu Tianyuan's words fell, the 8 esteemed elders nearby affectionately declared, "Dear Linglong, we, these old fellows, are your steadfast support. Who dares to bully you? We shall stand up for you. Although the Liu family has fallen from grace, we are not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to wrong our little princess shall face our wrath." Hearing her father and the elders' heartfelt reassurances, Liu Linglong felt her eyes grow misty. In that moment, she became even more convinced that her unwavering dedication to her family was undeniably worthwhile. Just as Liu Tianyuan and the venerable elders had stated, the Liu family may not be the strongest, but it is certainly the most protective of her. Not only do they guard her, but they also shield every member of the Lu family. How could one not cherish such a family? How could one not remain loyal? Rest assured, my dear, with your father here, with the Lu family standing strong, you can live unapologetically. Even if the heavens were to shatter in the future, I shall be your pillar of support. Lu Tianyuan gently patted the little girl's head, his gaze filled with tenderness and affection. As for his own little one, who else would he dote upon? Moments later, several individuals entered the grand hall. The most exuberant among them, Elder 8, eagerly stepped forward and inquired, by the way, my dear, has the ancestor mentioned how long it might take for him to return to the family? Upon hearing Elder 8's question, Lu Linglong became serious, though she hesitated, unsure whether to voice certain thoughts. Sensing her reluctance, Lu Tianyuan spoke softly, do not worry. Feel free to express whatever is on your mind. We are prepared to accept it. Lu Linglong nodded solemnly and remarked, the ancestor indeed wishes to return swiftly. Yet I fear the journey may not be as tranquil as anticipated. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that someone will impede the ancestor? Elder 8 inquired with astonishment. Lu Linglong solemnly nodded, assuring everyone that their ancestor had given them his word. He would certainly return. As for themselves, there was no cause for concern. The protective array left by their ancestor was impenetrable unless the emperor personally intervened. Thus, it mattered not how many great emperors the Lin family summoned. Their efforts would be in vain. Hearing their ancestors' words reassured Lu Tianyuan and the others completely. Yet, the thought that their ancestor might not return smoothly to the family rekindled their worries. Noticing their anxious expressions, Lu Linglong comforted them, saying, Father, do not fret. Our ancestor has assured us that he will return safely. However, we must diligently cultivate in the meantime, especially you, Father. The ancestor has mentioned that before his return, you must attain the status of an emperor. You must strive with all your might. When the conversation turned to him, Lu Tianyuan felt a twinge of embarrassment but nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, he had been hindered at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm due to the absence of the Taishu sword cannon's cultivation methods. Now, with the imperial techniques at his disposal, he was confident he could attain emperorhood in a short span. As the crisis facing the Lu family was momentarily alleviated with the knowledge of the Tianyuan passage, Lu Tianyuan felt a sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to return to find himself alone and isolated. After all, the Lu family still possessed his direct lineage for 100,000 years. If you choose to be ungrateful, do not blame me. I shall no longer guard this Tianyuan. Lu Xian stepped out of the passage, and the chains that had bound him vanished without a trace. The god burial coffin also soared out from the passage and was promptly retrieved by Lu Xian. This god burial coffin was a treasure he had acquired from an ancient relic before achieving the status of emperor. The coffin itself is an extraordinary imperial artifact, possessing not only formidable power but also the ability to nurture the flesh, delay aging, and preserve the essence of life. Though Lu Xian was once the most formidable emperor, he was not an imperial deity and had not consumed the elixir of immortality. Therefore, his lifespan was akin to that of an ordinary emperor, limited to 50,000 years. However, due to the existence of the god burial coffin, he managed to extend his life by an additional 50,000 years, showcasing the immense power of the coffin. Moreover, Lu Xian was able to guard the abyss for 100,000 years at the cultivation level of an emperor, with the god burial coffin playing a significant role in this achievement. In a battle of unparalleled intensity, he wielded the god burial coffin to slay 10 ancient emperors of alien races. It was this very battle that catapulted Lu Xian's name to prominence throughout the foreign realms. From that moment on, those ancient alien emperors dared not easily tread upon the passage to the abyss. In an era when these ancient beings could not step into the passage, they could only watch helplessly as Lu Xian, armed with a sword and a coffin, suppressed them for a full 100,000 years. Now that Lu Xian was about to depart, he naturally stowed away the god burial coffin. Suddenly, from the depths of the abyss, a resonant sound of a sword echoed. At the moment the deep, sonorous ringing resounded, the world fell into profound silence. The sound of the sword seemed to embody the terrifying dread of burying all celestial beings and demons. As the ringing subsided, a brilliant beam of sword light cleaved through the abyss. In that instant, the long-obscured abyss appeared as if the heavens had been split open, allowing sunlight to pour in. The moment the sunlight descended, it illuminated the soaring divine sword. This was a bronze divine sword, exuding a terrifying aura capable of burying the heavens. It was the god burial sword. This was also the treasured artifact inherited by Lu Xian from a mysterious ruin. Like the god burial coffin, the god burial sword was an unparalleled imperial weapon. Since the battle 50,000 years ago, in which he struck down 10 ancient alien emperors, instilling fear in them and preventing their entry into the abyss. The God-burial sword had lain dormant beneath the abyss, suppressing all malevolent spirits. After 50,000 years, the God-burial sword was finally revealed to the world. At the very moment it emerged, astonishing phenomena began to manifest within the human realm. The God-burial sword represented Lu Xian's path to emperorhood and was intrinsically linked to his imperial laws. With the emergence of the God-burial sword, the imperial laws trembled, illuminating the human domain. The originally pitch-black night was transformed into brilliance akin to daylight by the radiance of the imperial laws. The resonating sound of the sword spread throughout the human territories. Across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, within the imperial clans, countless cultivators emerged, astonished as they gazed upon the extraordinary phenomena unfolding above them. Who could possess such a formidable aura of the Sword Emperor? When did such a powerful Sword Emperor arise within our human lineage? Above the 10 great imperial clans, venerable figures of supreme emperors emerged, their expressions steeped in astonishment. The overwhelming aura of the Burial Heaven Divine Sword's imperial path was formidable to the point of instilling dread even in these ancient beings who had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Even their profound understanding of the imperial path, cultivated over tens of thousands of years, faltered under this oppressive presence, causing them to tremble in fear. Heaven above, to what extraordinary heights has this Sword Path Emperor ascended? Our human race must revive the Sword Path. An ancient emperor, emerging from a mysterious realm, donned tattered garments that could not conceal his piercing imperial aura. He was an invincible Sword Path Emperor. Yet, in the face of Lu Xian's imperial path, his own sword path seemed laughably inadequate. In the skies above, from worlds suspended in the celestial expanse, powerful beings of the Eternal Life clan emerged, their expressions equally filled with shock as they beheld the terrifying phenomenon enveloping the entirety of the human territory. The aura of the burial god. This is the Burial Heaven Divine Sword. After 100,000 years, who would have thought he still survived? Deep within the Eternal Life clan, an emperor who had been in seclusion for 10,000 years spoke, his eyes flashing with disbelief. He had not anticipated that the individual they had exiled to the abyss so long ago still drew breath. An emperor living for 100,000 years. What a miracle! Lu Xian. It is indeed Lu Xian. He still lives. In another secluded chamber of the Eternal Life clan, an ancient emperor opened his eyes, his gaze equally filled with incredulity. It was they who had united to force Lu Xian away from the human race. This incident had nearly slipped from his memory. Now, sensing the aura of the Burial Heaven Divine Sword once more, he was reminded of that solitary figure who had bravely confronted their 7 great emperors, armed with nothing but a sword. Investigate. What is the current state of the Lu family? As this emperor's command echoed, responses swiftly followed. Which Lu family do you refer to, ancestor? Hearing the inquiry from his descendant, the emperor momentarily lost his composure. 100,000 years ago, who did not know of the Lu family? Now, how could it have become so obscure? With a sigh, he offered a detailed explanation. Moments later, news returned. Ancestor. The Lu family you mentioned is besieged by the Lin family and stands on the brink of extermination. It seems to have roused the attention of their ancestor from 100,000 years ago. Upon hearing his descendant's response, the emperor sighed. A hint of guilt reflected in his eyes. When the 7 great emperors had compelled Lu Xian to leave the human race, they had promised to ensure the Lu family's eternal safety. Yet now, merely 100,000 years later, the Lu family was on the verge of annihilation. Alas, it is we, the old bones, who have broken our promise, failing Lu Xian. With a heavy heart, the emperor issued a decree, instructing the Lin family to withdraw. The Lu family is not to be trifled with. Meanwhile, deep within the esteemed Lin family, an ancient emperor emerged. With a grim gaze, he looked towards the formidable phenomenon that enveloped the heavens and the earth, his expression unfriendly. The Lin family is truly inept. They cannot even subdue the Lu family and have instead provoked the troublesome Lu Xian. What a blunder! This emperor's countenance darkened as he commanded the void ahead in a cold tone, instructing to inform the imperial guard to exercise caution, regardless of the means they employ. Lu Xian must not return alive. Lu family. The members of the Lu family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon that spanned the heavens and the earth. Hiss! Such a fearsome imperial law of the sword. One cannot help but wonder who has managed to cultivate such a formidable path of the emperor's sword. Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders gazed in astonishment and envy at the celestial phenomenon above them. It seemed as though they discerned an invincible divine sword, traversing the heavens and piercing through the void, emanating from those extraordinary manifestations. Moreover, that sword appeared to resonate with the essence of the Lu family's Taisu sword canon. Observing the astonished expressions of her father and the 8 elders, Lu Linglong could not help but chuckle. For such an awe-inspiring mastery of the sword undoubtedly belonged to our esteemed ancestor of the Lu family. What? Are you suggesting that this is the swordsmanship of ancestor Lu Xian? Lu Tianyuan and the 8 elders were utterly astonished, rendered speechless. After a brief moment, their eyes sparkled with uncontainable ecstasy. Such a formidable swordsmanship was indeed that of their ancestral patriarch. Ha! This is our Lu family's ancestor, with such a powerful forebear. What is a mere Lin family worth? Lu Tianyuan erupted into joyous laughter, for the immense burden that had loomed over him for so long had finally been lifted. With such a formidable ancestor at their side, the Lu family was destined to rise to greatness. Above the skies of the Lu family, the 3 venerable emperors of the Lin family gazed in astonishment at the terrifying phenomenon that pierced the heavens and the earth. Hiss! This aura. Why does it bear a resemblance to that of the Lu family emperor who had slain our patriarch? One of the Lin elders spoke, his voice tinged with confusion and surprise. It is not merely similar. It is indeed the ancestral spirit of the Lu family, not far from him. Another elder looked on with a face filled with horror, exclaiming in disbelief, Lu Xian, the Emperor Lu Xian who suppressed an era 100,000 years ago, is about to return. Our Lin family, I fear, is doomed. Lu Xian's hand glided over the burial heaven divine sword, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. This was his imperial weapon of enlightenment, yet they had not crossed paths for countless millennia. In the past, after he had slain 10 ancient emperors of foreign races, he had to rely on the burial heaven divine sword to subdue the myriad of otherworldly demons lurking beneath the abyss. For thousands of years, it was this sword suppression that kept those demons at bay. Now, with its retrieval, the myriad of hidden demons in the depths of the abyss erupted in jubilant cheers. O heavens! O earth! Which benevolent celestial maiden has granted us this reprieve? Who has taken that demon Lu Xian away from us? Woe is us, the race of foreign demons, for we have finally awaited our chance to see the light of day once more. Come forth, bring forth all our wine. I declare today as the rebirth of our demon kin. Henceforth, every year on this day shall be a time for jubilant celebration. Cheers resounded from the depths of the abyss, as those demon emperors and kings, sealed for millennia, joined in a thunderous uproar. Above the abyss, sensing the agitation and revelry of these demons, Lu Xian remained unmoved. In days gone by, a mere stroke of his sword would have quelled their tumult. Yet now, he welcomed the idea of these demons breaking free from the abyss. Even if they attacked the human race, he would not intervene. The human race had betrayed him, had forsaken the Lu family. His return to humanity was to unleash a storm of bloodshed. The fate of anyone outside the Lu family mattered not to him. From the moment he emerged from the passage of the abyss, Lu Xian's mind was clear, and he felt an unprecedented lightness, as though the immense weight that had burdened him for 100,000 years had been lifted. He no longer needed to guard the abyss or adhere to any promises made. From this point forward, he would live as he pleased, solely for himself. He would protect only his kin. What concern is the righteousness of humanity to me, if I cannot safeguard my own kin? Why should I be tasked with protecting all of humanity? Though endowed with the imperial essence of the ancient Fire Emperor, I still cannot restore myself to my true pinnacle. It seems I must refine the elixir of immortality to reclaim my peak. Lu Xian sighed deeply. He could sense that the essence of the great emperor was insufficient for his restoration. He must refine the elixir of immortality to reclaim his former glory. Remaining here to absorb and refine the elixir until he regained his peak condition, and then returning to the human race, was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. However, Lu Xian could not afford to wait any longer. He feared that his kin did not possess the luxury of time to await his return. Although the protective formation he had established could withstand any assault from a great emperor, it could not guarantee that it was entirely without flaws. Should the Lin family summon an emperor, his formation would be easily shattered, even if the emperor chose not to intervene directly. The Lin family could simply borrow a treasure imbued with the emperor's power to breach Lu's protective array. Therefore, he must return to the Lu family before such events transpired. Only by personally overseeing matters could he ensure the safety of his family. Thus, he stepped out of the abyss. Even before fully absorbing the essence of the ancient Fire Emperor, for the first time in 100,000 years, as Lu Xian emerged from the abyss, he felt that the world had transformed entirely. Within the abyss, he had only seen a shrouded gray expanse, devoid of even a glimmer of light, perpetually cloaked in a somber haze. Now, stepping into the world beyond, Lu Xian was overwhelmed by its beauty. How foolish I was to confine myself in the abyss for a trivial reason for 100,000 years. Reflecting on it now, I realized just how naive I once was. Lu Xian mocked himself. Upon learning of the successive crises that had befallen the Lu family over the years, he realized how ludicrous his previous compromises had been. Those who had forced him out of the human race had never intended to uphold their promises. Had it not been for Lu Linglong's bloodline summoning, he would still be in the dark, perhaps until the moment of his death. He would have continued to believe that his sacrifices could secure everlasting peace for his kin. The foolish Lu Xian of yesteryears had perished. For the myriad realms, I have guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, yet you insignificant ants dare to insult my descendants and sever my legacy. If that is the case, let us descend into oblivion together. Turning his back to the abyss, Lu Xian laughed maniacally, proclaiming that from this day forth, the abyss would be unsealed. As his voice echoed, enormous chains materialized above the abyss, each as thick as an arm, densely encircling the entire chasm. This was an imperial-level formation personally arranged by Lu Xian. For 100,000 years, it had been the very foundation upon which Yiling had maintained the abyss. Now that Yiling no longer guarded it, such a formation had lost its necessity. With a thunderous roar as the chains were retracted by Lu Xian, a chorus of cheers erupted from beneath the abyss. It was from the depths of the abyss, along with the alien races at the tunnel's end. They had been sealed by Lu Xian for 100,000 years, and now they were finally able to see the light of day once more. Among the alien races, those ancient emperors who had doubted Lu Xian's intentions were now jubilantly celebrating. Lu Xian was truly departing. He had not only lifted the seal on the tunnel, but had also withdrawn the formation above the abyss. Oh, had I known that this divine assassin was truly leaving, I would have willingly offered up the elixir of immortality. Can anyone tell me what has transpired? This divine assassin was once impervious to persuasion. When we proposed gifting him 10 elixirs, he remained indifferent. Who could have anticipated that now a single elixir would sway him? Alas, it is such a pity that Tianhua met his demise. Had he not been the first to provoke and instead graciously offered the elixirs, this calamity would never have occurred. Now he has perished in vain. If he were aware in the afterlife, he would surely be enraged enough to die once more. Are you not speaking nonsense? The essence of the great Emperor Tianhua has been refined by that divine assassin Lu Xian. How could he have knowledge in the afterlife? Curse it, why dwell on such dismal thoughts? Today is a day of universal celebration. Come, come, let us bring forth our finest wines. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. The ancient foreign emperors rejoiced in unison, their hearts brimming with elation. For 10 millennia, they had been secured under the watchful gaze of Lu Xian, and now, at last, a glimmer of hope to step beyond the abyss had emerged, filling them with unparalleled joy. Some among them, unable to contain their excitement, longed to venture forth and behold the world anew. As they cautiously traversed the passageway, tears of exhilaration welled in their eyes upon reaching its culmination. It had been countless ages since they had last gazed upon the vistas of the abyss. Ever since the arrival of the Reaper, Lu Xian. Now, standing at the passage's end, they beheld the familiar sight of the abyss and were awash with disbelief. As if caught in a dream, who could have envisioned that the Reaper would depart so unexpectedly? What if this were a trap, and he lay in wait beyond, ready to ensnare them? As they stood on the precipice of stepping into the abyss, hesitation gripped the ancient emperors. Years of fear instilled by Lu Xian rendered them skeptical of this newfound reality. Yet, one among them, a foreign ancient emperor, stepped forward with unbounded enthusiasm, asserting that this time the Reaper had truly departed. Not only had he left, but he intended to stir the human realm into chaos. After all, why else would the Lord of the Heavens have bestowed upon him an elixir of immortality? Upon hearing this proclamation, the other ancient emperors were filled with immense curiosity, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Do not keep us in suspense, Celestial Fox Emperor. Pray, elucidate the events that have transpired. They were bewildered as to why Lu Xian, who had valiantly protected the abyss for 100 millennia, would suddenly abandon his steadfastness. More perplexing still was the notion that such a pivotal figure among the humans would incite turmoil. The explanation, though seemingly simple, was soon to be unveiled as no secret. Very well, since you all seem so timid, I shall divulge the truth. The Celestial Fox Emperor chuckled heartily before continuing. You would never guess that Lu Xian initially came to guard the abyss under duress from the human emperors. To safeguard their own lineage and the supremacy of their immortal doctrines, they could not permit an anomaly like Lu Xian to exist. After Lu Xian ascended as the mightiest emperor among the humans, the 7 great emperors of the human race threatened him, demanding he vacate his place among them and voluntarily take on the guardianship of the abyss. They believed he would surely meet his demise here. Who could have foreseen that the Reaper would defy all odds? He single-handedly subdued us for 10 millennia with nothing but a sword and a coffin. As the celestial fox emperor recounted this tale, the other ancient emperors shared his sentiment, reliving the terror of the years dominated by Lu Xian's reign. Now, returning to the matter at hand, why, after 100 millennia, had Lu Xian chosen this moment to depart? The ancient emperor of the celestial fox chuckled heartily. Feigning a moment of solemnity before continuing, you would never imagine that the human race, after forcing Lu Xian to the abyss, not only failed to treat his kin with kindness but repeatedly targeted the Lu family. I have heard that this time, it seems the entire Lu clan was nearly annihilated. Upon learning this news, Lu Xian ventured into the foreign realms in search of the elixir of immortality. The assembly of ancient emperors was left astounded. Being astute individuals, they quickly deduced the unfolding events. In an instant, they comprehended the fury that had suddenly consumed Lu Xian. Even the abyss, which had stood guard for 100,000 years, had been abandoned. How shameless those humans are, one exclaimed. Lu Xian had dedicated 100,000 years to safeguarding them, securing an era of peace. How could they bear to treat him and the Lu family in such a manner? It was no wonder Lu Xian was filled with rage. Had I suffered a similar fate, I would have surely rebelled. Who among the human race would wish to defend such a treacherous lot? If I do not upheave the heavens and shatter the ancestral graves of those shameless emperors, my existence would be in vain. Although Lu Xian may be quite despicable, I genuinely admire him. His tribulations ignite my own fury. I am now inclined to rally my million kin and trample the human race to avenge Lu Xian. With such betrayal from the humans, do you think Lu Xian might rise against them and ally with our race? What are you even thinking? If that god of slaughter were to arrive in the foreign realms, would our days still be pleasant? Alas, I have been foolish. Let us instead discuss how we might exact vengeance for that god of slaughter. The ancient emperors of the foreign races, who were ostensibly positioned against Lu Xian, now found themselves advocating for him. Though the foreign races are fierce, they are also the most rational. The principle of respecting the strong is an eternal truth among them. The foreign races eschew scheming and intrigue. They strive for what they desire solely with their own might. Thus, within the foreign realms, only the powerful are deemed worthy of reverence. Although Lu Xian does not belong to a foreign race, he has single-handedly guarded against them for 100,000 years. Most of the ancient emperors of those foreign races harbor a deep respect for Lu Xian in their hearts. Upon hearing about Lu Xian's plight among the human race, even these ancient emperors feel compelled to speak out on his behalf, contemplating ways to assist him in seeking justice. However, these matters are beyond our control. Let us follow and observe. It remains to be seen whether this god of death will be permitted to return to the human race by the emperors. The ancient emperor of the heavenly fox interrupted the collective indignation, whispering that this task was entrusted to them by the esteemed Qinghu before his departure. Should Lu Xian find himself in peril, we must intervene promptly to alleviate some of his burdens. It is imperative that we ensure Lu Xian's safe return to the human race. Upon hearing it was the directive of the esteemed Qinghu, the expressions of the ancient emperors turned serious. They did not hold a fondness for Qinghu. As among the many foreign dignitaries, only Qinghu was notorious for his cunning schemes, most of which were rather malicious. Nevertheless, they were all aware that Qinghu was backed by the celestial sovereign, as an envoy of the celestial sovereign in foreign lands. Every word and action of Qinghu reflects the opinions of the celestial sovereign. Since it is a command from Qinghu, we shall undoubtedly exert our utmost efforts. I too wish to witness whether those incompetent human emperors can withstand Lu Xian, this god of death. Ha ha ha. Lu Xian has troubled us for 100,000 years. Now that I can see the human race tormented by him, I must go and broaden my horizons. Let us go forth and stir up some trouble. It has been 100,000 years since I last stepped out of the heavenly abyss. I've almost forgotten what the Sea of Realms looks like. In the past, I too traversed the Sea of Realms and slaughtered human emperors. What is the Sea of Realms? I once crossed it and reached the gates of the human emperors. The walls of that imperial gate still bear the traces of my sacred water. Sacred water, you say? Is that not merely the result of your futile efforts over 10 days and nights, ultimately thwarted at the gates of the empire, leading you to angrily relieve yourself upon the walls before retreating in disgrace? And now, after 100,000 years, you still flaunt it? There's a saying, do not strike the face when hitting, do not expose the shortcomings when revealing. Did you not also partake in that act? I remember when we competed to see who could urinate higher. I certainly surpassed you by a factor of 2. In an instant, the ancient emperors of the foreign races erupted into boisterous laughter. One by one, they stepped out of the heavenly abyss, carefully positioning themselves upon the desolate plains. gazing at the vast sea of realms in the distance, seemingly unable to believe they had truly emerged from the abyss. After being trapped in foreign lands for 100,000 years, they finally beheld the boundless sea of realms once more. Look, that god of death has reached the sea of realms. Let us follow, but do not reveal ourselves. Let us conceal and observe. The celestial fox ancient emperor pointed towards a majestic silhouette at the horizon of the universe, speaking with fervor. That figure was Lu Xian. Having personally unsealed the abyss of heaven, Lu Xian had now arrived at the Sea of Realms. This vast sea of realms stretched endlessly, resembling a boundless ocean amidst the clouds. Above the Sea of Realms, countless immortal mountains and islands emerged, shrouded in a veil of mist. Within the Sea of Realms, numerous terrifying monsters lay in ambush, posing constant threats. This place serves as the boundary between the realm of humanity and that of otherworldly beings. Hence it is referred to as the Sea of Realms. Lu Xian halted before the boundary sea, his brow tightly furrowed. Even before he set foot upon its waters, he sensed powerful auras emanating from above, the unmistakable presence of the human emperors. Raising his gaze, he beheld the vast sea of clouds, where at least 2 human emperors had descended. In the fleeting moment his eyes fell upon them, the clouds roiled, revealing the formidable figures of these 2 sovereign beings, who stood guard above the layers of mist, accompanied by dozens of quasi-emperors from the human race. This is the boundary sea of the human race. Trespassers shall not proceed, declared one of the emperors, his voice imbued with an overwhelming authority. This was Emperor Qifeng, hailing from a top-tier imperial lineage, dispatched to oversee the boundary sea in accordance with the edicts of the emperor. Presently, the human race stands as the mightiest among the myriad of celestial beings, boasting an unprecedented number of emperors within their ranks. There are over 1,000 emperors among the top-tier lineages alone, and when including those from lesser clans, the total count of human emperors likely exceeds 2,000 or 3,000. It is no exaggeration to proclaim that this era represents the most resplendent chapter in the history of humanity, due to the sheer volume of emperors. The duty of guarding the boundary sea has been entrusted to these imperial lineages in rotation. The 2 emperors, Qifeng and Yufeng, were executing this task on behalf of their families. Though their clans are neither the most powerful nor the weakest, they are still among the top-tier lineages, a status that has fostered their often arrogant demeanor. Moreover, with the boundary sea having remained tranquil for 100,000 years, they had nearly forgotten the lurking dangers beneath the surface. This is the foremost line of defense for humanity against alien threats. Thus, when Lu Xian appeared at the boundary sea, they stood in stunned silence for an extended period. The quasi-emperors behind them even rubbed their eyes vigorously, glancing multiple times to confirm that a human figure truly stood at the edge of the boundary sea. As guardians of this sacred realm, Emperor Qifeng and Emperor Yufeng could not permit any alien entity to breach the boundary sea. However, upon realizing that the figure before them was indeed a human emperor, they were left momentarily speechless. You are also of the human race? Emperor Yunfeng inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at Lu Xian, incredulity lacing his voice. How is it that a human emperor has appeared beyond the boundary sea? Pray tell, who are you? From whence do you hail? Which family do you belong to? Lu Xian initially believed that these 2 human emperors were sent by someone to impede his progress. However, from their expressions and gazes, he discerned that they seemed unaware of their own circumstances. Their presence in the realm sea was solely due to their duty of guarding it. Regardless of who appeared beyond the realm sea, they were compelled to intervene. Step aside. Lu Xian remained silent, his voice icy and domineering. For 100,000 years, he had guarded the heavenly abyss, while his kin had nearly faced annihilation. He could not afford to wait any longer. He yearned to return to his family and safeguard his people. Today, anyone who dared to obstruct his path would meet their demise. The emperors Qifeng and Yufeng, hovering above the Sea of Realms, seemed taken aback by Lu Xian's audacious demeanor. After a brief moment of astonishment, both were consumed with fury. How unreasonable you are! Were it not for your status as a member of the human race, I would have severed you the moment you approached the Sea of Realms. Yet here I am, offering you an explanation, and you respond with such arrogance. Very well, today I shall teach you a lesson in humility. With that, Emperor Yunfeng's wrath erupted as he stepped forth from the Sea of Realms, summoning an unparalleled divine power, his palm radiating with the brilliance of the sun, aimed directly at Lu Xian. After all, he was an emperor of one of the top 100 clans, who among the human race dared to disregard his authority. To be belittled by an unknown human emperor was an insult he could not tolerate. Seeing Yufeng take action, Emperor Qifeng refrained from intervening. He too believed that this human emperor was overly presumptuous and deserved a lesson. With arms crossed, he observed with keen interest, eager to witness the consequences that the arrogant human emperor would face. The ancient alien sovereigns who had stealthily followed Lu Xun now wore peculiar expressions, their eyes betraying an undeniable excitement. Goodness, these so-called human emperors are audacious indeed. My strength surpasses theirs by at least tenfold. Yet I wouldn't dare speak to this harbinger of death in such a manner. Had they witnessed his wrath, they would surely be terrified to the core. The last one who spoke so boldly to him, the ancient emperor of heavenly fire, is only days away from his seventh-day mourning. It was about time these short-sighted human beings realized what life had been like for us ancient alien sovereigns all these years. Each ancient sovereign bore a mischievous grin, fully aware of Lu Xun's formidable strength. He was the one hailed as the foremost existence beneath the emperor's throne by their alien deities. Just recently, he had obliterated a clone of a venerable being with a single strike. How could these pathetic individuals muster the courage to confront Lu Xun? The ancient alien sovereigns could hardly contain their laughter, eagerly anticipating the moment when these arrogant human emperors would be humiliated by Lu Xun. Of course, they secretly hoped to witness Lu Xun sever ties with the entire human race. Lu Xun stood quietly, facing the already unleashed Emperor Yunfeng. Instead of striking directly, Lu Xun chose to grant him an opportunity. Step aside or perish. Lu Xun spoke again, his voice imbued with an even greater authority than before. His condescending demeanor only served to further infuriate the Emperor Yunfeng, who felt a profound insult at his words. What are you to dare speak to me in such a manner? The Emperor Yunfeng was utterly enraged. After all, he was one of the most renowned emperors of the human race. He had never endured such humiliation. Great Sun Annihilation Fist. The golden radiance emanating from his palms suddenly transformed into a resplendent sun, illuminating the expanse for miles. At the moment he unleashed his power, a colossal avatar of the emperor materialized above him, towering majestically, hands clasping a blazing sun as it descended towards Lu Xun to impose its might. Hiss. This was Yunfeng's ultimate divine ability, the Great Sun Annihilation Fist. It was this very technique that had once allowed him to vanquish the Autumn Wind Emperor, who was a rank above him, with a single blow. Remarkably, after a millennium, his Great Sun Annihilation Fist had evolved into a force of immeasurable strength. The power of this strike had reached the zenith of the Emperor realm. Even at the pinnacle of Emperor might, one might struggle to withstand it. Above the Sea of Realms, the Wind Emperor, a longtime ally of Yunfeng, gazed in astonishment at the unleashed power of his comrade. He had already begun to mourn for the human emperor, oblivious to his own limitations, sighing in disbelief. It is no wonder this fool is so arrogant before us. If he meets his demise, it will be richly deserved. Lu Xun had not yet made a move, yet it seemed he had already foreseen the outcome. The Emperor Yunfeng had unleashed his unparalleled divine abilities, and the opposing human emperor was undoubtedly no match for him. Even if he survived, he would surely suffer grave injuries. Should Emperor Yunfeng strike once more, he would effortlessly slay the arrogant human emperor. The quasi-emperors behind him, upon hearing the analysis from the Emperor Qingfeng, were filled with fervent admiration in their gazes. However, they remained oblivious. 100 miles away, in the void, a group of concealed alien ancient sovereigns had already begun to mourn for Emperor Yunfeng. Is that human emperor a fool? They mused. Lu Xun has warned him to stand aside, yet he dares to obstruct his path. Truly stubborn. It is indeed difficult to advise the doomed. They were not even at the peak of the Emperor's realm, yet they dared to engage Lu Xun. These human emperors truly lacked self-awareness. How they must regret their reckless decisions if they realized they faced Lu Xun, an invincible being of the same level from 100,000 years ago. Even if they did regret it, there would be no opportunity left. Once the god of slaughter, Lu Xun, made his move, they would not even have a chance to reconsider. At the moment the voices of these alien ancient sovereigns fell, they witnessed Lu Xun act. Just as the Great Sun Annihilation Fist of Emperor Yunfeng was a mere millimeter from Lu Xun's nose, a sword aura was released from his eyes without warning. Whoosh! The formidable defensive power of Emperor Yunfeng and the solid imperial body, comparable to an imperial weapon, appeared as fragile as glass before this sword aura. Crack! Crack! From hundreds of miles away, the ancient sovereigns could clearly hear the sound of Emperor Yunfeng's body cracking piece by piece. Then, with a resounding boom, a human emperor vanished from existence. Throughout the entire encounter, Lu Xun had not even lifted a finger. With merely a glance, he had annihilated a human emperor. This scene was astonishing. Even those ancient sovereigns who were already quite familiar with Lu Xun were left stunned in disbelief at this moment. What hidden strength did this individual possess? The alien ancient sovereigns felt their scalps tingle, their bodies trembling. They had never realized that Lu Xun's power had reached such terrifying heights. At this moment, the formidable combat prowess exhibited by Lu Xun was not merely stronger than what they had faced in previous years, it was magnitudes greater. Only at this moment did they comprehend that all these years, Lu Xun had never regarded them seriously. The Emperor Qi Feng and the assembly of quasi-emperors above the Sea of Realms were also left dumbfounded in shock. Good heavens! What had they just witnessed? Emperor Yu Feng had actually perished, and it seemed the opponent had merely used a glance. Then, the Emperor Yu Feng shattered into countless fragments. A mighty human emperor had perished utterly. No, this cannot be true. How could he be so formidable? This is the Emperor Yu Feng. An emperor, how could he so effortlessly slay a being of such high stature? It must be an illusion. Surely it is just a mirage. Whoa, Emperor Yu Feng is the strongest among our Yun clan. How could he possibly be dead? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. At the moment of witnessing Emperor Yun Feng's demise, the human quasi-emperors felt as though the heavens had collapsed. Emperor Qin Feng gazed at this scene in shock. Just moments ago, he was certain that Emperor Yun Feng would triumph. Now, he was trembling in fear. His strength was merely comparable to that of Emperor Yun Feng. If even Emperor Yu Feng could be vanquished in a single stroke, what fate awaited him against such a harbinger of death? You dare to slay Yu Feng. You have brought calamity upon us. Despite his fear, Emperor Qin Feng roared in fury, for he was the guardian of the realm's sea, backed by the entirety of the human race. Thus, even knowing that the adversary, Lu Xun, possessed the might to annihilate him with a single strike, Emperor Qin Feng did not waver. The fall of Emperor Yu Feng would undoubtedly resonate throughout the human realm. The emperors stationed at the imperial gate would swiftly converge upon the realm's sea to provide assistance. Regardless of Lu Xun's strength, he could never withstand the combined might of the human emperors. Hence, despite his trepidation, Emperor Qi Feng refused to retreat. Instead, he decisively commanded the quasi-emperors behind him, form ranks. Prepare for battle. The once panicked human quasi-emperors, upon receiving Emperor Qin Feng's command, swiftly coalesced into formation, as if they had found their pillar of strength. These quasi-emperors, selected to guard the realm's sea, had undergone rigorous training. Together, the 36 quasi-emperors could instantaneously forge a formidable imperial-level formation. Even an emperor at the pinnacle of power would find it difficult to escape such a siege. As the 36 human quasi-emperors established the formation, the apprehension and terror in Emperor Qin Feng's gaze dissipated entirely. He stepped into the center of the formation, his expression darkening as he glared at Lu Xun beyond the realm's sea, his voice laced with defiance. To slay a human emperor upon this realm's sea, you possess audacity beyond measure. Regardless of your identity, today you shall meet your end. In the distance, those ancient alien sovereigns concealed within the void revealed expressions of disdain upon witnessing the formation above the realm's sea. Is that it? Not even a fraction of the might of our Tianmong clan's Tianmong formation. I cannot fathom the source of their confidence in attempting to counter Lu Xun with such a feeble array. In the past, our Tianmong formation was obliterated by Lu Xun's sword in an instant. This level of formation, even during Lu Xun's peak, would be effortlessly shattered without him needing to draw his sword. This is the ancient emperor of the Tianmong tribe, renowned for their formidable Tianmong array, which is said to possess the power to slay emperors and encircle sovereigns. However, it was effortlessly dismantled by Lu Xun with a single stroke of his sword. Indeed, it was a decisive blow. Not only was the Tianmong array shattered, but the 360 and who constituted the formation were also vanquished in an instant. Since that fateful battle, the Tianmong tribe has not dared to step into the passage even once. The last words of the previous generation's ancient emperor, uttered before his demise, were a solemn decree. As long as Lu Xun remains, the Tianmong tribe shall not take a single step beyond the passage. It must be said that the old ancient emperor of the Tianmong tribe displayed remarkable wisdom, sacrificing his own life to impart a harrowing lesson to his kin. Henceforth, every time the Tianmong people witnessed other alien races being defeated and humiliated by Lu Xun, they would silently express their gratitude for the sacrifice of the old emperor. His words resonated with the sentiments of other ancient emperors. These human beings, it seems, have enjoyed a prolonged period of carefree existence, to the extent that they have forgotten the terrifying presence of Lu Xun. Now, it is high time for them to comprehend the tribulations we, as alien races, have endured over the past 100,000 years. The ancient emperor of the Tianhu tribe smirked. eagerly anticipating the moment when these foolish human emperors would pay the price for their arrogance and folly. Before the boundary sea, Lucian carefully stored away the recently acquired essence of the emperor, although he no longer required the refinement and absorption of such a potent source. He deemed it unwise to squander these invaluable treasures. After all, it was the essence of an emperor. Preserving it for his kin to absorb would indeed be a worthy endeavor. What Lu Jia currently lacks the most is an emperor, and the source of the emperor he possesses can indeed forge a true emperor. Sealing this source of the emperor, Lucian cast his gaze upon the formation above the realm sea. A formation composed of 36 quasi-emperors, and a single emperor dares to impede his progress? After 100,000 years, it seems that humanity has indeed forgotten the name of this emperor. Lucian's sigh echoed across the vast expanse of the boundary sea. The emperor of the clear wind, who had just arrived at the heart of the grand formation, was taken aback upon hearing Lucian's words, his eyelids twitching in astonishment. He gazed at Lucian in disbelief and queried, "What do you mean by 10,000 years? Are you a great emperor from 100,000 years ago?" This remark stirred a tempest of astonishment among the surrounding quasi-emperors. What? A great emperor from 100,000 years ago? How is that possible? The lifespan of an emperor rarely exceeds 50,000 years, unless one continuously refines and absorbs the elixir of immortality or harvests the essence of life, which could extend their existence to 100,000 years. Such elixirs are exceedingly rare, even among the immortal clans and eternal doctrines. It is improbable to possess an abundance of them. Thus, if he truly had lived for 100,000 years, it could only be through the harvesting of life essence. To absorb life essence entails using the lives of mortals as a means of cultivation, a path steeped in darkness. Should any individual within the human race dare to engage in such practices, they would undoubtedly be branded as a malevolent scourge. Upon deducing that Lucian had resorted to this heinous method of cultivation, the Emperor of the Clear Wind and the 36 quasi-emperors were consumed by rage. How outrageous! To think you are a practitioner of such vile sorcery. A being who harvests the essence of mortal lives and indiscriminately slaughters the innocent is utterly unworthy of being called a great emperor of our human race. The Emperor of the Clear Wind thundered, his voice laced with fury. If you possess even a modicum of conscience, I advise you to take your own life. Should the envoy from the Supreme Hall arrive, you will not even have the chance to seek death. A beast like you, who harvests the essence of mortal lives, will surely find existence more torturous than death at the hands of the Supreme Hall. In mere moments, they had conjured an image of Lucian as a malevolent entity, steeped in the dark arts of life essence harvesting. If Lu Xuanrua were truly harvesting the essence of mortal lives for his cultivation, he would have long since achieved immortality and invincibility, rendering the possibility of aging utterly impossible. His ability to live for 100,000 years is solely attributed to the miraculous powers of the god burial coffin. Lucian disregarded the slanderous remarks of the Qifeng Emperor, his gaze icy and his tone unwaveringly calm yet commanding. Stand aside, or perish. Upon hearing Lucian utter the same words, the Qifeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors surrounding him shuddered slightly. They recalled that just moments before Lucian had taken action, he had issued a similar warning to the Yunfeng Emperor, who had chosen to engage and subsequently met his doom. Now, faced with the identical threat, both the Qifeng Emperor and the 36 quasi-emperors felt as though their very lives were at stake. Sensing the weakening resolve among these quasi-emperors, the Qifeng Emperor hastily exclaimed, "Regardless of your origins, your current actions are nothing short of a provocation against the entire human race, an affront to the Supreme Hall. I advise you to contemplate the consequences of your actions." Initially suppressing his fury, Lucian could no longer contain his wrath upon hearing the Qifeng Emperor repeatedly mention the Supreme Hall. The so-called Supreme Hall is, in essence, a law enforcement institution established by the 4 great eternal clans and the 3 immortal lineages, which are comprised of those possessing emperor-level strength. In addition to these eternal clans and immortal lineages, the Supreme Hall has also welcomed numerous imperial families and emperors into its fold, thereby enhancing its ranks. Due to the presence of 7 reigning emperors, the Supreme Hall commands absolute authority and status within the human realm. 100,000 years ago, Lucian had been compelled by the combined might of the 7 emperors of the Supreme Hall to leave his family and take up residence in Tianyuan. At that time, they had promised the Lu family eternal protection. Yet, those of the Supreme Hall failed to uphold their vow. Upon his return to the human race, Lucian's primary objective was to rescue his kin. His secondary aim was to challenge the Supreme Hall, seeking justice for his 100 millennia of dedication. With fury ignited, Lucian struck without mercy. The moment the burial sky divine sword manifested, the heavens and earth were instantly devoid of color, even the light was overshadowed, leaving only the radiance of the sword. As the burial sky divine sword descended from the heavens, it cleaved the cosmos in twain. In that fleeting instant, the sword's brilliance illuminated vast stretches of the realm, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle. The once confident Emperor Qifeng, who had faith in his formation, realized his grave error the moment Lu Xian's sword light appeared. Furthermore, the magnitude of his mistake was staggering. Merely this single ray of sword light was beyond their capacity to withstand. The Lu Xian before them, how could he be merely an emperor? He was clearly an imperial sovereign. The might of this single strike was already on par with a direct assault from an imperial sovereign. The emperor-level formation, meticulously arranged by Emperor Qifeng and the 36 quasi-emperors, could only withstand an emperor's might, utterly incapable of resisting an imperial sovereign. Thus, in the very moment the sword light descended, Emperor Qifeng, displaying remarkable cunning, fled. As the core of the emperor-level formation, he abandoned the 36 quasi-emperors of the human race behind him and made his escape. A dignified emperor, frightened into retreat. Who would dare believe such a tale? Those quasi-emperors, already overwhelmed by the oppressive sword energy, were rendered speechless upon witnessing Emperor Qingfeng's flight. With the core having fled, was there any point in maintaining the formation? Shameless. Despicable. The quasi-emperors erupted in furious denunciations. Yet, regardless of their outcries, Emperor Qifeng continued his flight without a backward glance. Lu Xian paid no heed to the fleeing Emperor Qifeng. Given his formidable strength, intercepting the emperor would pose no challenge. Yet, as a member of the human race, despite his readiness to sever ties with the Supreme Hall, he ultimately chose to grant the emperor a chance at survival, out of respect for their shared lineage. At the very moment of the emperor's escape, a torrent of sword energy cleaved through the formation. The 36 human quasi-emperors were instantly reduced to ashes. They were not true emperors, nor did they possess the essence of an emperor. Their shattered bodies meant their demise was absolute, death beyond recovery. With a single stroke, Lu Xian obliterated 36 quasi-emperors. Yet he felt little joy in this feat. His gaze turned toward the Sea of Realms. At the far end of the sea, the fleeing figure of Emperor Qifeng suddenly halted. A host of powerful human emperors emerged at the threshold of the sea, having rushed from within the imperial pass to aid the Emperor Qifeng. In the blink of an eye, these human emperors gathered at the edge of the sea. 6 in total, standing in a line, their expressions grim as they assessed Lu Xian beyond the sea. Among them was Emperor Qifeng, whose body visibly trembled upon sighting Lu Xian. He yearned to flee, yet was forcibly brought back by these emperors. Having already experienced Lu Xian's terrifying prowess, Emperor Qifeng had no desire to confront such an entity. Lu Xian's gaze also fell upon the 5 newly arrived human emperors. Among them, 2 were at the pinnacle of their power, while the other 3 had reached the late stage of the emperor realm. Coupled with the late-stage Emperor Qifeng, this assembly of 6 emperors, 2 at their zenith and 2 in the late stage, was sufficient to conquer any adversary. However, he was an exception. Not only did he remain unfazed by these mere 6 emperors, but even if 10 more peak emperors were to arrive, Lu Xian would still stand undeterred. This time, Lu Xian chose silence, coldly observing the newly arrived emperors, especially the 2 at the peak, from whom he sensed the aura of the Chongqing clan's techniques. Hundreds of miles away, the alien ancient emperors concealed within the fabric of space felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing Lu Xian spare Emperor Qifeng. Yet before they could lament, they beheld Emperor Qifeng return, accompanied by the 5 human emperors. Above the Sea of Realms, the 6 human emperors looked down upon Lu Xian with haughty expressions. This scene invigorated the alien ancient emperors, igniting them with anticipation. At last, something promising was unfolding. The human race had prospered for 100,000 years, and their number of emperors had multiplied several times compared to a century ago. It would be beneficial for Lu Xian, the harbinger of death, to eliminate more of their emperors. Slay, slay, the more that fall, the easier it shall be for us to assault when the time comes. I can hardly wait to cross the Sea of Realms, breach the imperial gates, and descend upon the human race. Alas, the humans are too stingy. To contend with a slaughterer like Lu Xian, they have sent only such a scant number of emperors, insufficient even for him to draw his sword. This slayer had once dispatched 10 peak ancient emperors in a single stroke. These few human emperors were hardly worthy of his serious consideration. The alien ancient emperors sighed, lamenting the human race's meagerness, believing that far more emperors should have come to meet their demise. With Lu Xian's stature, the human race ought to have sent at least 100 emperors to do justice to his reputation. After all, he was the most formidable emperor of the human race from 100,000 years ago. As the alien ancient emperors expressed their dismay, the human emperors atop the Sea of Realms finally spoke. One of the peak emperors, clad in a black robe, glared at Lu Xian with a menacing gaze. His palm opened, and a golden token materialized within it. The moment Lu Xian beheld the golden token, his expression turned even colder. The Supreme Token. It represented the highest authority within the human race. The appearance of the Supreme Token signified the personal descent of the 7 Emperor Lords from the Supreme Hall, compelling all humans to obey the Supreme Command. To defy the Supreme Token was to betray the human race. Clutching the Supreme Token, this peak emperor found his confidence bolstered. Bold Lu Xian. The Emperor Lord inquires, why do you disregard the pact and leave the Tianyuan without permission? Have you forgotten your promise? In defense of our human race, you are to guard the abyss for the entirety of your life, without exception. The esteemed emperor, at the pinnacle of his power, spoke with authority, questioning Lu Xian. In the past, concerned for the safety of his kin, Lu Xian might have heeded the edict of the Supreme. However, now he was indifferent to such matters. Faced with the emperor's rebuke and the inquiry from the Supreme, a cold smile graced Lu Xian's lips, his voice icy and commanding. Well asked. I too wish to inquire about those so-called emperors you mentioned. Do they still recall the pact we forged long ago? The emperor from the Changshan clan, evidently aware of the events that transpired 100,000 years prior, appeared somewhat disconcerted upon hearing Lu Xian's retort. Yet, representing the Supreme and the esteemed hall, he could not afford to lose face before an emperor like Lu Xian. With a haughty snort, he unleashed a radiant golden light from the Supreme Edict, declaring with authority, Lu Xian, you possess immense audacity. To leave the abyss without permission is a grave offense. Now, you dare to show disrespect to the Emperor and the Supreme Hall. Truly, you are filled with ambition. I stand here representing the Supreme, representing the Emperor to question you. Do you truly wish to remain obstinate? If you return now and dutifully guard the abyss, the Emperors may yet show mercy and overlook this transgression. Of course, your reckless act of slaying a fellow human emperor and harming your own kin is also a heinous crime. While death may be avoided, the consequences of your actions cannot be escaped. Come forth and endure 30,000 heavenly lashes. If you survive, this matter shall be considered resolved. Upon hearing the emperor's rebuke, Lu Xian responded not with anger but with laughter, as if he had just heard the most amusing jest of the past 100,000 years. Since when did a mere emperor dare to question him? Moreover, this individual sought to act on behalf of the emperor to punish him? 30,000 heavenly lashes? How absurd. Lu Xian could only respond with a cold smile. Lu Xian's disdainful smile provoked an immense fury within this peak emperor, hailing from the illustrious Changshan family. As a representative of the emperor, who among the human race would dare to disregard him? Yet now, he found himself ridiculed by Lu Xian, a sinner among their kind. Before he could unleash his wrathful roar, another peak emperor had already bellowed in anger, Lu Xian, what is the meaning of your demeanor? Do you truly consider the emperor beneath your notice? However, regardless of his furious outcry, Lu Xian could scarcely be bothered to spare him a glance. A troop of mere jesters, wielding the supreme order, truly believed themselves to be emperors? Lu Xian coldly scoffed today. Even if the esteemed emperor behind you were to arrive in person, my stance would remain unchanged. It is your emperor who has betrayed his trust, wronging me and my Lu family. Even if you do not seek me out, I shall pursue them myself and demand an explanation. Lu Xian's voice resonated throughout the realms. The several great emperors upon the Sea of Boundaries, each already aware of some agreements made 100,000 years prior, bore expressions of grave concern. Only the Emperor of Clear Winds remained oblivious, feeling like an outsider who could not comprehend the discourse between Lu Xian and the other emperors. Fortunately, he was indifferent to the matter. Since his return, he had been vigilant of his surroundings, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Regardless of the grudges between Lu Xian and these ancient families of longevity, he, a mere member of a minor imperial clan, had no place in such affairs. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient monarchs of foreign races seethed with rage upon witnessing the attitude of the human emperors towards Lu Xian. Their anger surpassed even that of Lu Xian himself, as if it was not Lu Xian being slandered, but rather themselves. Had humanity descended to such depths of moral inversion? Unable to discern right from wrong? How shocking it was to realize that after 100 millennia, humanity had fallen to such a state. These individuals, wielding the supreme decree, clearly intended to tarnish Lu Xian's name. What audacity they possessed. They seemed unaware of the very meaning of death. To think they would subject Lu Xian to the trial of 30,000 heavenly lightning strikes. Was their reasoning utterly impaired? Once the god of death, Lu Xian, took action, there would be no escape for them. If the Supreme Hall of Humanity were populated by such inept individuals, the day when we, the foreign races, breach the imperial barriers and seize dominion over humanity would surely be imminent. The ancient monarchs of foreign races were filled with exuberance. They had been dispatched by the esteemed Qing Hu to covertly assist Lu Xian. Yet, the feeble display put forth by humanity was utterly insufficient in the face of Lu Xian's might. Lu Xian acted with casual ease, effortlessly resolving the situation without requiring their intervention. The ancient sovereigns of various alien races watched with keen interest, and some even commenced betting, speculating on how long this god of slaughter, Lu Xian, would endure before taking action. Before the expanse of the boundary sea, Lu Xian's retort left the several human emperors with exceedingly grim expressions. They wished to counter his claims, yet found themselves at a loss for words. The deeds committed by their sovereign were indeed treacherous, yet they could not bring themselves to acknowledge this truth. Their sovereign could not be tarnished with such a heinous reputation. From the beginning, they and their sovereign could only be the harbingers of justice. Thus, the only one at fault could be Lu Xian. Lu Xian, I cannot comprehend your words. You promised to guard the abyss of heaven, and thus you should fulfill that duty diligently. Now, having abandoned your post, you have committed a grave error. To dare slaughter your own kin before the Sea of Realms is an unforgivable sin. Just moments ago, the esteemed Jiang Ming merely imposed 30,000 heavenly lashes upon you as an act of mercy outside the bounds of the law. Do not remain obstinate, lest you bring harm upon yourself and others. I advise you to accept your punishment humbly and return to the abyss of heaven obediently. In doing so, I may intercede on your behalf before the sovereign, seeking clemency and granting you and your family an opportunity for repentance. Another Peak Emperor coldly admonished, his words dripping with veiled threat. You may disregard your own life, but do you not care for the fate of your family within the human race? 100,000 years prior, Lu Xian had been compelled to leave his kin under the duress of the 7 great emperors, forced to guard the abyss of heaven. Now, a century later, hearing the same threats ignited within him a tempest of fury and a century's worth of grievances. Yet, in that moment, he appeared remarkably calm. He gazed steadily at the Peak Emperor, sensing the aura of the Chongqing family emanating from him. Do you hail from the Jin family? Lu Xian's voice was remarkably calm. He sensed the aura emanating from the pinnacle of the imperial presence before him, which belonged to the Jin family. As for the individual wielding the supreme command, Lu Xian needed no deduction. It was undoubtedly Emperor Jiang Ming, hailing from the Jiang family of the Eternal Life clan. Among the 4 illustrious eternal clans, it was the sovereigns of the Jin and Jiang families who initially conspired to expel Lu Xian from the human race, relegating him to guard the abyss. Thus, upon realizing that the current assembly of human emperors was comprised of members from the Jiang and Jin families, Lu Xian felt no surprise. It was these very 2 families' sovereigns who had cast him out, and naturally, they would not welcome his return to the human realm. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for these younger emperors to wield the supreme command in an attempt to obstruct him. The emperor from the Jin family, upon hearing Lu Xian's inquiry, exhibited a flicker of pride in his gaze and arrogantly declared, Since you are aware of my lineage, you must also comprehend who you have offended. Lu Xian, I advise you to obediently step forward to receive your punishment. If you can survive the punishment of 30,000 heavenly lightning lashes, all transgressions will be forgiven. No sooner had the Jin family emperor finished speaking than Jiang Ming, the one holding the supreme command, interjected forcefully, Lu Xian, our patience is limited. Should you fail to present yourself for punishment within 10 breaths, it will be seen as a provocation against the sovereign and an affront to the Supreme Hall. Provocation? Lu Xian chuckled softly, his expression betraying neither sorrow nor joy. His voice remained remarkably calm as he spoke. Have I not been provoking you all along? Is it only now that you have come to realize this? The Jin family, the Jiang family. I never imagined that the descendants of 2 esteemed emperors would turn out to be nothing more than a bunch of fools, utterly inept. As Lu Xian's words fell, it was as if a bomb had been tossed into a tranquil pond. The 5 esteemed emperors above the boundary sea glared at him with an intensity that suggested they would gladly consume him alive. Only the Emperor of the Clear Wind, upon witnessing the familiar smile gracing Lu Xian's lips, silently began to retreat. Naturally, in the presence of these formidable emperors from the Longxing clan, he dared not exhibit excessive behavior, yet he had already established a sufficient distance from them. The moment he sensed Lu Xian's intent to strike, he would be poised to escape. The Emperor of Clear Wind was fully prepared for flight, while the other emperors from the Jiang and Jin families remained blissfully unaware. Enraged by Lu Xian's words, they fixed their furious gazes upon him. The Emperor Jiangming, wielding the supreme token, bellowed with a surge of murderous intent, "Lu Xian, you are courting death." They had come with the mandate to prevent Lu Xian's return to the human realm, believing that the supreme token in their possession would effortlessly compel him to retreat. Yet, to their astonishment, Lu Xian displayed utter indifference towards the supreme token, openly challenging them and the authority it represented. How could they possibly endure such an affront? With Jiang Ming's furious roar, the other emperors launched their attacks in unison. The battle among the 6 human emperors above the boundary sea erupted instantaneously. With the exception of the Emperor of Clear Wind, all 5 others engaged fiercely. The clash of imperial powers reverberated ominously through the skies. After striking, the Emperor of the Jin family let out a triumphant laugh, declaring, "Lu Xian, since you refuse to recognize your own fortune, you shall face your demise." The combined might of these 5 emperors was such that none within the human realm, save for a few revered sovereigns, could withstand their onslaught. Though Lu Xian is formidable, he is still merely a great emperor. As long as he remains a great emperor, he cannot possibly withstand the onslaught. However, they failed to notice that at the moment they struck, the great Emperor Qifeng, who had been standing beside them, had vanished without a trace. Having learned from past experiences and having witnessed Lu Xian's terrifying prowess, the great Emperor Qifeng swiftly fled when Jiang Ming and the others launched their attack. At this moment, he had already reached the edge of the boundary sea, on the verge of completely escaping its confines. Similarly, Jiang Ming and his companions were oblivious to the fact that under the combined assault of their 5 great emperors, Lu Xian displayed not a trace of fear on his countenance. His demeanor remained cold and indifferent, as if he had not even perceived their attacks. Hundreds of miles away, the ancient emperors of the alien races, concealed in the void, erupted in ecstatic cheers. "It is here. The harbinger of death, Lu Xian, has managed to endure until now." Which is quite remarkable. How foolish are these human great emperors. Before Lu Xian even made a move, they were eager to court their demise. Alas, with such meager strength, they hold no appeal. A few worthless great emperors are insufficient to withstand even a single strike from Lu Xian. Shall we wager on how many moves it will take for the harbinger of death, Lu Xian, to dispatch them? Need we even speculate? A single swing of his sword, and they would be reduced to ashes. The ancient emperors of the alien races found themselves somewhat disheartened. The strength of those human great emperors astonished them. Are human great emperors truly this weak? The imperial laws behind those great emperors paled in comparison to even these alien ancient emperors. With such weaklings, how could they dare to take the initiative against Lu Xian? Just then, they beheld Lu Xian in motion. This marked the first time since departing from Tianyuan that he had drawn his sword. The resonant sound of the sword echoed throughout the boundary sea. At the moment the sword's ringing resounded, the 5 human great emperors felt their actions abruptly halt. The sound was as if it heralded some great terror. Even the movements in their hands came to a sudden standstill. In that instant, the imperial laws behind them were severed by a single strike. With the imperial laws shattered, the group instantaneously lost their connection to the essence of the great emperor. Not good. Even Jiang Ming, in all his arrogance, sensed that something was amiss and cried out in alarm, attempting to alert the others. Yet before his voice could fully escape his lips, he witnessed the great emperors before him simultaneously disintegrate into countless fragments. Watching the great emperors crumble before his very eyes, Jiang Ming was utterly shattered. In the face of life and death, the supreme token in his grasp suddenly erupted with a golden radiance, shielding him from the pervasive sword energy. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Ming was struck violently, enveloped by the golden light of the supreme token, and was sent hurtling backward for hundreds of miles. After soaring nearly 1,000 miles, Emperor Jiang Ming finally expelled a mouthful of black blood, and even the very essence of his imperial being was riddled with countless fractures. It was only due to the protective nature of the supreme order that he escaped with his life. The others, lacking such fortuitous protection, perished under the relentless onslaught of the sword chi. This serves to illustrate the sheer magnitude of that singular strike, one sword, for emperors slain. It was nothing short of a miracle. No, this cannot be. The surviving Emperor Jiang Ming was engulfed in panic and disbelief. Even now, he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired in that fleeting moment. They, 5 formidable emperors united, had aimed to annihilate Lu Xian. Their combined assault had encircled him entirely. Yet, just as they believed Lu Xian was undoubtedly doomed, a resounding cry of a sword echoed through the air. Then, he witnessed the other 4 emperors fall, almost simultaneously, before his very eyes. Emperor Jiangming observed with clarity as those four emperors were severed by the sword qi, a force so terrifying that even their protective imperial weapons could not withstand its assault, shattering alongside their imperial forms into countless fragments. Jiangming himself had narrowly avoided a similar fate. Had it not been for the safeguarding power of the Supreme Order, his end would have mirrored that of the others. Alas! Retreat. You cannot withstand him. At that moment, a sigh emanated from the Supreme Order. Hearing this lamentation, though unwilling to concede, Emperor Jiangming had no choice but to turn and flee. He continued his escape until he reached the farthest edge of the Boundary Sea, where he finally encountered the already escaped Emperor Qingfeng. Gazing at the seemingly innocent expression of Emperor Qingfeng, Jiangming halted, casting a fierce glare, and demanded in anger, "Did you already know of his prowess?" In response to Jiangming's inquiry, Emperor Qingfeng hurriedly clarified, "You misunderstand. I was unaware of his strength. Moreover, I previously advised you all against underestimating our opponent, yet you chose to disregard my counsel." It was then that Emperor Jiangming recollected that upon their arrival at the Boundary Sea, Emperor Qingfeng had earnestly warned them against engaging in conflict with Lu Xian. However, how could they have taken Qingfeng's admonitions to heart? After all, they were armed with the Supreme Order, representing the Supreme Hall. Surely, Lu Xian would not dare to oppose such authority. Yet, reality had proven them gravely mistaken. Lu Xian not only opposes the Supreme Hall, but also shows no deference to the emperor behind them. That sword strike just now has unequivocally conveyed Lu Xian's stance. Lu Xian, this marks a definitive rupture with the human race. Even if it is not a complete severance with humanity, it is at the very least a break with the Supreme Hall and the two prominent eternal families. Emperor Jiangming glared at the imposing figure of Emperor Qifeng before him, his expression dark and filled with rage, wishing nothing more than to strike down this cowardly deserter with a single blow. Yet, before he could act, the voice of the Supreme Order echoed, casting blame away from him. Lu Xian's strength had surpassed his former self, having ascended to the realm of quasi-emperor. Even if he chose to remain, it would only lead to his untimely demise. Upon hearing the voice of the Supreme Order, even in his fury, Emperor Jiangming had no choice but to relent. He shot another fierce glare at Emperor Qingfeng before turning to flee towards the Imperial Pass. Beyond the Sea of Realms, witnessing Jiangming's retreat, Lu Xian refrained from pursuing him. He understood that Jiangming bore the Supreme Order, making him a difficult target to eliminate. Let this insignificant clown live a few more days. Lu Xian let out a cold smile and strode onto the Boundary Sea, gathering 4 sources of the Emperor. Now, in his possession, apart from the yet-to-be fully refined source of the ancient Fire Emperor, he held 5 complete sources of the Emperor. To his surprise, the news had spread to the Supreme Hall so swiftly. Lu Xian stepped onto the Sea of Realms, unhurried in his advance. The vast expanse of the sea, spanning countless miles, seemed but a fleeting moment for him to traverse. Yet, even after crossing this ocean, he still faced the formidable Imperial Pass before he could return to the human race. The Imperial Pass, a monumental barrier forged by the blood and sacrifice of innumerable humans, had withstood countless assaults from alien forces, defending the human realm time and again. Guarded not only by a human emperor but also by a million-strong army, the Imperial Pass posed a significant challenge, even for Lu Xian, who stood at the pinnacle of emperor-level power. Moreover, the news of his emergence had already reached the Supreme Hall. Those emperors who wished to prevent his return would undoubtedly obstruct his passage. If merely envoys from the Supreme Hall were dispatched, he might manage to contend with them. However, should the emperors themselves descend, Lu Xian, despite his confidence, recognized the insurmountable gap between an emperor and an emperor of supremacy. The distinction was a chasm that could not be bridged. Though he had attained the quasi-emperor of supremacy realm, he remained far from the true emperors of supremacy, the ultimate being standing at the pinnacle of existence. Throughout the ages, countless human emperors had arisen, with their numbers reaching into the thousands at times. Yet, the emperors of supremacy had never exceeded 9. This limitation was not a matter of human endeavor, but rather dictated by the laws of the heavenly Tao. 9 is the utmost. Under the heavenly Tao, there exist only 9 pathways to emperor of supremacy. Thus, in any given era, the number of human emperors of supremacy would perpetually remain below 9. Currently, the Supreme Hall alone boasted 7 such emperors, leaving only 2 positions available for the human race. Should there be any hidden emperors, the slots might already be filled. Lu Xian had long harbored the belief that this possibility was quite substantial. This belief stemmed from his own experience over several millennia ago when he sought to break into the Emperor of Supremacy realm and sensed the oppressive force of the heavenly Tao. The divine will thwarted his ascent, leading him to speculate that the current count of human emperors of supremacy had indeed reached 9. The attainment of this maximum number naturally precluded his own rise to that exalted status. Now, as Lu Xian prepared to return to the human race, he was destined to encounter the emperors of supremacy once more. 100,000 years ago, it was his inadequate strength that compelled him to flee from the threats posed by the 7 emperors. As he contemplated his return, he was resolute in his desire to avert a repeat of that tragic chapter. Should the number of emperors of supremacy reach its zenith, the only path left for him to ascend to that rank would be to vanquish one of them. Lu Xian's expression was grave, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Nevertheless, he was merely a quasi-emperor, and with his current strength, it was utterly impossible for him to slay an emperor. Each emperor uniquely governs a particular principle of imperial law. The imperial laws represent the most potent forces in existence, inherently suppressing the laws of the great emperor. Although Lu Xian is hailed as a quasi-emperor, he remains merely an emperor himself, still practicing the laws of the emperor. His emperor-level laws are inevitably overshadowed by the laws of the emperor supreme, rendering him perpetually incapable of rivaling the latter. Consequently, upon realizing that the human emperor supreme has likely attained the pinnacle of power, Lu Xian has been contemplating ways to break through this impasse. In the initial 10 millennia, he found himself at a loss, unable to conceive any method to transcend the constraints of the heavenly path and ascend to the status of Emperor Supreme. However, later on, he unearthed some clues from the god burial coffin. At first glance, the god burial coffin appears to be merely a simple bronze sarcophagus. Yet within it lies a world unto itself. Each time Lu Xian reclined within, his body would seamlessly transport him to an entirely new realm. In this ethereal domain, everything appeared to be in a state of stasis. Time, years, all ceased to flow in this place. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Xian could slow the inexorable march of his own aging by lying within the god burial coffin. As time passed, he uncovered certain peculiarities about this coffin. He noticed that the surrounding coffin boards were adorned with countless wondrous patterns, resembling an immense celestial map. Yet, in several pivotal locations, voids appeared, gaps that clearly marked where stars once resided, now inexplicably absent. Later, through an unforeseen incident, Lu Xian unveiled the secrets concealed within these coffin boards. Astonishingly, the starry voids could be filled with the essence of the great emperor. Thus, the great emperor essences he had obtained from vanquishing the ancient monarchs of alien races were all infused into the celestial voids upon the coffin lid. Currently, among the 28 starry voids on the coffin lid, only the 5 northernmost remained unfilled with the essence of the great emperor. Initially, Lu Xian intended to reserve these essences for his kin. However, circumstances compelled him to reconsider. Should he fail to advance further and attain the status of emperor, even a return to the human race would not guarantee the safety of his people. Conversely, should he choose not to return, it was likely that the emperor-level beings would refrain from acting against the Lu family prior to his return. This simplistic reasoning was only crystallized in Lu Xian's mind once he had achieved a state of profound calm. Thus, he realized he could not afford to rush back. Yet, he could not genuinely depart and abandon his post at Tianyuan. To retreat to Tianyuan would equate to conceding defeat to the Supreme Hall and showing weakness to the 7 great emperors, a fate Lu Xian would rather meet death than accept. He hoped that the god burial coffin would bestow upon him some unexpected revelations. Lu Xian sat quietly above the Sea of Realms, as the 5 sources of the great emperor in his hand fused one by one with the voids on the star chart. The star chart on the divine burial coffin was completely illuminated. The 28 sources of the great emperor radiated an astonishing brilliance at that moment. The star chart on the divine burial coffin instantly revealed colossal images of the 4 sacred beasts in the cardinal directions: the azure dragon of the east, the white tiger of the west, the vermilion bird of the south, and the black tortoise of the north. As these legendary 4 sacred beasts emerged from the star chart, Lu Xian trembled in awe, overwhelmed by their terrifying aura. This was indeed the fabled 4 sacred beasts. The star chart was capable of awakening their presence. Gazing at the majestic shadows of these sacred beasts manifesting within the divine burial coffin, Lu Xian was left speechless by his astonishment. Yet, after a fleeting moment of shock, his eyes brimmed with overwhelming joy. The ability of the star chart on the divine burial coffin to evoke the shadows of the 4 sacred beasts was a testament to its extraordinary origins, igniting a glimmer of hope within Lu Xian. Beyond the Sea of Realms, The ancient alien sovereigns concealed within the void were utterly bewildered upon witnessing Lu Xian halt his advance. What was happening? Why had Lu Xian stopped? Was he not returning to the human race? They had only just reached the Sea of Realms. Why was he not proceeding? They awaited his confrontation with the Emperor's Gate. Could it be that an unforeseen incident had occurred? That human emperor had unexpectedly brought forth the supreme order. Could it be that Lu Xian was intimidated by it? Although Lu Xian, the god of slaughter, was reckless, he was ultimately not an emperor and lacked the combat prowess of an emperor. He would certainly fall prey to the human emperors if he returned. It seemed he had come to understand that returning would likely lead to his demise, hence his hesitation. Alas, those human emperors truly acted despicably, treating Lu Xian, a great benefactor, in such a manner was utterly unjust. If Lu Xian were among our alien races, he would undoubtedly be revered by all. What a pity that the human race is composed of such base creatures, treating their benefactors with such disdain. The ancient alien sovereigns lamented on Lu Xian's behalf, recognizing that should he return, he would likely be suppressed by the human emperors. Qing Hu. Do you not possess the command of the Qing Hu sovereign? Why not step forward and recruit Lu Xian? If the human race does not cherish him, we shall. If you manage to bring Lu Xian to our side, the sovereign will surely reward you with great merit. Some urged the Qing Hu ancient sovereign to approach Lu Xian. Nonsense. Assisting Lu Xian's return to the human race is a command from the celestial sovereign. If I were to recruit Lu Xian to the alien races, I would be defying the celestial sovereign's orders. Do you wish for me to court death? Upon hearing the mention of the celestial sovereign by the ancient Fox Emperor, the ancient rulers of the alien races fell silent, gripped by fear. It dawned upon them that attempting to recruit Lu Xian at this juncture would be tantamount to defying the celestial sovereign's decree. In the realm of foreign lands, offending those esteemed ones might still leave a glimmer of hope for survival. However, to contravene the celestial sovereign's commands would lead to an inevitable demise. The celestial sovereign is, after all, their deity. Regardless of Lu Xian's intentions, we shall remain vigilant here. When he endeavors to breach the imperial gate, perhaps we can lend our support clandestinely. The ancient Fox Emperor spoke anew, his expression grave, acknowledging that the human race would likely not assist Lu Xian in breaching the imperial gate. Thus, we must rely on ourselves. If all else fails, we shall assault the imperial gate, inciting a great conflict. In the chaos of war, Lu Xian may seize the opportunity to enter the imperial gate. Upon hearing the ancient Fox Emperor's plan, the ancient rulers of the alien races felt invigorated, as if infused with a surge of energy. This sentiment is splendid. I shall summon the warriors of my Tianmong clan, ready to strike the imperial gate at a moment's notice. The warriors of my Fire Phoenix clan have long yearned to wield their blades in battle. After 100,000 years, we shall finally assault the imperial gate once more. No one shall compete with me for the glory of being the first to ascend it. The excitement among the ancient rulers was palpable as they anticipated the imminent assault on the imperial gate. After enduring 100,000 years of frustration, they were eager to reclaim their place at the imperial gate, filled with an insatiable desire to launch their attack without delay. Above the imperial gate, the recently returned Emperor Jiangming cast a dark glance at the figure standing calmly above the Sea of Realms, his eyes ablaze with fury. Were it not for the command of the imperial ancestor forbidding him from stepping beyond the imperial gate or seeking vengeance against Lu Xian, he would undoubtedly lead his army of 1,000,000 human warriors to obliterate Lu Xian. Behind him stood a throng of human emperors. Undeterred by the battle they had witnessed above the Sea of Realms, they were eager to burst forth from the imperial gate and slay Lu Xian to prove their might. Yet, constrained by Emperor Jiangming, the sentinel of the imperial gate, they dared not step outside, left only to glare in frustration. Is Lu Xian afraid? Standing there upon the Sea of Realms, he hesitates to advance, surely aware of our presence and thus terrified. I once believed that the mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago would possess great power. Alas, it seems his courage is but a trifle. What is the so-called mightiest emperor from 100,000 years ago? Merely a traitor expelled from the human race. 100,000 years ago, the Supreme Hall had already declared him a member of the human race, banishing him for his transgressions into the abyss for atonement. To think that after all this time, he would dare to return. Such a despicable and shameless individual. Were he to arrive, I would ensure he meets a fate worse than death. A mere human traitor, should he dare to show himself, we, the emperors, could drown him with but a single spit each. However, observing the demeanor of Lu Xian, it is evident that he has been intimidated by our formidable display, rendering him hesitant to approach. It is commendable that he possesses such self-awareness. The emperors of the human race erupted into boisterous laughter, dismissing Lu Xian entirely from their regard. They even boasted of their intentions to personally eliminate him. Yet, they remained oblivious to the presence of Emperor Jiangming ahead of them. Upon hearing their discussions, his countenance darkened, and his fist clenched with a resounding crack. He had nearly fallen victim to Lu Xian himself. What audacity did these individuals possess to believe they could vanquish him? Their disdainful remarks towards Lu Xian were nothing short of an affront to his dignity. Enough. Silence. With a sharp reprimand, Emperor Jiangming's voice cut through the air, prompting the other emperors to realize his ire, hastily sealing their lips. It was only at that moment that they comprehended the gravity of their prior remarks, which had inadvertently offended Emperor Jiangming. The esteemed emperors, feeling a wave of embarrassment, wished to approach and apologize. However, before they could utter a word, Emperor Jiangming had already turned away, leaving a gathering of emperors exchanging glances in silence above the Sea of Realms. Lu Xian's gaze was entirely captivated by the god burial coffin. The moment the ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts materialized from the star map, Lu Xian left behind a doppelganger upon the Sea of Realms. His true self had already reclined within the god burial coffin. As he lay within, his body instinctively transitioned into that extraordinary realm. To his astonishment, the ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts also manifested within this peculiar world. Furthermore, in this wondrous realm, the apparitions of the four sacred beasts were even more colossal and awe-inspiring than those he had glimpsed from the god burial coffin. Qilong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu. The manifestations of these four sacred beasts seemed to come alive, each one as immense as the heavens themselves. The formidable aura they exuded suppressed Lu Xian, the great emperor, leaving him in a state of trepidation. Hiss. Merely the four ethereal forms possess such terrifying might. It is truly unfathomable to imagine the sheer power of the legendary true forms of the four sacred beasts. Lu Xian was taken aback, inhaling sharply in disbelief. The four great sacred beasts, these were entities of legend. According to lore, the four great sacred beasts are formidable creatures that guard the portals of heaven and earth. No one had ever witnessed their true forms. Even the ethereal apparitions of the four great sacred beasts were a sight Lu Xian beheld for the very first time. His gaze, brimming with curiosity and astonishment, turned skyward. The phantoms of the four great sacred beasts materialized in the heavens above, each positioned in the cardinal directions of this world. Behind them lay an expanse of void, yet it imparted to Lu Xian an unsettling sense that something was concealed within. It was as if four invisible gates stood majestically behind the apparitions of the sacred beasts. Accompanying these phantoms were countless twinkling lights, resembling stars scattered across the sky, resplendent and shimmering. In an instant, the previously empty sky became adorned with a multitude of stars. Among them, the most radiant were the 28 colossal stars, each gleaming with a dazzling brilliance. As Lu Xian lifted his gaze, he was astonished to discover that everything before him mirrored the star maps he had observed atop the divine burial coffin. This astonishing sight left Lu Xian utterly speechless. At that moment, the ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts in the sky simultaneously transformed into radiant streaks of light. Four beams, each of a different hue, descended from the heavens with remarkable speed. Before Lu Xian could comprehend the situation, he found himself encircled by these four luminous trails. In an instant, a multitude of runes spontaneously manifested within his mind. In the blink of an eye, the four beams enveloping Lu Xian vanished, transforming into glimmering golden runes that shone brilliantly in his consciousness. Ultimately, all these runes converged into 5 ancient characters of resplendent golden light, the chaotic celestial emperor technique. Upon gazing at these 5 characters, an overwhelming torrent of knowledge surged into Lu Xian, merging seamlessly with his memories, akin to a divine revelation. In mere moments, Lu Xian had acquired the complete chaotic celestial emperor technique. After this profound revelation, his body trembled with excitement. The technique that transcends the heavenly Tao. The chaotic celestial emperor technique indeed surpasses the very fabric of the heavenly Tao. Beneath the heavenly Tao, the 9 emperor laws are derived. To amalgamate these emperor laws is to become a human emperor. Yet, the chaotic celestial emperor technique has the power to transcend the heavenly Tao itself. This illustrates the immense strength and astonishing nature of the chaotic celestial emperor technique. This is the very technique I have long sought. Lu Xian smiled radiantly. The god burial coffin has indeed brought him immense delight. The emergence of the chaotic emperor's art has instantaneously resolved his perplexities that had lingered for millennia. The chaotic emperor's art consists of 9 tiers. Attaining the 3rd tier or above elevates one to the realm of the emperor. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his heart racing with excitement. With the Chaos Emperor scripture in his possession, transcending to the supreme realm was no longer a mere dream. Moreover, upon reaching the third tier of this cultivation, he would already attain the status of Emperor Zun. Lucian could vividly envision the immense power he would wield in the subsequent tiers. The most crucial aspect was that cultivating the Chaos Emperor scripture required no adherence to the constraints of the heavenly Tao laws. In other words, he could achieve enlightenment and ascend to the rank of Emperor Zun without relying on the 9 laws of Emperor Zun. Lucian continued to observe the martial arts techniques. Growing increasingly astonished, cultivating the chaotic celestial emperor technique to the 4th level already breaks the earthly limits, ascending to the true celestial realm of immortals. The 5th level of the chaotic celestial emperor technique corresponds to the profound immortal realm, which surpasses that of true immortals. Beyond this, it aligns with the realms of the golden immortal and immortal king for cultivators. Upon reaching the 8th level of the chaotic celestial emperor technique, one attains the supreme realm of the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor, even within the celestial realm, stands as the most exalted existence, the ultimate destination for all sentient beings' cultivation. Yet, for the chaotic celestial emperor technique, the celestial emperor is not the final goal. The 9th level of this technique represents a state that transcends the celestial emperor. Only by reaching this level can one be worthy of the title of celestial emperor. The celestial emperor embodies a realm that dominates all sentient beings, the sovereign of all existence. These realms feel exceedingly distant from Lucian at present. Lucian yearned to swiftly attain the 3rd level of the chaotic emperor scripture, allowing him to transcend the limitations of an emperor and ascend to the status of an Emperor Zun. Only by becoming an Emperor Zun could he possess the strength to safely lead his kin out of the human race. Without this spatial realm before him, even with Lucian's prodigious talent, it would be utterly impossible to cultivate the chaotic emperor scripture to its 3rd level in a short span of time. Should he rely on merely waiting for the mastery of the chaotic emperor scripture, it would take at least a millennium or more. Although the protective array he established could withstand any assault from an emperor, it could not shield his clan indefinitely for centuries. Moreover, there was no assurance that the shameless Emperor Zuns of the human race would refrain from attacking the Lu clan during that protracted period. Thus, he simply could not afford the luxury of 1,000 years to leisurely cultivate the chaotic emperor scripture. He could not wait. His kin could wait even less. However, with the assistance of this spatial realm, all things became possible. Within this realm, everything was in a state of stasis. It was indeed the most favorable environment for cultivation. Even if Lucian were to cultivate for a millennium, or even 10,000 years in this place, time outside would seem almost as if it were at a standstill. If I am not mistaken, the master of this god burial coffin is likely the previous generation's celestial emperor. Lucian took a deep breath and boldly conjectured that the god burial coffin concealed the chaotic heavenly emperor's art, which must undoubtedly be closely linked to the heavenly emperor. However, all of this bore little relevance to Lucian in the present moment. At this juncture, mastering the chaotic heavenly emperor's art was of paramount importance. Lucian's gaze settled upon the chaotic heavenly emperor scripture, and he commenced his cultivation from the 1st level. The 1st level of the chaotic heavenly emperor scripture, the sanctified body of the 4 symbols. Lucian's gaze shone brightly, as the cultivation method for the 1st level of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art vividly emerged in his mind. This initial stage, known as the 4 symbols sacred body realm, derives its name from the necessity to commence cultivation by harnessing the elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. By absorbing these primal energies, one can manifest the ethereal forms of the 4 sacred beasts. Ultimately, the goal is to achieve the unification of the 4 symbols, leading to a metamorphosis of the physical body into the 4 symbols sacred body realm, culminating in the perfection of this stage. This realm serves merely as the foundation of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. Any practitioner possessing a sacred level cultivation can embark on this path. Lucian had already attained the realm of the great emperor. Now, as he began to cultivate the chaotic heavenly emperor technique from the holy level, it was almost effortless for him. As he channeled the mystical energies within his body, the forces of earth, water, wind, and fire began to converge within him. For Lucian, refining the 4 symbols sacred body posed little challenge. The only uncertainty lay in how long it would take to achieve success. As time flowed, Lucian immersed himself in relentless cultivation within this space. In the realm of cultivation, time held no meaning. With the absorption and refinement of various rare celestial materials and treasures from the outside world, Lucian's progress in mastering the chaotic heavenly emperor technique accelerated rapidly. Nevertheless, when he finally manifested the ethereal forms of the 4 symbols sacred beasts, A full century had elapsed. In the mortal realm, a century would have been too long for his clan to wait. Fortunately, within the confines of the god burial coffin space, a century equated to merely a fleeting moment in the present world. This brief interval was one that Lu Xian could endure. It seemed he had underestimated the intricacy of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Despite having reached the realm of the four symbols sacred body, he found no joy in his achievement. Merely grasping the fundamentals of the chaos Heavenly Emperor's art had consumed him a century of effort. Furthermore, he had expended countless cultivation resources accumulated over 100 millennia, barely achieving his current pace of advancement. Without the support of those celestial treasures, his cultivation speed would have been reduced by several dozens of times. This implies that relying solely on his own efforts, it would take him at least a millennium to attain mastery of the first level of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art. He hoped these resources would sustain him in progressing to the second level of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Glancing at the dwindling cultivation resources in his hand, a sense of worry creeping in. Another century had passed. The moment the ethereal forms of the four symbols sacred beasts merged with Lu Xian's body, it would signify that his four symbols sacred body had attained its consummate state. Lu Xian rose from the void, and every movement he made was imbued with an aura of majesty and imperial dominance. The ethereal forms of the four great sacred beasts accompanied his gestures, emanating an unparalleled and terrifying might. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Xian summoned the ethereal forms of the four sacred beasts within him, converging them into a brilliant golden pillar that surged forth into the void. The earth trembled as the golden beam erupted, creating a gaping chasm in the fabric of reality. Witnessing the formidable power of the four symbols sacred body, Lu Xian was profoundly astonished. The sheer might unleashed by the first level of the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique was already sufficient to annihilate a quasi-emperor. One could only imagine the overwhelming strength that would be attained upon mastering the second level of this technique. Lu Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly commencing his cultivation of the second tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor Sutra. However, the resources at his disposal were dwindling. Over the past 100,000 years, he had vanquished countless alien races and otherworldly demons in the abyss, acquiring an abundance of resources from their remains. It is no exaggeration to assert that the resources he possessed could easily elevate even a mere pig to the realm of an emperor. Yet, at present, these resources had only sufficed for him to perfect the first tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor Sutra. Glancing at the scant remaining resources in his possession, Lu Xian felt a sense of helplessness. Clearly, this meager supply was inadequate for his needs. It appeared that once he ascended to the second tier of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor Sutra, he would need to embark on a quest to gather additional resources. With a sigh, Lu Xian began to contemplate where he might procure the necessary resources. As for the alien races, it was not an option for the time being. After all, the foreign celestial beings had bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality, and Lu Xian could not be ungrateful. For now, he could not afford to disturb the alien races. Regarding the human race, given his current strength, returning now might pose significant dangers. Furthermore, wantonly plundering cultivation resources among the humans would be tantamount to courting death. Should he engage in such reckless behavior, he would undoubtedly be handing his enemies a weapon against him. It was entirely possible that he would meet his demise among the humans. His only viable alternatives lay with the demon races dwelling beneath the abyss and the vast, unfathomable sea beneath his feet. Although the demon races resided in the depths, secured by Lu Xian with the Burial Heaven Divine Sword for 100 millennia, this did not imply that their power was insignificant. Within the demon races, in addition to a plethora of demon emperors and demon kings, there existed formidable beings whose strength rivaled that of the human sovereigns. If Lu Xuanrua were to intrude into the realm of the abyssal demons, it would inevitably draw the attention of those demon lords. Previously, Lu Xian had refrained from entering the abyssal demon territory, remaining within the confines of the heavenly abyss. Consequently, the demon lords had been powerless against him. However, should he choose to venture into the abyssal demon domain, it would be akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den, thereby granting the demon lords an opportunity to eliminate him. Although Lu Xian required vast resources for his cultivation, he was not foolish enough to seek his own demise. Thus, his choices were ultimately confined to the vast expanse of the boundary sea beneath his feet. The boundary sea stretched endlessly, encompassing billions of miles. Beneath its surface lay not only a realm teeming with oceanic beasts but also a bountiful paradise for cultivation. Within the boundary sea existed numerous treasures of heaven and earth, which were absent in other regions. Over the past 100,000 years, despite never having set foot outside the Tianyuan, Lu Xian had acquired a considerable number of treasures from the Boundary Sea, obtained from the hands of ancient emperors of foreign races and demonic monarchs. Lu Xian still recalls that one piece, originating from the depths of the Sea of Realms, embodies an extraordinarily unique power of icy cold. After Lu Xian refined the sea-bottom ice jade, he extended his lifespan by a decade. Although, for an emperor, 10 years is insignificant, for Lu Xian at that time, this additional decade provided immense assistance. It was this extension that enabled Lu Xian to slay 10 ancient alien emperors with a single sword during the Great Battle 50,000 years ago when those alien races, aware of their impending doom, launched an attack. His prowess instilled a fear in those ancient alien sovereigns, making them hesitate to step foot into the passage ever again. Lu Xian had once contemplated personally venturing into the Boundary Sea to seek out more of this oceanic ice jade, which might further prolong his life. However, out of loyalty to his promise to guard the heavenly abyss, he dared not leave its confines. Thus, he willingly forfeited this golden opportunity to extend his lifespan. Now unshackled, the Boundary Sea beneath his feet became the prime location for him to seek out cultivation resources. After determining his targets for plunder, his Chaos Celestial Emperor technique officially advanced to its second level. This second tier, known as the Chaos Divine Furnace Realm, built upon the foundation of the four-symbol sacred body. It unified the powers of the four symbols, refining them into chaotic spiritual energy. By harnessing this chaotic energy in conjunction with the four-symbol sacred body, he transformed his physique into a Chaos Divine Furnace capable of refining all. As Lu Xian broke through to the Chaos Divine Furnace realm, his four-symbol sacred body metamorphosed into the Chaos Body. The Chaos Body represents the most formidable physique, transcending all others. Possessing the Chaos Body allows one to rise above the constraints of heavenly laws, enabling the individual to ascend to emperor status in any era. This emperor refers not merely to the earthly sovereigns, but to the celestial emperors residing in the heavenly realms, standing atop all worlds. As long as the Chaos Body does not fall, it is destined to become a celestial emperor. This is also the foundation upon which the Chaos Celestial Emperor technique operates, achieving imperial status beyond the confines of heavenly laws. Once the Chaos Body is cultivated, one can break through to the imperial realm even without the imperial laws. Not even the Celestial King Body or Divine King Body can compare to the Chaos Body. The moment Lu Xian perfected the Chaos Body, the skies above the Boundary Sea transformed dramatically. The previously clear azure sky was suddenly cloaked by an array of ominous black clouds. As the clouds gathered, tempestuous winds arose. Crackling, lightning flickered within the clouds, and thunder roared. In an instant, the once tranquil expanse of the Boundary Sea became a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, with storms converging, rain pouring, and lightning wreaking havoc. Within the Boundary Sea, tumultuous waves surged, and waterspouts reached towards the heavens. The entire Boundary Sea morphed into a vortex of storms, with waves rolling and thunderbolts flashing. Above, 5 colossal suns of different hues emerged in the sky: crimson, white, gold, azure, and black. The 5 distinct hues of the suns emanate a terrifying force of destruction. Wherever they traverse, all is obliterated, annihilated, returning to the void. The oceanic beasts of the realm, upon nearing, are instantly swept into the sky, struck to char by lightning, torn asunder by frenzied winds, and reduced to ashes by flames. In the blink of an eye, the Sea of Realms has transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Lu Xian, who is currently cultivating within the god burial coffin, senses the tumultuous events outside, his countenance shifting dramatically. He understands that this is the retribution of the heavenly Tao, aiming to annihilate his chaotic body. The chaotic body is exceedingly formidable, defying the very laws of heaven. It exists beyond the control of the heavenly Tao. Thus, at the moment he perfected his chaotic body, the heavenly Tao responded, unleashing a cataclysm of apocalyptic disasters: the inferno of the blazing sun, the tempest of the purple sun, the calamity of the shadowed sun, the deluge of the black sun, and the storm of the azure sun. 5 distinct disasters of the heavenly Tao descend, each potent enough to obliterate the cosmos, converging upon Lu Xian with the intent to eradicate his chaotic body entirely. Atop the imperial pass, numerous human emperors gaze, dumbstruck, at the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding above the Sea of Realms. Many of these emperors have stood guard at the imperial pass for millennia, yet have never witnessed such a horrifying scene in the heavens above. The Emperor Jiangming, having retreated within the imperial pass, instantaneously reappears before it, his expression one of sheer astonishment as he beholds the terrifying tableau above. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens, his eyes widening in disbelief. Amidst the calamities engulfing the sky, he discerns the figure of that individual, Lu Xian. The disasters of the heavenly Tao are, astonishingly, a consequence of Lu Xian's presence. Stunned into silence, Emperor Jiangming gasps in incredulity, pondering what heinous deeds Lu Xian has committed to incite such divine wrath, prompting the heavenly Tao itself to unleash calamity upon him. Numerous ancient extraterrestrial sovereigns, concealed within the void, are thrown into disarray at the moment the heavenly Tao's disasters manifest, hastily retreating. The calamities stretch across thousands of miles. Should they linger, they too would fall prey to the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Swift as lightning, they flee, resembling rabbits caught by the tail, retreating to the abyss in an instant. These ancient sovereigns, who once faced the might of mountains without flinching, now tremble in fear. How terrifying! This is the calamity of the heavenly Tao. The Reaper Lu Xian has aroused the very wrath of heaven, with 5 disasters descending simultaneously due to his emergence. He truly exemplifies the extraordinary. Even if he were to perish beneath the heavenly Tao's wrath, he would undoubtedly stand as the foremost figure throughout history. Yet, why does the heavenly Tao seek to obliterate Lu Xian? He is, after all, a great benefactor to humanity, his contributions unparalleled. Surely the heavenly Tao ought to commend him, not seek his annihilation. Could it be that the heavenly Tao itself has become bewildered? The calamities of the heavenly Tao descend solely upon those whose malevolence is so profound that even the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate them. Typically, such nefarious individuals are deserving of but a single calamity. Instances of attracting 2 types of heavenly Tao calamities simultaneously are exceedingly rare, while the occurrence of 3 or more is virtually unheard of. Yet, at this moment, Lu Xian has inexplicably summoned 5 distinct heavenly Tao calamities. Each of these calamities has manifested because of him, underscoring the unwavering resolve of the heavenly Tao to obliterate him. Under the weight of 5 heavenly Tao calamities, no one can withstand their onslaught, not even Lu Xian himself. The ancient emperors of other races look upon Lu Xian with a sense of injustice. Lu Xian has served as the guardian of the human race for 100,000 years, vanquishing numerous beings from the alien races. Even if he were to face the retribution of the heavenly Tao, it should be the punishment imposed by the alien race's own heavenly Tao. Yet, within those alien factions, the power of the heavenly Tao does not exist. This explains why they are not subject to its constraints, and why there is no limitation on the number of revered figures among them. To the human race, and in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, Lu Xian is undoubtedly a great benefactor. However, the fact that the heavenly Tao now seeks to obliterate him is utterly perplexing. The ancient emperors of the alien races have also voiced their indignation on Lu Xian's behalf. Lu Xian, if you cannot withstand these calamities of the heavenly Tao, why not seek refuge in our foreign realm? Within the foreign realm, you are free from the heavenly Tao's shackles. Once you enter, even the so-called heavenly Tao cannot harm you. The ancient Fox Emperor is particularly anxious if Lu Xian falls beneath the heavenly Tao's wrath. How will he return to explain to the revered Qinghu? His voice traverses the calamities of the heavenly Tao, reaching Lu Xian's ears. Having long anticipated the support of the ancient emperors behind him, Lu Xian feels an indescribable emotion flicker in his eyes upon hearing the ancient Fox Emperor's concerned words. Who could have imagined that those he had safeguarded for 100,000 years would wish for his demise beneath these calamities? Conversely, the alien races he had suppressed for so long are now willing to embrace him in this moment of life and death. This irony strikes Lu Xian profoundly, rendering his century-long guardianship a tragic jest. Fortunately, he had already relinquished hope for the human race, so he feels neither sorrow nor disappointment. He gazes upward at the 5 suns in the sky, the cataclysm of the end times, the inferno of the great sun, the thunderstorm of the purple sun, the tempest of the Yin sun, and the deluge of the black sun. The most formidable disasters under the heavenly Tao have descended solely because of him. Even if he were to perish in these calamities, it would be a source of pride. Of course, Lu Xian will not die. The records of the chaotic celestial emperor's technique state that the chaotic body is a formidable talent that the heavenly Tao cannot tolerate. Little did I expect. Upon merely achieving the chaotic body, I would attract 5 types of heavenly Tao calamities. It seems the heavenly Tao will not rest until it has erased me. Lu Xian cast a cold smile towards the heavens. In the face of this overwhelming force of calamity, he remained utterly unfazed, exuding an air of calm composure. Long before he practiced the chaotic celestial emperor's art, he had foreseen all of this. Moreover, the chaotic celestial emperor's art had already provided him with an impeccable solution. Boom! With a flick of his hand, Lu Xian summoned the divine burial coffin into the air. At the moment the coffin ascended, waves of celestial calamity surged forth, striking towards it with relentless force. However, these formidable powers of divine disaster, upon colliding with the coffin, dissipated as if they were but a drop in the ocean. The divine burial coffin absorbed them like a colossal sponge, rendering the calamities powerless to approach Lucien. In mere moments, the overwhelming tide of calamity was entirely consumed by the coffin. The sky above regained its clarity, and the ocean of realms below restored its tranquility. Lucien stood silently above the boundary sea, gazing up at the god-burial coffin, which had grown even more formidable after absorbing the calamity of the heavenly Tao. A satisfied smile graced his lips. "Oh, how unexpected for you, dear heavens. Not only did the calamity fail to hinder me, but it also aided me in unlocking 34 layers of the innate restrictions within the god-burial coffin. Originally, the coffin contained a total of 108 innate restrictions. Lucien had previously spent 100,000 years barely managing to unlock merely 20 of these restrictions. However, with the assistance of the heavenly Tao calamity, he was now able to instantly unveil 34 innate restrictions. Thus, 54 restrictions had been opened, transcending the realm of extreme imperial weapons. Innate restrictions are a form of magical artifact crafted solely within the bodies of extreme imperial weapons. These restrictions are grouped in sets of 9, and with each additional layer of innate restrictions, the power of the extreme imperial weapon is significantly enhanced. Generally, an extreme imperial weapon can possess a maximum of 3 layers, totaling 27 innate restrictions. Once the number of innate restrictions exceeds this limit, the extreme imperial weapon undergoes a sublime transformation, acquiring power comparable to that of an immortal artifact. Therefore, extreme imperial weapons with more than 4 layers of innate restrictions are referred to as immortal artifacts. The god burial coffin boasts 12 layers and 108 innate restrictions. If all its innate restrictions were to be fully unsealed, the coffin would wield a terrifying power akin to that of an immortal emperor's weapon. Now, with the aid of the heavenly Tao calamity, Lucien had directly unlocked 54 innate restrictions within the god burial coffin. As long as he could refine these 54 innate restrictions, the coffin would unleash the might of a superior immortal artifact. Compared to the earlier state of merely refining 20 innate restrictions, the enhancement in power is immeasurable. With the god burial coffin refined to this extent, Lucien even harbored hopes of vanquishing an emperor. After all, no matter how formidable an emperor may be, they remain beneath the immortals and cannot withstand the assault of a superior immortal artifact. Excellent. Let the heavenly Tao calamity come in whatever quantity it desires. Lucien beamed with joy, even wishing for an increase in the recent celestial calamities. Perhaps they would directly aid him in unlocking the 108 innate prohibitions within the god burial coffin. However, once all the celestial calamity forces were absorbed by the god burial coffin, it was as if the heavenly will had completely receded, showing no intention of continuing to unleash further calamities or annihilating him. Lucien could only let out a sigh as he temporarily stowed away the god-burying coffin, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. It was a pity that the hope of utilizing the heavenly Tao to unlock the 108 innate restrictions of the coffin could not be realized at this moment. However, he had still achieved significant gains this time. Not only had he advanced the chaotic emperor technique to its second level, successfully cultivating the chaotic body, but he had also unsealed 54 of the innate restrictions of the god-burying coffin. For him, these accomplishments were already more than sufficient. Now, all he needed to do was to refine the 24 newly unlocked innate restrictions within the coffin, and he would be fully confident in safely returning to the human race. With the god-burying coffin in hand, endowed with 54 innate restrictions, he would not be without a chance of victory, even when facing the emperor. Lucien appeared unscathed above the boundary sea, effortlessly warding off the calamities of the heavenly Tao. Upon witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in utter astonishment. Above the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming, who had just moments ago believed Lucien was doomed, was so shocked to see him unharmed that he nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. Could it be? How is he still alive? Emperor Jiangming even questioned the clarity of his vision. Just moments ago, there were 5 types of heavenly Tao calamities, any one of which possessed the power to annihilate beings of their caliber. Yet, how could Lucien have withstood all the calamities? Is he truly an emperor? Surely, Lucien cannot be merely concealing his true strength as an emperor lord. Behind Emperor Jiangming, a group of human emperors were equally dumbfounded, their eyes wide open as if their throats had been gripped, rendered speechless. Within the boundary sea, numerous formidable oceanic monsters that had concealed themselves at the onset of the heavenly Tao calamities were equally stupefied. These powerful sea creatures now regarded Lu Xien with reverence akin to that of deities. Above the abyss, various ancient alien sovereigns, who had been mourning for Lu Xien, were left in a state of shock. What had they just witnessed? Lu Xien is surprisingly still alive. At this moment, the ancient emperors of the alien races erupted into jubilant cheers. I always knew that Lu Xien, this god of slaughter, had survived for 100,000 years. How could he possibly perish so easily? Haha, this is truly splendid. Even the calamities of the heavenly Tao could not bring him down. This fellow is simply beyond human. The ancient emperors of the alien races were even more elated than Lu Xien himself, far above the Sea of Realms. Upon hearing the joyous cheers of these ancient emperors in celebration of him, Lu Xien felt a stirring within. Having guarded the abyss for 100,000 years, he was quite familiar with these alien beings. Though they were sworn enemies of humanity, they were also the most agreeable to interact with. In that moment, Lu Xien seemed to solidify a certain conviction within himself. He had chosen the most suitable haven for his kin. However, there was no rush. What he needed to focus on now was not storming the imperial gates, but rather plundering resources. He required a vast amount of resources to cultivate the chaotic heavenly emperor's sutra and to refine the god burial coffin. The aquatic races of the Sea of Realms presented the most opportune target for resource acquisition. Just as Lu Xien prepared to plunge into the ocean, he heard Lu Linglong's call. "Ancestor, can you hear me?" The suddenness of Lu Linglong's voice caused Lu Xien's countenance to tense. The first thought that crossed his mind was that the Lu family was in peril. "Linglong, has something happened to the family?" Lu Xien inquired in a low voice. If indeed the family were to face a crisis, he would have no choice but to force his way through the imperial gates and hasten back to his clan. "Ancestor, the family is currently quite secure. Although the 4 esteemed elders of the Lin family relentlessly assault us day and night, they are utterly incapable of breaching your formation. There is no need for you to worry about the family for the time being." Lu Linglong's response eased Lu Xien's expression somewhat. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Perhaps some good news to share with our esteemed ancestor?" L. Linglong's voice was tinged with a hint of excitement as she eagerly proclaimed, "It is my father who instructed me to inform our esteemed ancestor that he has successfully attained the status of an emperor. With a great emperor now safeguarding our L family, the formations left by our ancestor are even more impenetrable. Thus, there is no need for our ancestor to worry about the affairs of our clan for the time being. However, you ought to exercise caution. The Lin family may be unable to breach our protective formation, yet they may devise ways to obstruct your return." Upon hearing that it was indeed El Tianyuan who had achieved the zenith of emperorhood, El Xian was momentarily taken aback. It had not yet been a full day since he had disseminated the cultivation methods. Lu Tianyuan astonishingly achieved the status of an emperor within just a year, a feat that truly took Lu Xien by surprise. After all, under normal circumstances, even with access to the subsequent imperial-level cultivation methods, one would require at least 10 days to half a month to comprehend and subsequently break through to the realm of an emperor. Yet, Lu Tianyuan accomplished this remarkable feat in merely a single day. Lu Xien was uncertain whether it was truly the extraordinary talent of Lu Tianyuan that was beyond comprehension, or if there existed other factors at play. For instance, treasures such as secret realms that could accelerate time might be involved. Lu Xien refrained from inquiring about trivial matters, as he felt reassured knowing that the Lu family was under the protection of a great emperor. The imperial-level formation he had left behind would, with the presence of a great emperor, amplify its power 1,000-fold. Especially after Lu Tianyuan ascended to become a great emperor, he would possess the strength to activate the ancestral imperial weapon. With the imperial-level formation left by Lu Xien, combined with the ancestral imperial weapon, no number of great emperors could breach the defenses of the Lu family. Of course, should an imperial lord take action, the Lu family's formation would be powerless to withstand it. However, it seemed unlikely that those imperial lords of the human race would lower themselves to confront the Lu family at this juncture. Aware of the Lu family's temporary safety, Lu Xien let out a sigh of relief. As for Lu Linglong's speculation that the Lin family might seek to harm him, Lu Xien harbored no concerns whatsoever. If the patriarch of the Lin family dared to appear before him, it would only lead to their own demise. What truly concerns Lu Xien has never been merely the Lin family, but rather the formidable figures behind them, the esteemed emperors of the human clan. "I understand now. You must not grow complacent. Continue your diligent cultivation and strive to enhance your strength as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, remember this: before my return, The protective formation of our clan must not be activated under any circumstances. Regardless of who may arrive, the protective formation must remain untouched. Lu Xian spoke slowly. Lu Linglong was acutely aware of these matters. She nodded in affirmation, assuring the ancestral spirit that they would await its return. Until the ancestral spirit reappeared, they would remain steadfast and not activate the family's protective formation, regardless of who might arrive. The protective formation represented their final bastion. Once it was breached, the Lu family would face annihilation. Thus, even in the absence of Lu Xian's admonitions, they would not unseal the formation on their own accord. Moreover, in the current circumstances, only Lu Tianyuan, who had recently ascended to the status of a great emperor, and Lu Linglong, who carried the essence of Lu Xian, possessed the ability to activate the formation. As long as they refrained from taking action, no other members of the Lu family had the means or strength to do so. Reassured that his family was secure, Lu Xian descended into the ocean. As he plunged beneath the waves, his form rapidly descended, and within moments, he arrived at the ocean's depths. Before him lay an entirely different underwater realm. All around, resplendent corals, giant clams, and pearls sparkled with brilliance, treasures that would command a hefty price on land. Yet, for Lu Xian, these items held little significance. What he truly sought were resources to aid in his cultivation. As Lu Xian advanced, the marine creatures within the expansive depths, spanning hundreds of miles, fled in terror to the distance. They had witnessed Lu Xian withstand the calamities of the heavenly Tao and had seen the battle in which he felled 4 emperors with a single strike. Hence, upon encountering Lu Xian in this underwater world, they panicked and fled, daring not to approach within 100 miles of him. Wherever Lu Xian traversed, there were no traces of the sea demons to be found. This predicament caused him considerable frustration. He had spent a considerable time in this underwater realm, merely seeking some inconsequential cultivation resources that offered little assistance to him. In a fleeting moment, Lu Xian halted atop a coral mountain, vibrant and red as flames. Gazing at the distant sea demons that scattered in frantic retreat, a glint of determination sparked in his eyes. It seemed time to capture a few sea demons for inquiries. Only these creatures possessed the most intimate knowledge of the whereabouts of cultivation resources within the depths of the ocean. Soon, he encountered a sea demon of imperial stature, a colossal sea serpent. Its vast form stretched several hundred zhong, with scales that glimmered with a brilliance akin to steel. Unlike the other fleeing sea demons, this serpentine demon emperor lay concealed within an aquatic palace, casting a dark and brooding gaze in Lu Xian's direction. Lu Xian discerned that the surrounding area was undoubtedly the domain of this sea serpent demon emperor. Like other demonic beasts, these sea demons possessed a robust sense of territoriality. For thousands of miles in this vicinity, all belonged to the realm of this sea serpent demon emperor, and the sea demons inhabiting this region were naturally his subordinates. The intruder, Lu Xian, instilled such fear in the subordinates of the sea serpent demon emperor that they scattered in disarray. Should he remain passive, he would become the subject of mockery from other sea demon emperors, and it would also sow seeds of doubt among the sea demons who had pledged their allegiance to him. However, he recognized Lu Xian's formidable strength and understood that he was not to be trifled with. Thus, for the time being, he chose to conceal himself within his aquatic dominion, unwilling to confront Lu Xian. Nevertheless, Lu Xian had already set his sights upon him. Lu Xian descended upon the aquatic palace of the sea serpent demon emperor, his gaze fixed intently upon the formidable figure before him. He spoke with unwavering resolve. I harbor no desire to take your life. Simply relinquish the cultivation resources within your aquatic domain. As long as you satisfy my demands, I shall take my leave. Lu Xian did not beat around the bush. He stated his intentions directly. The sea serpent demon emperor, who had long remained hidden within the water palace, was nearly driven to the brink of explosion upon hearing Lu Xian's blatant threat. It writhed its colossal form, surging forth from the depths of its domain to confront Lu Xian, its voice frigid as it declared, "Human, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but to brazenly invade my water palace to commit robbery is a profound affront to our aquatic kin." The sea serpent demon emperor's voice echoed throughout the entire realm of the sea. Outside its territory, numerous aquatic demon emperors seethed with indignation upon learning that Lu Xian, the intruder, dared to threaten their sovereign. Although they had witnessed Lu Xian fend off the calamity of the heavenly Tao, they remained largely indifferent to him. After all, it was the god burial coffin that had aided Lu Xian in withstanding the divine disaster, not Lu Xian himself. Moreover, The sight of Lu Xian slaying 4 human emperors with a single strike did not evoke much concern among these sea demon emperors, who inherently looked down upon their human counterparts. They even believed that, had they chosen to intervene, they could have easily dispatched those human emperors. Each of these sea demon emperors possessed the strength to slay 10, if not dozens, of human emperors. Furthermore, the sea was their domain, where their powers could reach their zenith. In contrast, Lu Xian, as a human emperor, would undoubtedly find his abilities suppressed upon entering the ocean's depths. Thus, in this delicate balance of strengths, they did not perceive Lu Xian as a significant threat. Sea serpent, if you dare relinquish any resources, it would be a disgrace to our aquatic race. How audacious for a mere human emperor to show such insolence in our waters, they exclaimed. I advise you to recognize your folly and depart from our realm. Perhaps we may yet grant you clemency. The aquatic demon emperors began to manifest from their respective territories. Within the vicinity of the sea serpent demon emperor, dozens of powerful aquatic demon emperors emerged. Witnessing this formidable assembly, the previously apprehensive sea serpent demon emperor suddenly grew brazen, swaying its vast body and smirking at Lu Xian. Human, do you see the might of our aquatic race? Even if you possess the strength of 3 heads and 6 arms, you could never contend with all of us. I advise you to be wise and apologize to me. And I shall consider this incident as if it had never occurred, allowing you to depart unscathed. As soon as the sea serpent demon emperor finished speaking, the surrounding aquatic demon emperors erupted in unison. Merely apologizing is insufficient. He must kneel. His previous actions have insulted our entire aquatic race. For years, we have refrained from retaliating against your humankind amidst your rampages in the realm of the sea. We have shown you extraordinary mercy. Yet now, you dare to trespass into our waters and threaten our demon emperor? It is truly unfathomable how you have evaded the grasp of death. The sea-dwelling demon emperors grew increasingly arrogant in their boasts, even going so far as to demand that Lu Xian take his own life as an act of contrition. Initially, Lu Xian had merely sought to procure some cultivation resources from the aquatic serpent demon emperor's watery domain. But the vitriol hurled at him by these demon emperors darkened his countenance. In the depths of the ocean, hundreds of thousands of miles away from this maritime expanse, a gathering of ancient sovereigns from a foreign race lurked in the shadows, silently monitoring Lu Xian's every move. Their astonishment was palpable when they witnessed these sea-dwelling demon emperors audaciously challenge Lu Xian. Good heavens! Have these sea creatures lost their minds? Their strongest among them is merely at the late stage of demon emperor, with not a single peak demon emperor in sight. How dare they threaten Lu Xian? Do they truly believe that their numbers confer any advantage? Before a slayer like Lu Xian, even a peak emperor pales in comparison. These lowly demon emperors are far from sufficient to pose any threat to him. How amusing! Lu Xian's initial intent was simply to request some cultivation resources. Yet these sea-dwelling demon emperors, in their foolishness, are willing to wager their very lives. I can almost envision their downfall at Lu Xian's hands. No one understands Lu Xian's terrifying prowess better than these ancient sovereigns of foreign lineage. A horde of insignificant demon emperors amounts to nothing but refuse before Lu Xian. It is utterly ridiculous that they dare to act so brazenly against him. Just as the ancient sovereigns finished their remarks, they beheld Lu Xian make his move. Despite the vast distance of hundreds of thousands of miles, they could still perceive the palpable shift in Lu Xian's aura, which rapidly descended into an icy chill visible to the naked eye. Even the surrounding waters began to crystallize into ice. It was evident to even the most obtuse observer that Lu Xian was incensed. The ancient sovereigns, who had already been so far removed from Lu Xian, hastily took flight at the moment they sensed his fury. Once the madman Lu Xian becomes enraged, the consequences are utterly terrifying, beyond what they can possibly endure. Do you recall the last time Lu Xian was this furious? Millions of foreign coalition forces and the 8 great ancient emperors were all annihilated by his singular sword. How vividly I remember. Fortunately, I was astute enough not to join those ancient emperors in battle. Otherwise, I would have long since become a soul claimed by Lu Xian's blade. Why must these sea-dwelling demon emperors provoke Lu Xian? The repercussions of their actions are surely beyond their capacity to bear. Alas, it seems these aquatic beings are destined for total slaughter. As the ancient foreign emperors fled, they sighed in despair, having witnessed the true wrath of Lu Xian. In the territory of the sea serpent demon emperor, fear gripped him as he observed the surrounding waters rapidly solidifying into ice. He sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xian, rising swiftly. At that moment, Lu Xian transformed entirely, as if he were a different person. Even his eyes took on a bizarre appearance. The whites of his eyes vanished entirely. leaving behind two voids that resembled black holes capable of consuming all. It was only then that Lucian spoke, his voice cold and domineering, resonating throughout the entire realm of the sea. You sea demons have chosen the path to your demise. The moment his words fell, the morning sky divine sword surged forth. The astonishing radiance of the sword sliced through the darkness, rapidly expanding. The sea serpent demon emperor, closest to Lucian, only glimpsed a flash of light before his massive form disintegrated in an instant. His emperor essence was unable to escape in time and was drawn into Lucian's grasp. With a mere unsheathing of the sword, he effortlessly slayed the sea serpent demon emperor. The surrounding sea demon emperors, who had previously mocked and taunted Lucian, were now rendered speechless by the scene. They had assumed that Lucian's strength would be limited underwater. However, his power exceeded all their imaginations. While the sea demon emperors stood in stunned amazement, the morning sky divine sword descended instantaneously. The resonating sound of the sword was akin to a funeral dirge. In that moment, all sea creatures within tens of thousands of miles disintegrated into ashes. Even the numerous sea demon emperors nearby could not evade their fate, turning to dust beneath the morning sky divine sword. The ancient foreign emperors, who had just managed to flee 100,000 miles away, halted in terror at the sound of the sword. Upon witnessing the vast ocean behind them reduced to a wasteland of ashes, they gasped in shock. How fortunate they were to have escaped. Otherwise, they too would have perished beneath that sword. Is this truly the extent of Lucian's formidable power? With a single stroke of the sword, he swept across hundreds of thousands of miles, slaying countless sea demons and dozens of demon emperors. Surely, even the ancient sovereigns would find such a feat insurmountable. The ancient fox emperor gazed in astonishment at the vast underwater ruins behind him. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, this place was a thriving domain? Who could have foreseen that mere moments ago, it was home to millions of sea denizens? The might of a single sword, so formidable. Lucian's prowess, even if not at the level of an emperor, possesses a terrifying combat strength comparable to that of an emperor. Just Lucian alone is equivalent to dozens of ancient emperors. Indeed, the celestial sovereign had remarkable foresight, having recognized Lucian's extraordinary nature long ago, which is why we are compelled to assist him in secret. Should Lucian join the foreign realm, he would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset to our cause. The ancient emperors of the alien races were left astounded, gasping in astonishment, their gazes towards Lucian filled with excitement and anticipation. Lucian stood atop the ruins. As he unleashed his sword, the chilling aura surrounding him dissipated in an instant. His eyes returned to their normal state, and with a wave of his hand, countless cultivation resources began to soar towards him from all directions. These treasures were the spoils collected by the various Sea Clan emperors within their respective aquatic domains, now thoroughly plundered by Lucian. The amassed wealth from dozens of Sea Clan emperors, including rare and extraordinary treasures, holy pills, and spiritual stones, piled up like a mountain. Even the ancient sovereigns of distant tribes gazed upon the bounty with envy. Were it not for their inability to contend with Lucian, they would have undoubtedly rushed forward to seize everything for themselves. Behold, that is the sea dragon flower, a single petal capable of extending one's lifespan by a century. A supreme imperial medicine that transforms the essence of life. I recall that the respected Qinghu possessed a single petal, cherishing it as a treasure. Yet Lucian has acquired over a dozen blooms. The ancient sovereign of the Qinghu spotted the large golden flowers, each the size of a bowl, his eyes nearly popping out with envy. Is it possible? Could that stone, larger than a grinding stone, truly be the imperial medicine, the sea god fruit? How is there any justice in this? I toiled for ages to obtain a mere fist-sized piece of the sea god fruit. And yet Lucian possesses one as large as a grinding stone. Another ancient sovereign from a foreign tribe fell into despair as the sea god fruit he had cherished for millennia suddenly lost its allure. This was not an isolated incident. One by one, the ancient sovereigns of various tribes discovered their coveted imperial medicines and extraordinary treasures, their eyes turning red with envy. I say, Qinghu, should we not also partake in this plunder? I desire nothing more than to seize a portion of those stellar source crystals. With such an abundance, I could forge numerous imperial weapons. I am not greedy. I would be content to acquire even 1% of those imperial medicines. If I could just take 1 or 2 of those underwater treasures, I would be satisfied. With their eyes clouded by greed, the ancient sovereigns began to urge the Qinghu sovereign to join them in raiding Lucian. The Qinghu sovereign turned pale, alarmed, and reprimanded them, declaring, "Whoever is not afraid of death should proceed." Do you truly believe that seizing Lucian's possessions is that simple? That harbinger of death is not so easily challenged. With that, the Qinghu sovereign's words jolted the ambitious ancient sovereigns back to reality. Especially upon seeing the dozens of emperor sources in Lu Xian's possession, they instinctively recoiled, not wishing to share the same fate as the Xi clan emperors. Lu Xian paid no heed to the commotion stirred by the ancient emperors of foreign races. With a mere wave of his hand, he stripped the resources of the nearby aquatic realm spanning hundreds of thousands of miles bare. Moreover, he acquired as many as 33 sources of the great emperors. The depths of the ocean proved to be an exceedingly affluent domain. The treasures of an ordinary sea-dwelling demon emperor far surpassed those of the ancient emperors from other races by countless magnitudes. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as he perceived the underwater realm as a veritable paradise. Were it not for his pressing need to cultivate, he would undoubtedly continue onward, seeking to scour additional treasures from the aquatic domain. However, time was of the essence. The members of the Lu clan were still awaiting his rescue. Thus, Lu Xian refrained from succumbing to greed. Having gathered ample resources for cultivation, he swiftly departed from the depths of the sea. His speed was remarkable, and in an instant, he arrived at a desolate expanse of the ocean floor, where he retrieved the god burial coffin and reclined within it. In the next moment, he found himself in the sanctuary of the coffin. With a flourish, he extracted a significant portion of the cultivation resources he had gathered from the depths and commenced his training. Just as Lu Xian vanished from the underwater realm, a cadre of ancient alien royals emerged from their hiding places. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, confirming the absence of Lu Xian's presence, before collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Aha! The slaughterer Lu Xian has departed. We shall not have visited these depths in vain, they exclaimed. If Lu Xian can seize treasures from the sea clans, so too can we. Let us roll up our sleeves and clear out all the aquatic demons and their treasures. The celestial radiance ancient emperor, unable to contain his excitement, raised his arms in jubilant proclamation. They dared not covet Lu Xian's treasures, yet they could target the Sea clan's demon emperors. Here, there were more than a dozen ancient emperors of different races, each at the pinnacle of their power. United, they could easily plunder the lesser demon emperors' underwater realms. Even the usually composed ancient fox emperor's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. Everyone was reminded to only raid the realms of the weaker sea demons and to refrain from greed. With 13 of them present, they aimed to seize 13 demon emperors' underwater domains before making a swift exit. In comparison to the ancient emperors of their kind, who were already envious of the Sea clan's treasures, the ancient fox emperor remained remarkably calm. After devising a strategy, he cautioned the group that anyone who defied their agreement would face dire consequences, including informing the ancient fox elder of their transgressions upon their return. The 13 ancient emperors of different races charged toward the underwater realms of the Sea clan. However, reality proved less straightforward than anticipated. After plundering a single underwater realm, they found themselves surrounded. The imposing figures of sea demons at the pinnacle of their power glared menacingly at the 13 ancient emperors, their expressions dark. We, the Sea clan, have always maintained a neutral stance with your races. Do you intend to provoke a war between our peoples? One particularly furious peak demon emperor demanded, his countenance grim. They had gathered in response to the recent slayings of several sea demon emperors and were now strategizing when they stumbled upon the would-be robbers. The ancient emperors were rendered speechless, particularly as they beheld the multitude of sea demon emperors encircling them. They realized the gravity of their predicament. It was no longer merely a question of their ability to plunder, but rather their very survival, even if they managed to escape alive. The repercussions of their actions reaching the outer realms would lead to severe consequences. Historically, peace reigned between the ancient races and the Sea clan. Given the Sea clan's existence in the Boundary Sea, neither humans nor other races wished to sever ties with them, particularly for the ancient races, who relied on traversing the Boundary Sea to launch assaults on the Imperial Pass. Offending the Sea clan held no advantages. Now, these ancient emperors of different races had brazenly conspired to plunder the Sea clan's underwater realms. Should news of this venture spread, it would undoubtedly jeopardize the fragile peace between the two factions and affect future conflicts between the ancient races and humanity. After all, the Boundary Sea had always belonged to the Sea clan. Should they strike against the ancient races while crossing the sea or collaborate with humanity during an assault on the Imperial Pass, it would create a perilous situation that the ancient races would rather avoid. Esteemed ones, you may have misunderstood. We do not seek to antagonize the Sea clan. We are here in search of Lu Xian. Indeed, we come in pursuit of that god of slaughter, Lu Xian. As the sea demon emperors glared with discontent, The ancient fox emperor hastily shifted his gaze and began to explain. Do you truly believe I am a fool? One of the sea demon emperors bellowed, exposing the deceit of the ancient fox emperor. Nevertheless, the ancient fox emperor remained unfazed, chuckling as he continued. What you may not realize is that Lu Xian has guarded the abyss for a century, making him a formidable enemy of our kind. Now that he seeks to escape back to the human realm, we cannot allow him to elude us. Thus, the esteemed celestial sovereign has tasked us with capturing Lu Xian alive. To our dismay, he has proven quite cunning, evading us and taking refuge in your waters. We had no choice but to pursue him, and if we have caused any offense, we kindly ask for your understanding. The ancient fox emperor's words were a blend of truth and deception, and the sea demon emperors, unaware of the underlying intricacies, found themselves partially convinced. Especially upon hearing the mention of the celestial sovereign, a flicker of terror appeared in their eyes. Even if they were not entirely convinced, they dared not voice further objections. For the ancient rulers of their kind had the celestial sovereign as their formidable backing. Beyond the celestial sovereign, there were at least a dozen ancient dignitaries among their ranks. In contrast, their sea tribe had, at most, only 2 or 3 demon lords, most of whom remained sealed away unless faced with dire circumstances. However, one sea demon emperor, stubbornly inquisitive, questioned, if that is the case, what brings you here? And what of these items in your possession, which are clearly of our kind? How do you explain this? Is this not a misunderstanding? Our hands are merely filled with spoils we seized from that murderous Lu Xian. The ancient fox emperor replied earnestly. You must have witnessed his rampage, where he slaughtered millions of sea denizens and plundered numerous water palaces. We intended to intervene, but alas, we were a step too late. By the time we arrived, we could only recover this meager portion from him. The sincerity in the ancient fox emperor's voice swayed many of the sea demon emperors. After all, it was indeed Lu Xian who had decimated dozens of their kind. Although skepticism lingered, they refrained from further protest, recognizing their own incapacity to engage in warfare against the other races. Ultimately, the sea demon emperor, who had nearly been plundered, could do nothing but lament his misfortune. The ancient fox emperor and his entourage fled the confines of the ocean realm without a backward glance, fearing that the sea demon emperors might recklessly sever ties with them. It was only upon reaching the safety of the abyss, among their ancient counterparts, that they breathed a sigh of relief. Curse it! How is it that Lu Xian, who has wreaked such havoc upon the sea tribe, remains unscathed? We merely attempted to rob a water palace and almost faced annihilation at their hands. The ancient monarch of the celestial Mang, filled with indignation, would have taken action long ago against the sea-dwelling demon emperors if not for the fear of igniting a war between the two clans. The other ancient sovereigns shared his sentiments, many of whom were already prepared for a rampage. However, the ancient monarch of the celestial fox remained notably composed and sternly admonished. Everyone, quiet down. If news of robbing the water palace and provoking a war between our races reaches the ears of the celestial sovereign, do you still wish to live? With a single remark from the celestial fox, the assembly fell into silence. While they might not fear the sea-dwelling demon emperors, the dread of the celestial sovereign was another matter entirely, contemplating the potential consequences of the celestial sovereign's awareness of their actions. Even the previously arrogant ancient monarchs of foreign races recoiled in trepidation. In the space of the divine burial coffin, Lu Xian activated his cultivation technique, transforming his body into a chaotic divine furnace that devoured all. Before absorbing the resources plundered from the sea tribes, Lu Xian first retrieved the elixir of immortality. This was the elixir bestowed upon him by a celestial being of an alien race, or one might say it was seized by Lu Xian from the same. By refining this elixir, he could extend his life by 10,000 years, thus resolving all his concerns. For at least the duration of this decade, he would no longer need to worry about the constraints of his lifespan affecting his combat prowess. This elixir was imbued with the terrifying essence of life. Had he relied on his original cultivation methods, it would have taken him at least a century to refine this elixir. However, now, as he embodied the chaotic divine furnace, he fully refined and absorbed the elixir in less than a year. The continuous influx of life essence rejuvenated Lu Xian's body, dispelling all negative states. He had now truly returned to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Not only had his realm been restored, but he had also gained an additional 10,000 years of life, freeing him from any concerns regarding the inadequacy of his lifespan. Yet, this elixir could only extend his life for a mere 10,000 years. Should he fail to ascend to the Emperor venerable realm within that time, he would require more elixirs of immortality to prolong his life further. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his eyes radiating with fervent excitement. Those ancient extraterrestrial monarchs, who could live for 100,000 or even 200,000 years, primarily relied on immortality elixirs to prolong their lifespans. However, within the human race, such elixirs are scarce. Consequently, some human emperors, upon nearing the end of their lifespans, choose to ally themselves with these foreign races in exchange for immortality potions to extend their lives. Of course, there are also longevity clans and eternal lineages among humans that possess such elixirs. Yet, their quantities are limited, and not everyone can acquire them. At present, Lu Xian has already attained a lifespan of 10,000 years and no longer needs to concern himself with the matter of immortality potions. He is confident that this decade-long lifespan is sufficient for him to break through to the Emperor's venerable realm. Once he becomes an Emperor Venerable, he will possess a lifespan of at least 200,000 to 300,000 years, thus eliminating any worries regarding longevity. With the issue of lifespan resolved, Lu Xian continues to dedicate himself to his cultivation of the Chaos Emperor technique. His Chaos Emperor technique has now reached the 2nd level. If he can break through to the 3rd level, it would be tantamount to achieving the Emperor Venerable realm, as countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, along with sacred pills and imperial medicines, are continuously devoured and absorbed by him. Lu Xian's cultivation speed has been continuously soaring. Centuries have swiftly passed within this space of the god burial coffin. When Lu Xian opened his eyes once more, his chaos body had attained perfection. This signifies that his 2nd layer of the Chaos Emperor technique has also reached its pinnacle. The 2nd layer of the Chaos Emperor technique, having reached perfection, corresponds with the peak realm of an emperor, aligning perfectly with Lu Xian's original cultivation level. With the 2nd layer of the Chaos Emperor technique now complete, the next step is to break through to the 3rd layer. Lu Xian's eyes shimmered with brilliance. Once he transcended to the 3rd tier, he would ascend to the rank of an emperor-level powerhouse. Even if he were not a match for those esteemed human emperor-level beings, he would no longer be utterly defenseless. At the very least, safeguarding himself in their presence should pose no difficulty. However, the 3rd tier of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique is not easily attained. The 3rd tier, known as the chaotic fusion Tao realm, entails merging with the great Tao, thereby becoming an integral part of it. This is the essence of the emperor realm. Lu Xian's eyes gleamed with brilliance. In the realm of the human race, the emperor's realm signifies the merging of Tao, specifically aligning with the 9 imperial laws derived from the heavenly Tao. Mastery of these imperial laws is a prerequisite for attaining the emperor's realm. Given that there are only 9 imperial laws beneath the heavenly Tao, the number of emperors within the human race is eternally limited to 9. However, the chaotic heavenly emperor technique that Lu Xian practices does not require the fusion of imperial laws. Rather, it seeks to directly merge with the grand principles of the universe. The pathways of heaven and earth are boundless. The 9 imperial laws under the heavenly Tao pertain solely to the realm of the human territory, making them inapplicable in other domains. In contrast, the ancient dignitaries of foreign races do not necessitate the fusion of imperial laws. Instead, they forge their own paths to transcendence, achieving the realm of ancient dignitaries through unique means. This is also true for the foreign demonic races and the beast races. The chaotic heavenly emperor technique, in essence, bears similarities to the methods of these foreign races, demonic tribes, and beast races in their pursuit of enlightenment. However, due to varying cultivation techniques and individual comprehensions of the grand principles, the paths they ultimately merge are distinct. Consequently, ancient dignitaries who fuse different grand principles possess vastly different capabilities. Although Lu Xian stands at the pinnacle of the emperor realm and has once approached the threshold of the great Tao, he has been constrained by the limitations of human cultivation methods, hindering him from independently comprehending the existence of the laws of the great Tao. However, having now achieved the chaos body, he is no longer bound by the constraints of heavenly laws. Consequently, his understanding of the great Tao has become significantly more accessible. As he releases his primordial spirit, he immediately perceives the presence of countless powerful laws of the great Tao that traverse the cosmos. These laws resemble a colossal tree, stretching from the very edge of the void, branching out into myriad trunks and limbs. They also resemble vast blood vessels, crisscrossing the expanse of the sky above. Lu Xian once again delved into the profound teachings of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor Sutra. According to its ancient scriptures, the cosmic principles that govern this world possess varying degrees of potency. The strength of these fundamental laws is not solely derived from their inherent nature, but is significantly influenced by the number of beings who cultivate them. When a particular principle is embraced by a multitude of practitioners, the power of that path becomes diluted among them. Consequently, the individual who treads upon a widely followed path may find their prowess diminished. In contrast, one who chooses to pursue a solitary path of cultivation will undoubtedly possess a far greater combat strength than those who share their journey with many others. Lu Xian's primordial spirit traversed to the end of the cosmos, where he beheld the existence of countless celestial pathways. Although the ultimate destination of these profound laws remained obscured, he could sense their potency through their varying thickness. Moreover, he discerned a series of indistinct silhouettes entwined within some of these pathways. These shadows represented practitioners who had merged with the celestial laws. Within the scope of Lu Xian's vision, numerous unmerged celestial pathways lay before him, while several practitioners were found merging with the laws along others. To ascend to the third level of the chaotic Emperor-esque scripture and attain the status of Emperor Sovereign, Lu Xian must now select a celestial pathway to merge with. My cultivation revolves around the supreme void sword canon, and my greatest strength lies in the path of the sword. Hence, it follows that merging with the sword pathway would be most fitting for me. Lu Xian's gaze radiated unwavering determination. The path of the sword was undeniably the most suitable avenue for him. Yet, when he discovered a swordsmanship principle that traversed the heavens and the earth, his expression subtly shifted. This principle was evidently several times more potent than the surrounding celestial laws. However, upon this swordsmanship principle, there existed numerous specters, at least dozens of them. This indicated that there were at least as many individuals who had merged their sword way with the Grand Tao to attain the realm of the Emperor. Although these specters were not necessarily all of the human race, they nonetheless signified that the sword law had been assimilated by many. Should Lu Xian choose to merge with the sword path, he would inevitably have to share the power of the sword law with these others. Even if this sword law proved to be somewhat more formidable than other Grand Tao laws, it would still fall short of their might. Unless Lu Xian could attain such strength as to vanquish all the emperors who had integrated with the sword law, he would remain at a disadvantage in claiming the sword path for himself. Yet, such an endeavor was far from simple. Among the human race, there were merely 9 emperors, while within the sword law, there existed no fewer than 20 to 30 who had merged with the sword path. To locate and eliminate them seemed almost an impossible task. Though the sword path was indeed powerful, sharing it with others rendered the pursuit of cultivation entirely unnecessary. Lu Xian's countenance was grave. Although he was reluctant to abandon the path of the sword, he had no choice but to seek other grand laws. He, Lu Xian, held disdain for sharing a singular grand law with anyone else. As his primordial spirit departed from the realm of the sword law, venturing towards other grand laws, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He could sense that many grand laws were repelling his primordial spirit from approaching. This was due to Lu Xian's lack of cultivation in the corresponding laws, making it impossible for him to integrate with them. The foundation for merging with a grand law lies in the necessity of comprehending the corresponding power of the law. Lu Xian has not cultivated those powers of the laws, and thus cannot merge with their grand paths. If I cannot choose my strongest swordsmanship, I must settle for a lesser option. However, my cultivation in other grand paths falls far short of the realm of law. Is there truly no other path suited for me beyond the sword? After half a day of contemplation, Lu Xian's primordial spirit still had not discovered a suitable avenue of profound principles. The sword path, which was the most fitting and powerful of all, regrettably, had already been claimed by dozens of others. In addition to this singular sword path, he encountered several other principles that bore some relation to the sword path, yet they paled in comparison. Thus, Lu Xian dismissed the notion of selecting them. Should he choose these alternative principles, his future achievements would be limited, and when the time for regret arrived, he would be left with no choice but to abandon his path and start anew. The process of selecting a new principle not only necessitated relinquishing his prior cultivation, but also demanded the arduous task of mastering an entirely new avenue of principles. Beyond the sheer waste of time, there remained the uncertainty of whether he could ever attain his former realm. Furthermore, the transition could jeopardize the very foundation of his profound path. This underscores the paramount reason why, once a path is chosen for integration, it is seldom altered lightly. Any damage to the foundational roots of his path could severely impede his future, regardless of his innate talent, and could even thwart his journey to transcendence entirely. Lu Xian naturally did not wish to change paths in the future, so he could only make a single, decisive choice regarding the great Tao he would cultivate. None of these paths seemed suitable for him, Did he truly have to opt for the sword path? Lu Xian's primordial spirit was once again drawn towards the path of the sword. Due to his formidable mastery of swordsmanship, the principles of the sword would actively beckon his primordial spirit to draw nearer, inviting him to merge with the path. Yet, Lu Xian resolutely declined once more. He was unwilling to share the grand tapestry of the Tao with anyone. As Lu Xian's primordial spirit distanced itself from the realm governed by the principles of the sword, it soon beheld a path of laws far grander and more profound than that of the sword. Even before approaching, Lu Xian discerned that it was the path of the physical body. According to the records of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's scripture, the path of the physical body is one of the 10 primordial paths. The primordial paths are the original pathways birthed by the cosmos. There are a total of 10 primordial paths, and the path of the physical body is one among them. Thus, throughout the annals of history, many have chosen the path of the physical body. Lu Xian's gaze fell upon the Source Avenue, his expression brimming with excitement. He sensed that the corporeal path was also beckoning his primordial spirit to draw closer. This indicated that should he choose to merge, the corporeal path could indeed be an option. Opting for the Source Avenue undoubtedly promised a more prosperous future compared to the sword path. However, upon observing the multitude of indistinct shadowy figures along the corporeal path, his initial resolve faltered. There were nearly 100 nebulous silhouettes on this path, signifying that at least that many individuals had attained the status of emperor through the corporeal path. Although the corporeal path was significantly more powerful than the sword path, the competition posed by nearly 100 individuals simultaneously merging for the power of the avenue rendered the latter a more prudent choice. Despite the overwhelming allure of the corporeal path, Lu Xian firmly resolved to forego it. In the vast expanse of the universe, there exist 10 source avenues, with the corporeal path being but one among them. Beyond the corporeal path, there are still 9 other source avenues that surely harbor a path more suited to my aspirations. Lu Xian's primordial spirit departed from this region and continued onward. Soon, he beheld a grand avenue that rivaled that of his physical form. Before his primordial spirit could draw near, he already sensed the overwhelming power of the flames. Hiss! This is the path of fire. It is also one of the 10 fundamental avenues. Lu Xian took a deep breath. The fire source Tao is intricately intertwined with countless fundamental laws. These are the myriad lower-level laws derived from the fire source Tao, all of which are related to the principles of fire. It must be acknowledged that this fire source Tao is indeed an extraordinarily potent source pathway. Regrettably, Lu Xian's comprehension of the fire principles is rather superficial, and his primordial spirit does not resonate with this fire source Tao. As his primordial spirit departed from this area, it encountered several other source pathways. However, none were suited to his spirit. As he approached the very end of the universe, the presence of law pathways had dwindled significantly, causing Lu Xian to feel a twinge of anxiety. He abandoned the sword Tao principles. Among the 10 fundamental source pathways, he did not choose to merge with the body source Tao or the metal source Tao, both of which would have been compatible with him. Now, the options for law pathways available to him had become exceedingly scarce. Is there truly no suitable law pathway for me to choose? Lu Xian's countenance was grave as he pondered whether to retreat and select between the sword Tao principles or the primal paths of the corporeal body and the metal essence. However, at that moment, his primordial spirit seemed to sense a formidable allure. This compelling force emanated from the farthest reaches of the cosmos, compelling Lu Xian's primordial spirit to uncontrollably soar forward. In an instant, his spirit traversed countless realms of Tao principles, arriving at the very edge of the universe. Before him lay only 10 primal paths. These 10 primal paths resembled colossal rivers, flowing forth from the terminus of existence and extending into the depths below. Lu Xian's primordial spirit had just emerged from the regions below. Thus, he understood that the areas where these primordial avenues extended were replete with countless laws of the great Tao. 10 primordial avenues manifested here, subsequently giving rise to the myriad paths of heaven and earth. Hence, is this the terminus of the great Tao? Lu Xian gazed around with palpable excitement. The force that drew his primordial spirit seemed to emanate from an even higher realm. It appeared to be the origin of 10 fundamental avenues, a place from which they extended. Alternatively, it could be described as the very locus of the evolution of these 10 primordial pathways. How curious it is that I sense the presence of the most suitable avenue there. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Even though he could not yet discern the profound path that beckoned him, he could undoubtedly sense, from the overwhelming allure and affinity emanating from it, that it was undeniably the path most suited to him. It surpassed even the principles of the sword path and the other 2 primal avenues in its suitability for him. Under the formidable allure, Lu Xian's primordial spirit continued its advance. As he approached the very brink of this realm, it appeared as though his spirit transcended an unseen barrier, leading him into an entirely new world. The scene before him left Lu Xian utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. At the terminus of this realm, he beheld an unforgettable spectacle. Within the boundless expanse, radiant brilliance sparkled everywhere. In the sky, celestial bodies danced, the sun, moon, and stars, alongside mountains and rivers, all of creation. In the myriad worlds of the heavens, it seemed that the culmination of all existence converged here. At the edge of the sky, a colossal waterfall cascaded from the heavens, its luminous waters flowing in a mesmerizing spectacle. What poured forth was not mere river water, but a continuous stream of the essence of the great Tao. Countless streams of this fundamental essence converged beneath the waterfall, forming a vast lake. The 10 principal rivers of the great Tao originated from this lake, branching out as mighty waterways. Even Lu Xian, lacking in wit, could discern that by a stroke of fortune, he had arrived at the true terminus of the great Tao, the source of all origins. That waterfall was the very cradle of the Tao's essence. Every path of the Tao within the universe extended from this primordial sea before him. The 10 rivers of the primordial essence were presumably the original manifestations of the Tao itself. As they departed from the source, they absorbed diverse energies, giving birth to various celestial pathways. This was the grand tapestry of the myriad paths of heaven and earth that Lu Xian had initially glimpsed. And here lay the very foundation from which all celestial paths emerged. According to the records of the chaotic heavenly emperor's art, it is exceedingly rare for a person's primordial spirit to reach the source of origins. Yet now, his spirit found itself in this extraordinary place. This revelation filled him with unparalleled astonishment. Lu Xian's primordial spirit hovered above the source land, astonished as he gazed upon the ceaselessly roiling sea of primordial energy before him. He could sense that it was not the 10 primal avenues that drew his primordial spirit here, but rather this vast ocean of source energy. Hiss, what could this mean? Is it possible that I am meant to merge directly with this sea of primordial energy? Lu Xian was taken aback. The records within the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art state that all the great paths of heaven and earth are birthed from the Sea of Origin. However, the Sea of Origin itself is merely the foundation that nurtures these great paths and does not harbor any inherent power of the great paths. If he were truly to merge with the Sea of Origin, what great path would that signify? Just as Lu Xian was engulfed in confusion, his primordial spirit once again sensed a familiar allure. Drawn by this force, his primordial spirit gravitated towards the Sea of Origin. Ultimately, it soared upwards along the cascading waterfall, arriving at its zenith. At the waterfall's apex, his primordial spirit transcended yet another barrier, entering a realm of even greater peculiarity. This was a space devoid of any trace of light. Here, every hue and every force were obliterated. It resembled a primordial expanse, a realm of chaos. Only the presence of familiar forces roamed between heaven and earth. Hiss, this is the aura of chaos. Having cultivated the Chaos Celestial Emperor's art, Lu Xian was intimately acquainted with the essence of chaos. He was unequivocally certain that the energies swirling around him were indeed the essence of chaos. This place was, astonishingly, a realm saturated with chaotic energy. In an instant, Lu Xian's gaze brightened with realization. Could this truly be the land of chaos? Lu Xian was utterly astonished. The land of chaos, as recorded in the Emperor of Chaos Sutra, exists beyond the realm of origin. In the wake of chaos annihilation, the great Tao emerged. This great Tao nurtured the origin, bringing forth order and rules to the universe. Thus, in the present world, all beings and entities comprehend the power of the great Tao and harmonize with its principles. However, prior to the manifestation of the great Tao, there was only chaos. Within this chaos, there is no distinction between day and night, nor between light and darkness. The essence of chaos birthed the 3,000 laws of chaos. Once, each of these 3,000 laws possessed terrifying power, rivaling that of a complete great Tao. Yet, since the dissolution of chaos, these 3,000 laws have retreated into obscurity within the cosmos. Lu Xian never anticipated that his simple desire to select the path of integration to attain the status of an emperor would lead him to the enigmatic realm of chaos, a place seldom reached by any. Even those ancient emperors who practiced the chaotic heavenly emperor's art were unable to set foot in this domain. It is truly astonishing that I have been granted such a rare opportunity. Lu Xian inhaled sharply, overwhelmed with excitement. According to the records of the chaotic heavenly emperor sutra, once one cultivates the chaotic body, that can subsequently harness chaotic chi. With chaotic chi as the foundation, there exists a certain probability of encountering the legendary chaotic realm. However, those who have previously practiced the chaotic Heavenly Emperor Sutra have failed to reach the chaotic realm. Even the formidable beings who ultimately ascended to the status of Heavenly Emperor never laid eyes upon the chaotic realm. Lu Xian found himself perplexed as to why he had arrived in the chaotic realm with such ease. Could it truly be attributed to his extraordinary luck? Just as he pondered this enigma, a translucent orb, no larger than a thumb, suddenly emerged from within his spiritual essence. This peculiar orb, which Lu Xian had acquired by chance, was not a weapon, yet it possessed the remarkable ability to nurture one's spiritual essence. Consequently, upon obtaining the orb, Lu Xian had fused it with his spiritual essence. However, it now appeared that this orb was far from ordinary and bore significant relevance to his presence in the chaotic realm. Lu Xian stared in astonishment as the orb detached from his primordial spirit, suddenly erupting with dazzling beams of light. When the vibrant hues radiated from the orb, the previously colorless and dark chaos was instantaneously illuminated. However, even after this illumination, the chaotic realm did not transform into a kaleidoscopic world. Instead, it became a hazy expanse shrouded in gray. Lu Xian could even perceive the traces of the flowing chaotic energy. Simultaneously, he beheld a singular orb, suspended in the sky above this realm of chaos. Brilliant strands of the power of laws emanated from this orb, intertwining and merging with the chaotic expanse. In an instant, the heavens above this chaotic domain were adorned with myriad chaotic laws, crisscrossing through the cosmos. Hiss! This is the 3,000 laws of chaos. Lu Xian was utterly astonished. He had never imagined that the bead he had unexpectedly acquired contained the profound essence of the 3,000 laws of chaos. In that moment, he seemed to grasp the true origin of this extraordinary bead. The Chaos Bead. This must indeed be the legendary Chaos Bead. Lu Xian's body trembled with excitement. The records within the Chaos Emperor's scripture reveal that the Chaos Pearl encompasses the 3,000 laws of chaos, capable of manifesting entire worlds. Moreover, the Chaos Pearl is the singular artifact that can awaken the realm of chaos. Judging by the scenes before him, the pearl he unexpectedly acquired must undoubtedly be the Chaos Pearl. The reason his primordial spirit was drawn here was indeed due to the presence of the Chaos Pearl. Rather than asserting that this realm of chaos attracted his spirit, it is more accurate to say it was the Chaos Pearl that beckoned him. At the same time, his gaze radiated with resplendent brilliance. The Chaos Pearl, the 3,000 laws of chaos. He found himself with no further choices to make. In the expanse of heaven and earth, no law could rival the might of the 3,000 laws of chaos. Nor could any force of the great Tao be more fitting for Lu Xian, who possesses the Chaos Pearl. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, Lu Xian felt no hesitation in selecting any particular chaos law. All 3,000 laws of chaos were open for his cultivation. At that moment, the Chaos Pearl descended from the sky, returning once more to the depths of Lu Xian's primordial spirit. Lu Xian instantaneously sensed the distinct nature of the Chaos Pearl. Previously, the Chaos Pearl merely served the purpose of nurturing the primordial spirit. Apart from that, Lu Xian could not perceive its origins or any other functions. However, at the moment the Chaos Pearl melded with his primordial spirit, Lu Xian distinctly felt the power of the 3,000 laws of chaos contained within the pearl. Within the Chaos Pearl, chaotic energy permeated, and the 3,000 laws of chaos intertwined seamlessly. With the Chaos Pearl in his possession, Lu Xian possessed an innate affinity for these 3,000 chaotic laws. With the Chaos Pearl in hand, he could choose to integrate all of the chaotic laws. Yet, given the limitations of human energy, Lu Xian was not an omnipotent deity. Even if he aspired to merge with the 3,000 chaotic laws, it was not something he could accomplish immediately. Thus, he could only select one of the chaotic laws that best suited him for integration. Among the 3,000 laws of chaos, there were the 10 most formidable laws, referred to as the 10 supreme laws. Lu Xian's gaze shifted, fixating upon the 10 most formidable laws contained within the Chaos Pearl. These 10 supreme laws encompass the law of strength, the law of time, the law of space, the law of chaos, the immortal path law, the demonic path law, the law of life, the law of the 5 elements, the law of yin and yang, and the law of destruction. Mastering even a single one of these potent laws would bestow upon one the immense power to dominate the laws of the great Tao. Although the Sword Tao law among the 3,000 laws was indeed well suited to Lu Xian, he opted not to select it. To forego the most powerful law of strength would be sheer folly. Earlier, in the domain of the great Tao, The physical embodiment of the Great Tao had shown considerable interest in Lu Xian, indicating his inherent compatibility with the path of physicality. The law of strength is intrinsically linked to the essence of this physical path. Thus, selecting the law of strength was indeed the most fitting choice for him. As Lu Xian embraced the law of strength, his primordial spirit immediately merged with it. At the moment of this fusion, the law of strength within the chaos pearl trembled, and countless resplendent runes surged forth, ultimately coalescing into a formidable technique, etched indelibly into Lu Xian's consciousness, the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Upon witnessing this technique that grants direct access to the path of strength, Lu Xian was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This art, born from the law of strength, when harmonized with it, could unleash unparalleled might. Mastering the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art would enable the opening of the physical body's 108, 636 acupoints, allowing for remarkable transformations. Manifesting as 3 heads and 6 arms, commanding the very heavens and earth, wielding the extraordinary power to create and annihilate. Lu Xian was utterly captivated. And even though he had encountered numerous imperial-level techniques, he never anticipated the existence of such a powerful and extraordinary method of divine cultivation in this world. Utilizing chaotic energy to unlock one's own acupoints, transforming them into a dantian. Within a single human body, there are a total of 108, 636 acupoints. Unlocking them all would equate to possessing 108, 636 chaotic dantians. The capacity to store chaotic energy within would reach unfathomable heights. Initially, Lu Xian believed that the chaotic emperor's art was already remarkably wondrous, yet he discovered that the Panwu divine power was even more astonishing. Of course, without the foundation of the chaotic emperor's art to cultivate the chaotic body and master chaotic energy, he would not even qualify to practice the Panwu divine power. As Lu Xian acquired the Panwu divine power, his primordial spirit returned from the realm of chaos. The moment his primordial spirit re-entered his body, Lu Xian opened his eyes. Although he did not successfully merge with the Tao this time, he did gain the Panwu divine power. Once he cultivates the Panwu divine power to its first complete realm, he will seamlessly integrate with the laws of strength and ascend to the realm of the emperor. Thus, Lu Xian was not anxious, on the contrary. He was filled with exhilaration. This Panwu divine power is undoubtedly the mightiest of divine techniques, and once mastered, it could suppress all other divine powers. Under the dominance of absolute strength, even the most supreme laws of space, time, and chaos would be completely subdued. Within the confines of the God burial coffin space, Lu Xian commenced his cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength technique. This technique stands in stark contrast to the myriad of methods he has previously practiced. It is a specialized discipline focused on the enhancement of the physical body. It necessitates the infusion of substantial amounts of chaotic energy to unlock the myriad acupoints within the flesh. The more acupoints that are activated, the greater the physical strength one can attain. The first tier of the Panwu Great Strength technique requires the activation of a staggering 108, 636 acupoints. Only by fully unlocking all these acupoints and transforming them into 108, 636 chaotic dantians can one generate an inexhaustible supply of chaotic energy, thereby achieving the consummate state of the first tier of the Panwu Great Strength technique. It is only upon reaching this pinnacle that one becomes eligible to comprehend the laws of integration. Lu Xian did not waste a moment. He swiftly activated the Chaos Heavenly Emperor technique, transforming his physical form once again into the Chaos Divine Furnace, voraciously devouring the treasures seized from the aquatic clan's water palace. As a myriad of supreme earthly treasures were refined, they transmuted into an abundance of chaotic essence. Under Lu Xian's guidance, this chaotic essence began to surge through the myriad acupoints within his body. With a resounding explosion, Lu Xian's physical form trembled instantaneously, enveloping him in an overwhelming sensation akin to the soul's departure from the body. Simultaneously, a mysterious space manifested within him, a cavity unveiled by the chaotic essence. This cavity brimmed with chaotic energy, which, under its relentless onslaught, continuously expanded, ultimately evolving into a chaotic dantian. This epitomized the complete process of acupoint opening. No extraneous means were required. As long as the chaotic essence was sufficiently abundant, it could unfailingly unlock all bodily acupoints. Yet, it was precisely this chaotic essence that was the rarest of treasures. Lu Xian had just calculated that the chaotic energy consumed to unlock this first acupoint was equivalent to a century of his cultivation at the imperial level. Furthermore, the initial tier of this formidable martial power requires the activation of a staggering 38,636 acupoints. The amount of chaotic energy needed for this endeavor is truly an astronomical figure. Lucien was certain that the resources he had acquired from plundering the aquatic clan's treasury were insufficient to fully unlock all the meridian points within his physical body. However, this was not the time for such musings. His immediate task was to refine and absorb all the cultivation resources at his disposal. He would unlock as many meridian points as possible. If necessary, he could always venture back to the treasury after fully utilizing these precious materials. Even before he had completely absorbed the resources in his possession, Lucien was already contemplating another raid on the treasury. If the aquatic emperors were to discover that Lucien regarded them merely as a source of wealth, they would surely be infuriated. Time is of no essence in cultivation. Once Lucien had refined and absorbed all the cultivation resources at hand, he had only managed to unlock a little over 30,000 meridian points within his body. This was still a significant distance from achieving the first level of the primal strength divine art. It seemed that he would have to refine the origins of these emperors as well. Without a trace of hesitation, Lucien directly consumed a source of the great emperor. His body now resembled a divine furnace of chaos, swiftly devouring and assimilating this source. This process yielded an immense quantity of chaotic energy. The power contained within this source took several decades to fully absorb. Upon completely integrating the source, Lucien found that merely a little less than 3,000 of his internal acupoints had been activated. This outcome surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated that such a source would at most allow him to open 1,000 acupoints. The results exceeded his expectations by threefold. He was astonished to discover that the efficacy of the great emperor's source far surpassed that of refining rare celestial and earthly treasures. Lucien beamed with delight. Had he known the extraordinary efficacy of these emperor sources, he would have devoured and refined them long ago. As each emperor source was refined, an incessant flow of chaotic energy emanated from within Lucien. By the time he had absorbed and refined all the emperor sources in his possession, several centuries had elapsed. In this brief span of a few hundred years, he had nearly perfected the first level of the Panwu Great Strength technique. Currently, he had opened over 90,000 meridians within his body, leaving him just over 10,000 short of the requisite 108,636 meridians for complete mastery of the first level. Haha. I never anticipated the effects of these emperor sources would be so remarkable. With just a few more, my Panwu Great Strength technique could attain its first level of perfection. Lucien was overwhelmed with excitement. This development exceeded his original plan by a significant margin. He had anticipated that even if he continued to raid the water mansion, it would take considerable time to gather sufficient cultivation resources to perfect the first level of the Panwu Great Strength divine art. Now that he had witnessed the advantages of the emperor's origin, why not directly seize the emperor's origin? Those cultivation resources could merely hasten his training, whereas the emperor's origin could prolong his lifespan. Although a single emperor's origin would only extend his life by a few hundred years, he had already absorbed nearly 30 pieces of emperor's origin. These 30 pieces had remarkably increased his lifespan by almost 10,000 years. The effect was comparable to that of an elixir of immortality. Presently, he had nearly 20,000 years of life remaining. Even if he failed to break through to the emperor's realm, he need not worry about running out of lifespan. As the old adage goes, wealth gained through violence is indeed not deceptive. Lucien burst into hearty laughter. In the past, he constrained himself with the desire to be virtuous, bound by various rules and limitations. Now, having liberated himself, he truly realizes that cultivation can be remarkably simple, as long as he possesses the audacity to slay and seize. An inexhaustible wealth of cultivation resources will be at his disposal. During this round of cultivation, Lucien once again expended all his resources without a hint of regret. Had it been before, depleting such a vast amount of resources would have caused him immense heartache. Now, with his mind unshackled and his spirit liberated, he feels as if the world has expanded before him. A visit to the water mansion is still in order. Lucien emerged from the god burial coffin, a smile gracing his lips. Truly, this marine tribe is a land of fortune for me. At present, he still found himself at the depths of the boundary sea. The surroundings remained in utter disarray, the once resplendent underwater palaces laid waste by his single sword strike. Lucien had no choice but to seize a new underwater palace. Soon, he arrived at a vast expanse of ocean. Before him lay an endless underwater realm, adorned with magnificent aquatic palaces scattered throughout the depths. Lucien also observed that these water palaces appeared to have fortified their defenses. Above the territories of the water palaces, imperial-level formations had been activated, evidently to thwart him. However, to Lucien, these imperial formations seemed virtually non-existent. His gaze swept across the interiors of the water palaces, in search of the traces of the Sea Clan's demon emperors. Having already discerned the profound utility of the emperor's essence, this time, his intentions extended beyond mere plunder of the water palaces. His primary objective was to seize the emperor's essence. Lucien did not conceal his presence, thus upon his emergence, the various Sea Clan demon emperors sensed his arrival. Instantly, these formidable beings became exceedingly tense. It is him, the god of death. Lucien has returned. The Sea Clan demon emperors, in a state of panic, emerged from their aquatic abodes, activating all the formations within their respective territories. With a glance, Lucien observed that the water palaces were enveloped by at least 3 to 5 layers of imperial-level formations. If it were merely a singular imperial-level formation, Lucien's prowess would allow him to dismantle it with ease. However, the presence of multiple overlapping formations would require him to expend a considerable amount of time, even if he attempted to breach them. Just as Lucien hesitated for a moment, 4 to 5 dozen sea-tried demon emperors emerged from the water palaces surrounding him. Furthermore, in the distance, there were additional powerful demon emperors making their way towards him. In the span of just a few moments, over 100 sea-tried demon emperors appeared in this expanse of ocean, the majority of which were at the pinnacle of demon emperor strength. The simultaneous emergence of these sea-tried demon emperors was clearly a premeditated wait for Lucien. Alongside their appearance, formidable imperial-level formations began to materialize around Lucien. Lucien furrowed his brows as he glanced around. In the fleeting moment, he found himself encircled by a staggering array of over 10 imperial-level formations. Suppressed by such a multitude of imperial formations and surrounded by more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors, even Lucien's complexion shifted slightly. He had underestimated the unity of these Sea Clan demon emperors. Lucien furrowed his brows. He had not anticipated that these Sea Clan demon emperors would unite against him. Such an occurrence would be nearly inconceivable among other races. Take the alien tribes, for instance. Although they are suppressed by the celestial sovereigns, their ancient emperors would not demonstrate such solidarity. It would be almost impossible to gather 100 ancient emperors to confront him, and even if they could, it would certainly not be achieved in a fleeting moment. Yet, in the case of the Sea Clan, all of this seemed rather commonplace. Since Lucien had quelled the water palaces of the Sea Clan, barely half an hour had elapsed in reality. Astonishingly, within this brief span, they had managed to assemble over 100 Sea Clan demon emperors. This level of charisma and cohesion is unmatched by any other races. Lucien was caught off guard. In an instant, surrounded by a myriad of imperial-level formations and over 100 sea demon emperors, he found himself lacking complete confidence in his ability to extricate himself unscathed. Having guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years, he never imagined that his first crisis upon leaving seclusion would arise amidst the Sea Clan of the Boundary Sea. After all, the Sea Clan had long been regarded as the weakest of races. Consequently, over the years, both the human race and various alien tribes, including the demonic races, traversed the Boundary Sea with impunity. Now, as Lucien faced such a multitude of sea demon emperors, he truly comprehended the formidable power of the Sea Clan. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation of a means to break free, a peaked demon emperor stepped forth from among the throng of demon emperors. Lucien gazed ahead, observing a sea demon emperor whose species was indiscernible, transformed into human form. He exuded an aura of dominion over the depths of the ocean with every gesture. The surrounding sea demon emperors respectfully retreated several paces as he emerged, clearing a space for him. This was sufficient to indicate that this particular sea demon emperor was far from ordinary. Approaching the formation, he cast a glance at Lucien through the barrier, his deep blue eyes ablaze with wrath. He thundered, "Lucien, my sea kin and your human race have always maintained a respectful distance. Who dares to invade our domain with such audacity? Do you truly believe we are without defenses?" As he spoke, an overwhelming presence radiated from him, and a colossal true dragon manifestation materialized behind him. Even Lucien found himself momentarily stunned by the sight of this majestic true dragon. The ability to cultivate a true dragon manifestation indicated that this sea demon emperor possessed the bloodline of a true dragon, a lineage of ancient pedigree. Any being endowed with even a trace of true dragon blood was incomparable to ordinary sea demons. It was no wonder that the over 100 sea demon emperors surrounding him showed such profound reverence. Lucien had not anticipated that within the current realm of the Sea Clan, there existed a siren of true dragon lineage. Although the true dragon clan once reigned as the sovereign of the seas in ancient times, that was merely a legend from epochs long past. In this world today, traces of the true dragon have long since vanished. Even the beasts possessing the bloodline of the true dragon have become exceedingly rare. Who could have imagined that within the Sea clan, widely regarded as the weakest, there would still be a siren bearing the bloodline of the true dragon? Nevertheless, even though the Sea clan demon emperor possesses a true dragon bloodline, it does not instill fear in Lu Xian. Lu Xian's strength had long transcended that of the great emperors, possessing a terrifying combat power akin to that of a semi-divine being. Furthermore, with the cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine technique, his prowess had exponentially multiplied compared to before. Within the realm of the great emperor, no one could possibly rival him. In response to the query posed by the Sea tribe's demon emperor, Lu Xian did not indulge in superfluous words. His voice, though not loud, was imbued with a commanding presence that eclipsed that of the Sea demon emperor as he proclaimed, "The law of the jungle remains an unchanging principle of the universe. The weak are prey to the strong. If you willingly surrender the treasures within your water palace and provide me with 10 pieces of Emperor's essence, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Lu Xian audaciously threaten them, the Sea demon emperors were utterly taken aback. Good heavens, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. Do not restrain me. I am determined to end his life. Does he even comprehend the gravity of his words? He demands we relinquish our treasures and bestow upon him 10 pieces of Emperor's essence. Has he lost his mind? In my several tens of thousands of years, I have never encountered such an audacious individual. Lu Xian, have you gone mad? You are the one surrounded by us. Yet you speak as if we are the ones encircled by you. The Sea demon emperors roared in anger, each one eager to rush out and eliminate Lu Xian. However, they were acutely aware of his formidable strength, and none wished to take the lead in confronting him. Ultimately, their gazes fell upon the peak demon emperor, who bore the bloodline of the true dragon, collectively imploring, "Dragon demon emperor, we beseech you to act and slay this arrogant wretch, so he may learn that our Sea tribe is not to be trifled with." Dragon demon emperor? Lu Xian's gaze once again fell upon the peak demon emperor, who bore the bloodline of the true dragon. After a moment of observation, he discerned the creature's true form and could not help but scoff. A three-headed flood dragon. And you dare to claim the title of dragon? It seems your Sea clan truly is a shameless lot, adept at gilding your own reputation. The true form of this heavenly dragon emperor was merely a three-headed flood dragon that had cultivated for nearly 100,000 years. In his early years, he had inadvertently absorbed a drop of true dragon essence blood within some ruins beneath the sea, resulting in the evolution of a trace of true dragon bloodline. Although the true dragon blood within him was exceedingly thin, it nonetheless allowed him to ascend to one of the dominators of the sea floor within a mere 10,000 years. His greatest aversion was to having his lineage mentioned. Now, with no reservations, Lu Xian pointed out that he was merely a three-headed flood dragon, inciting a fury that engulfed him. He bellowed in rage, "Lu Xian, you are courting death. I am a descendant of the true dragon. What right do you have to call me a three-headed flood dragon?" Lu Xian had not anticipated that these three-headed flood dragons would be so concerned about their lineage. This revelation allowed him to discern their Achilles heel, prompting him to burst into laughter, exclaiming, "A mere three-headed flood dragon is nothing more than a water serpent. How do you dare to claim that you possess the bloodline of a true dragon? I have never heard of a true dragon giving birth to a three-headed flood dragon." "Ha! You, my friend, if you seek to elevate your ancestry, at least find something that bears a semblance of kinship. Or shall I assist you in your imagination? Oh, I recall that a three-headed dog also possesses 3 heads. Surely, you must be related. The next time you encounter someone, tell them you are a descendant of the three-headed dog, and no one shall doubt your claim." Lu Xian remained silent until he spoke, and when he did, his words struck directly at the vulnerable spot of the three-headed serpent, particularly when Lu Xian remarked that the three-headed serpent and the three-headed dog were closely related. It incensed the serpent to the point of spewing blood. Regardless of the circumstances, the three-headed serpent certainly sounded far more dignified than the three-headed dog. Lu Xian actually dared to call himself a descendant of the three-headed hound. This is nothing short of a tremendous humiliation. Oh, how outrageous. Lu Xian, you are courting death. What is a three-headed hound to me? I am the true and pure descendant of the true dragon, the genuine celestial dragon demon emperor. Lu Xian, you have insulted me so. If I do not sever your head from your shoulders, the three-headed dragon roared in fury, but was rendered speechless, repeating "I" in frustration without uttering another word. Observing the three-headed dragon in such a furious state, Lu Xian found it to be exceedingly amusing. This three-headed dragon, although one of the ancient bloodlines, is not as renowned as the true dragon lineage, yet it remains one of the true sovereigns of the sea. To think that this three-headed dragon would be so sensitive about its heritage, desperately trying to associate itself with the true dragon bloodline, left Lucien utterly bewildered. At this moment, witnessing the three-headed dragon at a loss for words, Lucien could only feel that this creature had brought this upon itself. The exchange of insults between Lucien and the three-headed Jiaolong left the surrounding Sea Tribe demon emperors utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Particularly when they witnessed Lucien expose the three-headed Jiaolong's true nature, causing it to rage furiously, these demon emperors struggled to suppress their laughter. They were all too familiar with the origins of the three-headed Jiaolong. However, ever since it acquired the blood of the true dragon, they had refrained from referring to its original lineage. Over the years, they had come to address it as the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor. As time passed, even these Sea Tribe demon emperors had nearly forgotten the true origins of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor. Now, with Lucien revealing the truth, and even resorting to the humiliation of likening the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor to a three-headed dog, they felt both anger and amusement. Were it not for the consideration of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor's formidable power, they surely would have burst into laughter. Yet, due to the strength of the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor, even if they wished to laugh, they dared not do so. Each Sea Tribe Demon Emperor turned pale, struggling to contain their mirth while still mulling over Lucien's words. Lucien's audacity is indeed more fearsome than an Imperial-level attack. The three-headed hound and the three-headed flood dragon are akin to one another. This is undoubtedly the most amusing jest they have encountered in years. While they take some delight in witnessing the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor's misfortunes, they cannot simply stand by and watch him be humiliated. After all, these Sea Tribe Demon Emperors are counting on the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor to champion their cause. Should they offend him, none of them could bear the consequences. Lucien, you have already fallen into our encirclement, yet you dare to act so recklessly. It seems you are truly unafraid of death. The Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor is the supreme sovereign of our Sea Tribe. How dare you be so brazen as to insult him? If we do not teach you a lesson today, word will spread, and others will think our Sea Tribe is easily trifled with. A peaked Demon Emperor stepped forward, his expression dark and his gaze fixed intently upon Lucien. Lucien beheld the true form of this Demon Emperor, which astonishingly resembled a sea serpent. It appeared to bear some connection to the sea serpent Demon Emperor he had previously slain. Lucien was not mistaken. The sea serpent Demon Emperor he had previously slain was indeed a descendant of this pinnacle Demon Emperor. Thus, he yearned to personally exact vengeance upon Lucien for the sake of his progeny. Had it not been for his trepidation regarding Lucien's formidable strength, this apex Demon Emperor would have undoubtedly charged forth. Upon witnessing someone stepping forward in his support, the countenance of the Tianlong Demon Emperor softened slightly. Lucien, do you truly believe my Sea clan to be easily trifled with? Having arrived today, you shall not leave here alive. In my Sea clan, to commit such slaughter and insult our Demon Emperor, if you manage to escape today, how shall my clan ever uphold its reputation? Let us all unite and rend him to pieces. A mere human Demon Emperor dares to act so presumptuously in my Sea clan. Let him learn that we cannot be humiliated. Those Sea clan Demon Emperors, who had previously been suppressing their laughter, now rose in unison, pointing their fingers at Lucien and hurling invectives. At this moment, a trace of a smile appeared on the Tianlong Demon Emperor's face. With a wave of his hand, the cacophony from the surrounding Demon Emperors subsided. Over 100 Sea clan Demon Emperors fell silent, awaiting the Tianlong Demon Emperor's command. There is no need for all of us to engage against a mere human Demon Emperor. Should word spread, it would imply that our demon clan lacks capable warriors. Stepping forward, the Tianlong Demon Emperor entered the realm shrouded by layers of imperial formations. He appeared directly opposite Lucien, glaring coldly and sneering arrogantly. Lucien, do not say that I do not grant you a chance. If you kneel and apologize now, I may yet allow you to leave alive. Should you remain obstinate, however, I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. As the words of the Tianlong Demon Emperor echoed, the surrounding Sea clan Demon Emperors erupted in fervent approval. Well said. Kneel and apologize. Apologize to our entire Sea clan. Let him kneel and pay respects to the souls of our deceased kin. Killing dozens of our Sea clan Demon Emperors and countless sea lives. Merely kneeling in apology would be too lenient. Capture him and imprison him in the depths of the earth's inferno, subjecting him to the agony of being burned alive, a fate worse than death. Before Lucien could utter a word, these sea-dwelling Demon Emperors had already devised their methods of punishment for him. Observing their increasing agitation, the Heavenly Dragon Demon Emperor raised his hand once more to quell their fervor. Lucien, have you made up your mind? If you kneel and apologize now, you might just spare your life. Should you utter even a hint of defiance, I shall ensure you understand the consequences of crossing me." As he spoke, the heavenly dragon demon emperor took a step forward, and a colossal manifestation of a true dragon loomed behind him, emanating an overwhelming aura that bore down upon Lu Xian like a mountain. Though the essence of the heavenly dragon demon emperor was that of a three-headed serpent, he had, after all, acquired a drop of true dragon's blood. With this potent essence coursing through him, the three-headed serpent had, in effect, inherited a trace of true dragon lineage. Earlier, Lu Xian had mocked him as merely a three-headed serpent. However, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's prowess was indeed among the pinnacle of demon emperors. In fact, most of the ancient sovereigns from foreign tribes that Lu Xian had encountered over the years would hardly stand a chance against this formidable adversary. Lu Xian could discern at a glance that the heavenly dragon demon emperor, much like himself, had ascended to the realm of the half-respect. Furthermore, as a member of the demon race, the heavenly dragon demon emperor was not bound by the celestial rules that govern the human race, allowing him to merge with the Tao with greater ease than Lu Xian. Presently, the heavenly dragon demon emperor stood at the precipice of merging with the Tao, poised at any moment to ascend to the rank of demon sovereign. Faced with such a formidable demon sovereign, Lu Xian, despite his arrogance, dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. Yet, the notion of bowing his head in apology was utterly preposterous. Lu Xian had lived for 100,000 years and had never known how to write the word apology. Even when he was suppressed by the combined might of the 7 great emperors, he had never uttered a word of contrition. The heavenly dragon demon emperor was not yet a true demon sovereign. How could he possibly deserve Lu Xian's apology? Confronted by the aggressively advancing sea-race demon sovereigns, Lu Xian let out a cold laugh, his voice not loud but imbued with undeniable authority. "You wish for me to apologize? Huh. I fear that my apology would be more than you can bear." Upon hearing this, the sea-race demon sovereigns across from him erupted in fury. The heavenly dragon demon emperor trembled with rage, his eyes turning crimson in a moment of wrath as he bellowed, "Lu Xian, this is your own choice. I hope you do not come to regret it." As his words echoed, the true dragon avatar behind the heavenly dragon demon emperor surged forth, intent on attacking Lu Xian. This half-step merging Tao true dragon avatar possessed terrifying strength, capable of challenging a nascent sovereign. As it charged, the surrounding waters were violently agitated, transforming into countless water vortices that rushed toward Lu Xian. The heavenly dragon demon emperor, with a disdainful snort, unleashed a formidable sword aura, infused with the overwhelming power of the ocean, aimed straight at Lu Xian. Witnessing the heavenly dragon demon emperor's assault, the nearby sea-race demon sovereigns erupted in excited shouts. "Let us go. Destroy him. How dare a mere human demon sovereign act so arrogantly in our domain? He must be left with no place to die." However, just as the sea-race demon sovereign's voices faded, they beheld Lu Xian spring into action. Confronted with the sword aura and the oppressive force of the true dragon avatar, Lu Xian's eyes ignited with a fierce light as he coldly declared, "A mixed-blood insect dares to unsheath its sword before me? Who granted you such audacity?" His voice, though subdued, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The sea-race demon sovereigns who had been clamoring to end Lu Xian's life were instantly taken aback, stunned by the directness of his words echoing in their minds. The heavenly dragon demon emperor, upon hearing Lu Xian's voice, was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. After all, he was the esteemed heavenly dragon demon emperor, and Lu Xian had the audacity to insult him repeatedly. Particularly the words mixed-blood insect struck a nerve. Igniting his fury, the true dragon avatar roared in tandem with him, "Lu Xian, this emperor will not share the heavens with you. I vow to slay you, or I shall never be a dragon." Yet, scarcely had his thunderous roar subsided when Lu Xian's voice resounded once more in his mind. "You were never a dragon to begin with. To vow not to be a dragon, what a farce." The celestial dragon demon emperor experienced a profound breach in his defenses. Spewing forth a torrent of blood that spanned several dozen paces, his body trembling with fury. At the very moment the celestial dragon demon emperor expelled blood, Lu Xian made his move. A cataclysmic radiance of sword light erupted from behind Lu Xian. Countless beams of sword light cascaded down like a multitude of falling stars, instantaneously shattering the true dragon avatar. In that moment when the true dragon avatar was obliterated by the sword light, the celestial dragon demon emperor, who had just coughed up blood, belched forth another stream of black blood, as if he had suffered a grievous wound. The true dragon avatar embodied the entirety of his strength, intricately linked to his imperial laws. Now, with the true dragon avatar destroyed, More than half of the celestial dragon demon emperor's power vanished in an instant. At this juncture, the celestial dragon demon emperor truly comprehended the magnitude and terror of Lu Xian's might. He had previously believed that his strength surpassed that of Lu Xian. After all, he had merged with true dragon blood, yet this single strike rendered him utterly awake to the reality. The chasm between him and Lu Xian was as vast as heaven and earth. Although both were half-step sovereigns, he was utterly incapable of withstanding even a single sword strike from Lu Xian. In that moment, the celestial dragon demon emperor was stripped of all his earlier pride and arrogance, leaving only boundless fear and panic in his gaze. He had originated from a humble three-headed flood dragon, having painstakingly acquired true dragon blood and cultivated a sliver of true dragon lineage, rising to become the celestial dragon demon emperor who suppressed a realm. Yet he never anticipated meeting his end in such a manner. In his desperation, he turned to flee. The notion of slaying Lu Xian or demanding an apology was beyond his wildest thoughts. To compel such a harbinger of death to apologize was tantamount to courting disaster. However, by the time he came to this realization, it was already far too late. Snap! Lu Xian was unaware of when he had suddenly appeared before him. And with a single step, he trampled the heavenly dragon demon emperor into the mire. Lu Xian delivered a merciless kick, shattering the head of the heavenly dragon demon emperor and revealing his true form. Just moments ago, he had transformed into a graceful human figure, a three-headed serpent exuding elegance. Now, however, he reverted to his original state, a colossal three-headed serpent stretching hundreds of feet. No, it should be referred to as a two-headed serpent now. Lu Xian's recent kick utterly obliterated his head. I have warned you. My apology is beyond your capacity to bear. Lu Xian stepped upon the shattered remains of the heavenly dragon demon emperor's brain, gazing down with an unwavering demeanor, yet emanating an aura of formidable authority. What is the matter? Do you still require my apology? At the moment their eyes met, the heavenly dragon demon emperor trembled in terror, his two heads and four eyes reflecting nothing but sheer fright and dread. He fervently shook his heads, exclaiming, No need. It is we who owe you an apology. We should not have offended you. It is we who ought to apologize. The once arrogant heavenly dragon demon emperor now resembled a subservient figure, desperately offering his apologies. Had he not feared making a sudden move, he would have undoubtedly knelt before Lu Xian, banging his head in submission. To preserve his life, he would willingly sacrifice his own dignity, even if it meant bruising his forehead. For one who has ascended from the depths, such trivialities as pride and face pale in comparison to the value of life. When existence is at stake, what worth is there in maintaining appearances? And as for dignity, can it truly sustain one's life? Lu Xian had not anticipated that the dragon demon emperor would exhibit such a stark transformation. Observing the frantically apologetic demeanor of the dragon demon emperor, a trace of disdain flickered in Lu Xian's gaze. This being was hardly worthy, even a fraction of the ancient emperors of other races, while the power of those ancient emperors might not surpass that of the dragon demon emperor before him. Their integrity was undeniably superior. They would never stoop to such a shameless extent, sacrificing their dignity for the sake of survival. For such detritus, Lu Xian felt that even to take his life would sully his hands. Nevertheless, even if it meant dirtying his hands, Lu Xian would not let him escape. Boom! Lu Xian stepped down once more, shattering yet another head of the dragon demon emperor. In the blink of an eye, only a single head remained of the three serpentine beasts. Lu Xian struck once more, instilling such terror in the dragon demon emperor that he was on the brink of tears, aware that Lu Xian would not spare him. The dragon demon emperor rose to flee, desperately shouting, No, you cannot kill me. I am the demon emperor of the Sea Clan. Behind me stands an ancient demon lord. If you dare to slay me, my ancestor will not let you go. One must admit, the threat posed by the dragon demon emperor held a semblance of weight. An ancient demon lord of the Sea Clan, indeed? Lu Xian halted his steps, refraining from pursuing further. Should he truly eliminate the celestial dragon demon emperor, it would undoubtedly lead to an irreconcilable conflict. If a formidable demon sovereign from the sea race were to be provoked, it would certainly spell disaster for him. Although Lu Xian was confident, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could contend with the demon sovereign solely based on his own strength. Moreover, it was said that the Sea Clan possessed only 3 demon sovereigns, all ancient relics from the primordial era. The youngest among them had lived for over 100,000 years. A being capable of surviving for such an extended period, even if relatively weak, would certainly not be someone Lu Xian could easily confront. Just as Lu Xian hesitated, the heavenly dragon demon emperor had already frantically escaped the boundaries of the imperial level formation, returning to the side of the Sea Clan's demon emperors. Upon seeing the more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors surrounding him, the heavenly dragon demon emperor finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to face Lu Xian and, as if transformed into a different person, furiously shouted, "You, Lu Xian, dare to sever two of my heads. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will ensure you do not leave here alive." Witnessing the heavenly dragon demon emperor's renewed outburst, Lu Xian was utterly astonished. This fellow truly possessed no sense of shame. Had he forgotten who had been begging for mercy just moments ago? Lu Xian could no longer tolerate such a foolhardy jester. By heavens, today, even if it means battling a demon sovereign, I shall ensure your demise, you insufferable buffoon. Lu Xian was utterly enraged. The heavenly dragon demon emperor had been teetering on the brink of destruction, and if Lu Xian did not eliminate him, he would surely be driven to madness. The moment his words fell, Lu Xian stepped forward, effortlessly traversing the encirclement of the numerous imperial-level formations. Under his formidable prowess, those layers of imperial array seemed to vanish before his very eyes. When Lu Xian reappeared, he had already descended before the heavenly dragon demon emperor. "I had previously spared you once. Since you do not cherish that opportunity, prepare to meet your end." Lu Xian's cold gaze fixated on the astonished heavenly dragon demon emperor, his voice imbued with an icy menace that harbored an overwhelming aura of death. As Lu Xian's words echoed in the air, streams of sword energy erupted from within the body of the heavenly dragon demon emperor. These were the hidden traps Lu Xian had implanted during his earlier strike, ready to annihilate the demon emperor at any moment. Now, these sword energies surged forth from the demon emperor's very being, and even with his exalted status as a demon sovereign, he could not withstand their onslaught. With a thunderous explosion, the heavenly dragon demon emperor's form shattered in an instant, transforming into a myriad of blood mist. Yet, at the moment of his demise, a furious roar resonated throughout the depths of the realm's sea. "What audacity! Do you dare slay one of my own?" As this wrathful voice reverberated, an overwhelming and terrifying presence enveloped the entire Sea of Realms. The sea-dwelling demon emperors, who had been trembling in fear at the death of the heavenly dragon emperor, were ignited with fervor upon hearing the voice. "It is the demon sovereign. The demon sovereign has awakened." One by one, the demon emperors, previously paralyzed with fear, erupted into jubilant cheers. What significance does Lu Xian's ability to slay the heavenly dragon demon emperor hold? Now, before him stands the demon sovereign of their oceanic clan. With the demon sovereign's intervention, no matter how formidable Lu Xian may be, he is undoubtedly no match for such an opponent. Lu Xian had not anticipated that after slaying the heavenly dragon demon emperor, a demon sovereign would indeed intervene. However, at the moment he dispatched the heavenly dragon demon emperor, he had foreseen this outcome, so he was not taken aback. As he faced the impending arrival of the demon sovereign, Lu Xian felt no trace of anxiety. Rather, he grew increasingly composed. From the direction of the voice, it was evident that the Sea Clan's demon sovereign was still quite a distance away, requiring at least several dozen breaths to reach him. With several dozen breaths to spare, escape was out of the question. Moreover, he was acutely aware that fleeing before a demon sovereign was utterly impossible. Given these circumstances, he resolved to take a bold gamble. Before the demon sovereign's arrival, he would make a decisive strike. With a resounding hum, the burial heaven divine sword manifested, its terrifying blade cry resonating throughout the entire realm of the sea. At the moment the sword's cry echoed, the smiles of the Sea Clan demon emperors froze in place. None of them had anticipated Lu Xian's audacity to act in the presence of a demon sovereign. In the fleeting instant of their shock, the burial heaven divine sword descended, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of sword energy that obliterated hundreds of thousands of miles of Sea Clan territory. Majestic Sea Clan water palaces were reduced to ruins. The imperial formations that enveloped these palaces were utterly incapable of resisting the might of the burial heaven divine sword. Even the more than 100 Sea Clan demon emperors were swiftly decimated, losing a significant portion of their ranks. Countless invaluable Emperor's origins lay exposed before Lu Xian. Each Emperor's origin represented the fall of a mighty emperor. With this single strike, he had succeeded in slaying nearly 50 Sea Clan demon emperors. Lu Xian waved his hand, summoning the primal essences of those emperors, alongside the celestial treasures that emerged from the water mansion. Even in the face of death, he resolved to seize a fortune first. With a single stroke of his sword, he unleashed his utmost power, yielding results beyond his expectations. This strike obliterated nearly 50 Sea Clan demon emperors, sweeping across hundreds of thousands of miles, and the number of sea beings annihilated surpassed millions. This display of might was indeed several dozen times more formidable than when Lu Xian had previously intervened. It must be due to the cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, elevating my prowess to a whole new level. Lu Xian was filled with immense delight. Fully aware that this was the wondrous power of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, which bestowed upon him remarkable benefits. At this moment, every gesture he made unleashed the terrifying magical energy from over 90,000 acupoints within him, akin to 90,000 chaotic dantians, continuously releasing an inexhaustible torrent of formidable power. Even after unleashing such a devastating sword strike, Lu Xian still felt invigorated, brimming with fighting spirit, devoid of any sense of fatigue. In the past, such a level of attack would have depleted his magical energy after just one or two uses. This was precisely the advantage granted by the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Although it had not elevated him to the realm of the Emperor, it had amplified his magical energy manifold. He was now liberated from the worry of being unable to fight due to insufficient magical power. Moreover, for an attack of that magnitude, he could easily execute it thousands of times. Experiencing the profound benefits of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art, Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Even in the face of the impending arrival of the demon sovereign, he felt no inclination to retreat or cower. He had merely tapped into the magical energy of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Now, it was time to test the combat techniques it offered. Lu Xian's eyes radiated a brilliant divine light. The Panwu Great Power Divine Art is a formidable technique capable of cultivating the laws of strength, which stands as the foremost among the 3,000 laws of chaos. The might of this divine art is undoubtedly formidable. Particularly, the combat techniques contained within the Panwu Great Power Divine Art are among the most powerful in existence. Engaging in battles beyond one's realm is effortlessly achievable. With the support of the Panwu Great Power Divine Art, Lu Xian now possesses the strength and confidence to confront the Emperor. Currently, he is but a mere 10,000 acupoints away from achieving the consummate realm of the first level of the Panwu Great Power Divine Art. Alas, time is not on his side to continue his cultivation. Lu Xian took a deep breath, feeling a tinge of regret. If only he had a bit more time to cultivate the first level of the Panwu Great Strength technique to perfection. He could merge with the laws of power and ascend to the rank of Emperor. With the formidable strength of the Panwu Great Strength technique, it would be effortless for him to withstand a demon emperor of the same realm. Alas, time was not on his side. The demon emperor of the sea had already breached the boundary sea and appeared before him. This was a colossal figure, towering at 10,000 feet, resembling a giant, yet possessing the head of a dragon, complete with a pair of dragon horns atop its crown. As it moved, its immense body swayed, and the terrifying power of the Emperor's laws enveloped the entire boundary sea, transforming it into a realm of dread. The surviving sea demon emperors trembled in fear under the oppressive aura of this demon emperor, falling to their knees in panic. All hail the dragon python demon emperor! They cried in unison, their spirits shattered by Lu Xian's previous sword strike. Had it not been for the arrival of the dragon python demon emperor, they would likely have met their demise. Thus, upon witnessing this formidable presence, they felt as though they had encountered a savior, rejoicing in their narrow escape. The dragon python demon emperor paid little heed to the sea demon emperors, its furious gaze fixated on Lu Xian. With nostrils flaring, it released two billowing columns of smoke. Bellowing in rage, has humanity become this audacious? A mere emperor dares to act recklessly in my domain and slay my kin. Who grants you such audacity? As it spoke, the terrifying aura of the demon emperor and the overwhelming power of the emperor's laws bore down upon Lu Xian. For an ordinary emperor, being subjected to such pressure would render them immobile, even if they were not directly struck down. Thus, before the weight of the dragon python demon emperor's laws could descend upon him, Lu Xian braced himself for an all-out response. However, at the moment those emperor's laws enveloped him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What was happening? Were the emperor's laws truly this feeble? Lu Xian was taken aback. The emperor's law of the dragon python demon lord was, in comparison to his expectations, infinitely weaker. He did not even need to exert his full strength to effortlessly withstand the suppression of the emperor's law. Soon, Lu Xian realized that it was not the emperor's law that was feeble, but rather that he himself had become exceedingly powerful. After cultivating the chaotic celestial emperor's art and the Panwu Great Strength Divine technique, his magical power had long surpassed the standards of the emperor realm. Especially with the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique, his magical prowess had ascended to an unimaginable level. In the face of the Emperor's law's suppression, Lu Xian remained utterly unfazed. Instead, he let out a cold shout, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body in an instant. Panwu, golden body. As Lu Xian's voice resonated, the more than 90,000 opened acupoints within him released a brilliant golden light. This golden radiance coursed through his skin and veins, enveloping Lu Xian entirely in a shimmering glow. This golden light was not merely a simple layer surrounding his body. It fused seamlessly with his blood, bones, and skin, representing a true and perfect amalgamation with his physical form. This was the essence of the combat technique recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique, known as the Panwu Golden Body. Only after mastering the Panwu Golden Body could one unleash the myriad combat methods detailed in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique. Initially, Lu Xian had intended to wait until all 98,636 acupoints were opened before commencing his cultivation of the Panwu Golden Body. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. Confronted with the suppression of a demon lord, he had to employ every means at his disposal. With the chaotic energy from over 90,000 acupoints merging with his flesh and blood, Lu Xian's Panwu Golden Body was already taking shape. After mastering the Panwu Golden Body, he felt the most significant transformation was within the chaotic energy of the numerous acupoints. Once disjointed, these energies now operated as one under the movement of the Panwu Golden Body, ready to be commanded at will, effortlessly capable of unleashing their full might. Right beneath the eyes of the Dragon Python Demon Lord, Lu Xian condensed the Panwu Golden Body and unleashed a powerful punch toward the heavens. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Fist. This was one of the many combat techniques recorded in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique, and when cultivated to its apex, it not only allowed mastery over the laws of strength but also the comprehension of the laws of the fist. It was an invincible divine art formed by the fusion of two powerful laws. Lu Xian unleashed a powerful punch, causing the chaotic energy from over 90,000 acupoints to erupt forth. A whirlwind coalesced around his fist, resembling a descending demonic deity, parting the boundless ocean in its wake. The Dragon Python Demon Sovereign, who had initially underestimated Lu Xian, suddenly found his expression shifting dramatically upon witnessing this punch. Was this truly an emperor? It was evidently the prowess of a divine sovereign. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign's eyes. He could clearly discern that the might of Lu Xian's punch possessed the terrifying power characteristic of a divine sovereign. In fact, even some ordinary early-stage divine sovereigns might struggle to withstand such force. Fortunately, he was no ordinary divine sovereign. With a reputation spanning several tens of thousands of years, the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign wielded extraordinary combat prowess. Confronted with Lu Xian's strike, he coldly rebuked, likening it to an ant shaking a tree, displaying utter arrogance. He then retaliated with a punch, channeling the divine sovereign laws that trailed him, all converging upon his fist imprint. With a resounding boom, the two imprints collided in the ocean, transforming the surrounding million-mile sea into a desolate wasteland. The sea-dwelling demon emperors, who had narrowly escaped death moments ago, would have undoubtedly perished outright had it not been for the protection of the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign. Hiss, could it be that Lu Xian was truly just an emperor? What audacity to call him merely an emperor. Have you ever encountered an emperor capable of withstanding a demon sovereign? The Dragon Python Demon Sovereign, renowned for tens of thousands of years, had few rivals among divine sovereigns. Who, then, was Lu Xian that he could stand toe-to-toe with the Dragon Python Demon Sovereign? The surviving sea-dwelling demon emperors trembled in fear, realizing how foolish they had been to perceive Lu Xian as an ordinary emperor, leading them to follow the celestial dragon demon emperor in their attempt to encircle and eliminate him. Only now did they comprehend the depth of their folly. Lu Xian, this fellow, is capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Dragon Python Demon Lord. Can one truly consider him merely an emperor? Who has ever witnessed such an extraordinary emperor? The Dragon Python Demon Lord's expression was grim. He failed to subdue Lu Xian with his strike. Instead, they found themselves evenly matched, a tremendous affront to his dignity. He is a dignified emperor. How could he be on par with a mere human emperor? It feels akin to receiving a resounding slap to the face. As for Lu Xian, although he did not perish, he was hardly unscathed. After exchanging blows with the Dragon Python Demon Lord, his primal martial golden body was nearly shattered, with more than half of his bones fractured. Even the over 90,000 chaotic dantians he possessed were significantly destroyed by that single blow. That amounted to over 40,000 chaotic dantians, and Lu Xian winced in pain. He had painstakingly refined dozens of emperor sources to cultivate those chaotic dantians, only to have them obliterated by the dragon python demon lord, sending him back to a state of vulnerability. Presently, although he appeared to maintain an air of calm, he was far from comfortable. Merely managing to stand was an impressive feat, curse it all. He had underestimated the demon lord's formidable strength, which had exceeded all expectations. Lucien furrowed his brows, silently cursing to himself. He had initially believed that with the Panwu golden body and the Panwu mighty fist, channeling the strength of over 90,000 acupoints, he would be able to contend with the demon sovereign. However, reality dealt him a staggering blow. It became evident that every being capable of attaining the Emperor's realm possessed terrifying strength. Even if he expended all his might, he would still fall short against this dragon python demon sovereign. Moreover, he could sense that in the previous encounter, the demon sovereign had acted in haste. That punch was merely a fraction of its true power. Should the dragon python demon sovereign unleash its full strength, he might not be able to withstand even a single blow. Indeed, there is no weakness among the imperial lineage. Even the weakest emperor cannot be challenged by a mere great emperor. Unless he ascends to the emperor's realm himself, he shall refrain from engaging with these sovereigns ever again. Lucien had ceased to ponder any confrontation with the emperor of the immortals. His sole desire was to flee swiftly. To escape from the clutches of the dragon python demon lord would be considered a triumph in itself. As Lucien hastily contemplated a way to break the deadlock, the dragon python demon lord had already launched another assault. The esteemed demon lord, having fought to a standstill against a mere human emperor, was utterly incensed. Humph! How dare you attempt to ambush me? Such audacity is laughable. If this is the extent of your power, then prepare to meet your demise. The dragon python demon lord stepped forth, his colossal form looming before Lucien, while the dragon python manifestation above him roared in fury, opening its maw to devour Lucien whole. The demon lord's true form clenched its fist once more, the laws of the emperor converging like a mighty river upon his hand, unleashing a cataclysmic punch that stirred up towering waves aimed directly at Lucien. This punch represented the true might of the dragon python demon lord. With a single strike, it could shatter the heavens and obliterate the earth. Even among those of the emperor's realm, few could withstand such a blow. Lucien possessed a remarkable self-awareness. Even before the impending blow fell, he was acutely aware that he could not withstand it. Thus, without waiting for the punch to land, Lucien bit down on his tongue, drawing forth his own blood with his fingertip, and swiftly inscribed a rune before him. He then gathered the chaotic energy from within his entire being and infused it into the crimson symbol, shouting fervently, "Whether life or death lies in your hands." As Lucien's voice echoed, the blood-red rune erupted with a brilliant golden light, enveloping his form just before the dragon python demon lord's fist could strike, causing him to vanish without a trace. When the dragon python demon lord's fist descended, Lucien had already disappeared. The demon lord's strike landed in vain. Spatial loss. Curse be it. How could a mere emperor possibly wield the laws of the imperial sovereign? The dragon python demon lord's expression darkened significantly as he fixated on the faint traces of blood lingering in the sea. He had not anticipated that his seemingly foolproof punch would strike nothing but air. However, what truly astonished him was Lucien's manifestation of imperial sovereign-level spatial loss. Had it not been for this extraordinary mastery of spatial laws, Lucien would have undoubtedly met his demise. After Lucien cast the spatial divine talisman, he closed his eyes. Whether he would live or die was left to fate. Am I still alive? When he opened his eyes once more, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Not only was he alive, but he had also escaped from the depths of the abyssal sea. However, the dim surroundings caused Lucien to furrow his brow slightly. Where is this place? Just moments ago, teetering between life and death, he had utilized the runic path recorded in the great strength divine art, drawing a spatial divine talisman with his own blood. At that moment, even he was uncertain if the hastily drawn talisman would prove useful. Yet, it now appeared that the spatial talisman was exceedingly beneficial. It had not only allowed him to escape the clutches of the dragon python demon sovereign's fist, but had also transported him to this location. Nevertheless, Lucien remained unsure of where exactly he had been sent. However, as long as he had left the depths of the abyssal sea, that was sufficient. He never anticipated that the spatial talisman could truly tear through space and facilitate his escape. Lucien reminisced about his prior experiences with the spatial divine symbols, his heart still fluttering with excitement. Simultaneously, he was increasingly awed by the formidable power of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. Whether it was the enlightenment method he practiced, the Panwu Golden Body, the Panwu Great Strength Fist, or the spatial divine symbols, these were merely the tip of the iceberg recorded within the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. The complete Panwu Great Strength Divine Art encompasses a vast array of powers, with its myriad of divine spells and incantations encapsulating the entirety of the 3,000 laws. It can be said that by mastering the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art to its utmost limit, he would gain command over the complete chaotic 3,000 laws. Thus, possessing this Panwu Great Strength Divine Art equates to acquiring the cultivation methods for all 3,000 laws. Previously, Lu Xian had been singularly focused on breaking through the Imperial Venerable Realm, dedicating his efforts solely to the Enlightenment method, leaving him with no time to explore other spells and divine arts. Furthermore, it was also due to the fact that the various techniques, spells, and incantations recorded in the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art required cultivation to its second level to truly unleash their potential. Lu Xian is still a considerable distance away from achieving the first significant completion. Previously, he had no choice but to reluctantly attempt the incantations out of sheer necessity. To his astonishment, his initial endeavor in inscribing the spatial divine talisman yielded such remarkable results. Alas, the battle against the dragon python demon lord not only obliterated over 40,000 of my chaotic dantians, but also nearly cost me my life. It was hardly worth it. Far from being worthwhile. Once I ascend to the status of emperor, I shall undoubtedly seek retribution. Lu Xian is not one to be magnanimous. Vengeance is his hallmark. However, given the formidable strength of the dragon python demon sovereign, thoughts of retribution must be set aside for the time being. He must first attain the status of emperor sovereign before contemplating such matters. Although this time has incurred significant losses, the gains are not insignificant. Lu Xian retrieved the divine burial coffin and found himself within its ethereal space. This time, he extracted all the resources acquired from the water mansion. In addition to an astonishing quantity of cultivation materials, he also obtained a remarkable 48 emperor sources. Haha, I always knew this water mansion was a treasure trove for me. Although I narrowly escaped death at the hands of that old fellow, the rewards are simply overwhelming. Truly, one must endure great trials to reap great blessings. Gazing at the astonishing array of cultivation resources and the emperor sources, Lu Xian beamed with joy. Even the near-fatal encounter with the dragon python demon lord seemed trivial in comparison. As he assessed these resources, he realized that just the 48 emperor sources were sufficient to elevate his Panwu Great Strength technique to its first major perfection, with plenty left over. As for the other cultivation materials, they could safely be reserved for advancing to the second level of the Panwu Great Strength technique and the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art. With such a plethora of emperor sources at his disposal, Lu Xian felt no hesitation in utilizing them. After refining and absorbing 24 of the emperor sources, the acupoints within Lu Xian's body finally unlocked a staggering 108,636. This marked the completion of the first level of the Panwu Great Strength technique. Lu Xian opened his eyes, his gaze brimming with excitement. The next step is to cultivate the Panwu Golden Body. Lu Xian beamed with joy. After the opening of a staggering 108,636 acupoints, it was essential to consolidate the power of these acupoints to successfully forge the Panwu Golden Body. Only by attaining the Panwu Golden Body could one aspire to challenge the second realm of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique. Previously, during his encounter with the Sea Clan, Lu Xian had endeavored to condense the Panwu Golden Body in preparation for a battle against the Dragon Python Demon Lord. However, the Panwu Golden Body he had formed at that time was far from perfect. Now, with the convergence of 108,636 acupoint powers, he was poised to recreate the Panwu Golden Body, which would signify the true essence of this formidable form. The mere act of consolidating the Panwu Golden Body consumed nearly a century of his efforts. After 100 years, every fiber of Lu Xian's flesh, sinews, bones, and skin had transformed into a hue reminiscent of gold. The 108,636 acupoint powers seamlessly integrated with the Panwu Golden Body, enabling him to unleash an astonishingly terrifying force with the slightest movement. It was at the moment the Panwu Golden Body was manifested that Lu Xian sensed the existence of the law of strength. The Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique was fundamentally rooted in this law of strength, and the Panwu Golden Body served as the foundation for comprehending this principle. Lu Xian activated the Wheel of Martial Gold, and within his body, the myriad of 108,636 acupuncture points emanated a brilliant golden radiance. Converging into divine power that enveloped him, Lu Xian casually attempted a strike, and with a mere fist, he could obliterate a great emperor. This terrifying power could easily be deemed divine without exaggeration. However, What truly astonished Lu Xian was the law of strength. After perfecting the Panwu golden body, he sensed that he had seemingly brushed against the threshold of the law of strength. Now, every movement he made seemed to bear the mark of this profound principle. Having achieved the first major perfection of the Panwu great strength divine art, he recognized that this was indeed an opportune moment to merge his path and strive towards the realm of the Emperor. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Once he ascended to the realm of the Emperor, not only would his combat prowess undergo a tremendous transformation, but his lifespan would also extend by 200,000 to 300,000 years. Initially, having refined the essence of the great Emperor and consumed the elixir of immortality, his lifespan had already surpassed 30,000 years. Should he be able to add an additional 200,000 to 300,000 years, it would be tantamount to achieving a state of eternal life. This time, he must successfully merge the Tao and ascend to the Emperor's realm. Lu Xian, filled with fervent excitement, let out a low roar, his voice resonating with exhilaration. As his primordial spirit was unleashed, he ascended once more to the very edge of the sky. Before him lay an infinite expanse of various grand laws. Perhaps due to his cultivation of the Panwu great strength divine technique, the grand laws in his vicinity exuded goodwill, all beckoning him to draw near, desiring to merge with him. Indeed, some of these grand laws even approached Lu Xian's primordial spirit, seeking to forcibly unite with him. This was a phenomenon Lu Xian had never encountered before. Observing the grand laws that drew near, he could only hasten his pace to evade their vicinity. Having traversed this realm previously, Lu Xian's primordial spirit effortlessly returned to the source land. As his primordial spirit entered the source land, even the 10 primordial grand laws gravitated towards him. Among them, the corporeal law radiated a resplendent light, intent on enveloping Lu Xian's primordial spirit entirely. Lu Xian had never anticipated that he would indeed become a coveted entity. Even the 10 fundamental paths resonated with him so intimately. Were it not for the law of strength, he would undoubtedly have chosen these fundamental paths. However, having cultivated the Panwu great strength divine art, his sole option now was the law of strength. His primordial spirit quickened, evading these fundamental paths and plunging into the realm of chaos. The chaotic expanse before him had transformed remarkably since his first encounter. It now radiated with a newfound brilliance and vitality. The 3,000 chaotic laws enveloped the entire realm of chaos. The moment Lu Xian's primordial spirit entered this domain, all 3,000 chaotic laws trembled, gravitating towards him. Witnessing this convergence of the chaotic laws, Lu Xian found himself momentarily bewildered. Although he had contemplated achieving the realm of co-cultivation with the 3,000 laws in the future, his current focus was limited, rendering it impossible to cultivate all 3,000 simultaneously. Moreover, as he was merging paths, once he selected a particular law, he could not continue integrating others. Thus, his intent was clear, to gravitate towards the law of strength, before the other 3,000 laws could catch up to him. His primordial spirit had already dove headlong into the law of strength. Instantly, Lu Xian sensed an overwhelming force of law that nearly shattered his primordial spirit under its oppressive weight. Fortunately, in this critical moment, the Panwu great strength divine art activated autonomously, assisting him in dissipating the terrifying suppression emanating from the law of strength. As the Panwu great strength divine art operated, Lu Xian's Panwu golden body manifested within the law of strength. In that moment, the myriad forces of law within the law of strength surged towards Lu Xian's Panwu golden body like a river rushing into a sponge. In a fleeting instant, he felt a mysterious connection established between himself and the law of strength. When he closed his eyes, it seemed as though he could leap directly into the law of strength. Of course, this remained merely an imaginative notion. At present, he was only at the stage of path merging. His physical form could not truly enter the law of strength. Only his primordial spirit could transcend the physical body and integrate with the law of strength, subsequently invoking it to draw power from the river of laws. The stage of merging paths primarily involves borrowing the power of laws from the path of law to confront adversaries. To genuinely achieve the fusion of the physical body with the path of law, one must attain a higher level of unity with the law. This notion is also documented within the Chaos Celestial Emperor's scripture. If one achieves unity, it signifies that the self has integrated with the path of law, becoming a part of it. Reaching such a realm would elevate one's strength to that of those who have ascended to the celestial realm as true immortals. Lu Xian has only just embarked on the path of merging Tao, still a considerable distance away from achieving the realm of unity with the Tao. Lu Xian closed his eyes, gradually perceiving the existence of the laws of power, drawing upon the strength of these laws. As the ceaseless flow of the laws of power fused with his body, intricate divine patterns began to manifest upon his formidable golden physique. These patterns enveloped his form, emanating a force that repeatedly cleansed and transformed his being. The already formidable imperial body, having reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm, began to evolve towards a higher tier of the law body under the influence of these divine patterns. The emperor's realm, also known as the realm of the heavenly Tao, possesses a distinct nature. While one can grasp the laws of power prior to reaching this realm, such power is merely borrowed from the heavens and earth, incapable of merging with the great Tao or transforming the physical form. Only upon attaining the emperor's realm, when the primordial spirit merges with the great Tao, can one continuously absorb the laws of the great Tao to reshape the flesh. The corporeal form of the emperor realm diverges significantly from that of the emperor's realm, as it transcends mere flesh and blood, coalescing entirely from the laws of the heavenly Tao. Hence, it is also referred to as the law body. In contrast to the corporeal form of an emperor, the law body of the emperor realm has entirely discarded the constraints of physical flesh. Even if the body is shattered or reduced to ashes, the primordial spirit can draw upon the laws of the great Tao to reconstruct the flesh. For those who have attained the emperor realm, as long as neither the primordial spirit nor the great Tao is annihilated, complete eradication is an impossibility. Their law bodies are nearly immortal and indestructible. It was only during this transformative moment that Lu Xian gradually comprehended these truths. It was at this instant that he realized how absurd his previous desire to slay the dragon python demon lord had been. No matter how powerful he became, nor how many times he shattered the dragon python demon lord's physical form, he could never inflict the slightest harm upon it. The emperor realm, indeed, is a level of existence beyond the comprehension of the great emperor. Without entering the emperor realm, one shall eternally remain oblivious to its profound strength. Lu Xian's eyes glimmered with divine radiance, his expression brimming with excitement and astonishment. He could sense that he was on the cusp of achieving the body of the laws and ascending to the rank of emperor. As the inexhaustible power of the laws washed over his physical form, Lu Xian's aura began to transform. After cultivating the law of strength, his body, under the enhancement of this power, expanded countless times. Subsequently, as the power of the laws coalesced, he returned to his original size. After undergoing this cycle of transformation numerous times, the power of the laws within Lu Xian had been refined to its zenith. At this moment, his physical form had completely transformed into the embodiment of the laws. With a resounding boom, Lu Xian's realm reached its pinnacle. He was but a hair's breadth away from becoming an emperor. At this moment, Lu Xian was overwhelmed with joy. Having guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years, he had perpetually dreamed of ascending to the realm of the emperor. Throughout this time, he had made countless attempts to break through to the emperor realm, only to be repelled by the forces of the heavenly Tao, unable to succeed. For years, he had remained trapped at the threshold of the emperor realm, slowly enduring until the end of his lifespan. Little did he expect that now, not only was he experiencing a second spring, but he was also on the verge of becoming an emperor. As Lu Xian was about to ascend, the chaotic realm stirred, and the 3,000 chaotic laws, which had not been seen for countless epochs, re-emerged in the world. The 3,000 laws surged forth from the chaotic realm, manifesting deep within the heavens. The law of strength pierced through the cosmos, resonating in harmony with Lu Xian. As the 3,000 laws emerged, the great Tao roared, and the heavenly Tao trembled. Among the human race, the 9 great emperors looked up in astonishment towards the sky. They practiced the heavenly Tao, from which 9 paths of emperor laws were birthed. Thus, the number of imperial clans within the human race had always been 9. These 9 were the powerful beings who had merged with these 9 paths of emperor laws, representing the heavenly Tao itself. At the moment the 3,000 chaotic laws were born, the will of the heavenly Tao descended, enveloping the world in a terrifying aura. Chaos emerged, and the cosmic mechanisms were thrown into disarray. The voice of the heavenly Tao's will resonated in the ears of the 9 great human emperors, who had once gazed fearfully at the heavens, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Master, what can we do?" From within one of the vast emperor laws, a vague figure stepped forth, respectfully inquiring of the elderly manifestation of the heavenly Tao's will. At this moment, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will appeared as an old man with a white beard, donned in a flowing white robe, resembling an immortal with hair like a crane and a youthful visage. His gaze revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation, yet his eyes looked towards the ends of the universe, towards the source of all. After a lengthy pause, he slowly spoke. "The era of great conflict is imminent. As my disciples, You must strive for the welfare of the human race. The number is finite, originally 9. In years past, I left behind 9 paths of emperor laws. Hence, there should be 9 great emperors among the human race. In this era of great contention, my master has once again established the imperial sovereign laws for our human race. With a grand design of 50, one is to be concealed. Thus our human race's imperial sovereign laws shall amount to 49. Today, my master reopens 40 paths of the imperial sovereign laws for our people. From this day forth, all members of the human race, those fortunate enough to seize the opportunity, may assimilate these laws and attain the status of imperial sovereign. As the voice of the will of heaven resounded, new paths of imperial sovereign laws emerged, surrounding the original 9. A total of 40 entirely new paths of the imperial sovereign laws manifested, floating between heaven and earth, enveloping the entire domain of humanity. The 9 imperial sovereigns who had already integrated the laws stepped forth from within their respective realms. Their figures hazy yet filled with astonishment as they beheld the emergence of these 40 new laws. Behind them stood their families, many of whom harbored prodigies trapped at the pinnacle of the emperor for countless years. With the advent of new imperial sovereign laws, their younger kin were granted the opportunity to ascend to the status of imperial sovereign. What astounded them further was the revelation that their master had unveiled 40 paths of imperial sovereign laws in one sweeping motion. Did this not imply that the number of imperial sovereigns within the human race could reach as many as 49? If we truly possessed 49 imperial sovereigns, who among the myriad realms could withstand the might of our kind? Even traversing the seas of the realms, conquering foreign domains, and subduing forbidden territories would be mere trifles. Yet, this was not the end. The elderly figure, embodying the will of heaven, proclaimed that with the emergence of chaos, the dynamics of the universe had irrevocably altered. The status of imperial sovereign was no longer the ultimate limit of this realm, for a level beyond imperial sovereign was destined to arise. To this end, I shall illuminate the path of cultivation within the laws of heaven for all humanity. Anyone who cultivates this path will be able to transcend the imperial sovereign and unite with the Tao in the mortal realm. As the elder's voice faded, countless runes appeared simultaneously in the minds of the 9 imperial sovereigns. These runes coalesced into the heavenly Tao cultivation method. Within the realm of laws, the 9 imperial sovereigns comprehended this method, their eyes gleaming with excitement. It became clear that beyond mere integration of the laws lay the true unity with the Tao. For years, I have struggled to advance my realm. Integration of the Tao merely borrows from the laws, but true command over the laws, becoming the sovereign of the laws, can only be achieved through unity with the Tao, the sovereign of the laws. This is the realm that transcends imperial sovereign. The 9 esteemed emperors of the human race were utterly astonished. They had been ensnared within the realm of the emperor for no less than several 100,000 years, having already reached the pinnacle of their status. Despite their relentless efforts over the years, they found themselves unable to advance further. Initially, they believed their lack of aptitude was the reason for their inability to ascend to immortality. However, upon receiving the divine cultivation method bestowed by the heavenly Tao, they realized that it was not their lack of talent, but rather the constraints imposed by the laws of the heavenly Tao that had held them back. Now, with the heavenly Tao granting them this precious cultivation method, they finally possessed the qualifications to align with the Tao. Within the human race, there would now be 49 individuals capable of harmonizing with the Tao. I bestow this opportunity today, awaiting those destined to seize it. At that moment, the elder, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao, spoke once more. With a wave of his hand, beams of light merged into the 40 new laws of the emperor. These beams encompassed the divine cultivation methods of the heavenly Tao. In the future, those who would integrate the laws of the emperor and attain a certain level of mastery would be able to derive the cultivation methods from these teachings. The path to becoming an emperor is arduous, and the fusion of the Tao is fraught with challenges. Therefore, I shall establish 10,000 minor paths to emperorhood for the human race. By integrating these minor paths, one can also ascend to emperor status. The will of the heavenly Tao spoke again, and with another wave of his hand, numerous laws of the heavenly Tao materialized in the void. In a brief span, beneath the 49 grand paths of the emperor, a staggering 10,000 new paths emerged. However, these paths were considerably smaller than the 49 grand paths. The 9 great emperors gazed in astonishment at the 10,000 minor paths, each one profoundly shocked. Master, what is the significance of these 10,000 minor paths to emperorhood? A vague silhouette emerged from one of the grand paths and asked in bewilderment. The elder, with white whiskers, stroked his beard and replied with a smile. There are 3,000 chaotic laws, and the great paths also total 3,000. Yet, my heavenly Tao possesses only 50, with one even obscured. This is unjust. Hence, I establish myriad paths for the human race. Within our ranks, 100 flowers may bloom, and myriad paths may be cultivated simultaneously. Although these 10,000 minor paths may not rival your grand paths, they ultimately represent the evolution of the great loss. Those who harmonize with the Tao shall be regarded as emperors. Those who unify with the Tao shall be the masters of the loss. You must encourage the human race to unite in their cultivation, striving to restore the number of emperors among us. Thus, the will of the heavenly Tao had completed its grand design, with 49 grand paths of the emperor and 10,000 minor paths. The number of emperors within the human race was poised to soar from the current 9 to a potential future of thousands. Even the 9 great emperors were left astounded. Should the human race truly experience a surge of thousands of emperors, they could hardly fathom the magnitude of their strength. A great era of conflict was on the horizon, and as the chaotic laws emerged, the will of the heavenly Tao sought to enhance the overall strength of the human race through such means. Once a multitude of emperors arose within the human race, the power of the heavenly Tao would ascend to unprecedented heights. The emergence of the 3,000 laws of chaos heralds the intricate design of the heavenly Tao. Concurrently, the great Tao trembles, and the celestial pathways that have lain dormant for countless years arise from the depths of the void. The manifestation of these celestial pathways enables all beings to perceive the existence of the great Tao more readily. Although the great Tao has not taken physical form, it facilitates an increase in the number of those who harmonize with the Tao throughout the realm. However, Lu Xian remains oblivious to the schemes of the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. At this moment, Lu Xian stands on the threshold of the imperial sovereign realm. His primordial spirit merges with the laws of power, cleansing his corporeal form with the might of these laws, and he finally steps into the imperial sovereign realm. With a resounding boom, it is as though the shackles that bound him above have been shattered in an instant. A continuous influx of law power courses into Lu Xian's body, merging with the 108,636 chaotic dantians within. Having just entered the imperial sovereign realm, his golden body of martial prowess begins a swift transformation. Not only does it grow more formidable than before, but even the 108,636 chaotic dantians within him, having absorbed the laws of power, commence a further metamorphosis. Lu Xian closed his eyes, immersing himself in the comprehension of the second level of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Technique. This second level represents the Panwu ancestor body. To attain this realm, one must cultivate a Panwu golden body within each of the 108,636 chaotic dantians. Ultimately, by uniting the power of these 108,636 Panwu golden bodies, one can manifest the singular Panwu ancestor body. The Panwu ancestor body is not only the essence of the law of strength, but also the foundation of the Tao harmonization realm. Only by achieving the Panwu ancestor body can the physical form become formidable enough to merge with the law of strength. Should one attempt to merge with the law of strength without reaching the Panwu ancestor body realm, they would be obliterated by the very law they sought to embrace. After all, the law of strength is the paramount among the 3,000 chaotic laws. It is no exaggeration to declare it the mightiest of all truths. Thus, the integration with the law of strength is not a feat achievable by an ordinary physical form. Having just condensed the 108,636 chaotic dantians, now one must again condense the 108,636 Panwu golden bodies. Lu Xian could not help but gasp in astonishment. The cultivation of the martial Titan's divine power was indeed no simple feat. Boom. A primordial essence of the emperor was refined in his grasp. As his body transformed into a chaotic divine furnace, the speed of refining the emperor's primordial essence increased exponentially. What once required a century to refine was now fully absorbed in less than a decade. Lu Xian had initially believed that this singular essence of the great emperor would enable him to manifest hundreds, or even thousands, of Panwu golden bodies. However, the reality was disheartening. The power contained within this essence was insufficient even to forge a single Panwu golden body. Gazing at the half-formed Panwu golden body within his acupoint, Lu Xian felt a deep pang of regret. Such a precious essence of the great emperor had seemingly vanished without a trace. After all, during the first tier of the Panwu divine power, this very essence had allowed him to unlock over 3,000 acupoints. Yet now, he found himself incapable of materializing even one Panwu golden body. Lu Xian could only once again retrieve the essence of the emperor. As this essence was refined and absorbed, he successfully manifested a formidable golden body of martial prowess. It took 2 essences of the Emperor for me to forge a single golden body of martial might. This is exceedingly unprofitable. Lu Xian stored away the remaining sources of the great Emperor. Is it not more beneficial to leave these sources for his kin, to foster the emergence of a great Emperor within their lineage? As for the 2 sources of the great Emperor, which coalesced into a singular Panwu golden body, Lu Xian has come to a realization. Previously, as he was merely at the great Emperor realm, the sources had a profound impact on him. However, now that he has ascended to the Emperor Zun realm, the efficacy of these sources in his possession has diminished significantly. The manifestation of a single Panwu golden body from 2 sources is, in fact, quite commendable, considering he now stands at the Emperor Zun level. Nonetheless, he has come to appreciate the formidable challenges inherent in cultivating the Panwu divine power at this realm. The prospect of materializing the Panwu ancestral body seems a distant endeavor. Fortunately, he can commence his training in the Panwu divine power, which encompasses a multitude of spells, techniques, and formations. Having previously witnessed the effectiveness of the spatial talisman, Lu Xian promptly began his studies on it. This spatial talisman is an exceptional means of escape from the clutches of the demon sovereign, serving as an invaluable safeguard for his life. Once I master the spatial talisman, I shall no longer need to fear even the ancient Emperor Zun. Lu Xian never forgot that he was destined to return to the human race and save his kin. Once he rejoined humanity, he would inevitably confront the 7 great emperors he had once faced. Although Lu Xian had now attained the emperor level, he was still a newly ascended emperor. In terms of both strength and strategy, he could not possibly compare to those ancient emperors who had mastered their realms for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, he needed the space talisman as a means of escape, ensuring that his journey back to humanity would proceed smoothly and that he would not jeopardize his life or the lives of his people due to his own recklessness. Previously, Lu Xian had utilized the space talisman in a moment of life and death, hastily inscribing it with his own blood. Now, as he sought to genuinely cultivate the path of talismans, the process was entirely different. It was not merely about inscribing a space talisman. He first needed to condense a personal talisman within himself, which would allow him to truly embark on the path of talismans. The Panwu Great Power technique encompasses all, containing the essence of the myriad chaotic laws. The space talisman represents a synthesis of the laws of strength and space. It is but one of the many talismanic paths recorded within the Panwu Great Power technique. Other talismans include the Time Talisman, the Reincarnation Talisman, the 5 Elements Talisman, the Destruction Talisman, and more. It can be said that among the numerous talismans documented, mastering even one serves as a means of preserving one's life. However, to cultivate these talismans, one must first refine their personal talisman. Lu Xian had previously practiced the path of runes, and although he was not initially proficient, his tenacious dedication over the 100,000 years spent guarding the abyss allowed him to master it with remarkable skill. Furthermore, during the long and often mundane tenure of his watch, he dabbled in various other cultivation paths. Thus, engaging with the runic principles inscribed in the tome of the Great Strength Divine Art posed no significant challenge for him. As he summoned the chaotic energy within him, a colossal life symbol materialized from his being. This life symbol, entirely forged from the principles of strength, encapsulated nearly half of Lu Xian's formidable cultivation power. As soon as it coalesced, it attracted the descent of the celestial lightning. However, before the divine thunder could strike, it was effortlessly shattered by his life symbol. This symbol, derived from the principles of strength, harbored terrifying might, surpassing even the most potent of imperial weapons. Mere celestial lightning could not withstand its formidable force. With the successful manifestation of his life symbol, Lu Xian proceeded to cultivate the space symbol. Armed with his profound mastery of runes and the formidable strength of his life symbol, he managed to coalesce a space symbol in less than an hour. This space symbol, shimmering with golden radiance, orbited around his life symbol, continuously bestowing it with power. Simultaneously, it could draw energy from the life symbol to enhance its own strength. This encapsulates the methodology of rune cultivation. First, one must solidify the life symbol, followed by the cultivation of additional symbols. These diverse symbols serve to empower the life symbol, creating a harmonious energy. Lu Xian experienced his inaugural venture into becoming a talisman cultivator, his eyes shimmering with excitement and curiosity. It is said that in ancient times, talisman cultivators were an exceptionally formidable class of practitioners, wielding the power to command the very fabric of the universe with a single talisman. their combat prowess unrivaled. Some of the most powerful talisman cultivators could condense countless talismans within their bodies. When they unleashed their abilities, a deluge of talismans would descend, capable of overpowering 100 foes, or even 1,000. Lu Xian's eyes shimmered with divine brilliance. Once, talismanic practitioners were exceedingly formidable cultivators. However, for reasons unknown, they severed their lineage. In the present age, within the human race, there are no longer any pure talismanic practitioners. The current cultivators are largely limited to inscribing merely rudimentary talismans, utterly unaware of how to condense their life talismans. Lu Xian was previously unaware of the method to condense his life as talisman, but it was through acquiring the disc of martial might that he successfully achieved this feat. Having first cultivated the golden body of martial arts and now becoming a talisman practitioner, Lu Xian was filled with exhilaration. However, this was not his ultimate destination. The disc of martial might contained a plethora of cultivation methods, with talisman crafting being merely one among many. What intrigued Lu Xian the most was the method of faith-based cultivation. This approach intertwines the principles of strength and faith, forming a powerful technique of cultivation. Upon mastering it, one could absorb the belief power of sentient beings to enhance their own grand path. Additionally, through the tenets of faith, one could bestow blessings upon their followers. These blessings not only provided various cultivation resources, but could also directly augment their spiritual prowess. In essence, Lu Xian could transform the faith he garnered into cultivation power, which he could then impart to his devoted followers. Consequently, those who received such spiritual enhancement would cultivate an even greater reservoir of faith in him, creating a perpetual cycle of growth. This mechanism was akin to wielding a divine artifact. Of course, such blessings could not be sustained indefinitely. Lu Xian would need to possess a sufficient reservoir of faith power to continue bestowing them. While this method does possess certain limitations, it undeniably serves as an effective means to elevate one's strength while simultaneously empowering the abilities of one's followers. Moreover, the applications of faith power extend far beyond these. Lu Xian places great importance on this aspect, as he wishes to bestow blessings upon his kin after attaining mastery, thereby aiding them in enhancing their prowess. As for Lu Xian himself, the practice of the faith-based laws holds little significance. Besides this belief system, there exists another cultivation method that piques Lu Xian's curiosity, one that pertains to the laws of divine powers. The cultivation techniques embedded within the divine power of martial might left Lu Xian utterly astonished. The laws of divine powers are, in essence, merely a medium-level principle among the myriad of chaotic laws. While not particularly formidable, they are certainly not insignificant. The primary utility of these divine laws lies in their capacity to facilitate the rapid comprehension of any divine technique during cultivation. Within this divine power of martial might, the fusion of the laws of divine powers with the laws of strength gives rise to a cultivation method known as the swift fruit of divine path. This swift fruit of divine path technique entails absorbing one's own chaotic energy and planting the laws of divine powers like a seed. Subsequently, by nourishing it with chaotic energy, it takes root and sprouts into a tree of divine path fruits. The principal advantage of this divine path fruit tree is its ability to condense divine path fruits after absorbing chaotic energy. By consuming these divine path fruits, one can attain complete mastery over any divine technique in a remarkably short span, without the need for comprehension. Upon witnessing this particular method of Tao, Lu Xian was rendered utterly astonished, his mouth agape in disbelief. He was almost unable to restrain himself from immediately mastering this miraculous technique for swiftly attaining the Tao fruit of divine powers. After all, the prospect of achieving perfection in any divine ability within a short span was exceedingly tempting. Possessing the Tao fruit of divine powers would save countless hours of cultivation and immense amounts of spiritual energy. However, he realized that he had no time to devote to such pursuits at present. His seclusion this time would span several millennia, and in the realm of reality, several days had already elapsed. He couldn't help but wonder how the Lu family had fared during this interval. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his eyes glimmering with a hint of apprehension. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an ominous premonition, sensing that something was amiss with the Lu family. With this thought in mind, Lu Xian hastily called for Lu Linglong. However, to his dismay, he discovered that the blood bond that once connected him to Lu Linglong had inexplicably vanished. Lu Xian's expression changed drastically. It must have been when I broke through to the Emperor's realm, as the law of strength transformed my imperial body, causing me to lose the bloodline connection with the young girl. Lu Xian contemplated the reasons behind this. When he ascended to the realm of the emperor, his physical form had completely transformed into one embodying the laws, thereby severing his bloodline connection with Lu Linglong. Presently, even if Lu Linglong were to invoke the bloodline summons, she would likely be unable to reach him. After all, he had transcended the corporeal realm of bloodline and flesh, becoming an embodiment of the laws. He decided to contact the young girl to ascertain whether any changes had occurred within the family. Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly. Lu Linglong was unable to reach him, yet he could effortlessly contact her. With his exalted status, connecting with Lu Linglong posed no challenge whatsoever. Although the prior bloodline connection had faded, and Lu Linglong could no longer reach Lu Xian, his current prowess allowed him to employ a simple method to establish communication with her. As Lu Xian invoked his abilities, the bloodline link between him and Lu Linglong re-emerged, this time initiated by his own volition. Consequently, he could even perceive his surroundings through Lu Linglong's eyes via the reinstated bloodline connection. The Lu family currently finds itself in the throes of a formidable crisis. Ever since the last confrontation, where the ancestral figure of the Lin family was thwarted by the protective formation, resulting in the demise of the Lin family patriarch. The ancestral leader of the Lin family has departed from the Lu residence to seek assistance from the prominent imperial clans. In a remarkably short span, he has summoned no fewer than 10 pinnacle emperors. These individuals, esteemed ancestors within their respective imperial lineages, have been persuaded by the Lin family patriarch to aid in dismantling the Lu family's protective array. Fortunately, the imperial-level formation left by Lu Xian is sufficiently robust, successfully repelling the relentless assaults from as many as 14 emperors. Nevertheless, the members of the Lu family remain profoundly anxious, with trepidation evident in the eyes of several clan members. The situation has escalated after a series of futile attacks on the Lu family's formation. The Lin family has enlisted the help of a person of considerable stature, the patriarch of the Jiang family. The Lu family has relied on this formation to staunchly resist. Yet they find themselves at an impasse, pleading with the Jiang patriarch to take action personally. The Lin family patriarch approaches one of the pinnacle emperors, who is none other than the leader of the esteemed Jiang family, a lineage regarded as one of the foremost among the long-lived clans. This patriarch has come at the behest of his imperial ancestor, fully aware of the unfolding events at the Lu residence. Rest assured, Brother Lin, he assures, his countenance adorned with a smile, my ancestor is well apprised of the situation here and has instructed me to bring forth a precious artifact. Once revealed, it shall undoubtedly shatter this trifling imperial formation in an instant. With an air of superiority, the Jiang patriarch gazes down upon the Lu family, proclaiming in a haughty tone, Lu family, should you willingly dismantle your formation and humbly acknowledge your errors, perhaps we might extend a measure of mercy, granting you a slender chance of survival. However, should you remain obstinate, you will find yourselves faced with an inescapable demise. Once my artifact breaches your protective array, the entirety of your clan shall be annihilated without exception. He overtly threatens to eradicate the Lu family entirely. The members of the Lu family were consumed by profound anger. However, they were acutely aware that the Jiang family was not composed of ordinary individuals, possessing treasures capable of shattering their protective ancestral formation. In that moment, the Lu family found themselves at a loss. Even Lu Tianyuan, who had recently ascended to the status of an emperor, wore a grave expression. Bereft of any viable solutions, he could only look to his daughter for assistance. Linglong, have you been able to establish contact with the ancestor? Upon learning that the connection between Lu Linglong and the venerable ancestor Lu Xian had been severed, the entire Lu family felt a wave of trepidation. Especially in such a critical moment of life and death, ancestor Lu Xian represented their sole beacon of hope and refuge. If they could somehow reach him, perhaps a glimmer of survival remained within their grasp. Lu Linglong was about to shake her head in disappointment when suddenly her gaze intensified, her face alight with excitement. Fear not, my dear. With me here, none shall harm you. Through Lu Linglong's eyes, Lu Xian could distinctly perceive everything occurring outside. Lu Xian clearly observed the expressions of terror and unease in the eyes of the Lu family members, as well as the malevolent sneers of the emperors beyond the formation. Particularly, upon catching sight of the head of the Jiang family, a fierce killing intent surged within Lu Xian's gaze. The Jiang family of eternal life. It was the patriarch of the Jiang family who had vehemently advocated for his expulsion from the human race. He still vividly recalls the suggestion put forth by the Jiang family's ancestor, which demanded his self-execution as an act of contrition. They even intended to annihilate the entire Lu family following his demise. had it not been for the lack of unanimous consent from all the emperors. He feared he would have perished by then. The Liu family has long since ceased to exist. Thus, the Jiang family stands as one of their most formidable adversaries. Today, witnessing the patriarch of the Jiang clan threatening to annihilate the remnants of the Liu family, and even going so far as to bring forth a treasure imbued with the power of an emperor's strike to dismantle the imperial-level formation he left behind, is utterly astounding. Liu Xian, now at the emperor's sovereign level, immediately sensed the aura of the emperor's laws emanating from the talisman held by the patriarch of the Jiang family. It was evident to him that this talisman had been bestowed directly by the emperor of the Jiang family, specifically designed to unravel the emperor-level formation he had left behind. Jiang family, after 100 millennia, I am astonished that your malice remains unchanged. Since you cannot tolerate our Liu family, let it be that your Jiang family shall be the first to perish. Liu Xian's countenance was dark, and a ferocious aura emanated from his eyes. Were it not for the considerable distance separating him from this place, he would undoubtedly have taken matters into his own hands and eliminated those audacious emperors who dared to offend the Liu family. Particularly, the patriarch of the Jiang clan was marked as his prime target. However, at this moment, he could only rely on his bloodline connection with Liu Linglong to project his presence, unable to reveal his true form. The task of eliminating these emperors was fraught with difficulty. Very well. For now, I shall permit you to linger for a brief while longer. Once I return to the realm of humanity, you shall be the first to serve as my offering. With a cold snort, Liu Xian's voice resonated, and an overwhelming imperial aura emanated from him, merging seamlessly with Liu Linglong's body and the Liu family's imperial protective formation, under the enhancement of his imperial presence. The originally imperial-level protective array underwent a rapid metamorphosis. In the blink of an eye, the Liu family's protective formation ascended to the realm of a revered-level array. Even if an imperial sovereign were to descend personally, breaching such a formation would not be a task accomplished in haste. As for the talisman held by the head of the Jiang family, the notion of dismantling the array was nothing short of absurd. Although Liu Linglong was unaware of the actions taken by her ancestor, she could distinctly sense that the protective array of the Liu family had seemingly grown even more formidable. Particularly when she perceived the power of the laws emanating from within the array, she was left utterly astounded, her mind momentarily blank. The laws of the emperor. This was indeed the true law of the emperor. Her ancestor had ascended to the rank of emperor. Liu Linglong's excited figure trembled with exhilaration. The venerable ancestor Liu Xian has ascended to the rank of emperor, a piece of news that undoubtedly brings immense joy to the Liu family. Once ancestor Liu Xian returns, the current emperors will merely appear as a troop of jesters. As for the elder of the Lin family, he could be effortlessly vanquished. Observing the subtle shifts in his daughter's demeanor, Liu Tianyuan, although unaware of any changes in the protective family formation, discerned the excitement radiating from his daughter. Instantly, he realized that she must have re-established contact with ancestor Liu Xian. Their family was indeed saved. As anticipated, Liu Linglong conveyed a message to him, reassuring, "Father, do not worry. The ancestor has fortified our family's protective formation. Now, even the emperor himself may struggle to breach it. With the talismans in his possession, it is utterly impossible for him to dismantle the ancestor's formation. With the ancestor present, these individuals cannot stir up any significant turbulence." Upon hearing his daughter's explanation, a broad smile spread across Liu Tianyuan's face, his eyes narrowing with delight. "Excellent. With the ancestor in our midst, we certainly have no cause for concern." Liu Tianyuan's face radiated with joy, the earlier look of concern completely erased. The surrounding elders, upon witnessing the change in their family leader's demeanor, instantly grasped the unfolding situation. Though they could not discern the elevation of the protective family formation by Liu Xian, they surmised it must be related to the ancestral connection. The elders, whose nerves had been tightly wound, finally relaxed. On the other hand, the leader of the Jiang family, who had anticipated that his threats would instill fear in the Liu clan, was utterly taken aback by their unexpected merriment. This scene deeply provoked him. "Very well. Since you choose to ignore courtesy and invite punishment instead, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Once I breach your protective formation, I shall flay you alive and subject you to the most excruciating torments before tearing you asunder." With venomous words, the Jiang family leader displayed a cruelty that even surpassed that of the Lin family's ancestor. However, Liu Tianyuan, aware of the ancestral connection to Liu Xian, felt no fear of the Jiang leader's threats. Instead, he stood resolute. He ascended above the Liu family, gazing through the formation at the Jiang family leader, and coldly mocked. "Ah, so this is the grandeur of the Jiang family. threatening to annihilate entire clans at whim. You intend to turn my Lu family to dust. The Jiang family truly wields impressive might. Do you think that humanity is merely your playground? Today it is my Lu family. Shall you also seek to eradicate other imperial clans in due time? Lu Tianyuan held his breath, his voice resonating with a powerful mockery that echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Beings within 100,000 miles heard his proclamation. Surrounding them were numerous families, numbering at least tens of thousands, among which several dozen could be deemed imperial clans. Previously, they had sensed the turmoil arising from the Lu family. Yet none wished to confront the Lin family over this matter, choosing instead to feign ignorance. Moreover, with the patriarch of the Jiang family now present, even those imperial clans that were aware of the unfolding events pretended to be oblivious, turning a blind eye and deaf ear. However, with Lu Tianyuan's voice now reverberating for all to hear, even the ordinary populace could not ignore it, rendering any pretense of ignorance impossible. Oh, the Jiang family of eternal life wields an impressive aura. The leaders of these imperial clans seethed with indignation, while they disapproved of the Lin and Jiang families' conduct. They dared not intervene. Yet their willful blindness incited discontent among their own kin. Patriarch, though the Jiang family is a lineage of longevity, they cannot act without restraint. They threaten to annihilate entire clans at a whim. Today it is the Lu family. Who can guarantee that we will not be next? In these times, we must unite and stand together with the other imperial clans. Otherwise, we risk becoming mere shadows of our former selves. Will we allow the Jiang family to extinguish our entire lineage on a mere pretext in the future? We cannot be mere bystanders. Do you not understand the peril of the lips and teeth being cold? Today, the Jiang family targets not only the Lu family. They are testing our resolve as imperial clans. If we stand idly by and watch the Lu family perish without action, who will come to our aid when calamity befalls us? Within each imperial clan, there were enlightened members urging their leaders to take a stand. Regrettably, these leaders feigned ignorance. Some even retreated into seclusion, avoiding their own kin. Yet, Lu Tianyuan remained indifferent to the reactions of the imperial clans outside. His intent in broadcasting his voice across the realms was to unveil the truth of the matter. He sought to ensure that all understood that it was not the Lu family causing chaos, but rather the Lin family and the Jiang family of eternal life, who sought to obliterate the Lu family in their quest for their imperial-level techniques and protective formations. The voice of Lu Tianyuan resonated repeatedly, elucidating the entirety of the circumstances. Those who were previously unaware of the affairs concerning the Lu family, upon hearing Lu Tianyuan's explanation, expressed their sympathy towards them. Simultaneously, they found the conduct of the Lin family and the Chongqing Jiang family quite distasteful. Nevertheless, these matters were not within the purview of ordinary individuals to interfere. Although they lamented the plight of the Lu family, they found themselves powerless to effect any change. Lu Tianyuan did not expect that, in such a moment, anyone would come forth to support the Lu family. His sole intention was to unveil the truth, to make it known to all what the Lu family had endured. He was determined to expose the true nature of the Lin family and the Chongqing Jiang clan, to reveal their despicable and shameless faces for all to see. Outside the formation, as Lu Tianyuan disclosed the truth, the patriarch of the Jiang family wore an expression so grim it seemed capable of dripping water. He never anticipated that Lu Tianyuan would bring all these matters to the public eye. Now, even if he stepped forward to explain, he could not completely exonerate the Jiang family from suspicion, although orchestrating the Lin family's targeting of the Lu family was his covert plan. Only the Lin family's ancestor was privy to it. Yet now, Lu Tianyuan had divulged everything to everyone. In that fleeting moment, millions across the vast expanse of 100,000 miles had already learned the ins and outs of the situation, even if he wished to eliminate them. He could not possibly kill so many. Now he only regretted not having acted sooner to annihilate the Lu family, which had afforded Lu Tianyuan this opportunity. As Lu Tianyuan continued to exaggerate his claims, even accusing them of deeds they had never committed, the patriarch of the Jiang family was seething with rage. Lu Tianyuan, you are courting death. Do you think anyone will believe your words? Even if someone does, what of it? Once I eradicate your Lu family, the truth will be in my hands. The patriarch's gaze was dark and fixed upon Lu Tianyuan, like a venomous snake. He coldly chuckled. I had considered allowing you to live a while longer, but since you are intent on your own demise, then perish. With a furious roar, the patriarch unleashed a talisman imbued with the power of an emperor. In an instant, the talisman erupted, releasing a formidable imperial law that surged forth like a relentless torrent. Aimed directly at the Lu family's protective formation, the talisman, containing the imperial law, crashed against the Lu family's defenses. The patriarch of the Jiang family laughed maniacally. Prepare to die. How dare you, mere ants, challenge the dignity of our Changsheng clan. Let death come upon you all. It seemed he aimed to vent all the humiliation he had just suffered. He even audaciously recounted the events surrounding Lu Xian from years past. Believing that Lu Xian could still protect them was sheer folly. 100,000 years ago, our Jiang family forced him to leave the human race. 100,000 years later, we can do it again. For a century, our ancestors showed mercy and spared Lu Xian, yet he dared to reappear. Allow me to inform you that our Jiang family has sent forth a great emperor, should Lu Xian dare to show himself. He shall surely find no place to rest in death. And you useless wretches, since your Lu family is so ungrateful, you shall accompany him on his journey to the afterlife. The patriarch of the Jiang family spoke with a gravitas that rendered the surrounding imperial clan leaders utterly speechless. What had they just heard? Secrets from 100,000 years ago. Had they unearthed the clandestine truths of the longevity Jiang lineage? Instantly, the expressions of these imperial clan leaders darkened considerably. They cast furious glances at the venerable ancestor of the Lin family who had summoned them. Their connection to the longevity Jiang family had been tenuous at best. Their presence here was solely due to their association with the Lin family, and additionally, the enticing benefits promised by the Lin patriarch. Yet now, before they had even received those promised advantages, they were confronted with a scandal from 100 millennia past pertaining to the Jiang family. These astute leaders recognized, without a doubt, their options had dwindled. With the revelation of the Jiang family's disgrace, their only chance of survival lay in aligning themselves with the Jiang family and becoming their vassals. However, these once sovereign imperial clans were now faced with the prospect of binding themselves to the Jiang family, effectively becoming their pawns. Naturally, the leaders were reluctant to accept such a fate. Lin Song, since there is nothing I can do here, I shall take my leave, declared one of the clan leaders, glaring fiercely at the Lin patriarch before turning on his heel. The sudden departure of this imperial leader elicited a flicker of coldness in the eyes of the Jiang patriarch. Observing this leader's exit, the other clan leaders felt a stirring of resolve to follow suit. However, before they could voice their intentions, a fierce roar echoed from afar. Boldly, "Do you dare to kill me?" It was the very leader who had just departed. As his furious cry reverberated, the assembly witnessed a torrential rain of blood from the heavens, accompanied by the fall of imperial laws from the sky's brink. An emperor had perished. The leaders who had contemplated leaving were struck dumb with shock, realizing that the departing imperial leader had met his demise. Bewilderment swept through the crowd as they regarded the Jiang patriarch with newfound trepidation. The recently departed leader had been a peak emperor, one of the foremost among them, rivaling even the strength of the Jiang patriarch. Yet now, such a formidable figure had simply been extinguished. The span from his scream to his fall had barely taken a few breaths. In mere moments, a peak emperor had been vanquished. This stark reality laid bare the terrifying might of the longevity Jiang family. Patriarch Jiang, our Fang family is willing to pledge allegiance to the Jiang family. We beseech you, grant us an opportunity. As the first patriarch of the subdued imperial clan stepped forward, an increasing number of clan leaders bowed their heads in submission. Patriarch Jiang, we too wish to join the Jiang family. We implore you, grant us this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, the remaining imperial clan leaders had all expressed their intentions. The reason the Jiang family patriarch had revealed the secret that had been concealed for 100,000 years was to draw these clan leaders into the Jiang family fold. Now that these individuals were willing to submit, the Jiang patriarch smiled with satisfaction, stating, "Since you all wish to join, my Jiang family shall not turn you away. Rest assured, aligning with my Jiang family will bring you only benefits. I can share with you some splendid news. I have received word from our ancestor that the laws of the heavenly Tao in this realm have been unsealed. We have entered a time when anyone has the potential to merge with the emperor's law and become an emperor, as you are now members of my Jiang family. Once this matter concludes, I shall escort you back to the Jiang family, where our ancestor will guide you personally. Seize this opportunity well. Perhaps when you depart from my Jiang family, you shall already be emperors." Originally compelled by circumstance to join the Jiang family, the imperial clan leaders were utterly astonished by the patriarch's announcement. The unsealing of the emperor's law, with the potential for anyone to ascend to emperor, was undoubtedly monumental news for them, especially since the Jiang patriarch had personally promised to take them to the Jiang family and have their ancestor guide them, assisting them on their path to becoming emperors. For those clan leaders, trapped at the peak of the emperor realm for millennia with their lifespans dwindling, this was akin to a lifeline. Instantly, those who had previously resisted the Jiang family were now all smiles. Patriarch Jiang, our Fang family shall henceforth follow the Jiang family's lead without question. And our Su family, we too shall obey all commands from the Jiang family. Should you require our service, do not hesitate to instruct us." In a moment, these clan leaders were fervently expressing their loyalty, seeing these individuals encroach upon his position. The ancestor of the Lin family hurriedly interjected, "Patriarch Jiang, it is imperative to first eliminate the Lu family and fulfill the ancestor's assigned task. That is our priority." The Jiang patriarch was well aware that vanquishing the Lu family was the main objective. He had initially believed that by activating the talismans bestowed by the ancestor, he could effortlessly breach the Lu family's protective formation. However, the scene before him left him utterly astounded, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out in disbelief. The Emperor's talismans granted by the ancestor emitted a powerful, Emperor-level assault that relentlessly assailed the Lu family's protective formation. Yet, as the strength of the talisman began to dwindle, the Lu family's protective formation remained utterly unyielding. This indicated that the Emperor's talismans he had unleashed were utterly incapable of breaching the Lu family's defenses. As the talisman of the Emperor Lord exhausted its power and turned to ashes, the protective formation of the Lu family remained utterly undisturbed. The patriarch of the Jiang family exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a talisman imbued with the laws of the Emperor Lord. How could it possibly fail to breach your mere imperial-grade formation? There must be some mistake." The members of the Lu family anxiously gazed at the protective family formation above them, for it was the decisive factor of their lives and deaths. Should the formation be breached, they would all face a grave fate. When they witnessed the imperial-level talisman fail to penetrate the protective formation, a wave of exhilaration surged among the Lu family members, erupting in joyous cheers. The patriarch, Lu Tianyuan, was equally overwhelmed, bursting into hearty laughter. Although he was aware that his daughter had established contact with the ancestral figure, Lu Xian, he harbored doubts about whether the formation left by Lu Xian could withstand the imperial-level talisman. However, the outcome filled him with delight. "Excellent, excellent. Ling Long. Please convey our heartfelt gratitude to Lu Xian on behalf of us all." Lu Tianyuan beamed with joy, the tension and worry etched on his face dissipating completely. The surrounding members of the Lu family expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the benevolence of their ancestor. At this moment, Lu Xian, upon witnessing the loss of power from the imperial talisman, also revealed a trace of relief on his countenance. Although he had strengthened the family as protective array, he still harbored concerns about its ability to truly withstand an assault from an imperial level. After all, the talisman brought by the head of the Jiang family sealed a strike from their imperial master. This imperial master had already reached the late stages of the imperial realm 100,000 years ago, and with the passage of another 100,000 years, he had likely ascended to the pinnacle of the imperial realm. Lu Xian had merely just stepped into the emperor's sovereign realm, relying solely on a trace of emperor's sovereign aura to enhance the formation. After all, it could not compare to the formation he personally modified. Now witnessing that even the emperor's sovereign talismans were powerless against his formation, Lu Xian felt a surge of joy. However, he did not forget the astonishing news he had gleaned from the words of the Jiang family patriarch. The unsealing of the heavenly path would herald the emergence of a multitude of emperor sovereigns among humankind. What could this possibly entail? Lu Xian was somewhat bewildered. When he previously attained enlightenment, he had observed that beneath the heavenly Tao of humanity, there existed only 9 imperial laws. Could it be that my path to enlightenment through the law of power has instigated a transformation in the heavenly Tao? Lu Xian furrowed his brows as his primordial spirit ventured forth once more to the edge of the sky. The instant he gazed upon the domain of the human race's heavenly Tao, astonishment seized him, rendering him momentarily speechless. What on earth is happening? Since when has the human race acquired such an abundance of imperial laws? Lu Xian was utterly bewildered. Beneath the celestial path of humanity, he beheld countless imperial laws and grand principles, numbering in the tens of thousands. Among these, the most potent imperial laws and grand principles amounted to 49. As for the remaining, slightly less formidable ones, there were as many as 10,000. This signifies that the potential number of emperors emerging from humanity may exceed 9, reaching into the thousands or even tens of thousands. No wonder the patriarch of the Jiang family had the audacity to claim that the ancestral figure of the Jiang clan could assist those leaders of imperial lineages in ascending to emperor status. With humanity possessing myriad imperial laws and grand principles, merely integrating one would suffice to attain the rank of emperor. Lu Xian's eyes darted, filled with astonishment. Within the ranks of the human race, there remained a considerable number of peak emperors, with their innate talents, comprehension, and strength. It was merely a matter of time before these individuals ascended to the revered status of emperor. He foresaw that it would not be long before the number of emperors among the human race would multiply, perhaps even by dozens or hundreds. At that juncture, the title of emperor would no longer signify the pinnacle of combat prowess within the human realm. Only by becoming an emperor could one wield true influence. This is troubling. The emergence of such a multitude of emperors among humanity would not bode well for me. Lu Xian's expression was grave as he resolved to lead his kin away from the human race. He foresaw that with an increase in the number of human emperors, no matter where he and his people sought refuge, they would inevitably confront the might of humanity. In this moment, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. Should the ranks of human emperors swell, it would inevitably lead to a scenario where humanity dominated unchecked. Both alien races and demonic tribes, as well as oceanic beings, would find themselves trampled beneath the feet of humanity. No matter how vast this world may be, there would ultimately be no sanctuary for the members of the Lu clan. Lu Xian was exceedingly reluctant to witness such a predicament. After some contemplation, he resolved to convey the matter of the revival of the human race's celestial laws to the alien tribes. With a thunderous boom, he emerged from the coffin of the god of burial, only to find himself in a world shrouded in darkness. This must indeed be the territory of the otherworldly demons. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Although he had never set foot in the territory of the otherworldly demons, he had nonetheless engaged in combat with them for countless years. Thus, he was quite familiar with the essence of their kind. He did not anticipate that his earlier use of the spatial talisman would lead him directly to the realm of the otherworldly demons. The moment Lu Xian materialized, the presence of the otherworldly demons immediately sensed his arrival. After all, within their domain, the aura of Lu Xian, a being of the human race, was exceedingly unique. Even if he sought to conceal it, he could not succeed. No matter how he attempted to mask his essence, it would prove largely ineffective. His spells designed to obscure his presence could only deceive the ordinary otherworldly demons, but they were utterly futile against the demon lords. Consequently, the instant Lu Xian stepped forth from the spatial realm, he was already targeted by the demon lords of the otherworldly demons. "It is you, Lu Xian. How dare you venture into my domain?" The voice of a demon lord echoed, its chilling tone akin to a sound squeezed from between clenched teeth, rendering it profoundly unsettling. Lu Xian's gaze drifted towards the horizon. Beneath the ominous expanse of the sky, he beheld a shadowy figure, standing under the sanguine moonlight. Its eyes, glowing with a crimson hue reminiscent of the moon above, fixed intently upon Lu Xian. From the aura emanating from this figure, Lu Xian discerned that it was a demon lord of formidable strength, having reached the late stage of the Emperor's realm. In terms of both aura and might, it surpassed him by a considerable margin. Even with his cultivation of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art and possessing a staggering number of chaos stanchions, he still could not match the profound power of this demon lord. However, he sensed that the demon lord harbored little hostility towards him, showing no inclination for combat. Before Lu Xian could utter a word, the demon lord let out an incredulous exclamation. "How is this possible? You have also merged with the Tao. This cannot be." The demon lord continued, "There cannot be more than 9 emperors among the human race. Has some ancient being perished? How else could you have ascended to the emperor's realm?" The demon lord appeared to be speaking to itself, offering Lu Xian no opportunity to respond, when suddenly its eyes widened in realization, as if confronted by a specter. Fixated on Lu Xian with an intensity that was palpable. After several breaths of silence, it exclaimed, "So, you have chosen the path of the great Tao for your enlightenment. I knew it. Those 9 ancient ones of the human race could not possibly have met their demise. How amusing. A mere human choosing to merge with the laws of the great Tao, just like us of the other races. How intriguing indeed." Lu Xian gazed coldly at the demon sovereign that materialized in the sky, his eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. He had not anticipated that this demon sovereign could discern at a glance that he had not merged with the laws of the human race's heavenly Tao to attain the status of emperor. Lu Xian's gaze fell upon the demon lord behind him. Yet he could discern neither the aura of the grand laws nor the specific path that this demon lord had merged with. However, judging by the overwhelming power emanating from the demon lord, it was evident that this was an entity he could not hope to conquer at present. Nevertheless, he had surmised the identity of this formidable being, the Hades demon lord. The overall strength of the demon clan was somewhat inferior to that of the alien races, with only 5 or 6 demon lords existing within the entirety of the demon clan. Although Lu Xian had never encountered them or engaged in combat with them, he could still discern their identities. The figure before him, the Hades demon sovereign, was considered the most formidable entity among the many demon sovereigns of the alien demon clan. Apart from the supreme Tianma god, who ruled over the alien demon clan, the Hades demon sovereign was undeniably the foremost among them. When it came to sheer strength, the prowess of the Hades demon sovereign would rank among the top among the human emperors. At the very least, among the 7 human emperors Lu Xian had witnessed in the past, only one possessed a strength that might be on par with that of the Hades demon sovereign. As for the remaining 2 human emperors, Lu Xian had neither seen nor heard of them, thus he could not speculate on their capabilities. Lu Xian had not anticipated that, having just concluded his seclusion and attained the status of an emperor, he would encounter the formidable Huangquan demon lord. Should he engage in a forceful confrontation, he might not meet his demise, yet he would undoubtedly suffer grievous harm at the hands of the Huangquan demon lord. Lu Xian sighed, a hint of helplessness glimmering in his eyes. Could it be said that he had just escaped the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair? The Huangquan demon lord, noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, could not help but smile again and continued, Lu Xian, I am well aware of your reputation with the cultivation of an emperor. You have suppressed my demon clan for 100,000 years. I must say, you are indeed a legend. Even the imperial clans of your human race cannot claim a contribution as significant as yours. However, I have also heard how they have treated you. I understand that your emergence from seclusion is aimed at seeking vengeance for your kin. Yet, you may be underestimating the power of those emperor-level figures within your human race. With your current prowess, having just stepped into the emperor realm, returning now would only spell your demise. Since fate has brought you to encounter me, consider this an opportunity. If you choose to remain with our demon clan, I can promise you a position as a demon lord. As for your people, should the chance arise, I will ensure that we rescue them from the human race. Provided they are willing, they could join you as part of our demon clan. Upon hearing this, Lu Xian was taken aback. The Huangquan demon lord had personally extended an invitation to him, a prospect he had never anticipated. Logically, after suppressing the demon clan for 100,000 years, the Huangquan demon lord should have sought his demise. Yet here he was, welcoming him instead. Lu Xian found himself momentarily lost in thought. He had guarded Tianyuan for 100,000 years, securing an era of peace for humanity. In principle, he should be regarded as a monumental benefactor of the entire human race. Even the exalted emperors of humanity could not claim greater merit than he. The entire human populace ought to be grateful for his sacrifices. Yet, paradoxically, he found himself forsaken by his own kind. Worse still, those very people sought to annihilate his family. In stark contrast, the alien races and the demon tribes, whom he had defended for a century, were now extending invitations to him, offering their goodwill. This profound disparity in treatment left Lu Xian in a state of bewilderment. At this moment, he was filled with doubt, questioning why the very alien beings and demon tribes he had vanquished were now so willing to embrace him. Why? Lu Xian gazed at the lord of the underworld. And for the first time, he inquired, I have slain at least 1 million of your demonic kin, and I have also vanquished numerous members of your esteemed demon emperor. I am your sworn enemy. Do you not harbor resentment towards me? Do you not yearn to extinguish my life? Lu Xian posed his doubts for the first time. In response to his inquiry, the demon lord of Huangquan laughed dismissively, saying, Lu Xian, within our demon race, we adhere solely to the principle of the strong prevailing. In the past, as a member of the human race, your slaying of my kin was entirely justified. Although you have taken the lives of numerous beings from our kind, it is merely a result of their insufficient strength. Their demise at your hands is a consequence of their own making. Back then, we were all part of opposing factions. Do not think that had you slain 1 million of our kind, or even 10 million, we would not have respected you. Yet, as you have stated, that is now in the past. Given the current treatment you and your kin receive from the humans, I believe you would no longer wish to remain among them. Furthermore, having now integrated with the Grand Tao, even if you return to the human race, you would be an outlier among them. Do you think they would permit the existence of a rebel like you? Do you believe the heavenly principles of the human race would allow for such an anomaly? Lu Xian, in the past, you had no choice. But now, you are free to make a new decision. Join the demon race, and we shall become your strongest support. All the conditions I mentioned earlier stand firm. There is no need for you to return to the human race personally. We, the demon race, will ensure the safe delivery of your kin right before you. The explanation from the demon lord of Huangquan touched Lu Xian deeply. The principle of the strong prevailing, encapsulated in those simple 4 words, allows the demon and alien races to unconditionally accept him once their adversary. Yet, within the human race, he is condemned to death for a ludicrous reason. Not only do they seek to kill him, but they even desire the annihilation of the Lu family. However, Lu Xian discerned astonishing revelations from the words of the demon lord of Huangquan. as long as he nods in agreement. The demon race can safely deliver his kin from within the human ranks. What does this signify? It indicates that the demon race has long established arrangements among the humans. Moreover, it must be a considerable number. Otherwise, the demon lord would not have spoken with such certainty just now. Lucien firmly believed that if he merely nodded at that moment, the Lord of the Yellow Springs would ensure the safe delivery of his family to him. However, Lucien refrained from acquiescing. He lifted his gaze to meet the Lord of the Yellow Springs, his tone neither obsequious nor arrogant. To be candid, I must express my gratitude for the goodwill of your demonic kin and for the esteem shown by you, Lord of the Yellow Springs. Nevertheless, there is a saying among our human race, one must avenge one's own grievances. Lucien has declined the invitation of the Hades Demon Lord. The Hades Demon Lord, far from being surprised, smiled with even greater admiration and remarked, "Well said. Revenge is something one must undertake personally. Lucien, I admire you even more. With your departure, there will undoubtedly be no refuge for you among the human race. If the future leaves you without a place, why not come to my demon clan? Our doors are always open, welcoming you and your kin. Furthermore, the promises I made earlier remain valid whenever you choose to arrive." What he anticipated would be a fierce battle instead culminated in his effortless exit from the demon clan. Now standing outside the demon clan, Lucien turned back to gaze at the entrance, feeling an overwhelming sense of incredulity. His recent dialogue with the Hades Demon Lord felt like a fleeting dream. The demon clan was willing to accept him, a former adversary, even offering him the position of Demon Lord and extending an invitation for his people to join him. It must be said, this was an immense temptation for Lucien. However, he ultimately chose to decline, just as he conveyed to the Hades Demon Lord. The vendetta must be avenged by his own hand. His return to the human race was not solely to rescue his kin. It was also to seek justice for his 10,000 years of vigilant service. If the human race cannot provide him the justice he seeks, then what of the human race's judgment? Emerging from the abyss, he descended upon the boundary sea. The moment Lucien's figure reappeared above the boundary sea, the human emperors at the distant imperial pass were struck with astonishment. Emperor Jiangming, with disbelief etched across his face, exclaimed, "It is he, Lucien. He is still alive." Lucien had vanished above the Sea of Realms for several days, leading many to believe he had perished. Thus, when he reappeared in the Sea of Realms, the human emperors were utterly astonished. "He is not dead. Our ancestor has sent us to hunt down Lucien. If he had perished prematurely, we would have missed our opportunity to act." At that moment, a haughty, derisive laughter echoed from behind the crowd. As they beheld the emperors emerging from the void, a flicker of surprise lit up Jiangming's eyes, filled with excitement as he gazed upon the 9 formidable emperors approaching. 9 peak emperors. Each stood at the pinnacle of imperial might. United, they could even withstand a strike from their Jiang family's imperial sovereign. Within the Jiang family exists a group of extraordinary beings. Each of them possesses peak imperial prowess, their combat strength unrivaled among their contemporaries. Yet, they remain obscure, with few in the outside world aware of their existence. They are the guardians of the Jiang family. The Jiang family boasts 36 such guardians. The 9 are grouped into 4 divisions: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. The heavenly guardians are the strongest, while the yellow guardians are the weakest. Nonetheless, even the weakest yellow guardians, when united, can wield terrifying power capable of slaying an early-stage imperial sovereign. As for the higher-tier mysterious guardians, their combined strength could even vanquish a mid-stage imperial sovereign. The Earth-level and heavenly guardians possess even greater might. It is said that the combined strength of the heavenly guardians can rival that of a late-stage imperial sovereign. Presently, the 9 individuals appearing above the imperial pass are the lowest-tier yellow guardians of the Jiang family. Yet, even these yellow guardians, when united, possess terrifying combat prowess comparable to that of an early-stage imperial sovereign. Jiangming, I pay my respects to the esteemed guardians. Upon witnessing the guardians' personal arrival, Jiangming hurriedly stepped forward to bow. Though they were all emperors of the Jiang family, the power and status of these guardians surpassed his own. Even the patriarch of the Jiang family must defer to these guardians. Only the ancestral elder holds the authority to command them. The arrival of these 9 yellow guardians clearly signifies the orders of the Jiang family's imperial sovereign. Jiangming, is this the Lucien who has cost you so many losses? I see he possesses neither 3 heads nor 6 arms. How is it that you, stationed here at the imperial pass for years, have seen your strength decline? Even such a wretch dares to tread upon you? The leading yellow guardian cast a disdainful glance toward Lucien, who had appeared in the distant Sea of Realms, his voice laced with mockery and derision. Although Jiang Ming was the commander of the Imperial Pass, he dared not be reckless before these family guardians. Even when faced with ridicule, he could only respond with a forced smile, saying, "Esteemed guardians, do not underestimate Lu Xian's strength. Just days ago, he triumphed over the calamity of the heavens, effortlessly dispelling it." Upon hearing that Lu Xian had actually thwarted the calamity of the heavenly Tao, the expressions of the several Huang-level guardians revealed a flicker of interest. "Jiang Ming, you claim he has obstructed the heavenly Tao calamity? It must have been one of the least formidable types, right? That hardly counts for much. You are all at the Emperor level. Do you truly lack the strength to withstand the calamity of the heavenly Tao?" The leader of the Huang-level guardians scoffed disdainfully. While the calamity of the heavenly Tao is indeed fearsome, it is not entirely insurmountable. With their formidable abilities, as long as two or more calamities do not strike simultaneously, they felt confident in their capacity to resist. However, Jiang Ming's subsequent declaration left the 9 arrogant Huang-level guardians utterly astounded. "Esteemed guardians, he has withstood 5 types of heavenly Tao calamities. We all witnessed it clearly. 5 distinct calamities descended simultaneously, and yet Lu Xian effortlessly repelled them." As Jiang Ming's words echoed, the silence in the Imperial Hall was palpable, as if a pin could be heard falling. The 9 Huang-level guardians were filled with incredulity. After what felt like an eternity, the leader of the Huang-level guardians finally exclaimed, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one has ever managed to withstand 5 types of heavenly Tao calamities at once." As he spoke, a glint of realization flickered in his eyes, and he coldly laughed. "Jiang Ming, I understand that you fear the ancestors' reproach for your incompetence, that you cannot even handle a mere Lu Xian. However, to concoct such an excuse to evade responsibility is truly laughable. Do you think we are fools? Or do you believe the ancestor is naive enough to be deceived by your clumsy justifications? And yet you claim Lu Xian has withstood 5 calamities. Why do you not assert that he has already become an emperor?" Seeing that the Huang-level guardians remained unconvinced, Jiang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of despair. He yearned to continue explaining, but as he observed their haughty demeanor, he could only let out a resigned scoff. Perhaps Lu Xian truly had ascended to the rank of emperor. He could not fathom that Lu Xian would vanish for several days without reason after having repelled the calamity of the heavenly Tao. Although they had not witnessed any signs of the merging phenomenon during these days, it did not imply that Lu Xian had not attained the status of emperor. The moment Jiang Ming beheld Lu Xian's appearance, an intense premonition had surged within him. Lu Xian must have already merged with the Tao and ascended to the status of emperor. Yet, his proclamation was met with derisive laughter from the 9 yellow-grade guardians. "Emperor? Ha! Jiang Ming, do heed the absurdity of your words. The 9 great emperors of our human race have already attained perfection. How could there possibly be a new emperor? When they departed from their families, they were unaware that the heavenly Tao had been unsealed, allowing all paths of humanity to witness the Tao and become emperors. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Ming's sarcastic remarks, they erupted into uncontrollable laughter. One of the yellow-grade guardians unabashedly declared, "Him? An emperor? He isn't even worthy to carry an emperor's shoes." The leader of the yellow-grade guardians sneered arrogantly. Not only is he not an emperor, but even if he were to ascend to that title, he would still perish at our hands today. Since we have perfected this formation, we have only slain great emperors. We have yet to test our might against an emperor. Today, we shall use him as our trial." As his words echoed, the other guardians joined in raucous laughter, clearly dismissing Lu Xian as insignificant. Witnessing their blatant arrogance, a great emperor attempted to intervene, yet before he could utter a word, he was silenced by a piercing gaze from Jiang Ming. "Are you seeking death? If I dare not advise them, what makes you think you have the standing to do so?" The moment Jiang Ming's voice reached him, the great emperor trembled in fear. If even Jiang Ming was intimidated by these guardians, how could he possibly speak? The great emperor, nearly in distress, hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Ming. At that moment, Lu Xian had already stepped onto the Sea of Realms, poised to traverse it and arrive at the Imperial Gate. However, before he could reach the center of the Sea of Realms, a commanding voice rang out from the Imperial Gate. "Presumptuous! Who gave you the audacity to tread upon the Sea of Realms?" It was the leading yellow-grade guardian, who coldly admonished from above the Imperial Gate. As his voice fell, he had already emerged from the gate, positioning himself before Lu Xian. The other yellow-grade guardians manifested around him like shadows. As the 9 yellow-grade guardians landed, they swiftly formed a formation, quietly surrounding Lu Xian. Observing the 9 peak great emperors that had suddenly appeared before him, Lu Xian's expression shifted. He could discern that these individuals were unlike ordinary great emperors. Particularly the positions they occupied held profound significance. Before Lu Xian could fully comprehend the situation, the leading yellow-grayed guardian bellowed, "Formation, activate." At the moment his voice fell, 9 beams of light erupted from each of the 9 individuals. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from Lu Xian's sight. Around Lu Xian, it seemed as though the entire world had transformed. The boundless sea of realms beneath his feet had vanished, replaced instead by an expansive desert. He found himself amidst a vast expanse of sand, with endless dunes stretching into the horizon. A divine-level killing formation. Lu Xian's expression shifted subtly, as he had not anticipated that these 9 individuals could invoke such a formidable array, one of a deadly nature. The illusory desert surrounding him, though a mere mirage, was imbued with lethal intent. A single misstep could lead to his utter demise. "Lu Xian, do you acknowledge your sins?" At that moment, from the heart of the desert, countless grains of yellow sand surged skyward, coalescing into a colossal desert giant towering 100 feet high. The giant opened its mouth, and its voice echoed once more, "Lu Xian, 100,000 years ago, the Emperor bestowed upon you a chance for redemption, assigning you to guard the abyss, never to stray even a step. Who gave you the audacity to depart?" The voice belonged to the leading yellow-level protector, adopting a condescending tone as it berated Lu Xian. From the instant he laid eyes on these 9 individuals, Lu Xian discerned from their aura of cultivation that they hailed from the Chongqing Jiang family. The ancestral figure of the Jiang family was his sworn enemy. Thus, facing these members of the Jiang clan, Lu Xian showed no semblance of courtesy. His voice laced with murderous intent. "What are you? A mere hound, daring to question me?" As his words fell, Lu Xian raised his hand, unleashing a blade of sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the towering desert giant was cleaved in 2, disintegrating into countless grains of sand that returned to the desert floor. At the very moment the desert giant was vanquished, the leading yellow-level protector emitted a muffled groan, violently spewing a mouthful of black blood. "How is this possible? How could you harm me through the array?" The protector looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. Lu Xian's casual sword strike pierced through numerous layers of array illusions, nearly claiming his life. This was utterly terrifying. Aside from the Emperor, no one else possessed such formidable power. At that moment, the 9 yellow-level guardians all seemed to realize something, and almost simultaneously, they exclaimed in disbelief, "Lu Xian, you are actually the Emperor." The Emperor. That represents the highest realm. Among the human race today, there are only 9 emperors. Previously, when they were at the Imperial Pass, they had merely mentioned that even if Lu Xian were an emperor, they could still defeat him. However, they never anticipated that Lu Xian was indeed an emperor. Although their formation was reputed to be capable of hunting down emperors, it had never truly slain one. Thus, upon discovering that Lu Xian was an emperor, fear crept into the eyes of the 9 yellow-level guardians. If Lu Xian were merely at the peak of the great emperor realm, they would have been confident in their ability to vanquish him. But now, Lu Xian was an emperor. Moreover, judging by the power of that casual sword qi, which had nearly killed him, Lu Xian's strength was likely equivalent to that of a mid-level emperor. How could they possibly fight against that? The 9 who had just moments ago boasted with arrogance about slaying Lu Xian now harbored thoughts of retreat. "Brother, since Lu Xian has already reached the emperor realm, how could we possibly be his match? We should withdraw and inform the ancestor. The ancestor will undoubtedly take action personally to deal with him." One of the yellow-level guardians spoke, his voice reaching the ears of the others. The few who had begun to contemplate retreat nodded in agreement. Only the leader among them, a yellow-level guardian, coldly reprimanded, "We cannot retreat. The ancestor entrusted us with the task of slaying Lu Xian. If we fail to accomplish our mission, would we not disappoint the ancestor?" As he spoke, he glanced down at the terrifying wound on his chest and bellowed fiercely, "No matter what, we must kill him. What if he is an emperor? Our formation is specifically designed to hunt emperors. Today, we shall slay him. Let everyone know the name of our yellow-level guardians." Seeing their leader's unwavering resolve, the others dismissed their thoughts of retreat. Just then, within the formation, Lu Xian found that the surroundings had once again transformed. The previous expanse of sandy sea had vanished, replaced by an endless ocean of blazing flames. Around Lu Xian, countless flames erupted, encasing him within a sea of fire. This inferno was not merely an illusion. It harbored the terrifying and lethal power of the Emperor's fire, Emperor Flame. The Emperor Flames surged, coalescing into colossal fire dragons that unleashed earth-shattering roars as they surged toward Lu Xian. The fire dragons roared, the sea of flames churned, and in the blink of an eye, they engulfed Lu Xian, intent on reducing him to ashes. Upon witnessing Lu Xian's form vanish entirely within the inferno, The leading yellow-grade protector burst into triumphant laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha! What of the Emperor? He too shall perish at our hands." Yet, at that very moment, a torrent of sword light erupted from the sea of flames, piercing through the illusion of fire and severing his head with a single strike. Boom! As the head of the leading yellow-grade protector flew through the air, it was immediately met with a barrage of sword energy, obliterating it completely. Simultaneously, his headless imperial body was also shattered by the sword energy, blood raining down like a tempest. Lu Xian's figure silently materialized at the very spot where the yellow-level guardian had previously stood, effortlessly suppressing the Emperor's essence with a mere wave of his hand. With little more than a breath's effort, Lu Xian pierced through the array and eliminated the raucous adversary before him. The Imperial-level killing formation was nothing extraordinary. As Lu Xian's voice resonated, the laws of power instantaneously descended to impose their might. With a resounding crash, the Imperial-level killing array immediately collapsed, and the surrounding illusions vanished in an instant. Lu Xian remained silently standing above the boundary sea, gripping a primordial essence of the great Emperor in his hand. Opposite him, only 8 yellow-level guardians remained. The leader among them had already become a soul claimed by a sword. As the formation was shattered, the 8 guardians simultaneously spat out black blood, staggering backward several steps. Upon witnessing the primordial essence clutched in Lu Xian's grasp, their eyes were filled with astonishment and dread. They could scarcely fathom that the formation designed to slay the Emperor had been so easily dismantled by Lu Xian. Not only had he breached the formation, but he had also slain their strongest member, Huang Yi. Observing the rain of blood drifting above the boundary sea, the 8 yellow-level guardians turned pale with terror. "Retreat!" one of them shouted, turning to flee toward the Imperial Pass. The others followed suit, darting away like frightened rabbits, not pausing for a moment's hesitation. Thoughts of avenging Huang Yi never even crossed their minds. The 8 pinnacle guardians of the great Emperor now resembled frantic hares as they raced toward the Imperial Pass, as if a great terror were pursuing them from behind. The emperors above the Imperial Pass, upon seeing Lu Xian ensnared by the formation, were filled with immense delight, believing his demise was inevitable. After all, this time it was the 9 esteemed guardians from the Jiang family who had struck. Even Emperor Jiang Ming wore an expression of glee, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha! Lu Xian, offending our Jiang family, not even the King of Heaven can save you." However, the moment his words fell, he was met with a harsh reality. Witnessing the 8 guardians fleeing in panic, Emperor Jiang Ming's eyes nearly bulged from his head in shock. Soon, however, he grasped the more terrifying truth. 8? Why were there only 8? Jiang Ming exclaimed in disbelief. 9 yellow-level guardians had been dispatched, yet now only 8 were fleeing for their lives. Even a fool could discern what had transpired with the missing one, especially upon seeing the scene of blood rain swirling above the boundary sea beneath Lu Xian's feet. Everyone gasped in astonishment. He was dead. One guardian had perished. The emperors atop the Imperial Pass were filled with shock and terror. No one dared to believe that Lu Xian had indeed slain a guardian of the Jiang family. Was it not said that these guardians could jointly slay an emperor? Is this all? Everyone recalled the arrogant proclamations made by the leader of the yellow-level guardians upon his arrival. The slap to their faces came far too swiftly. Just moments ago, that boasting guardian had become part of a blood-soaked spectacle. Watching the 8 guardians flee in madness, anxiety gripped the hearts of all present. If even these individuals cannot stand against Lu Xian, then who among them can possibly withstand the onslaught of that harbinger of death? Emperor Jiang Ming. Should we not go forth to greet a few guardians? One of the emperors stepped forward, cautiously requesting guidance beside Emperor Jiang Ming. Should they remain idle? The 8 guardians of the Jiang family would surely face dire consequences. However, Emperor Jiang Ming shook his head in resignation, his heart heavy as he proclaimed. "There is no need. Activate the formation and seal the Imperial Gate. We must not allow Lu Xian to set foot upon the Imperial Gate. Otherwise, none of us shall survive." As for the 8 guardians of the Jiang family beyond the Imperial Gate, it was not that he wished to abandon them, but rather that it was no longer necessary, for he had already witnessed Lu Xian's form descending upon them, akin to a demon god, appearing before the Imperial Gate, blocking the path of the 8 guardians. As Lu Xian descended from the heavens, he positioned himself directly before the 8 Jiang guardians, his icy gaze piercing through the panic-stricken figures. The 8 guardians, in their frantic flight, felt their blood run cold at the sight of Lu Xian, abruptly halting in terror. They raised their eyes to the Imperial Gate, now merely a few thousand meters away, despair evident in their expressions. The Imperial Gate lay within reach. If they could just make it inside, they would have a chance at survival. Yet this seemingly short distance had transformed into an insurmountable chasm. Especially upon witnessing the moment the Imperial Gate closed, the 8 Jiang Guardians wore expressions of utter desolation. They all understood that their fate was sealed. Faced with such a formidable emperor as Lu Xian, stripped of their reliance on the Imperial-level killing formations, they were akin to 8 ants, easily crushed at a whim. Lu Xian intends to eliminate them effortlessly. Jiang Ming, inform the ancestor that it is our incompetence that has betrayed his expectations. One of the yellow-level guardians, his voice tinged with a sense of melancholy, addressed the Emperor Jiang Ming atop the Imperial Pass, imparting his last words. Remember, hold steadfast to the Imperial Pass. Lu Xian has already attained the status of Emperor. You cannot hinder him. The formation of the Imperial Pass is your final bastion. Relay everything that has transpired here to the ancestor swiftly. Only he possesses the power to thwart him. His voice resonated throughout the Imperial Pass. Above the pass, Emperor Jiang Ming and the other human emperors stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief, especially upon hearing that Lu Xian had already become an emperor. They were all utterly astonished. Emperor Jiang Ming was so taken aback that his eyes nearly bulged out, incredulously exclaiming, "Impossible! How could he possibly be an emperor? Just a few days ago, I had engaged him in combat. At that time, he was merely an emperor. How could he have ascended to emperor status in such a short span of time?" Not only was Emperor Jiang Ming incredulous, but the other human emperors behind him wore expressions of utter disbelief as well. Lu Xian is, in fact, the emperor. This revelation struck them like a thunderous explosion. If Lu Xian truly holds the title of emperor, can they maintain their defense at the Imperial Pass? Among the great emperors, the fortunate Qi Feng Emperor, who narrowly escaped from Lu Xian's grasp, was utterly stunned upon hearing that Lu Xian is the emperor. In just a few short days, he had ascended to such a formidable rank. It is simply terrifying. Opposing someone of such caliber is akin to courting one's own demise. Qi Feng Emperor marveled inwardly and, while everyone else remained in shock, he silently withdrew from the Imperial Pass. Then, he took to his heels, fleeing from the Imperial Pass. Although the formations of the Imperial Pass are said to withstand the might of an emperor, he still felt an unsettling sense of insecurity. It was far wiser to swiftly vacate this perilous place to find true peace of mind. Lu Xian remained unaware that a being at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm had been so intimidated by him that it fled in terror. Abandoning its post at the Imperial Pass, beyond the Imperial Pass, Lu Xian appeared as if a celestial deity had descended, standing before the 8 guardians of the Jiang family. His gaze, cold as ice, scrutinized these 8 protectors. With Lu Xian's current prowess, extinguishing their lives would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The reason he refrained from immediate action was that he sought to extract information regarding the Jiang family from them. The Jiang family, a lineage of eternal life within the human race, boasted ancestors who had once been true immortals. Although that particular Jiang family's immortal had not graced the world for countless years, who could say whether there might still be other formidable beings concealed within the Jiang family's ranks? Despite having attained the status of an emperor, Lu Xian is still at the early stage of this esteemed rank. While he does not rank among the weakest in terms of combat prowess, he is certainly not so arrogant as to consider himself a match for the ancestral figure of the Jiang family. This elder is currently at the pinnacle of emperor status, a level of strength that Lu Xian cannot yet contend with. However, given Lu Xian's current capabilities, it is unlikely that the Jiang family's emperor would be able to detain him. Therefore, what Lu Xian must ascertain now is whether there exists another emperor within the Jiang family, perhaps even a being stronger than an emperor, among the human race. The 9 imperial laws indicate the existence of 9 emperors. To date, only 7 of these emperors are known. Where are the remaining 2? The most plausible answer lies within the long-lived families and the immortal traditions. Thus, theoretically, it is indeed possible that the Jiang family possesses a second emperor. Lu Xian must first ascertain these matters. Only by understanding the Jiang family's hidden cards can he hope to rescue his kin with greater assurance. Above the Imperial Pass, Emperor Jiang Ming, listening to the last words of the Jiang family's protector, was filled with a myriad of emotions. He yearned to open the Imperial Pass and venture forth to rescue the 8 great protectors, yet he knew that such an action was fraught with peril. Should they take the initiative to activate the Imperial Pass's formation, it would undoubtedly allow Lu Xian to enter, bereft of the protection of the Imperial Pass formation. None of the emperors could withstand the onslaught of Lu Xian, the harbinger of death. After all, Lu Xian had ascended to the rank of emperor. However, to stand idly by and witness the fall of their 8 esteemed protectors was a torment he could scarcely bear. Thus, he called out from the Imperial Pass, "Lu Xian, you are a sinner of our human race. Out of pity, my ancestor granted you the chance for redemption. Yet your current actions are no different from those of a traitor. I advise you to calm yourself and return to guard the abyss. As for the transgressions you commit today, we can appeal to our ancestor on your behalf, seeking forgiveness for your offenses. At this juncture, Emperor Jiangming maintained a lofty demeanor, akin to a judge presiding over a sinner's fate. Below the imperial pass, the 8 Jiang family protectors initially believed Lu Xian had faltered when he did not strike. They were about to implore him to avoid further mistakes. However, upon hearing Emperor Jiangming's words, they were all struck with fear, their bodies trembling as they glared at Emperor Jiangming above. Lu Xian, do not heed his nonsensical utterances. We are merely following the orders of the Emperor to patrol this area. Whether you are guilty or not is beyond our authority to decide. If you choose to relent, when the Emperor descends, we shall intercede on your behalf. One protector hastily explained. As his words fell, the other protectors quickly joined in, urging him. Lu Xian, you have guarded the abyss for our human race for 100,000 years, making you a great benefactor. The emperors are well aware of your merits, and the billions of beings in our race will not forget your contributions. Should you choose to turn back now, I believe the Emperor will surely grant you forgiveness. Previously, we were unaware of the facts, and thus we may have offended you. Now we apologize and only hope for a chance to amend our ways. Their expressions had shed any trace of arrogance, replaced instead with humility as they sought forgiveness from Lu Xian. Had Lu Xian merely been at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, their apologies would have been unwarranted. Yet they now recognized that Lu Xian had ascended to the status of Emperor, a being beyond their reach. In order to preserve their lives, they were compelled to lower their proud heads and humbly apologize, acknowledging their earlier misjudgment. Lu Xian quietly observed their performance. Once they had all finished speaking, he slowly began to speak, his tone devoid of emotion, stating, if you wish to survive, then demonstrate your sincerity. Upon hearing this, the 8 guardians of the Jiang family brightened with renewed hope. They hurriedly inquired, Lord Emperor, what must we do? They pledged to exert their utmost efforts at his command. The guardians, who had previously addressed Lu Xian by name, now referred to him as Lord Emperor. Regardless of their change in demeanor, Lu Xian remained unperturbed and continued in a flat tone. Surviving is quite simple. Whoever can divulge everything about the Jiang family shall be spared. The previously fervent guardians fell into a stunned silence upon realizing that Lu Xian was asking them to betray their family. Although they yearned for survival, they lacked the courage to betray the Jiang family. Even if they might gain a chance at life by doing so, they knew the Jiang family would not spare them. They feared Lu Xian, yet their dread of the Jiang family's ancestors was far greater. After all, Lu Xian had only just ascended to the realm of the Emperor, while their ancestors had long since reached the pinnacle of that very realm. In comparison to Lu Xian, the ancestors of the Jiang family are undeniably more formidable. In an instant, despair filled the eyes of the 8 guardians of the Jiang family. Upon hearing Lu Xian's demands, Emperor Jiangming revealed a sneer, mocking. You wish for them to betray my Jiang family? Lu Xian, you are utterly deluded. The members of my Jiang family possess unyielding pride. They would rather die than betray their lineage or their esteemed emperor. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when he was met with a resounding rebuttal. Thud. One of the yellow-level guardians fell to his knees before Lu Xian, panic-stricken, exclaiming, I shall tell you everything, esteemed emperor. Just grant me a chance to live. It took me 20,000 years to reach the pinnacle of the emperor level. I have yet to savor the riches of this world. To die like this is unacceptable to me. In the face of death, some would readily sacrifice everything for the chance to survive. Moreover, Lu Xian merely asked them to betray the Jiang family, without requiring any additional sacrifices. Thus, Lu Xian found no surprise in the guardian's choice. Though the formation of the imperial gate isolated them, Lu Xian had clearly heard Emperor Jiangming's confident voice moments earlier. Consequently, after the Jiang family guardian knelt, Lu Xian deliberately cast a cold glance at Emperor Jiangming above the imperial gate and scoffed. It seems your family's pride bends quite easily. They are not as noble and fearless as you claim. The sight of a peak emperor-level guardian kneeling before Lu Xian like a lost dog, begging for mercy, astounded Emperor Jiangming, nearly causing his eyes to bulge out in disbelief. Particularly, Lu Xian's derision struck him as a resounding slap, leaving his countenance exceedingly grim. Observing the kneeling guardian, Emperor Jiangming bellowed in fury, How dare you? Betraying the family, do you not fear the punishment of the ancestors? Yet, the Jiang guardian paid him no heed. Faced with imminent death, who would still concern themselves with such matters? Even if the Jiang ancestor were to punish him, that would only come after he had the chance to escape alive. The other Jiang guardians, who had previously worn expressions of fearless resolve, were visibly shaken upon witnessing one of their own kneeling down. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Ming's threats proved utterly ineffective, prompting several more Jiang guardians to follow suit. Kneeling in haste, in the blink of an eye, for guardians had already knelt, clamoring, "Esteemed Emperor, ask us anything, and we shall divulge every detail. Just spare our lives." Watching the supplicating Jiang guardians, Emperor Jiang Ming felt as though he had been dealt a crushing blow. He had just articulated confidently about the pride of the Jiang family. Yet now, the behavior of these guardians betrayed any semblance of that pride. This is clearly a pack of spineless wretches. The honor of the Jiang family has been ruthlessly torn asunder by these individuals, cast beneath Lu Xian's feet, subjected to harsh trampling and humiliation. Yet, at this moment, Lu Xian provocatively remarked that the Longxing family is nothing but this, merely a band of spineless curs. The Emperor Jiang Ming, stationed at the Imperial Pass, was so incensed that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. "How dare you? I shall ensure that everything that has transpired today reaches our ancestors. Even if you manage to survive, prepare to endure their wrath." Emperor Jiang Ming was infuriated beyond measure. He never anticipated that, when faced with the brink of death, these protectors of the Jiang family would exhibit such cowardice, utterly devoid of backbone. They have brought utter disgrace upon the Jiang family. Particularly, Lu Xian's derision left him feeling utterly humiliated. However, the Jiang family protectors paid him no heed, showing indifference to his taunts. Instead, those few protectors who had not knelt were nearly overwhelmed with fury at the sight of their kneeling comrades begging for mercy. "You shameless cowards! The Jiang family does not harbor such craven souls. From this day forth, you are no longer members of the Jiang family. Even if you survive today, the Jiang family will not spare you. Betraying the Jiang family, betraying our ancestors, you shall surely meet your demise without a grave." This was Huang Er, second among the 9 Huang-level protectors. With Huang De now deceased, he had become the leader of this group, angrily rebuking the traitorous protectors of the family. Yet, scarcely had his words fallen when Lu Xian's icy voice pierced through, suggesting that whether or not they would meet their end without a grave was something he would never witness. In the next moment, he beheld his own head drifting further away from his body. Lu Xian stood before the imperial gate, casually unleashing a strand of sword chi that severed his head from his body. Huang Er's head had already soared hundreds of feet away, yet his consciousness remained intact, witnessing in terror his own headless imperial form. Under the onslaught of the sword chi, it erupted into countless droplets of blood. He could never have fathomed that he would be the first to perish without a grave. In the next moment, his head too exploded, transforming into a puddle of flesh, which was then consumed by flames that materialized from the void, turning it to ashes. He truly met his end without a trace. With a graceful sweep of his hand, Lu Xian summoned a source of the Emperor back into his grasp. On that source, he could even discern the incredulous expression of the yellow-level guardian in his final moments. Previously, when Lu Xian had slain Huang De, it had been done through the veil of a formation, leaving no witness to the act. However, this time, the circumstances were markedly different. Lu Xian effortlessly obliterated a peak existence of the Emperor before their very eyes. This scene utterly stunned the other Huang-level guardians, rendering them speechless. Even those who had previously shown resistance were now paralyzed by fear, collapsing to their knees simultaneously. Just as they contemplated pleading for mercy, they perceived a streak of sword light hurtling toward them. What initially appeared as mere sparks of light rapidly magnified within their pupils. In that moment, they were overwhelmed by an imposing aura, forcing them to kneel in place, utterly immobile. They had no opportunity to flee, helplessly witnessing the sparks of sword light expand into an unparalleled divine blade, which subsequently cleaved through their bodies with devastating force. A series of thunderous explosions echoed, and the last 3 kneeling guardians of the Jiang family were all annihilated, leaving no trace behind. Lu Xian struck without mercy, effortlessly slaying the Emperor as if chopping vegetables. Witnessing the demise of yet another 3 companions, the 4 Jiang family protectors who had knelt first secretly rejoiced in their earlier decision. Had they hesitated for even a moment longer, they might have found themselves sharing the same grim fate, with no place to rest their bones. Lu Xian is truly terrifying. A powerful being at the Emperor's level is simply beyond their capacity to contend with. It is only at this moment that they come to realize this. Before Lu Xian, they have not even the opportunity to make a move. Their fates, whether life or death, lie entirely within Lu Xian's thoughts. Effortlessly slaying 4 guardians of the Jiang family, Lu Xian appears nonchalant, yet within him, a tempest of vitality surges. After all, he has only just ascended to the Emperor realm, and he is not employing his most formidable laws of power, but rather the sword path, which leaves him somewhat fatigued. His mastery of the sword path, after all, is merely at the pinnacle of the great emperor stage, not yet reaching the realm of fusion. Thus, after engaging in combat, Lu Xian begins to refine the great emperor's essence in his grasp, replenishing his magical energy while simultaneously striving to break through to the third layer of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique. At the same time, he casts a cold glance at the four Jiang family guardians, who resemble lost dogs, and speaks in an icy tone, "You each have but one opportunity. Whoever reveals a secret that moves me shall be spared. Remember, there is but one slot available. Your survival rests upon your own choices." The four guardians, who moments ago thought they might evade calamity, are left dumbfounded upon hearing that Lu Xian is offering only one chance for survival. After a brief moment of confusion, they all rush to speak. "My Lord Emperor, I know all the secrets of the Jiang family. Anything you wish to know, I shall divulge. My Lord Emperor, I am the oldest, having been within the Jiang family for 50,000 years. There is nothing I do not know. My Lord Emperor, the Jiang family's strength is not as simple as it appears. In truth, over the years, my Lord Emperor, I possess knowledge of certain secrets unknown even to them. Secrets that pertain to the very survival of the Jiang family." The four guardians of the Jiang family kneel on the ground, eagerly vying to reveal the secrets they possess, each one speaking in a rush, fearful of being outpaced by the others. Lu Xian silently observed the four guardians of the Jiang family as they eagerly divulged the family's secrets. His demeanor remained calm, yet within, he was profoundly astonished. Each revelation they uttered was astonishing and impactful. "Esteemed Emperor, we have disclosed all that we know. We implore you to honor your promise and spare our lives." After revealing everything within their knowledge, the four yellow-tier guardians hastily continued to plead for mercy, terrified that they might be too late. After all, Lu Xian had previously stated that only one among them would be granted the chance to survive. Observing these four yellow-tier guardians who had indeed revealed numerous secrets of the Jiang family, Lu Xian's expression slightly darkened as he spoke indifferently. "I have already mentioned that the one who reveals the most significant secrets will be awarded this opportunity. However, it appears that the secrets you have shared are rather similar. So tell me, to whom should I bestow this opportunity?" Lu Xian deliberately feigned a look of difficulty, his gaze shifting among the four yellow-grade guardians. All four were at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. How could they not discern Lu Xian's intentions? Out of the four, only one possessed a chance of survival. Moreover, he had placed the decision in their hands. Was this not compelling them to turn against one another? "Lu Xian, you are, after all, an emperor. How can you afford to be so disingenuous? You clearly stated earlier that if we revealed the secrets of the Jiang family, you would spare us. Now, you wish to go back on your word. Do you not fear the ridicule that may ensue?" One of the yellow-grade guardians, filled with fury, rose and glared at Lu Xian, shouting vehemently. The meaning behind Lu Xian's words was already quite apparent. It merely lacked articulation. The decision of who would live and who would die rested in their hands. After all, they were kin who had coexisted for tens of thousands of years. How could they be incited to internal strife by a few words from Lu Xian? However, he ultimately overestimated his standing in the hearts of others, as well as the malevolence of human nature. The moment his words fell, 3 long swords pierced his body almost simultaneously. As he felt the chilling sting of the blades, his eyes were filled with astonishment. With a sudden eruption of black blood, he struggled to turn his head, incredulously gazing at his comrades, who had simultaneously struck at him. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, ambushed by 3 pinnacle emperors, he had no chance of survival, even if he wished to live. Until his last breath, he could not fathom that those who had shared countless days and nights with him would truly turn their blades against him. Moreover, it was 3 individuals who had simultaneously launched their attacks. In that fleeting moment, he discerned not a trace of hesitation or doubt in their eyes, only a ruthless determination. The 3 yellow-level guardians, who had simultaneously drawn their swords, paid no heed to the one destined for death. After their strikes, they hesitated not an instant before turning their blades upon their nearby companions, engaging in a fierce battle. There was no need for Lu Xian to continue sowing discord. They were already embroiled in a bloody conflict. In their desperate bid for survival, they unleashed their most potent divine abilities. And the clash of emperor-level laws reverberated across the Sea of Realms, shaking the very heavens and earth. Above the imperial barrier, Emperor Jiang Ming watched in shock, unable to comprehend how events had escalated to this point. All it took was a simple provocation from Lu Xian to incite the Jiang family guardians against each other. Witnessing the Jiang family guardians fighting like rabid dogs, Emperor Jiang Ming was once more overwhelmed with fury, spewing forth black blood and nearly collapsing backward. Had it not been for someone to support him, he surely would have fallen against the city wall. Lord General, Lu Xian has already attained the status of emperor. Even with the imperial barrier to rely upon, we can only temporarily stave off his advance. The situation here is beyond our intervention. If the imperial barrier is breached, we shall all perish without a grave. The one supporting Emperor Jiangming was also an emperor, belonging to the subordinate imperial clan of the Jiang family. As they surveyed the scene beneath the imperial barrier, their voice trembled with trepidation. With all the Jiang family guardians slain, would they be the next to fall? Originally, 5 emperors had been stationed at this imperial barrier. Unfortunately, the other 4 Jiang family emperors had been slain by Lu Xian as soon as they emerged into the Sea of Realms. Thus, only Emperor Jiangming remained to defend the imperial barrier. The already enraged Emperor Jiangming, upon hearing this counsel, spat out another mouthful of black blood, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. Get away. The great Emperor Jiangming pushed aside the individual and staggered towards the imperial gate. His gaze filled with fury as he beheld the grim scene below. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 3 guardians of the Jiang family had already determined their fates. Before the imperial gate lay 2 corpses of great emperors, reduced to mere flesh and blood. The only surviving guardian of the Jiang family had suffered the loss of an arm and was blinded in one eye, presenting a truly woeful sight. Yet, despite his dire condition, his eyes sparkled with an intense fervor. With a thud, he knelt before Lu Xian and exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, "Your Excellency, the Emperor, I have triumphed. Now, I am the sole survivor. You need not worry about whom to choose." Lu Xian gazed quietly at the guardian of the Jiang family kneeling before him, feeling no sympathy for his plight. Long ago, at the moment he was forced to depart from the human race 100,000 years prior, every member of the Jiang clan had already found themselves inscribed upon his list of targets. Over the years, had it not been for his concern for the safety of his kin, he would have returned to the human realm to exact his vengeance. Even if he could not annihilate the Jiang family, they would undoubtedly pay a steep price. Thus, as he observed the emperors of the Jiang family perish before him, Lu Xian bore no psychological burden. On the contrary, he felt that allowing them to die so easily was, in fact, a mercy. Noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, the Jiang family guardian, who now possessed but a single eye, suddenly felt an ominous premonition arise in his heart. Hastily, he lifted his gaze toward Lu Xian, his voice trembling with fear as he implored, "Your Majesty, I have acted as you instructed. You cannot be untrue to your word. Is that so?" Lu Xian suddenly smiled. Yet the frigid nature of his grin sent a shiver through the body of the kneeling guardian of the Jiang family. Lu Xian continued, his voice chillingly cold, "I would never be one to break my word. I stated that whoever reveals the most secrets will be of utmost utility to me, and I shall grant them mercy. This declaration holds true, regardless of the circumstances." Just as the guardian of the Jiang family was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Xian's words transformed his countenance, striking terror into his heart. "But how can you be so certain that the secrets you just divulged are indeed the most beneficial to me?" Even the Jiang family's guardian, no matter how dim-witted, had come to a realization. They had all been mere puppets in Lu Xian's grand performance from the very beginning. He never intended to allow them to leave alive. How absurd it was that they had revealed all of Jiang family's secrets for a hope that was nothing more than an illusion. They even resorted to mutual slaughter in a desperate bid for the sole chance at survival. With a sudden burst of anger, the guardian of the Jiang family, who now possessed but a single eye, was overwhelmed by his emotions, spewing forth a mouthful of dark blood before collapsing to the ground. Lu Xian slowly approached him, resembling a solemn ancient deity enacting judgment upon evil. His voice was frigid and commanding. "Look at you, suffering so profoundly. Living only brings further anguish. Allow me to grant you liberation." With those words, the last of the yellow-level guardians fell before the imperial gate. Above the imperial gate, Emperor Jiangming was nearly overwhelmed with fury, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. These 9 yellow-level guardians were the trump cards of the Jiang family. Who could have foreseen their demise in such a manner? Moreover, in their final moments, these 9 guardians had unveiled all the secrets of the Jiang family. Although Jiangming had only gleaned a general understanding from the imperial gate, he was acutely aware that the revelations pertained to the family's innermost truths. Many of these secrets were entirely unbeknownst even to the esteemed members of the Jiang clan. Particularly alarming was the revelation regarding their use of living blood to cultivate immortality elixirs, an absolute secret of the highest degree. Likely, only the clan's ancestors and these guardians were privy to such knowledge. Yet now, this infamous matter had been laid bare by their own guardians. Fortunately, the emperors present at the imperial gate had not grasped the full implications of what had been uttered. Furthermore, as these individuals were all vassals of the Jiang family, they would dare not utter a word of what they had heard, even if they comprehended it fully. Cold sweat beaded on Jiang Ming's forehead as he dared not imagine the consequences if such information were to spread among the human race. Even as a family of longevity, they would likely find themselves without a foothold in the world. Seal your lips tightly. Anyone who dares to divulge even a single word of what you have heard or seen today shall await the annihilation of their lineage. Emperor Jiang Ming glared fiercely at the emperors behind him. They understood that they had encountered a momentous secret and witnessed things that should have remained unseen. And each one tightened their lips in silence. Even if bestowed with 100-fold courage, they would not dare to speak of the events that transpired here. Lu Xian collected the primordial essence of the Jiang clan's guardians. Even he did not anticipate that since relinquishing his post at Tianyuan and embracing his true nature, the primordial essence of the emperors had become an indispensable resource for his cultivation. Presently, he possessed around 20 to 30 pieces of this primordial essence. However, each piece held significant utility for him. The second tier of the Panwu Great Power Technique demanded an exorbitant amount of resources for its practice. These pieces of primordial essence were merely a drop in the ocean, wholly insufficient for him to refine the Panwu ancestral form. Thus, he allocated them towards the cultivation of the chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique. His mastery of this technique had already reached the pinnacle of the second tier, and it was now time to strive for the third tier. After vanquishing the Jiang clan's guardians, Lu Xian did not immediately assault the imperial gate. Instead, he entered the space of the god burial coffin. Within this realm, the brilliance in Lu Xian's eyes flickered as he contemplated the formation of the imperial gate, which was a superior level array capable of withstanding the ancient beings of foreign tribes. Although he had attained the emperor's realm, he was still but one individual. It was unrealistic to forcibly breach the formation of the imperial gate. Although Lu Xian was eager to return, he was not reckless. Given his current strength, it was nearly impossible to forcibly breach the imperial gate formation. Thus, enhancing his power was of utmost importance. Once he could elevate his Chaos Celestial Emperor technique to the third level, he would acquire a formidable ancient talent known as the Dual Pupil. Perhaps then, he would be able to unravel the Imperial Gate formation. The reason Lu Xian did not hasten to attack the Imperial Pass was his desire to attain the third level of the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique and acquire the ancient. As he channeled the Chaotic Heavenly Emperor technique, he transformed into a divine furnace of chaos, casting in numerous emperors' origins for direct refinement and absorption. Even though Lu Xian had already ascended to the status of emperor and possessed a chaotic body, the process of refining the emperor's origins was no trivial endeavor. Within the confines of the god burial coffin space, time flowed like water. After several hundred years, Lu Xian had refined and absorbed the power of 3 emperors' origins, enabling his chaotic heavenly emperor technique to successfully break through to the third level. The third level of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique is also known as the realm of chaotic. At this stage, the chaotic body reaches its pinnacle, awakening another formidable talent, the ancient. As Lu Xian entered the third level of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique, a swift transformation began to unfold in his eyes. Under the infusion of countless chaotic energies, the laws of the Great Path automatically operated and evolved within his gaze. However, such evolution required an immense quantity of chaotic energy for sustenance. In his grasp, Lu Xian's primordial essence of the emperor underwent a profound refinement once again. After the substantial consumption of 7 or 8 emperor essences, his pair of eyes finally completed their metamorphosis. What was once an exceedingly ordinary pair of eyes, under the infusion of chaotic energy, transformed into the ancient. Upon closer inspection, within the original pupils, another pair of pupils emerged conspicuously. Now, within each of Lu Xian's eyes, there existed 2 pupils, exuding a terrifying aura, akin to black holes capable of devouring all. The ancient has manifested. Lu Xian took a deep breath, overwhelmed with excitement. Within the space of the god burial coffin, he had cultivated for a millennium, expending 10 pieces of the Emperor's essence, and at last, he had awakened the ancient. As he activated an astonishing beam of dark radiance erupted from his eyes. This was one of the innate divine abilities of the destructive divine light. Within this divine light resided the terrifying force capable of annihilating all. It possessed the power to vanquish foes far beyond his level. Yet, this was not the sole ability of With a mere thought, the original dark light vanished, instantly transforming into a chaotic luminescence, a fusion of black and white. This too was one of this innate divine abilities, the chaotic divine light. Within the chaotic divine light lay the dual energies of yin and yang, enabling one to see through all illusions and origins, while also possessing an extraordinarily potent learning capability. Anything that had been illuminated by the chaotic divine light could be swiftly assimilated and mastered by Lu Xian. When the chaotic divine light reached its zenith, his could even release an unending flow of chaotic energy, possessing the formidable ability to create worlds. Of course, Lu Xian had only just awakened the ancient and had merely begun to grasp its capabilities. A long journey lay ahead to fully unleash its potential. Having only reached the third level of cultivation, he had already attained the four symbols sacred body and the chaotic body and had awakened the ancient. If he were to cultivate the chaotic heavenly emperor's art to the ninth level, it was unimaginable how powerful he could become. As he felt the might of the ancient, Lu Xian inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Reflecting on the awe-inspiring existence of the individual who had originally conceived the chaotic heavenly emperor's art. A single technique capable of enabling continuous awakenings of the strongest physiques and talents in the world. Such a notion was beyond Lu Xian's wildest dreams. One could say that the chaotic heavenly emperor's art had transformed everything for him. Without it, he would not even have had the opportunity to merge Tao, let alone possess the chaotic body and the ancient, such pinnacle talents. Now, merely having reached the third level, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, emerging as a prodigious talent in the realm of cultivation. If he continued on this path, he would undoubtedly be capable of subduing adversaries of equal standing, rendering himself invincible in this age. Once, Lu Xian had been a taboo emperor who suppressed an entire era. Now, he sought to subdue even those emperors who were imperious in their pride. He aspired to become the true taboo of this epoch. Lu Xian exhaled deeply, acutely aware of the surging energy coursing through his body, as if he had undergone a baptism. His flesh radiated a gentle luminescence, while his bones gleamed with the brilliance of gold, and even his pores seemed to emit streams of resplendent light. His chaotic physique was undergoing a transformation akin to rebirth. It had become more powerful, more resilient, and more formidable, yet simultaneously, it had attained a greater purity. His body was suffused with chaotic energy, to the extent that it appeared as if traces of the Tao were about to manifest upon his flesh, bones, and skin. This was a sign of the chaotic physique attaining a higher degree of purity. The foremost advantage of the chaotic physique lies in its affinity with the great Tao, unshackled from the constraints of heavenly laws. Even among the human race, one could disregard the celestial principles and directly attain enlightenment and integration with the Tao. Previously, Lu Xian's chaotic heavenly emperor technique had not reached the third level, which constrained him to practice the Panwu divine power, merging with the laws of strength to ascend to the rank of emperor. Now, having ascended to the third level of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique, he found himself with an abundance of options for integration. The third level corresponds to the emperor's realm of Tao integration. Moreover, this third level of the chaotic heavenly emperor technique differs from conventional methods of Tao merging. Typically, one could only choose a single law for integration, whereas this technique allows for the merging with myriad paths. This is also one of the innate gifts of the chaotic physique, enabling the fusion with all Tao. Lu Xian has now attained the third realm of the chaotic celestial emperor's art, having acquired the ancient. However, he must still achieve the fusion of the Tao. Only through this fusion can he reach a state of perfection. The process of merging the Tao entails the unification of myriad paths. It is only by assimilating these myriad paths that his chaotic body can further advance into the next tier of the Tao integration realm. This is entirely distinct from Lu Xian's cultivation of the martial arts of the great strength deity, which integrates the laws of force. The laws of force represent one of the 3,000 chaotic laws. They are the most primal and fundamental principles of existence. Following the cataclysm of chaos, the great Tao emerged as the sovereign of the universe. Beneath the great Tao, countless laws of the Tao proliferated. Lu Xian cultivates the chaotic heavenly emperor's scripture, aiming to integrate myriad paths, where myriad paths refers to the great principles. The Panwu divine power encompasses the amalgamation of 3,000 chaotic laws. Conversely, the chaotic heavenly emperor's scripture necessitates the fusion of countless great principles. This signifies that Lu Xian now faces a critical choice. The most prudent option is to select one path to cultivate between the chaotic heavenly emperor's scripture and the Panwu divine power. Human capacity is ultimately finite. If one attempts to cultivate both techniques simultaneously, it is akin to engaging with two distinct systems of laws and principles at once. The energy and resources required would far exceed those needed for the cultivation of a singular path. Lu Xian's gaze traversed between the two martial arts techniques. Whether it was the chaotic emperor's art or the divine might of Pangu, he was unwilling to relinquish either. After enduring 100,000 years in the abyss, what could possibly deter him? Moreover, with the god burial coffin space at his disposal, he need not worry about insufficient time for cultivation. The only hurdle to surmount was merely the acquisition of cultivation resources. Lucien's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented determination. Having recently ascended to the emperor's realm, I realized that relying solely on a single technique would render me incapable of competing with the seasoned emperors. Therefore, I resolved to cultivate multiple techniques. By simultaneously practicing the Chaos Heavenly Emperor's art and the Panwu Great Strength Divine technique, I might bridge the gap between myself and those venerable emperors, ultimately overpowering them in terms of divine abilities. In Lucien's mind, a newfound clarity emerged, unprecedented in its brilliance. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to cultivate two distinct martial arts simultaneously. He would embrace the law of strength and delve into the myriad paths of the universe. As Lucien grasped this realization, his thoughts became more lucid and his understanding of the grand principles deepened. Yet, within the confines of this god-burying coffin space, the forces of the great Tao remained beyond his reach. Lucien's figure stirred, reappearing beneath the imperial pass. Upon witnessing Lucien's return, the human emperors atop the pass were struck with a palpable dread, their eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He has come. He has returned. After vanishing for an entire day and night, his aura had intensified to an astonishing degree. Could it be that he has achieved yet another breakthrough? The human emperors trembled in terror, their bodies quaking in fear. The scene of Lucien vanquishing the emperor is utterly terrifying, casting a profound shadow over these human emperors. Consequently, their fear becomes uncontrollable upon seeing Lucien. Observing the emperors, pale-faced and trembling in fright, Emperor Jiangming chastised them furiously, calling them a bunch of useless fools. No matter how formidable Lucien is, he remains but a single individual. Can he truly turn the tides? Look at you, reduced to such a pitiful state by mere intimidation. You have brought disgrace upon the Jiang family. These human emperors are all vassals of the Jiang clan, and none dared to refute Emperor Jiangming. However, some were still discontent, whispering under their breath, "Weren't you also fainted by his fright?" Though the voice was soft, it was unmistakably clear to all present, who were also human emperors. Emperor Jiangming shot a fierce glare at the speaker and retorted sharply, "I was merely fainted from rage." Lucien toyed with the guardians of the Jiang family, ruthlessly eliminating 9 of their formidable protectors, leaving the great Emperor Jiangming utterly enraged. This incident was a thorn in Emperor Jiangming's heart, and now he was compelled to bring it up himself, nearly causing him to spit blood in fury once more. Were it not for the pressing need for capable individuals at this moment, he would have undoubtedly silenced the loquacious emperor with a swift strike. I am aware of your trepidation towards Lucien, but let me assure you, he is merely a jester. Even if he were to ascend to the status of an emperor, he would not stir significant turmoil. Our imperial barrier is unassailable. Even the ancient foreign lords, accompanied by a 1,000,000-strong army, could not breach it. How could one man, Lucien, hope to shake a tree? He would not even have the opportunity to step within the confines of the imperial barrier. Emperor Jiangming brimmed with confidence regarding the imperial barrier before him. Although they had not witnessed the scenes of the barrier repelling a 1,000,000-strong foreign army, they never doubted its might. As the foremost line of defense for humanity against foreign threats, how could the imperial barrier be so easily breached? The human emperors, who had recently been shaken with fear, found their expressions softening and their morale restoring upon hearing Emperor Jiangming's reassurances. I have already relayed the news from this place. The esteemed emperor should have received the message by now. In no time, he might personally descend upon us. Emperor Jiangming continued. And upon hearing that the esteemed emperor might personally arrive at the imperial barrier, the eyes of the human emperors sparkled with excitement. In an instant, the previously somber atmosphere of the imperial barrier erupted once more with laughter and joy. Beneath the imperial barrier, Lucien suppressed his aura, seeking to merge with the Tao and elevate his power. Yet, he was uncertain whether the members of the Lu clan could endure the weight. The events transpiring at the imperial pass would soon reach the human realm. Should the esteemed emperors learn of his bloodshed here, they might take action against the Lu clan. Although the formations Lucien had left behind were formidable, they would be utterly incapable of withstanding the might of an emperor's direct intervention. Thus, he must act swiftly, reaching the imperial pass at the utmost speed to return to humanity. Only by personally returning to the Lu clan could he ensure the true safety of his kin. Gazing up at the towering, majestic imperial pass, a brilliant light shone in Lucien's eyes. Humanity, I, Lu Xian, shall return. 100,000 years ago, he had been compelled to depart from the human realm to guard the abyss. That departure had lasted a century, and even he had not anticipated that. After such an expansive time, he would return to humanity. Moreover, he was to do so in such a manner, fighting his way back to his kin. Beneath the imperial pass, Lu Xian's voice was cold yet commanding. I am the great emperor of humanity, having guarded the abyss for 100,000 years and rendered great service to our kind. Are you truly intent on obstructing my path home? His voice echoed throughout the imperial pass. Above, many human emperors were moved. Most among them were unaware of the events from 100,000 years prior. And many were hearing Lu Xian's name for the very first time. They were also ignorant of the extent of his contributions. Upon hearing Lu Xian speak of his past, these emperors were astonished. Within the imperial pass, several guardians of the realm stepped forward, gazing in shock at Lu Xian, who stood outside the pass. Previously, they had only heard rumors of someone slaying human emperors over the Sea of Realms, but they had not realized that this individual was a great benefactor of humanity. Do you think what he says is true? Could it be that he truly guarded this realm for 100,000 years? If so, he is indeed a great benefactor of our people. To obstruct him would be utterly unjust. Some emperors atop the imperial pass wavered, murmuring among themselves. They had only witnessed Lu Xian's rampage, but had never considered the depth of his origins or the magnitude of his contributions. Hearing Lu Xian speak of his merits, these emperors cast hesitant glances at Emperor Jiang Ming. The Jiang clan had consistently obstructed Lu Xian's return. Was there some ulterior motive behind this? Under the scrutiny of these doubtful emperors, Jiang Ming let out a cold snort, bellowing, "Do you intend to believe his deceptive words? He was merely an emperor back then. How could he possibly withstand the onslaught of those savage alien races and demonic tribes? Such nonsense. Do you truly believe it? Have you grown foolish?" Jiang Ming shot a cold glare at the skeptical emperors and stepped forward to the imperial pass, distorting the truth as he proclaimed, "Lu Xian, you are indeed shameless. In my thousands of years of existence, I have never encountered someone as brazen as you. For a millennium, you have guarded the abyss. Do you truly possess the strength to do so? It was precisely a millennium ago that the esteemed emperors of the human race forged an alliance to invade the foreign realms, inflicting grave wounds upon those alien races and demonic entities, which is why they have refrained from crossing the boundary sea for 10,000 years. At this juncture, Emperor Jiang Ming let out a cold snort, disdainfully asserting that a person like you, who has committed grave errors and been expelled from the human race, has no right to claim the honor of guarding the abyss for 10,000 years. How audacious to even attempt to usurp the accolades of our esteemed emperors. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Emperor Jiang Ming's words resonated so deeply that even he began to believe them. What of those who were unaware of the truth? Oh, I see. How could such an emperor possibly withstand the onslaught of those alien races and demonic entities? To boast of guarding the abyss for 10,000 years, what audacity. I never anticipated that Lu Xian would be such a despicable character. In an instant, the human emperors found themselves swayed by Emperor Jiang Ming's rhetoric, deriding Lu Xian with scorn. Even the human cultivators within the imperial gate echoed this sentiment, vehemently condemning Lu Xian for his lack of honor. To dare claim the achievements of the emperors is indeed shameless. Such a vile individual, it is no wonder he was cast out from the human race. Such a person is unworthy of belonging to our kind. Beneath the imperial gate, Lu Xian maintained his composure. He had long anticipated that these individuals would not acknowledge his contributions. After all, he had safeguarded the abyss for 10,000 years, securing a millennium of peace for humanity. The magnitude of this achievement was so profound that, once recognized, he would be hailed as a monumental benefactor of the entire human race. No matter how powerful those emperors might be, they would not dare easily erase the legacy of such a significant contributor. Thus, denial was the most advantageous course for the emperors. Emperor Jiang Ming, representing both the Jiang family and their emperors, would naturally never concede to acknowledging Lu Xian's contributions. What Lu Xian did not foresee was that Emperor Jiang Ming would not only refuse to acknowledge his merits, but would shamelessly attribute this monumental achievement to those emperors who had not lifted a finger. 10,000 years ago, the emperors of humanity invaded the foreign realms and severely wounded the alien races. Lu Xian seemed to have heard the greatest joke. Back then, it was evidently the human race's emperor who was met with relentless defeat, as the 7 great emperors simultaneously guarded the imperial pass, barely preventing the alien forces from breaching it and invading the realm of humanity. In that moment of peril, it was Lu Xian wielding the burial heaven divine sword who steadfastly upheld the last line of defense. although they ultimately managed to drive back the alien invaders. The human race at that time lacked the strength to pursue them, let alone venture directly into their territory, with the presence of the alien celestials. Even if the human emperors were granted 100-fold courage, they would not dare to step foot into the alien realm. This event, occurring 100,000 years ago, was no secret, yet now it has faded into obscurity. The cultivators from that era have long since turned to dust, leaving no one to emerge and validate the truths of what transpired. Lu Xun did not engage in any argument with them. The matters of the past held no significance in further disputes over right and wrong. His sole desire now was to return swiftly to the human race and to the Lu family. Only by witnessing the safety of his kin with his own eyes could he find solace. The Jiang family, as ever, remained utterly shameless. Lu Xun let out a cold laugh, offering no explanation. His frigid voice resonated throughout the imperial pass once more. I am the ancestral elder of the Lu family. Who dares obstruct my path home shall meet their demise. His chilling and domineering proclamation echoed like a clap of thunder, enveloping the imperial pass. Lu Xun did not act immediately. He was willing to grant the emperors and cultivators of the human race another opportunity for reassessment. Within the imperial realm, there were not only members of the Jiang family, but also other emperors from various imperial clans and human cultivators from distant lands. These individuals were innocent, at least for the time being. Unless circumstances necessitated it, Lu Xun was reluctant to engage in indiscriminate slaughter. After all, he too belonged to the human race and had not yet descended to the level of senselessly massacring the innocent. Even in the pursuit of vengeance, his targets were distinctly defined: the 7 foremost emperors, along with the Chongqing family and the undying Dao lineage to which they belonged. Additionally, there were those who had previously targeted his own family over the years. These individuals were marked for death. As for the others, as long as they did not seek their own demise, Lu Xun had little interest in their fate. As Lu Xun ascended into the heavens, he gazed down from above the imperial pass at the assembly of human emperors standing there. In the distance, he observed countless human cultivators, armed and vigilant, stationed behind the imperial pass. Serving as the frontline defense against foreign races, the imperial pass was perpetually guarded by an army of 100,000 cultivators. At this moment, these cultivators were all tense, their eyes fixed upon the sky. Even through the protective formations, they could still sense the overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from Lu Xun. Above the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming regarded Lu Xun, who had suddenly soared into the air, with a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. He coldly remarked, "Lu Xun, do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions? This is the imperial pass of the human race. As a member of humanity, to assault the imperial pass is to declare yourself a traitor. I advise you to recognize your situation and kneel in repentance. Otherwise, not only will you face the judgment of humanity and become a pariah without a grave, but your kin shall also perish alongside you." Despite knowing that Lu Xun was an emperor, Jiangming felt no trepidation. After all, this was the imperial pass. The formations of the imperial pass were crafted by the 7 great emperors of the human race, a supreme array capable of withstanding any emperor. Even those in the later stages of emperorhood would find themselves utterly helpless before the might of the imperial pass formations. Lu Xun has only just ascended to the status of emperor, and it is utterly implausible for him to breach the array. At this moment, the imperial pass formation stands as the greatest reliance of the great emperor Jiangming. Lu Xun paid no heed to the boisterous emperor Jiangming. His gaze shimmered with divine brilliance as he activated his dual pupils. Instantly, a resplendent beam of divine light shot forth from his eyes, enveloping the entirety of the imperial barrier formation. In that moment, the formation became vividly apparent to him. The activation of his dual pupils not only allowed him to pierce through illusions, but also to grasp the profound truths of the cosmos. The imperial barrier formation before him was scarcely worthy of being called a great path. Under the illumination of his divine gaze, countless lights danced upon the formation, revealing intricate patterns of its composition, which began to unfold in his mind with effortless clarity. In but a brief moment, this exceedingly complex formation had been deciphered by his dual pupils to a significant degree. Simultaneously, Lu Xun could distinctly sense his growing familiarity with the imperial barrier formation, as if he were on the brink of mastering its very essence and comprehensively understanding the entire construct. Once he fully grasped the formation before him, breaching it would be a trivial endeavor. Above the imperial barrier, Emperor Jiangming had not anticipated Lu Xun's indifference to his taunts. However, being an emperor himself, upon witnessing the divine light emanating from Lu Xun's eyes, His expression transformed dramatically. Hiss. A dual pupil wielder. How could this be? Lu Xian is indeed a dual pupil wielder. Emperor Jiangming staggered back in shock. Upon hearing those words, dual pupil wielder, the surrounding human emperors at the imperial barrier were utterly astounded. The renown of a dual pupil wielder is simply monumental. It is said that each generation of dual pupil wielders stands as an invincible force amongst their peers. Particularly after acquiring dual pupils, they can see through the great pathways and comprehend their mysteries. Legends tell that in ancient times, no formation or divine technique could impede the advance of a dual pupil wielder. Now, Lu Xian possesses dual pupils. What does this signify? The human emperors at the imperial barrier were left breathless in astonishment. They now understood why Emperor Jiangming had been so startled and had retreated in panic. Truly, the dual pupil wielder is a figure to be reckoned with. Upon acquiring the, Lu Xian found that the imperial barrier before him was utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Once the formation was breached, the fate of those present would rest entirely within Lu Xian's will. Life or death would be decided in an instant. Despite the presence of numerous emperors and a multitude of cultivators behind them, they would not be foolish enough to believe that such numbers could deter Lu Xian's progress. The might of an emperor is insurmountable. In the face of an emperor, these sovereigns and their accompanying ordinary cultivators were indistinguishable from mere insects. Even at the pinnacle of their power, they could not withstand a single strike from Lu Xian. The earlier battle above had already demonstrated this truth. Only an emperor can withstand the might of another emperor. However, the human emperors were still leagues away. By the time they arrived, the imperial barrier would have already become a desolate wasteland. Emperor Jiangming understood this all too well, and upon witnessing Lu Xian's, he swiftly altered his course of action. Shouting in panic, "We cannot allow him to breach the formation. Quickly, activate the array. Summon the imperial weapon to slay him." The imperial barrier formation was a prestigious array that integrated both offense and defense. Its formidable defensive capabilities were complemented by a myriad of offensive techniques. If they could harness the power of 100,000 cultivators, they could even summon dragon souls to unleash attacks of imperial caliber. Jiangming's urgent command jolted the panicked emperors back to their senses. They recognized that they had reached a critical juncture between life and death, and each one hastened to summon the 100,000 cultivators, urging them to unleash their most potent attacks. Above the imperial barrier, Emperor Jiangming ascended into the air, his imperial laws resonating as they cascaded down like the waters of the Yangtze River, converging within the formation. Behind him, dozens of human emperors rose into the sky, their imperial laws manifesting as brilliant golden beams that pierced the heavens. These numerous human emperors fused with the formation, becoming one of its core nodes. Behind the imperial barrier, 100,000 human cultivators also soared into the sky, radiating a resplendent brilliance as their inexhaustible magical energy surged toward the formation. In an instant, the formidable array was infused with the power of countless emperors and cultivators, its momentum reaching a zenith. As the primary node of the formation, Emperor Jiangming merged with it completely, his voice erupting like thunder as he respectfully called out to the heavens, "Emperor Barrier's guardian, Jiangming, beseeches the two dragon ancestors to manifest and protect our human race." His voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the realm and reverberating above the imperial barrier. At the moment his words fell, the imperial barrier beneath him began to tremble. The walls of the imperial barrier, coiled like a mighty dragon upon the ground, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. Roars of dragons resonated from the walls of the imperial barrier, shaking the very heavens and earth. Beneath the feet of these great emperors of the human race, the serpentine city walls of the imperial pass astonishingly soared into the sky like a colossal dragon. No, it is indeed a dragon, a genuine dragon. Two majestic dragon phantoms burst forth from the walls of the imperial pass, coiling above the formation, enhancing the power of the imperial pass formation to an extraordinary peak. This is the essence of the dragon soul. Outside the imperial pass, Lu Xian, wielding the might of his heavy pupils, discerned the true nature of these two dragons at a glance. They were, unmistakably, two authentic dragon souls. Bound within the walls of the imperial pass, they had become one with the structure. Typically, they remained concealed, only revealing themselves when the imperial pass formation was activated, transforming into true dragons to safeguard the formation and protect the imperial pass. Lu Xian gazed in astonishment at the two true dragons hovering within the formation, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the ancient ferocious beasts. The true dragon clan was once one of the dominators of this realm. It is said that at the pinnacle of their power, the true dragons ruled the four seas, embodying the true essence of supremacy over the world. Some even regard the true dragon clan as the foremost among the 10 ancient ferocious beasts. From these assertions alone, one can grasp the immense strength and terror of the true dragon lineage. The mere appearance of 2 dragon souls atop the imperial barrier instilled in Lu Xian an overwhelming sense of dread. Even he, who wielded the laws of the emperor, found himself being relentlessly suppressed by the might of these 2 dragon souls. Without even engaging in direct combat, Lu Xian was already at a disadvantage, crushed under their formidable presence. This scene left a profound shock etched in his eyes. Just 2 dragon souls exuded such overwhelming power. It is unfathomable to consider the level of strength the true dragon clan must have possessed during ancient times. However, soon Lu Xian's gaze shimmered with excitement, for he discerned the unique laws of the dragon path within those 2 dragon souls. This is the path of the dragon clan. If I could observe closely, perhaps I might glean the secrets of cultivating the dragon path from them. Lu Xian's eyes gleamed with brilliance as his dual pupils emanated a divine light, enveloping the 2 dragon souls before him. The true dragon lineage had long vanished from the realms of existence, and the arcane arts of this ancient clan were scarcely transmitted through the ages. It is essential to recognize that each of the 10 ancient fiends wielded the most supreme mystical arts. To acquire any of the 10 fiends' techniques would be sufficient to become a formidable force. Under normal circumstances, Lu Xian's aspiration to grasp the true dragon's mystical arts would be but a fanciful dream. However, now endowed with his dual pupils, he possessed the opportunity to observe the profound principles embodied within these dragon souls, potentially mastering the true dragon's arts. This was undoubtedly a tremendous fortuity for him. He even felt a surge of gratitude towards the Emperor Jiangming. Had it not been for Emperor Jiangming activating the Imperial Barrier formation to summon these 2 dragon souls, Lu Xian would have remained oblivious to the fact that within the ancient walls of the Imperial Barrier, 2 dragon souls had been sealed for countless years. After all, during the final confrontation between humanity and the other races, the Imperial Barrier had nearly been breached, yet no one had summoned the dragon souls bound to its walls. The emergence of the 2 dragon souls instantly captivated Lu Xian's entire focus, causing him to temporarily set aside the task of deciphering the esteem-level formation and instead delve into the study of these majestic beings. Meanwhile, within the confines of the formation atop the Imperial Barrier, Emperor Jiangming, filled with exhilaration and confidence, commanded with authority, ancestors of the dragons, eliminate this intruder and safeguard our humanity. As his voice resonated, the 2 dragon souls within the formation unleashed a thunderous roar, simultaneously surging forth from their confines. The colossal dragon souls descended upon the Imperial Barrier, gazing down upon Lu Xian for a brief moment before launching their attack, their immense forms racing towards him like bolts of lightning. In that instant of their descent, Lu Xian's dual pupils keenly captured the essence of the mystical arts emanating from the dragon souls. Yet, their speed was so extraordinary that even Lu Xian, with his dual pupils, could scarcely find the time to scrutinize and analyze their movements. How astonishingly swift! This must be the unparalleled velocity inherent to the true dragon's arts. Lu Xian's eyes flickered with excitement, for it is said that the legendary 10 fiends of ancient times each possessed unparalleled speed. Among them, the true dragon clan and the Kunping clan stand as the ultimate sovereigns of swiftness. If one could master the unparalleled velocity contained within the true dragon's path, then even if they could not defeat those esteemed human emperors, they would undoubtedly remain beyond their reach. Lu Xian was filled with anticipation, eagerly yearning to attain the true dragon's path and comprehend the essence of swiftness. In truth, within the realm of Panwu's mighty divine abilities, there exists a method for cultivating the art of rapidity. However, this necessitates the simultaneous understanding of the principles of force and speed. What is the law of speed that Lu Xian has yet to comprehend? It is certainly not something that can be grasped in a single day. However, the true dragon-like speed embodied in these 2 dragon souls is undeniably real. Given sufficient time to observe, and with his dual pupil talent, he possesses at least a 90% chance of deciphering the true dragon speed, perhaps even mastering the complete vacuum path technique. Thus, when confronted by the 2 dragon souls charging towards him, Lu Xian felt no trace of anxiety. Instead, his eyes sparkled with sheer delight, akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. This ecstatic glimmer in his gaze startled the 2 dragon souls, who momentarily believed the human before them had lost his mind. In the face of life and death, he could still smile. He was either a madman or a fool. As the 2 dragon souls surged forward, Lu Xian too made his move. Under the influence of his dual pupils, their speed was decelerated countless times, even their true dragon speed, in the presence of Lu Xian's dual pupils, became as sluggish as a snail's crawl. Even though Lu Xian acted later, he still seized the initiative, effortlessly evading the onslaught of the two dragon souls. With a swift turn, he unleashed a powerful strike, channeling the essence of force like the mighty Yangtze River, crashing into the colossal bodies of the dragon souls. With a resounding boom, the ethereal forms of the dragon souls were pierced by Lu Xian's fists, emitting a chilling wail. The two dragon souls roared, their immense tails sweeping through legions, while their massive heads suddenly swung around, lunging toward Lu Xian's head. However, under the scrutiny of his keen gaze, their speed appeared to slow to that of a snail. Lu Xian effortlessly evaded the attacks of the two dragon souls and then turned to charge at them. The formidable aura of ferocity emanating from these dragon souls ignited the primal bloodlust within Lu Xian, awakening his fervent desire for battle. The fusion of the laws of power and flesh elevated his body to a staggering height of 1,000 zhang in an instant. At this moment, Lu Xian transformed into a towering giant, exuding an aura of power with every movement. Even a mere punch possessed an overwhelming strength surpassing 100,000 pounds. He resembled an ancient demonic deity, radiating chaotic energy, akin to a wild man emerging from the wilderness, his eyes filled with longing and yearning for combat. Indeed, the true dragon clan is not to be underestimated. With a resounding roar, Lu Xian sent tremors through the walls of the imperial city. He stepped forward, like a divine being descending, positioning himself before the two dragon souls. His voice resonated with both majesty and arrogance, challenging them. "Let me test the might of you ancient ferocious beasts." As his words fell, the earth trembled and mountains shook. Lu Xian did not wield any weapons. Instead, he engaged in combat with the two dragon souls using nothing but his bare hands. As fists and feet collided, Lu Xian activated his heavy pupil, meticulously capturing the Taoist techniques and divine powers exhibited by the dragon souls. A single person faced two dragons, creating a cataclysmic clash atop the Imperial Pass, where the battle seemed evenly matched. To the onlookers, it appeared as though a stalemate had ensued. However, in truth, Lu Xian navigated the engagement with remarkable ease. Though the two dragon souls harnessed the power of the formation, they were ultimately limited to the Emperor realm. Their temporary surge to the Emperor Venerable realm, aided by the formation's might allow them to suppress an ordinary Emperor Venerable, yet they were far from being a match for Lu Xian. Having cultivated both the chaotic Heavenly Emperor art and the Panga Great Strength Divine technique, Lu Xian possessed an overwhelmingly formidable strength. Even under the combined assault of the two dragon souls, he remained unfazed. The reason Lu Xian chose not to directly slay the two dragon souls was to glean the complete essence of the true dragon Tao from their combat techniques. Throughout this battle, he had already deciphered much of the divine arts they wielded. However, the true dragon Tao, being one of the 10 fiendish Taos, represents the very foundation of the true dragon clan's dominance across the seas, and thus, it is not easily comprehended. Even with the aid of his dual pupils, it was impossible for Lu Xian to fully grasp the true dragon Tao within such a brief span of time. He remained composed, his mind racing as he contemplated that continuing in this manner would render the attainment of the complete true dragon Tao nearly impossible. Despite the fact that the strength of these two dragon souls was inferior to his own, bolstered by the formation, they had nonetheless reached the Emperor's realm, further enhanced by the true dragon Tao. Consequently, it would not be a simple task for Lu Xian to truly conquer these two dragon souls. Moreover, there were an additional 100,000 cultivators behind the Imperial formation, continuously augmenting the power of these dragon souls, rendering them seemingly tireless, akin to relentless war machines capable of engaging in continuous combat. Lu Xian was reluctant to remain entangled with these two dragon souls for long. Although he coveted the true dragon's path of magic, he was acutely aware of the priorities at hand. Presently, breaking through the imperial barrier and returning to the human realm was of utmost importance. Perhaps he should try the method of creation and enlightenment with the power of his dual pupils. Lu Xian's eyes flickered, and instantly, an endless stream of chaotic energy erupted from his gaze, enveloping the two dragon souls. As this ceaseless chaotic aura surged forth, an independent miniature world materialized before Lu Xian. This was one of the divine powers of his dual pupils, utilizing the chaotic divine light to carve out a small realm. Within this domain, the laws of the celestial path could be isolated, suppressing all divine techniques and doctrines. Moreover, apart from himself, no one else could freely enter or exit this space. The two dragon souls were trapped within, akin to being ensnared in a cage. Regardless of their struggles, escape was futile. To the onlookers outside, it appeared as though the two dragon souls had simply vanished into thin air. Upon witnessing this scene, Emperor Jiang Ming's complexion paled dramatically, his eyes betraying a profound terror. The two dragon souls on the city wall were their greatest reliance. They had believed that summoning the dragon souls would allow them to effortlessly subdue Lucien. But what was the outcome? The dragon souls had inexplicably disappeared. Even after repeatedly activating the formation, he found himself unable to establish any connection with the dragon souls. After countless attempts yielded no results, Emperor Jiangming was truly frightened, his voice rising in a terrified shriek. No, this is impossible. The two dragon ancestors were empowered by the formation, gathering the strength of our 100,000 cultivators, and had reached the level of Emperor Sovereign. Lucien has merely just entered the Emperor Sovereign realm. How could he possibly contend with two dragon ancestors? Emperor Jiangming could not fathom how Lucien, having just stepped into the Emperor Sovereign realm, could subdue two dragon ancestors. No matter how much he refused to believe it, the two dragon souls had indeed vanished without a trace. This space is quite splendid. For now, it has confined these two dragon souls. When I have the time, I can extract the true dragon doctrines from them at my leisure. Lucien beamed with joy. He temporarily suppressed the two dragon souls within a spatial realm, allowing them to struggle and roar without paying them any heed. His gaze fell once more upon the Imperial Barrier Array. As he activated the array before him swiftly began to unravel and be deduced under its influence. Having already researched this formation extensively, he now deduced its intricacies at an even greater pace. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had mastered the esteemed array before him. So it was merely a formation reliant on the laws of the heavenly Tao. Without the enhancement of those two dragon souls, how could this array possibly withstand my might? Lucien's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he beheld the Imperial Barrier formation before him, perceiving it to be riddled with flaws. At any moment, should he choose to, he could effortlessly dismantle the formation. However, Lucien refrained from acting hastily. Instead, his gaze settled upon the towering walls of the Imperial City. Within the entirety of the Imperial City, what was truly formidable was, astonishingly, these very walls. This was a realization Lucien had never entertained before. Under the scrutiny of his extraordinary vision, countless runes emerged upon the surface of the Imperial City walls, and waves of Imperial sovereign laws began to surge forth from them. What had initially appeared to be a lifeless structure suddenly seemed to pulsate with vitality. This was a supreme divine weapon, and moreover, a supreme divine weapon imbued with 9 Imperial sovereign laws. Lucien inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through him. Beneath the heavens, the human race wields 9 supreme laws of the emperors. Only by merging with these imperial laws can one ascend to the rank of emperor. Thus, throughout history, the number of emperors among humanity has never exceeded 9. Each of these 9 imperial figures possesses mastery over a distinct law. Yet, within the walls of this imperial pass, there resided an astonishing 9 imperial laws. Does this not imply that the very walls before him were forged collaboratively by the 9 esteemed emperors of the human race into a divine weapon? Initially dismissive of the imperial pass's significance, Lucien now found himself compelled to acknowledge its true power. These walls were indeed an invincible divine weapon, the most formidable means at the disposal of the imperial pass. Furthermore, they represented the core of the defensive formation, the very foundation of the array. Should he fail to suppress these walls, even if he were to breach the formation, penetrating the imperial pass would remain utterly impossible. Unexpectedly, the true terror of the imperial pass lay within the seemingly unremarkable walls. Lucien took a deep breath, his eyes still brimming with astonishment, mingled with a hint of admiration. The individual who first conceived the idea of forging the walls of the imperial pass into a supreme divine weapon was truly a genius. At present, this formidable array no longer poses an obstacle for me. The true hindrance to my progress lies within this supreme divine weapon. I must first subdue the walls of the Imperial Pass before I can advance further into the Imperial Pass. Lucien took a deep breath, a hint of gravity appearing in his gaze. He had initially thought that breaching the Imperial Gate would be a trivial matter, completely unprepared for the extent to which events would unfold. Now, he found himself confronted not only by the formidable formations of the revered level, but also by the majestic walls of the Imperial Gate, fortified by supreme divine weapons. Even if he were to dismantle the formations and breach the walls, beyond the Imperial Gate lay an army of 100,000 human cultivators. Although the disparity in strength between these cultivators and Lucien was as vast as heaven and earth, they still numbered 100,000. A multitude of ants can indeed fell an elephant, especially when faced with a legion of cultivators wielding divine weapons and mastering formidable powers. Lucien, after all, was but a solitary figure. Even if he forcibly breached the esteem level formation and subdued the divine weapon of the Emperor, he would inevitably succumb to a period of weakness. Should he find himself ensnared by 100,000 cultivators, he would not only be in peril of death but also face severe tribulations. Just as Lu Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation on how to navigate this predicament, a sudden tempest erupted above the boundary sea. With thunder rumbling and dark clouds obscuring the sun, Lu Xian did not even need to turn around to sense that at least 1 million foreign troops had crossed the boundary sea and were advancing towards the Imperial Pass. What is happening? Why have the foreign tribes appeared at this moment? Lu Xian furrowed his brows. Turning to gaze at the dense mass of 1 million foreign troops on the boundary sea, his expression swiftly changing to one of alarm. His astonishment deepened as he beheld the formidable foreign dignitaries soaring above the myriad of soldiers, as well as the terrifying ancient sovereigns of the alien race. Overcome with shock, he involuntarily gasped and exclaimed, could they be preparing to wage war against the human race? Lu Xian was utterly astounded. It had been at least several millennia since he last witnessed the formidable sight of a million-strong army from a foreign race mobilizing. Moreover, this time, they were led by none other than an imperial figure from the alien realm. And not just one, but as many as 4 ancient sovereigns had descended upon the realm's ocean. The foremost among them was none other than the esteemed Qinghu sovereign, who had personally bestowed upon him the immortal elixir. As for the other 3, Lu Xian instantly recognized their identities. Almost in parallel with the Qinghu sovereign was the formidable Majuan sovereign. The Majuan sovereign's true form was that of a colossal golden demon ape, towering 1,000 zhong, resembling a walking war machine, instilling sheer terror. In his grasp was a staff of fire and water, weighing an astonishing 80,000 pounds. With a single stride, he covered vast distances, traversing the ocean's surface, causing the waters to churn and part like waves. The sea creatures lurking beneath dared not approach. The battle prowess of the Majuan sovereign was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of ancient sovereigns from the foreign realms. Alongside the Qinghu sovereign, they were renowned as the left and right arms of the alien heavenly sovereign, serving as his most capable aides. The Qinghu sovereign was a master of strategy and tactics, while the Majuan sovereign was unparalleled in combat, reputed to be invincible among sovereigns. Even the previously ambitious Haifeng sovereign, who sought to slay Lu Xian, would find himself overshadowed in the presence of the Majuan sovereign. Upon witnessing both the left and right arms of the alien heavenly sovereign mobilizing simultaneously, Lu Xian realized the gravity of the situation. The foreign races were indeed serious this time. Besides the Qinghu and Majuan sovereigns, the other 2 sovereigns were equally formidable. To the far left stood a mighty white bear, towering at the same height as the Majuan sovereign, its fur as pristine as snow, shouldering a massive cleaver. As it charged forward, it exhaled 2 jets of white mist from its nostrils, slicing through the air like arrows, producing thunderous roars. This was the white bear sovereign, a renowned figure among the alien races. The final sovereign was the golden eagle sovereign, soaring majestically to the far right. The golden eagle sovereign's true form was that of a magnificent golden eagle, boasting an illustrious lineage, said to possess the bloodline of ancient divine beasts. Gliding through the skies, its expansive wings stretched wide, spanning thousands of zhong, while its golden plumage radiated a brilliance akin to that of the sun. It moved swiftly across the heavens, emanating blinding light. The Qinghu sovereign, Majuan sovereign, white bear sovereign, and golden eagle sovereign. The alien races had mobilized 4 sovereign-level behemoths. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Even Lu Xian could not guarantee that he could withstand any one of these sovereigns, let alone face them all together. Moreover, behind these 4 sovereigns, there were dozens of ancient monarchs and a million-strong alien army. Hiss. Even Lu Xian felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing the overwhelming might of the alien forces. Previously, he guarded the abyss, steadfastly defending the passageway to the otherworldly realm, thereby successfully safeguarding it from foreign entities for an astonishing 10 millennia. This passage serves as the sole conduit connecting the foreign domain and the human realm. Securing it is akin to gripping the throat of a vital lifeline. However, such a feat alone would not suffice for Lu Xian to maintain his vigil for 100 millennia. The primary reason lies in the inherent instability of the passage, which can only withstand a limited magnitude of power, with the utmost threshold being the might of an emperor. Should a formidable being of the venerable level engage in combat within the passage, the very structure could be obliterated. Thus, during his 10 millennia of guardianship, Lu Xian faced adversaries of no greater caliber than the ancient emperors of the foreign tribes, never having the opportunity to contend with the ancient venerables of those realms. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Xian was able to uphold his watch for 100 millennia with the cultivation of an emperor. As Lu Xian withdrew from the passage, the esteemed beings of the other races were, of course, able to exit the passage and emerge from the abyss of heaven unimpeded. Now, upon this vast sea of realms, these dignitaries of foreign tribes found themselves unshackled, able to unleash their full power at will. Even Lu Xian, should he wish to obstruct these four esteemed beings, would find it utterly impossible. However, with Lu Xian's myriad of methods, should he exert his full strength, these dignitaries would be unable to contend with him. Alas, having guarded against the foreign races for 100,000 years, it was inevitable that these esteemed beings would target him first. As he observed the approaching foreign army, Lu Xian's expression shifted drastically. He had no desire to engage in battle with these otherworldly beings. Yet, he feared that upon sighting him, their eyes would blaze with fury. They would undoubtedly not let him escape unscathed. For over 100,000 years of guarding the abyss of heaven, the number of foreign races that had perished at his hands was not in the millions, but certainly in the hundreds of thousands. It can be said that he was unequivocally the greatest nemesis of the foreign races. Now that these esteemed beings had emerged from the abyss, would they truly allow him to evade their wrath? Just as Lu Xian's countenance fluctuated with uncertainty, the voice of the esteemed blue fox suddenly resonated in his ears. Lu Xian, you need not worry. We are here to lend you a helping hand. Stunned, Lu Xian stood frozen upon hearing the blue fox's words. He simply could not comprehend the meaning behind them. Previously, in the otherworld, it was this very blue fox who had presented him with the elixir of immortality. Now, astonishingly, it was again the blue fox, accompanied by an army of 1,000,000 foreign beings, coming to assist him in breaching the imperial gate. Moreover, it seemed that those ancient monarchs of foreign races who had previously followed him were also arranged by the blue fox. Lu Xian furrowed his brows in deep contemplation. He shared no prior connection with the esteemed Qinghu, rendering the entire situation exceedingly perplexing. As if sensing Lu Xian's inner turmoil, the voice of Qinghu echoed once more, laced with a mirthful tone. Fear not, for all of this is orchestrated by the Celestial Lord. The elixir of immortality is a gift bestowed upon you by the Celestial Lord. The ancient emperors you encountered earlier were also arranged by the Celestial Lord to aid your return to the human realm. Now that the Celestial Lord is aware of your path being obstructed by the Imperial Barrier, we have come to lend you our assistance. Once we dismantle the Imperial Barrier, you shall seek your own opportunity to return to the human realm. Qinghu's elucidation left Lu Xian utterly astonished. The celestial beings of alien origin hold a status that surpasses even that of the esteemed ones. Their authority eclipses that of Qinghu. Even the 7 revered emperors of the human lineage cannot be compared to the might of the alien celestial beings. Were it not for the fact that these alien celestial lords seldom depart from their realms, the Imperial Barrier would hardly be a sufficient obstacle to impede their advance. Lu Xian took a deep breath, his expression turning solemn. The foreign deities' overtures towards him were undoubtedly driven by ulterior motives. Could it be that this foreign celestial being intends to entice me into their ranks? Lu Xian furrowed his brows. Previously, the Hades demon sovereign sought to recruit him into the ranks of the alien demons, offering exceedingly tempting conditions. Given Lu Xian's current prowess, it would not be surprising if even the alien celestial beings sought to allure him. If they genuinely wished to enlist my allegiance, should they not, like the Hades demon sovereign, promise me numerous enticing offers and vow to assist in rescuing my kin? If I were to return to the human race, they ought to oppose it. Yet, why are these alien beings willing to aid me in rejoining the human race? Are they not fearful that upon my return, I might forge alliances with those humans and become adversaries to their kind? Lu Xian's eyes flickered, and his expression suddenly turned frigid. Something was amiss. These alien beings were indeed exceedingly suspicious. It seemed he had discerned the true intentions of the alien deity. He was an enemy of their kind. And even if the alien deity were exceedingly magnanimous, it would be utterly implausible for them to assist him without ulterior motives. In an instant, Lu Xian grasped the situation. These extraterrestrial entities sought to manipulate him to incite discord among the human race. Once infighting erupted among humans, it would present the aliens with an opportunity to return with a vengeance. Lu Xian's eyes flickered with thoughts of far-reaching schemes. If he could survive and depart from the human race, he would undoubtedly remember the benevolence of the alien deities. After all, they had previously bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality and were now assisting him in breaching the imperial gate. These were tangible acts of kindness. Therefore, as long as he remained alive, he must acknowledge the favor owed to the alien races, even if he did not wish to join the otherworldly realm in the future. It would be an impossibility. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. Having discerned the intentions of these alien races, Lucien naturally could not genuinely find himself indebted to them. As for the elixir of immortality, though it was graciously offered by the alien deities, it was ultimately achieved through Lucien's own strength. Thus, it could not be deemed a significant favor, merely a shared benefit. However, the current situation diverged greatly. Should these alien entities truly assist him in breaching the Imperial Gate, such a favor would be exceedingly difficult to repay. Although Lucien had previously entertained thoughts of possibly joining the otherworldly realm, it was merely a consideration of affiliation, not an intention to serve under anyone. Yet, should he accept this favor, he would find himself, even in the event of joining the otherworldly realm, compelled to heed the commands of the alien deities, thus becoming but a pawn in their grand design. This was not the outcome Lucien desired. Qinghu Zunjia, what is the meaning of this? Do you look down upon my esteemed self? Or do you believe that my strength cannot overcome this mere Imperial Gate? Lucien's countenance was grim, his voice resonating with a subdued fury that echoed in the ears of the Azure Fox Sovereign. The once enthusiastic Azure Fox Sovereign found himself utterly stunned the moment Lucien's message reached him. What on earth was happening? He nearly doubted his own senses. They had come to assist Lucien in breaching the Imperial barrier, yet he not only showed no gratitude but seemed to regard their presence as a hindrance. Particularly alarming was Lucien's tone, which suggested he believed he could dismantle the Imperial barrier all by himself. The Azure Fox Sovereign's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. Such audacity was simply astounding. Even seasoned ancient sovereigns like themselves would never dare claim that a single individual could shatter the human race's Imperial barrier. Lucien, a newly ascended emperor, audaciously believed he could breach the Imperial Gate. What granted him such confidence? While the source of his arrogance remained a mystery, the Qinghu elder discerned Lucien's simmering fury. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding elders halted in astonishment. The million-strong army of foreign races behind them also came to a standstill above the realm's sea. What is happening, Qinghu? Were we not poised to assault the Imperial Gate? We are so close. Why have we halted? The imposing figure of the demon ape elder paused, his feet stirring up a tempest upon the water's surface as he released 2 jets of mist from his nostrils in discontent. The Imperial Gate lies before us. We should seize the momentum and shatter it, conquering the human race. After 10 millennia of restraint, this time, I shall assuredly subjugate them. Though the other 2 elders remained silent, their sentiments echoed the demon ape elder's fervor. Wait, something has changed. The Qinghu elder, casting a meaningful glance at the trio, then called out towards Lucien. Rest assured, Lucien, we are here on the orders of the Celestial Lord to assist you. With our presence, we shall undoubtedly help you crush the Imperial Gate. Should anyone within the human race dare to lay a finger on you, they will be opposing our foreign domain. His voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth, permeating both inside and outside the Imperial Gate. Upon hearing the Qinghu elder's proclamation, Emperor Jiangming and the other human emperors, along with the 10,000 cultivators behind them, stood in stunned silence. Emperor Jiangming, already fraught with anxiety upon witnessing the appearance of the foreign races, found the Qinghu elder's words to be a catalyst, igniting his fury as he bellowed, Lucien, you traitor of the human race. What further excuses can you muster? Colluding with foreign entities, willingly becoming their lapdog, do you honor the legacy of your ancestors from the Lu family? Do you honor your kin? Emperor Jiangming seized upon Lucien's vulnerability, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Earlier, Lucien's claims of guarding the abyss for 100,000 years had placed Jiangming in a defensive position. However, the Qinghu elder's words now confirmed Lucien's treachery and betrayal of the human race. Consequently, Lucien had become a pariah among his kind, a human traitor. Regardless of his words or actions, would find no belief among his peers. Jiangming felt as though he had reclaimed his moral high ground. Gazing at Lucien beyond the formation, he laughed triumphantly. Lucien, the truth is laid bare before us. You have betrayed the human race, colluding with the foreign domain, rendering yourself a criminal among us. For such disgraceful acts, prepare yourself for the judgment of the emperors, and your kin shall, by your actions, also bear the burden of being deemed criminals, awaiting their own extinction. Lucien paid no heed to the boisterous Emperor Jiangming, instead directing his icy gaze towards the esteemed Qinghu above the boundary sea. The words uttered by Qinghu were undoubtedly deliberate. They appeared to lend him support. But in reality, they were intentionally placing him in opposition to the human race, even branding him with the accusation of collusion with foreign entities. Lucien, even with 100 mouths, would find it impossible to elucidate his stance. However, he harbors no desire to offer any explanations. As for the allegations of collusion with foreign races, he remains utterly indifferent. In his eyes, Both the buffoonish Emperor Jiangming and the 100,000 cultivators following the imperial gate are no different from the deceased. While he may choose to disregard such matters, it does not imply that the esteemed Qinghu can manipulate him at will. A century ago, Lu Xian was ensnared by the 7 great emperors, forcing him to abandon the human race. Now, after 100 years, he finds himself ensnared by the Qinghu, bearing the unjust burden of betrayal against his own kind. Lu Xian cast a frigid gaze towards the Qingtian Fox sovereign, unleashing the annihilating force of his dual-pupil divine light. It descended like a radiant sun, instantaneously severing the connection between the Qingtian Fox sovereign and the imperial sovereign's laws. The imperial sovereign's laws constitute the very foundation of a sovereign's strength. Stripped of this connection, the Qingtian Fox sovereign suffered a grievous blow, his complexion turning an ashen hue, his eyes brimming with terror as he staggered back in disbelief. Simultaneously, Lu Xian's icy voice resonated in the ears of the Qingtian Fox sovereign. What? Do you wish for me to return to the abyss? With that single utterance from Lu Xian, the expression of the esteemed Qinghu transformed dramatically. Instantly, it evoked memories of the 100,000 years under Lu Xian's vigilant watch. A century-long span, indeed. It was solely due to Lu Xian's guardianship of the Tianyuan Passage that their alien race had been unable to step even a foot outside of their foreign domain for an entire millennium. Now, having finally witnessed the rift between Lu Xian and the human race, they believed they had a renewed opportunity to emerge from the Tianyuan. Yet, they would rather meet their demise than face the prospect of being sealed once more. In a flurry, the Qinghu Venerable swiftly transmitted a message, clarifying, Lu Xian, do not misconstrue our intentions. We sincerely wish to extend an invitation for you to join our foreign realm. There is absolutely no ulterior motive at play. The Celestial Lord has expressly stated that should you choose to align with our domain, you shall be granted your own sanctum. Moreover, all members of the Lu family would be permitted to reside within your domain as its inhabitants. At this moment, the Qinghu Venerable was finally displaying genuine sincerity. However, when compared to the terms offered by the demonic race, the conditions from the foreign realm still lacked substantial earnestness. After all, the demonic race had promised him the means to extricate the Lu family entirely from the human realm. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, seemingly acquiescing to this notion. For the time being, he harbored no desire to provoke discord with the foreign realms over trivial matters. His earlier remarks served merely as a warning to the esteemed Qinghu and simultaneously conveyed to the dignitaries of the other races the extent of his prowess. Refrain from your scheming. Regardless of whether I choose to depart from the human race, that decision rests solely with me. Should I discover any covert machinations against me? Do not expect mercy. I have ascended to the status of emperor. If necessary, I shall once again guard the heavenly abyss. Whether it takes 100,000 years or 200,000 years, I can afford to wait. Lu Xian paid no heed to the elder Qinghu's explanation and coldly remarked. The elder Qinghu harbored no doubts that Lu Xian was genuinely enraged and might act upon it. The mere thought of being under Lu Xian's watch for 100,000 or even 200,000 years sent chills down the elder Qinghu's spine. In an effort to avoid further provoking this madman, the elder Qinghu had no choice but to lower his stance, offering a bitter smile as he explained, rest assured, we, harbor no intentions of scheming against you. Whether you believe it or not, we genuinely wish to aid you. However, since you do not require assistance, we shall simply observe from here. Of course, without your consent, we shall never interfere. Should you find yourself in need, merely speak, and we shall be at your service. The elder Qinghu felt utterly speechless. They had come with good intentions to assist Lu Xian, only to find themselves on the verge of inciting his wrath. Nevertheless, Lu Xian's skepticism was entirely justified. His previous loud proclamation of support had indeed stemmed from ulterior motives, intending to bind Lu Xian to their completely. Now that Lu Xian had seen through his intentions, the elder Qinghu could not defend himself. Upon noticing that Lu Xian had finally diverted his gaze, the elder Qinghu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, under the intense scrutiny of Lu Xian's piercing eyes, he had nearly lost his breath. Had he not known that Lu Xian had recently been a dying late-stage emperor, he might have suspected that Lu Xian had already attained the status of an emperor. To think that a mere junior emperor could suppress his emperor's laws, severing all connection with his own power, was simply unfathomable. Why does Lu Xian act as if we owe him a colossal debt? We have clearly come to assist him. The elder Qinghu huffed in frustration. His companions also noted Lu Xian's earlier warning gaze, each simmering with indignation. They were, after all, revered elders, second only to the celestial sovereigns among them. Even the emperors of the human race were not worthy of challenging them. Yet now, they found themselves threatened by Lu Xian. This infuriated them to the point of contemplating retaliation. Enough is enough. I can no longer restrain myself. I shall teach this ignorant fool a lesson. What right does a mere junior emperor have to challenge us, seasoned emperors? I shall show him how to conduct himself with humility. The demon ape elder roared, his massive frame launching forward like a cannonball towards Lu Xian. His speed was astonishing, leaving no opportunity for the others to intervene. By the time they reacted, the demon ape elder had already soared hundreds of thousands of miles, closing in on Lu Xian. Not good. Stop immediately. The countenance of the esteemed Qing Hu shifted dramatically. An expression of urgency etched upon his features as he bellowed in an attempt to impede the advance of the formidable demon ape. However, it was already far too late. The demon ape, heedless of Qing Hu's intervention, fixated his piercing gaze upon Lu Xian, and with several great strides, he descended before the latter. In the heavens above, the gargantuan form of the demon ape, towering thousands of zhang, resembled a malevolent deity, casting a disdainful glance downward upon Lu Xian. From his nostrils erupted two streams of white vapor, slicing through the void like sharpened blades, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Lu Xian, you truly lack discernment. The celestial lord has bestowed upon you the elixir of immortality and has even sent us to assist you in breaching the imperial gate. Yet, you repay our goodwill with ingratitude. A person of your ilk, if not taught a lesson, is simply intolerable to behold. Demon Ape continued, disregarding Qing Hu's attempts to intervene, boldly declaring his intent. Come forth. Let me witness just how formidable you, a mere junior emperor, truly are. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Lu Xian cast a sullen glance at the demon ape sovereign, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity akin to a sharpened blade. He had not anticipated that mere moments after warning the Qing Hu sovereign, the demon ape sovereign would dare to step forward with intentions of reprimanding him. Is this what you refer to as sincerity, Qing Hu sovereign? Or is it that your foreign realm has always resorted to tyranny through power? Lu Xian's gaze suddenly turned as cold as ice, sweeping towards the swiftly approaching Qing Hu Zunjia. At this moment, Qing Hu Zunjia had also arrived, hurriedly positioning himself in front of Mo Yuan Zunjia. With a slight smile, he apologized. Lu Xian, you have misunderstood. The heavenly sovereign has sent us to lend you assistance. It is certainly not as you perceive. As he spoke, Qing Hu Zunjia cast a fierce glare at Mo Yuan Zunjia, warning, Mo Yuan, have you forgotten the heavenly sovereign's command? Apologize to Lu Xian at once. Qing Hu, have you lost your mind? You want me to apologize to him? Upon hearing Qing Hu Zunjia's request for an apology, Mo Yuan Zunjia immediately erupted in fury. Apologize to him? What a grand joke. His voice thundered like a tempest, filled with rage as he declared, if you seek my apology, let us see if you possess the qualifications. With a forceful shove, he pushed Qing Hu Zunjia aside, his golden fur bristling, and the water and fire staff in his hand erupted with dazzling brilliance. Soaring into the air, Mo Yuan Zunjia resembled a descending demonic deity. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Lu Xian, a sinister grin curling on his lips. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall grant you an apology. What harm could it do? As his words echoed, he swung his staff, sweeping through the air like a tempest, aimed straight at Lu Xian. The chilling voice resounded once more, laughing maniacally. Beware. Do not let me crush you with a single blow. Lu Xian's demeanor darkened as he coldly gazed at the incoming water and fire staff. This marked his inaugural confrontation with a master of the Emperor's realm. The demon ape sovereign, renowned as the foremost figure beneath the celestial sovereign, possessed unparalleled combat prowess among the denizens of foreign realms. Observing the demon ape sovereign's advance, Lu Xian felt no trace of retreat or fear. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Beyond the imperial pass lay the realm of humanity, and upon returning to his kin, he would inevitably face the emperors of the human race. Engaging in a fierce battle with the demon ape sovereign before confronting the human emperors could prove advantageous. In that moment, Lu Xian was remarkably composed, undeterred by the taunts of the demon ape sovereign. To him, this was an unparalleled opportunity to truly comprehend the strength of seasoned emperors and gain a clearer understanding of the chasm between himself and these venerable figures. Thus, the instant the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xian's heavy eyes had already locked onto his surroundings. Suddenly, the sovereign's thunderous speed appeared to Lu Xian as if it were that of a sluggish snail. This perceived slowness was merely an analogy. The ability of the did not genuinely diminish the demon ape sovereign's velocity. Rather, the sovereign's actions seemed to decelerate significantly in Lu Xian's gaze. Nonetheless, this perception granted Lu Xian ample time to react. As the water and fire staff descended, Lucien evaded the strike with an ethereal grace. The demon ape sovereign, taken aback by his missed attack, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Yet his movements quickened further as he swiftly withdrew the staff and aimed another strike at Lucien's head. Lucien continued to refrain from striking, instead focusing on adjusting his state to adapt to the combat at the Emperor level. Beneath his dual pupils, his speed significantly increased, allowing him to anticipate his opponent's moves. Before the fiery staff could descend, he had already pivoted to evade. His figure moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving behind mere afterimages in the sky. For a moment, the onlookers could scarcely discern whether he had been struck by the demon ape sovereign at all. Only the demon ape sovereign himself was aware that his two full-force strikes had completely missed their mark. Each time, he had been utterly confident in sealing off all of Lucien's escape routes, rendering him unable to evade. Yet, astonishingly, Lucien had evaded his attacks each time. After 2 consecutive failures, the demon ape sovereign no longer harbored any contempt for Lucien. With a thunderous sound, he withdrew the fiery staff, causing the very void to tremble. The demon ape sovereign retreated, creating a distance of 1,000 zhang between himself and Lucien. His massive form, towering 1,000 zhang high, suddenly diminished in size, shrinking to merely several dozen zhang. Despite this rapid reduction, he emanated an even more terrifying aura. With Lucien's dual pupils activated, he immediately discerned that the now diminished demon ape sovereign had become even more formidable and terrifying. Hiss! What kind of divine ability is this? It is utterly unlike any he had encountered before. Lucien's eyes flickered with astonishment and curiosity as he intently observed the diminished form of the demon ape sovereign. Traditionally, when one employed divine abilities, the augmentation of their physical form would parallel an amplification of their mystical powers. The larger the corporeal body became, the greater the enhancement of strength one would experience. However, the demon ape sovereign's prowess defied this norm. Upon shrinking, it appeared as though its magical energy had been compressed, with this petite stature embodying a formidable power that surpassed even that of a 1,000-foot frame. Even under the scrutiny of his heavy gaze, Lucien could not discern the secrets behind this remarkable ability. All he could ascertain was that the now reduced demon ape sovereign had grown stronger and more terrifying. Every movement radiated an aura of dreadful imperial laws, rendering it not only more agile but astonishingly fearsome. Despite its diminutive size, the demon ape sovereign still stood at an imposing 20 to 30 feet tall, towering over Lucien like a giant. Its eyes blazed with fury, yet it refrained from hastily attacking. Earlier, it had proclaimed that Lucien must withstand 3 of its strikes. Should Lucien manage to endure, it would signify the sovereign's defeat. Having squandered 2 opportunities due to its overconfidence and disdain, this was the final chance. It had to ensure a decisive blow. This last strike could only result in victory, for defeat would obliterate the dignity of this seasoned sovereign. Would it truly bow its head in apology before the crowd? Such humiliation would be more unbearable than death. Lucien's evasive tactics were dismissed as mere cowardice by the sovereign. Is this all you can do, hiding away? Show your mettle and engage me in honest combat. Are all you humans merely retreating cowards? For years, you have cowered in the abyss, too fearful to step into our domain. Will you continue to act like a turtle withdrawing into its shell? The demon ape sovereign's furious tirade aimed to disturb Lucien's composure. However, Lucien paid no heed to such base provocations. His ability to guard the abyss for 100,000 years as an emperor was a testament to his unyielding calmness. Had he allowed such trivial insults to cloud his judgment, he would have perished countless times over. Throughout the years, he had encountered far more venomous slanders from various alien races and demon clans than the sovereign's feeble words. His heart had long since achieved a state of tranquility, unperturbed by the turbulence around him. After all, during this time, those foreign entities had gained nothing from him, having lost millions of their kind at his hands. Could they not afford to utter a few curses? The experiences of the past 100 millennia had forged an unwavering resolve within Lucien. In response to the demon ape sovereign's ire, he offered no retort, but rather coolly remarked, "Demon ape sovereign, I have heard you are the foremost warrior under the celestial sovereign. Yet, I find it astonishing that this so-called champion is merely a blustering fool." Though there were no venomous curses in Lucien's words, the dismissive tone and attitude only served to further humiliate the demon ape sovereign. In particular, the phrase verbal champion nearly incited the demon ape sovereign to a frenzy. With a primal roar, he unleashed his fury, his eyes blazing with rage, turning a deep crimson. "Lucien, you seek your own demise. I shall make you aware that I am not someone you can humiliate." Enraged, the demon ape sovereign erupted. his colossal fist shattering the very fabric of space as it hurtled towards Lu Xian. In his wrath, he discarded his weapon, opting instead for close combat. Eager to impart a lesson to Lu Xian with the might of his superior physical prowess. Close combat. So be it. Witnessing the demon ape sovereign's advance. A subtle smile graced Lu Xian's lips. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon him. Engaging in close quarters would afford him a clearer understanding of the strength possessed by this seasoned emperor, as well as the stark contrast between their capabilities. Thus, even before the demon ape sovereign made his move, Lu Xian had already been contemplating ways to draw him into close combat. To his surprise, a mere taunt of verbal champion had ensnared the demon ape sovereign. As the unarmed foe charged at him, Lu Xian's eyes gleamed with determination, activating his heavy pupils. He meticulously tracked the demon ape sovereign's movements and swiftly retaliated with his own assault. Although Lu Xian has just ascended to the rank of emperor, his physique, owing to the chaotic body and the formidable prowess of the Panwu divine art, is remarkably more powerful than that of an ordinary emperor. As he strikes, the myriad of chaotic dantians within him, numbering a staggering 100,836, trembles, releasing an unending torrent of chaotic energy. With a single punch, he shatters the very fabric of space. Witnessing Lu Xian's assault, the demon ape sovereign remains unfazed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Xian, I shall make you aware that even among emperors, there exists a disparity. As the words leave the demon ape sovereign's lips, he accelerates with a speed akin to thunder, colliding fiercely with Lu Xian. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberates with the sound of thunderous explosions. The sheer power of these two formidable beings is terrifying. Each encounter unleashes an overwhelming pressure that shatters vast expanses of space, instilling fear in any who dare to approach. Lu Xian grew increasingly fierce and exhilarated as the battle progressed. After 100,000 years, this was his inaugural opportunity to engage in close combat so unrestrainedly. The combat instincts, deeply etched in his very bones, were reignited. Flesh and blood erupted with a radiant glow, and his bones emitted a divine brilliance. He transformed into a relentless combat machine, executing frenzied strikes without a hint of fatigue, relying on his dual pupil ability. He skillfully evaded the attacks of the demon ape sovereign with precision. Then, from astonishing angles, he counterattacked and struck the demon ape sovereign. Thus, from the onset of this clash, the situation tilted overwhelmingly in his favor. The demon ape sovereign found himself being suppressed by Lu Xian. This spectacle left the powerful beings of the other races behind him utterly astounded. They could scarcely believe their own eyes. Good heavens! Who could deliver me a punch? Surely, I must be hallucinating. The Qinghu sovereign was equally bewildered, even questioning whether he was experiencing an illusion. The demon ape sovereign was, after all, the mightiest among their race. And even he did not dare to engage the demon ape sovereign in close combat. Lu Xian, a freshly ascended emperor. How could he possibly dominate the esteemed demon ape emperor in battle? Astonishingly, he engaged him in close combat, the very domain in which the demon ape excels. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Among the onlookers were various ancient sovereigns of alien races, including the heavenly fox sovereign, who were somewhat acquainted with Lu Xian. They stood in utter disbelief as they witnessed Lu Xian overpowering the demon ape emperor, their expressions frozen in shock. They were aware of Lu Xian's formidable strength, unparalleled at the emperor level. Yet, what was unfolding before them? This was a clash of emperor-level might. A mere newly ascended human emperor was suppressing the mightiest emperor of our alien races? Was this even human? I knew Lu Xian was powerful, yet I dared not imagine that he had reached such an extraordinary level of strength. The heavenly fox sovereign inhaled sharply, his jaw agape in astonishment, particularly when recalling that just days prior, Lu Xian had been sent flying by a single strike from a sea clan demon sovereign. His disbelief intensified. In a matter of days, the individual who could not withstand even one blow from the Sea Clan's demon sovereign had risen to dominate the strongest emperor of their alien races. This was simply beyond comprehension. Atop the imperial pass, the esteemed Emperor Jiangming, tirelessly exerting himself to maintain the formation alongside the other human emperors and 100,000 cultivators, were also left in stunned silence. What were they witnessing? Lu Xian is astonishingly overpowering the demon ape sovereign. This is simply unbelievable. Hiss, is Lu Xian truly this formidable? Observing his imposing figure, Emperor Jiangming gasps in disbelief. His back already drenched in cold sweat. Previously brimming with confidence in the imperial barrier array, he now finds himself wavering. He begins to question whether a mere sovereign-level formation can indeed withstand such a powerful Lu Xian. Demon Ape Sovereign, you must exert yourself. Ideally, you should eliminate Lu Xian at once. If you can vanquish Emperor Lu Xian, I, Jiang Ming, would gladly honor you with a longevity tablet and offer my respects. Jiang Ming's eyes redden, his anxiety palpable. He has even begun to pray, hoping that the Demon Ape Sovereign can swiftly end Lu Xian's existence. As a human emperor, to pray for the victory of an alien race is undoubtedly a tremendous irony. However, contrary to his desires, just as his prayers fade into the air, a thunderous explosion reverberates across the sky. With a resounding thud, Lu Xian's figure shatters the void, a terrifying divine power erupting from his fist, colliding head-on with the fist of the Demon Ape Sovereign without any evasion. This is not Lu Xian's first encounter with the Demon Ape Sovereign, but it is certainly the first time they clashed directly. This raw confrontation, devoid of any technique, is purely a test of strength. Of course, it is only after Lu Xian's continuous battles with the Demon Ape Sovereign and gaining insight into the latter's prowess that he dares to engage in such a head-on battle. With this punch, even if I cannot subdue the Demon Ape Sovereign, I will certainly not be defeated. Lu Xian was brimming with confidence, ready to unleash his full potential. Although the Demon Ape Sovereign was at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, he might not be able to suppress Lu Xian solely through brute strength. His chaotic body and the Panwu Great Strength technique allowed his physical prowess to transcend limits, reaching an unimaginable level for ordinary beings. Previously, he had been probing the strength of the Demon Ape Sovereign, seizing this rare opportunity to experience the combat power at the peak of the Emperor realm while honing his own fighting skills. Now, he had thoroughly grasped the Sovereign's capabilities and tactics. Thus, he was confident that, when he fully unleashed his power, he could indeed subdue the Demon Ape Sovereign. As he had anticipated, when he struck with a punch, both he and the Demon Ape Sovereign were sent flying simultaneously. After their clash, both figures were propelled backward, though the distinction lay in Lu Xian being knocked back only a few dozen steps, while the Demon Ape Sovereign staggered several hundred yards, nearly losing his footing. Beyond 100 yards, the once arrogant gaze of the Demon Ape Sovereign was now replaced by profound shock and astonishment. He had believed that a single punch would suffice to subdue Lu Xian, yet he found himself at a loss. While it appeared to be a tie, Lu Xian maintained his calm demeanor. Conversely, the Demon Ape Sovereign felt as though his arm had nearly shattered, with at least half of the bones within it broken. Even his palm trembled uncontrollably, the joints shattered, on the verge of being rendered useless. Were it not for the restorative power of the laws, his arm would have been utterly incapacitated. How could this be? He had only just entered the Emperor realm. How could he possess such divine strength? The Demon Ape Sovereign exclaimed in disbelief. The force behind Lu Xian's recent strike transcended mere divine power. As the foremost warrior under the command of the Celestial Sovereign, the Demon Ape Sovereign, endowed with formidable strength due to his lineage and cultivation, was unmatched in brute force. Not even the esteemed beings from distant realms could overshadow him in strength. Yet now, his prideful might have been suppressed by Lu Xian. This felt akin to receiving a stinging slap to the face, an affront he found hard to accept. Furthermore, the most intolerable aspect was that he had already surpassed the third strike. Just moments ago, he had declared that should Lu Xian withstand 3 of his blows, he would offer a public apology. Now, hundreds of exchanges had unfolded. Was he truly to apologize to Lu Xian in the presence of all? This was a humiliation more unbearable than death itself. However, as a dignified ancient sovereign from another realm, he could not renege on his word. Nor could he be deemed untrustworthy. Thus, the wounded Demon Ape Sovereign, enduring the agonizing pain of shattered bones, reluctantly approached Lu Xian to offer his apology. Lu Xian, I retract my previous statements and extend my sincerest apologies to you. You are indeed worthy of admiration. The Demon Ape Sovereign bowed his noble head, paying the price for his arrogance and underestimation. Lu Xian was indeed taken aback by the sudden apology from the Demon Ape Sovereign. He had initially believed that the Demon Ape Sovereign would not easily concede. However, it now appeared that the Sovereign's actions were rather candid and honorable. At the very least, they were far superior to those treacherous and duplicitous human scoundrels who lack integrity. Observing the straightforward apology from the Demon Ape Sovereign, Lu Xian was once again reminded of the past. 100,000 years ago, he had made a pact with the eternal life world and the immortal Dao lineage, under the condition that if he could withstand the might of their emperors, they would offer their apologies and spare the Lu family. Yet, when Lu Xian successfully subdued the most formidable emperors sent by those eternal life families and the immortal Dao lineage, They all turned their backs on him. Not only did they renege on their promises, but they also forced Lu Xien to leave the human race. It was precisely because of these unpleasant experiences within the human race that Lu Xien found the current demon ape sovereign to be even more remarkable. The demon ape sovereign was gracious, while I merely managed to hold my ground for a few exchanges. Had it not been for the sovereign's mercy, I would have long been defeated. Lu Xien revealed a faint smile, and his attitude towards the demon ape sovereign underwent a significant transformation. At the very least, he did not harbor any aversion towards such a genuine character. Therefore, he was inclined to show the demon ape sovereign some respect. Of course, his words were not entirely fanciful. The reason he was able to engage in a fierce battle with the demon ape sovereign and ultimately gain the upper hand was indeed due to certain advantages. Had the demon ape sovereign activated the imperial laws early on, employing the principles of the Tao in conjunction with divine arts to suppress him, Lu Xien would have undoubtedly faced defeat. Lu Xien was able to discern this truth, and naturally, the esteemed individuals present could as well. The demon ape elder had already grasped the essence of the matter. However, for him, a loss is merely a loss. He could bear both victory and defeat with equanimity. Thus, upon witnessing Lu Xien's defense of him, the demon ape elder felt a surge of admiration for Lu Xien and excitedly proclaimed, "Lu Xien, if you are willing, I would be honored to befriend you. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Atop the imperial barrier, when the onlookers observed the demon ape elder apologizing to Lu Xien, they were utterly astonished. Particularly, Emperor Jiangming was so shocked that his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Just moments ago, he had been fervently praying for the demon ape elder to vanquish Lu Xien. But what was the outcome? The demon ape elder had actually suffered defeat. Impossible. How could Lu Xien, a mere junior emperor, stand against a seasoned imperial like the demon ape elder? Something was amiss, very amiss. Emperor Jiangming gasped, his gaze filled with disbelief. He could not fathom that Lu Xien had triumphed over the demon ape elder. Soon enough, a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes, and he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Lu Xien, I knew it. You have colluded with the other races. Did you think your earlier performance was flawless? How laughable. I saw through your charade at a glance. You merely seek to intimidate me, to instill fear, and to compel me into lowering the imperial barrier, right? Dream on. Such childish tricks are only effective on fools." Emperor Jiangming, convinced he had unraveled Lu Xien's plot with the foreign races, laughed triumphantly. "Come on. If you possess the ability, then step forward and break the formation. If you can breach the human emperor's barrier, I shall willingly offer my head for you to kick like a ball," regardless of the truth of his declarations. Jiangming's words instilled considerable confidence in the human cultivators behind him. Moments ago, upon witnessing the demon ape elder's defeat at Lu Xien's hands, they had been nearly paralyzed with fear. Thus, they preferred to embrace Jiangming's delusion, even if it meant self-deception, as it alleviated their trepidation. Without such comfort, they would lack even the courage to confront Lu Xien. Outside the imperial barrier, upon hearing Jiangming's audacious pronouncements, the demon ape elder was nearly driven to rage. With a thunderous roar, he reverted to his colossal form, looming over the imperial barrier, glaring down at Emperor Jiangming with a fierce countenance, bellowing, "What do you think you are? A loss is a loss. What nonsense about acting? Do you look down upon me? Come forth, if you dare. I will let you experience firsthand whether this is mere theatrics." Suddenly berated by the demon ape elder, Jiangming trembled under the weight of the elder's imposing presence. Yet, as the guardian of the imperial barrier, he understood that his every action would determine the fate of the 10,000 human cultivators behind him. Therefore, despite his fear, he summoned his courage and shouted, "Whether it is acting or not, you all know the truth. Come forth and attack if you dare. Let us see whether the might of my human race's imperial fortress surpasses the swiftness of your barbaric blades." Emperor Jiangming's thunderous roar invigorated the human cultivators behind him, lifting their spirits immensely. Those who had trembled in fear moments ago now joined in a rousing chorus, exclaiming, "Glorious human race! Majestic human race! Invincible human race!" The resounding cries erupted from the imperial fortress like a clap of thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the foreign dignitaries were taken aback, having not anticipated that the previously dispirited humans would suddenly regain their formidable momentum. Yet, what does fervor amount to? The imperial fortress is manned by merely a handful of great emperors. Should the fortress's defenses be breached, these few human emperors, along with the 10,000 cultivators behind them, would inevitably fall to their foreign foes. Qing Hu, let us make our move. After 100,000 years of restraint, I shall lead the charge and shatter the fortress's defenses." The Golden Eagle dignitary, unable to contain his eagerness, turned his gaze towards Qing Hu. He sought permission to engage. Wishing to dismantle the human formation and deliver a crushing blow to the elated human cultivators, making them taste despair. "Do not act recklessly." Qing Hu shot him a glare and shook his head. "This is a matter between Lu Xian and the human emperors. Should we intervene, we will only incur Lu Xian's wrath. Let us adhere to the original agreement and remain spectators for now. If Lu Xian falters, we shall strike, but not before." Qing Hu chose to honor Lu Xian, yet he could not extinguish the fervor of the foreign troops behind him. In a voice that resonated across the boundary seas, he declared, "Warriors, grip your blades tightly, for the human imperial fortress lies before us, and soon enough, we shall have our chance for battle. When the time comes, should anyone dare to disgrace our foreign lineage, I vow to flay their skin and strip their sinews." A million foreign troops simultaneously raised their arms in unison, shouting, "Wind! Great wind!" This battle cry, emblematic of invincibility and might among the foreign races, signified their relentless advance, sweeping forth like a tempest. As Lu Xian heard this familiar and ancient battle cry, he was momentarily taken aback. As visions of the cataclysmic battle from 100,000 years ago flashed before his eyes, he vividly recalled the scene of that battle, where 7 foreign emperors led 300,000 troops, their cries of "Wind! Great wind!" echoing through the air as they charged fearlessly into the fray. In that battle, the human race deployed 7 supreme emperors, gathering an army of millions at the Imperial Pass. Yet, the outcome was disastrous. The Imperial Pass was breached, and nearly the entire human army faced annihilation. Had it not been for Lu Xian, who single-handedly wielded his sword and coffin to steadfastly defend the Imperial Pass, buying crucial time for humanity against the onslaught of the alien forces, it is likely that humanity would have ceased to exist after that confrontation. 100,000 years later, once again before the Imperial Pass, witnessing the scene of millions of alien troops raising their arms and chanting, "Wind! Great wind!" Lu Xian felt as though he was reliving the tragic battle from 100 millennia prior. Yet, back then, he had stood forth to uphold the last line of defense. Now, 100,000 years later, as the Imperial Pass is trampled and millions of alien troops sweep through, who will rise to defend? Regardless, the fate of humanity is of no concern to me. Lu Xian shook his head with a sigh, his voice resonating with determination and resolve. Although the 7 great emperors forced him to abandon the human race, the indifference and inaction of those who turned a blind eye were equally despicable. From the moment he realized that, despite his unwavering efforts to guard the heavenly abyss for 100,000 years, his kin were almost annihilated, Lu Xian had resolved to sever ties with humanity. Just as no one believed him to be the benefactor who had protected the heavenly abyss and brought a century of peace to the human race, Lu Xian had long since lost faith in humanity. Now, he lived solely for himself. The only debt he felt was to his own people. He had thought that safeguarding the heavenly abyss would secure survival for his kin, yet the outcome rendered their existence more akin to suffering than life. As the ancestor of the Lu family, he felt he had betrayed his descendants. Thus, regardless of the intentions of the foreign races today, Lu Xian would not interfere. His gaze turned towards the Imperial Barrier Array. After the recent battle with the Demon Ape Sovereign, Lu Xian had come to a profound understanding of the chasm that lay between him and the seasoned emperors. This gap could not be bridged merely through techniques and divine powers. The only thing he could rely on now was his divine weapon. Boom. As Lu Xian took a step forward, the god burial coffin emerged from within him, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the enormous black coffin, towering tens of thousands of feet high, loomed over the imperial barrier like a small mountain. This colossal coffin, resembling a dark cloud descending upon a city, cast an ominous shadow over the human cultivators within the barrier, instilling them with fear and anxiety. The morale that had just been ignited was instantly suppressed by the god burial coffin, and the human cultivators enveloped by its shadow displayed expressions of terror and dread. Hiss. What is that? Such a terrifying aura seems to exceed even the limits of a supreme imperial weapon. Could it possibly be a celestial artifact? A human emperor exclaimed. His gaze filled with trepidation as he looked up at the god of burials. Celestial artifact. The moment those 2 words were uttered, the expressions of all human cultivators changed dramatically. Even Emperor Jiang Ming sensed the terrifying power of the god burial coffin. Despite the protective barrier of the imperial-level array, the immense pressure emanating from the coffin bore down on him, as if it were a tangible force. It seemed that even the imperial-level array could not withstand a strike from the god burial coffin. Such a fearsome aura undoubtedly indicated that it had reached celestial artifact status. Damn it, I never expected Lu Xian to possess a celestial artifact. Jiang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, his disbelief evident. Although he had confidence in the Imperial Barrier Array, he would not be foolish enough to think that this array, bolstered by the powers of 7 great emperors, could withstand the full force of a celestial artifact. What shall we do, Emperor Jiang Ming? Lu Xian possesses a celestial artifact. Can our array withstand such power? He cannot truly breach the array, can he? A mighty sovereign gasped, his eyes filled with trepidation as he glanced at the Emperor Jiang Ming. He was already contemplating retreat, yearning to flee. Yet, escape was not an option. If he dared to flee without Emperor Jiang Ming's consent, he would be deemed a traitor to the human race. Not only would he meet his demise, but his family behind him would also suffer dire consequences. At that moment, the other sovereigns of the human race within the formation shared his sentiments. Upon witnessing Lu Xian unleash an artifact of celestial origins, their will to fight evaporated. All they desired was to escape. However, fear of implicating their families held them back. Every gaze fell upon Emperor Jiang Ming. Regret enveloped him as well. The instant he laid eyes on the coffin of the god of burial, he wished he could slap himself. Had he known that Lu Xian possessed a celestial artifact, he would never have dared to provoke him here. He would have willingly opened the Imperial Gate to welcome Lu Xian without a moment's hesitation. After all, once inside the Imperial Gate, everything would be handled by the esteemed emperors. Even the mightiest of Lu Xian must bow before the emperors. Yet, the emperors of the human race have yet to arrive. If Lu Xian were to breach the Imperial Barrier formation, would there be any hope for survival? However, retreating now would be a path to certain death. Faced with the imploring gazes of numerous emperors, Emperor Jiang Ming steeled his resolve and proclaimed in a grave tone, "The Imperial Barrier is our battlefield. As the guardian of the Imperial Barrier, even in death, I shall perish upon its grounds. Who dares to falter in the face of battle shall be met with merciless execution." His resolute declaration extinguished the thoughts of retreat harbored by those emperors. Having observed everything within the Imperial Barrier, Lu Xian let out a chilling smile and declared in a deep and commanding voice, "Jiang Ming, remember your promise just now. I shall await the moment you sever your own head to serve as a ball for me to kick." At the instant Lu Xian's words fell, the god-burying coffin descended with the weight of a mountain, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Crack! The seemingly indestructible Imperial Barrier formation shattered under the oppression of the god-burying coffin. The formidable formation was instantaneously obliterated. As the formation crumbled, layers of shimmering barriers, akin to eggshells, fractured above the Imperial Barrier and vanished from sight. Puff! Emperor Jiang Ming, stationed at the formation's eye, spat forth a mouthful of dark blood. His body plummeting from the sky, falling headlong to the ground. Being the focal point of the formation, he bore the brunt of the damage, his body mangled and bloodied. Nevertheless, as a peak emperor, the surge of vitality allowed the shattered remnants of his flesh to writhe and regenerate rapidly. In mere moments, he reconstructed his body, struggling to rise from the earth. Yet, he appeared pallid and weakened, having been grievously injured by the formation's backlash and subsequently utilizing his blood essence to restore his corporeal form, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. Had he not consumed several dozen supreme imperial medicines, he might not have even been able to stand. Simultaneously, the other human emperors in the sky also plummeted to the ground, each one coughing up blood and sustaining severe injuries. Fortunately, they were somewhat better off, momentarily free from the threat of death. In stark contrast, the ordinary cultivators suffered horrendously. Among the 100,000 human cultivators, tens of thousands were directly annihilated by the god-burying coffin, exploding into a mist of blood. The remaining cultivators, though they survived, were left gasping for breath, collapsing to the ground without the strength to retaliate. The once spirited cultivators of the Imperial Barrier now hung their heads in despair, suffering dire losses. Beyond the Imperial Barrier, a somber atmosphere prevailed, with the wounded human cultivators emitting cries of anguish. Emperor Jiang Ming, who had only just restored his physical form, gazed at the devastation behind him. His eyes filled with terror and dread. "No, this cannot be," Emperor Jiang Ming exclaimed, utterly distraught. The events unfolding before him were beyond his comprehension. They possessed a formidable imperial formation. How could it be shattered in an instant? Was it solely due to Lu Xian summoning the celestial artifact? Yet, even if the god-burying coffin atop his head was a supreme celestial tool, it should not have so easily breached the Imperial Gate formation. Suddenly, Emperor Jiang Ming's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled that Lu Xian had previously activated the Heavy Eye. Those endowed with the heavy eye can pierce through all mystical arts and possess an innate affinity for the great Tao. Legend has it that no formation or mystical art can withstand the advance of one with the heavy eye. Could it be that Lu Xian's heavy eye had already discerned the secrets of the Imperial Gate formation? How could this be possible? Was it truly within the realm of possibility for the wielder of the heavy eye to be so formidable? Was the bearer of the heavy eye genuinely invincible? Emperor Jiangming gasped in astonishment, his eyes reflecting both shock and realization. He had come to understand. Lu Xian had long since seen through the Imperial Barrier Array with his dual pupils, which allowed him to effortlessly break the formation, even without the divine-level funeral god coffin. The Imperial Barrier Array could not hinder Lu Xian's advance. In this world, no formation could withstand a wielder of dual pupils. How terrifying the dual pupil wielder truly is. Hiss. Ancestor, if you do not descend soon, I may well perish here. Emperor Jiangming whispered in alarm. His palms slick with sweat, tightly gripping a talisman. This talisman was bestowed upon him by their family's ancestor. Not only did it allow direct communication with the ancestor, but it also contained a strike of the ancestor's power. In a critical moment, it could preserve his life. Upon witnessing the array being shattered, he no longer doubted the immense strength of Lu Xian. Previously, he had suspected that Lu Xian's victory over the demon ape sovereign was a mere act of collaboration. But now, he dared not entertain such doubts. The ability of Lu Xian to instantly dismantle the Imperial Barrier Array made it entirely reasonable that he could also defeat the demon ape sovereign. At that moment, Lu Xian's icy voice rang out, "Come, let me see how you intend to twist your own head off and use it as a ball to kick." This had originally been a mere jest from Emperor Jiangming, a taunt aimed at Lu Xian. Little did he expect that Lu Xian would indeed breach the sovereign-level formation. At this instant, Emperor Jiangming's face flushed red, as if he had been soundly slapped, his dignity utterly shattered. "Lu Xian, what audacity is this? You merely rely on the divine artifact Changwei. What is there to be proud of?" Emperor Jiangming's voice boomed, exuding an air of authority. Yet, beads of sweat had already begun to form on his forehead, his body trembling with fear. Had he not possessed a shred of certainty in escaping, he would have fled without hesitation. And as for the Imperial Barrier, what concern is it of mine? Even if the alien army were to invade and slay every human cultivator within, it would still be Lu Xian's fault. After all, it was Lu Xian who broke the Imperial Barrier Array. It was Lu Xian who personally opened a direct path for the aliens into the realm of humanity. Should there be any blame, it rests squarely on Lu Xian's shoulders. "Jiangming, there is no need for concern. I am almost there." At that moment, an ancient and authoritative voice emanated from the talisman in Emperor Jiangming's hand. It was the ancestor of the Jiang family, a terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Hearing that his ancestor was on the way, Emperor Jiangming's eyes suddenly sparkled, the terror within them vanishing in an instant. He excitedly raised his arms and declared, "Fear not, everyone. The emperor is arriving shortly. If we can hold on just a moment longer, this traitor Lu Xian will have no place to be buried." As he spoke, the talisman in his hand soared toward the walls of the Imperial Barrier. With a thunderous boom as the talisman ignited, the gloomy walls of the Imperial Barrier erupted in a brilliant divine radiance, enveloping the entire Imperial Barrier once more. Just moments ago, Lu Xian shattered the Imperial Barrier formation with the God Burial Coffin. He furrowed his brows as he gazed at the divine light emanating from the walls of the Imperial City, his dual pupils activating once more. To his astonishment, he discovered that these city walls were, in fact, a formidable weapon of both offense and defense, an Imperial Supreme artifact. Lu Xian was quite astonished. Through his unique double pupils, he could distinctly perceive 9 formidable Imperial laws coursing along the walls of the Imperial Pass. These represented the 9 most potent Imperial laws under the celestial principles of humanity. Each of these Imperial laws embodied an invincible human emperor. At this moment, the resplendent radiance enveloping the entire Imperial Pass was a manifestation of one such powerful Imperial law. All 9 Imperial laws had reached a state of perfection, akin to 9 incarnations of emperors. If I cannot subdue them, I shall forever be unable to step into the Imperial Pass. Lu Xian's expression grew solemn. The revered level formation was merely the first line of defense for the Imperial Pass. The walls of this Imperial Pass itself constituted the formidable weapon guarding it. At the very moment his words fell, 9 ethereal figures emerged from the 9 Imperial Sovereign laws displayed upon the walls. These were the true avatars of the Imperial Sovereigns. The avatars of the 9 great Imperial Sovereigns of the human race appeared simultaneously atop the Imperial Pass, their indistinct colossal forms emanating a terrifying aura that suppressed all. The 9 imperial sovereign laws transformed into 9 immense chains, sealing the very sky of the imperial pass with an unyielding barrier. With a resounding crash, the luminous chains forged from the imperial sovereign laws extended infinitely, resembling gigantic glowing whips, akin to a cage that confined the heavens and earth, adorned with resplendent hues. As they encircled the god-bearing coffin, in an instant, the radiant chains of the laws bound the god-bearing coffin tightly, resembling a colossal zongzi, suspended above the imperial pass. Under the suppression of these resplendent imperial sovereign laws, the god-bearing coffin continued to shrink, rapidly diminishing from the size of a small mountain to a mere 100 feet. The giant avatars formed from the 9 imperial sovereign laws floated above the imperial pass, their bodies radiating brilliance, as if the sovereigns themselves were present, grasping divine light. The terrifying laws transformed into long whips, shimmering radiantly as they pressed down upon Lu Xian. In the face of the suppression from the 9 imperial sovereign laws, Lu Xian activated his heavy pupils, enabling him to perceive the essence of these 9 laws. However, these were, after all, the strongest 9 imperial sovereign laws of the human race. Even if discerned, comprehending them was not something that could be achieved in a fleeting moment. Lu Xian remained unhurried, possessing ample time to conduct a meticulous study. His figure moved like a specter, deftly evading the radiant whips of the laws. Simultaneously, he summoned the formidable power of the Panwu divine art, allowing the myriad of his chaotic dantians, 10,836 in total, to emanate an unceasing flow of chaotic energy. Under the augmentation of the laws of strength, Lu Xian found himself unfazed by the oppressive force of the 9 imperial laws. The chaotic body, particularly, afforded him a significant degree of immunity from the law's suppression. Thus, when the 9 imperial laws descended upon him, his chaotic body instinctively shielded him from a considerable portion of their might. Even while confronting the suppression of 9 imperial laws simultaneously, Lu Xian navigated the peril with remarkable ease. Employing a fragment of the true dragon swiftness he had recently comprehended to evade the countless chains of attack manifested by the imperial laws. The densely woven chains of law, resplendent in their brilliance, nearly transformed the very heavens and earth into an expansive net. Yet Lu Xian, akin to a nimble fish, glided effortlessly through the interstices of these chains. Indeed, the synergy between the double pupils and the chaotic body proved to be an invincible force. Coupled with the Panwu divine art, although I stand at the initial stage of the imperial realm, I remain undaunted by the supremacy of these peak imperial laws. Lu Xian's eyes flickered with fervent excitement. These 9 imperial laws were bequeathed by the 9 great emperors of the human race. Although they may not necessarily belong to the current 9 great emperors, it is highly probable that they originated from the ancient era of human emperors. Nevertheless, the laws they wielded are strikingly identical. Lu Xian is now contending against these imperial laws, akin to battling the 9 great emperors. These are merely the 9 imperial laws inscribed upon the city walls of the imperial pass, sealed within the weapons of the imperial deities. Their might and lethality are significantly diminished compared to that of an actual human emperor. For Lu Xian, this presents an invaluable opportunity to familiarize himself with the combat prowess of human emperors. Previously, in his confrontation with the demon ape sovereign, he merely grasped the disparity between himself and the seasoned emperors. However, engaging in combat with these colossal manifestations of the 9 imperial laws allows him to truly comprehend the strategies employed by human emperors. Consequently, Lu Xian cherishes this opportunity, opting not to hastily annihilate these 9 embodiments of imperial laws but rather to engage in battle while introspecting upon their essence, understanding their power, and mastering their techniques. Nevertheless, from an outsider's perspective, his current state resembles that of a man encircled by 9 titans, desperately fleeing as if pausing would spell his doom. Upon witnessing this spectacle from atop the imperial pass, Emperor Jiang Ming erupted in boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Lu Xian, are you not formidable? If you possess the capability, shatter the formation again. Haha. Do not presume that you alone wield divine artifacts. Our human imperial pass walls are divine artifacts in their own right. Now that your god-burying coffin is suppressed, I eagerly anticipate the commotion you might still conjure." Emperor Jiang Ming's laughter echoed with renewed arrogance, eagerly awaiting Lu Xian's downfall beneath the might of these 9 embodiments. Above the Sea of Realms, the ancient alien sovereigns cast anxious glances toward the heavens. Previously, when Lu Xian shattered the formation of the imperial pass with the god-bearing coffin, they were left speechless in astonishment. However, that shock swiftly transformed into exhilaration. With the formation breached, they were filled with an insatiable eagerness to surge through the Imperial Pass and invade the realm of humans. Yet, before they could make a move, they were met with this astonishing sight. No one foresaw that the Imperial Pass walls harbored such formidable Imperial weapons, capable of unleashing Imperial laws, no less than 9 distinct varieties. Gazing upon the 9 towering giants, entirely manifested from Imperial laws, even the most powerful among the alien ancient sovereigns, the demon ape sovereign, felt his eyelids twitch in disbelief. They were cunning. It was utterly unexpected that their Imperial Pass walls were also Imperial weapons. Lucian, in essence, stands alone against the 9 great emperors. How could he possibly withstand such a challenge? A trace of concern flickered in the eyes of the demon ape sovereign. Just moments ago, he had expressed his desire to befriend Lucian, offering assistance at any time. Now, with Lucian in peril, he could not remain idle. No, I must lend him a hand. I cannot allow those treacherous fiends to revel in his misfortune, as he resolved to act. The demon ape sovereign was abruptly halted by the Qing Fox sovereign. Qing Fox, are you attempting to impede me? Or do you intend to watch as Lucian is bullied? The demon ape sovereign, filled with ire, cast a disdainful glare at the azure fox sovereign and questioned him in a harsh tone. I am aware that Lucian has slain numerous beings of our kind. If you are plotting against him now, I shall hold you in contempt. He suspected that the azure fox sovereign sought to exploit this opportunity to eliminate Lucian. A formidable threat, and his voice brimmed with anger. Indeed, Lucian has taken the lives of many of my kin, but that merely attests to his prowess. We, as a race, revere the strong. How could I possibly conspire against him? The azure fox sovereign replied with a wry smile, offering an explanation. I understand your concerns for Lucian, but for the time being, we should refrain from intervening. Let us not forget, Lucian has already cautioned us. Unless he speaks first, we must not meddle. Should you act now, he would not only fail to express gratitude but might also become incensed. At this juncture, the azure fox sovereign revealed a hint of cunning as he whispered, Moreover, how can you be certain that Lucian even requires your assistance? If he has triumphed over you, then you should place your trust in him. This reasoning caused the demon ape sovereign to regain his composure. Previously convinced that Lucian was ensnared in a perilous predicament, he now discerned peculiarities that warranted further observation. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Lucian exhibited no signs of distress. On the contrary, he maneuvered with remarkable ease even amidst the onslaught of the 9 colossal law giants. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him, and he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Ha! Truly, he is a man worthy of defeating me. The demon ape sovereign freely expressed his admiration and accolades for Lucian, particularly when he noticed the radiant brilliance emanating from Lucian's dual pupils, which further illuminated his intentions. Lucian is deliberately stalling for time. His intention is to comprehend the 9 imperial laws mastered by the human emperor from those 9 colossal giants of law. This revelation left the demon ape sovereign astounded, gasping in disbelief, exclaiming, Lucian, this is utterly audacious. In such circumstances, he dares to seek to grasp the imperial laws. What audacity! Even a seasoned powerhouse like the demon ape sovereign, at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, would not dare to underestimate the imperial divine weapon in such a manner. Lucian, having only recently ascended to the realm of the emperor, audaciously exhibited a level of arrogance that defied comprehension. His boldness transcended mere audacity. It was nothing short of madness. The golden eagle and white bear sovereigns, standing nearby, were equally taken aback by the words of the demon ape sovereign. Initially, they had presumed that Lucian would be incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the 9 colossal manifestations of the emperor's laws. However, upon the demon ape sovereign's revelation, they discerned the underlying intricacies of the situation. Instantly, they gasped in astonishment. How outrageous! Lucian was nothing short of a lunatic. Indeed, he was beyond reckless. He was perilously defiant. Lucian was enveloped in a swirling chaos, emanating a soft radiance, moving with the grace of a fish and the swiftness of a specter, weaving effortlessly between the 9 towering giants. With each fluid motion, he not only unraveled the deeper mysteries of the imperial sovereign laws, but also found his recently acquired true dragon speed becoming increasingly agile and adept. In this moment, he truly resembled a genuine dragon, his velocity reaching its zenith, leaving the 9 giants, manifestations of the imperial sovereign laws, trailing behind in a cloud of dust. Truly, the techniques of the true dragon clan are remarkable. I have grasped merely a fraction of their essence, yet my speed has surged manifold. Should I master the complete true dragon speed, it would undoubtedly serve as the ultimate means of escape. Lucien's eyes glimmered with excitement as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the 9 colossal beings of law. In the blink of an eye, nearly half an hour had elapsed, during which time the 9 giants had not even managed to lay a finger upon him. Entirely reduced to mere sparring partners for Lucien. Lucien, utilizing the divine power of his dual pupils, not only delves into the laws of the Emperor of the Gods embodied by them, but also rapidly elevates himself, becoming well acquainted with the techniques of the 9 great emperors of the human race. He even aspires to glean the complete essence of the Emperor's laws directly from these colossal embodiments of law. However, such an ambition is, after all, somewhat unrealistic. While the dual pupil technique is indeed formidable, it cannot possibly allow him to comprehend the entirety of the 9 emperor laws in an instant. Achieving a grasp of 7 or 8 of them would already be quite commendable. Lucien was well aware of this principle. He had become quite familiar with the 7 out of the 9 laws of the human race's emperors. Continuing to observe further would not yield significant improvement. Break. With a chilling shout from Lucien, the coffin of the god of burial, ensnared by countless chains of law, suddenly radiated a resplendent divine light. The 54 prohibitions within the coffin surged forth, unleashing a mysterious brilliance capable of annihilating all, instantly breaking free from the shackles of the myriad chains of law. At the same moment, Lucien also escaped from the encirclement of the 9 colossal giants of the laws, hovering above the god-burying coffin, burying heaven, burying earth, burying gods and demons. Lucien swiftly altered his hand seals, and beneath his feet, the god-burying coffin resembled a colossal black hole, exuding a terrifying power of consumption that instantaneously drew in the 9 titanic figures, each embodying the essence of the Emperor's laws. Once the 9 law giants were ensnared within the coffin, they transformed once more into 9 streams of Emperor's laws, rampaging within its confines. Lucien seized the opportunity, harnessing the power of the 9 Emperor's laws to assault the sealing restrictions of the god-burying coffin. Utilizing strength against strength, he aimed to refine the prohibitions of the coffin with this formidable force. Thunderous roars echoed as the entire god-burying coffin trembled, with the various magical restrictions being instantly breached. After assisting Lucien in shattering 3 of the magical prohibitions, the 9 Emperor's laws completely dissipated. This time, he had struck a tremendous fortune, successfully unlocking 3 sealing restrictions. Alas, there were too few Emperor's laws. If only there had been more. Lucien was beaming with joy. Previously, he had harnessed the power of the 5-fold celestial calamity to unlock the seals of the god burial coffin up to 54 layers. The 54 seals signify that the god burial coffin has reached the realm of a superior celestial artifact. It may also be referred to as a superior imperial weapon. The term imperial weapon denotes a divine armament that transcends the realm of the ultimate imperial weapon. Essentially, both the imperial weapon and celestial artifact belong to the same echelon. However, the former is forged in the lower realms, imbued with the principles of the imperial sovereign, yet lacking the refinement of celestial essence. Thus cannot be classified as a celestial artifact. For instance, the city walls of the imperial gate beneath his feet are divine armaments crafted by the 9 great imperial sovereigns of the human race, containing the principles of the imperial sovereign. Yet, without the refinement of celestial essence, they are termed imperial weapons rather than celestial artifacts. In reality, the prowess of these imperial weapons is nearly indistinguishable from that of celestial artifacts. As for the god burial coffin in Lucien's possession, it is evidently a unique entity. When Lucien initially discovered the god burial coffin, it contained a staggering 108 magical seals. Once fully unsealed, it transformed into a genuine celestial emperor artifact, the strongest divine weapon that can only be forged at the celestial emperor level. Moreover, the god burial coffin has already undergone refinement with celestial essence. Thus, after unlocking 54 seals, Lucien refers to it as a celestial artifact rather than an imperial weapon. Now, by harnessing the power of the 9 imperial sovereign principles, he has once again unlocked 3 additional seals, elevating the god burial coffin's status from a celestial artifact to that of a celestial king weapon. In a realm where celestial artifacts are exceedingly scarce, a celestial king weapon undoubtedly stands as the most formidable divine armament within the lower realms. Although the consumption of the 9 imperial sovereign principles allowed Lucien to refine 3 magical seals, it was still a commendable achievement. After all, these 3 magical seals have elevated the god burial coffin's rank, advancing it from the celestial artifact level to the celestial king weapon realm. After refining 57 magical seals, Lucien could distinctly sense a deeper connection between himself and the god burial coffin. He even acquired several novel divine abilities from within the coffin. These abilities pertain to the manipulation of the god burial coffin, and only through their cultivation can the true power of the celestial king weapon be unleashed. Lucien cast a swift glance, acutely aware that the present circumstances afforded him no luxury of time to leisurely cultivate these divine techniques. However, having shattered the 9 imperial laws, the towering city walls of the imperial fortress beneath his feet no longer instilled fear. Heavenly burial strike. With a thunderous roar, Lucien unleashed the burial god coffin, which erupted with a radiant, cataclysmic light, crashing down upon the walls of the imperial pass. These formidable walls represented the last bastion of defense. Breaching them would grant him unfettered access to the realm of humanity. No. As the burial god coffin shattered layer upon layer of luminous barriers, hurtling towards the imperial pass, Emperor Jiangming's eyes widened in despair. The walls of the imperial pass were their ultimate line of defense. Should they fall, none among them would likely escape alive. Yet, despite his furious cries, he could not halt the impending destruction. The burial god coffin, imbued with the might of a superior celestial artifact, pressed forward relentlessly, creating a gaping breach in the imperial pass. The once imposing walls, spanning tens of thousands of miles, now bore a massive opening several hundred feet wide. In an instant, even the protective barrier enveloping the imperial pass was rent asunder. Witnessing this calamity, Emperor Jiangming collapsed to the ground, utterly dejected. It was over, completely over. He felt as if his very soul had been extracted, his gaze filled only with terror and dread, his body trembling uncontrollably. They had safeguarded the imperial pass for 100,000 years, only to see it shattered by Lucien alone. With the gates of the imperial pass flung open, Lucien strode forth unimpeded. Upon setting foot on the walls, a whirlwind of emotion surged within him. 100,000 years. Once, he had been exiled to the abyss by the 7 great emperors, believing he would never again return to the imperial pass. He had even resigned himself to the notion of resting eternally in the abyss. To his astonishment, fate had granted him another chance to reclaim the imperial pass. Tears welled in his eyes as he beheld the once familiar fortress. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still of the human race. He had once shed blood upon these very walls, valiantly standing alone with sword and coffin against a 1,000,000-strong alien army. Once, he had been a hero defending humanity. Yet now, he found himself the architect of this breach. Nevertheless, Lucien felt no remorse in his heart. 10,000 years prior, he had single-handedly held back the invading forces, safeguarding the imperial pass and the human race. Yet, the 7 great emperors had vilified and schemed against him, ultimately forcing him to forsake his kin. Throughout the millennia, he had remained vigilant in the abyss, harboring discontent yet never wavering in his duty. For 10,000 years, he had prevented the alien and demonic races from stepping even a foot into the abyss, securing peace for humanity. However, the 7 great emperors, who had once vowed to protect his kin for eternity, had betrayed their word, failing to safeguard his people, and nearly bringing the Liu family to ruin, severing their legacy. Thus, he owed nothing to humanity. Rather, it was humanity that owed him a profound debt. I have stood guard over the abyss for 100,000 years, securing peace for humanity. However, you, the esteemed emperor of the human race, have betrayed your trust, leading to the near annihilation of my Liu family. Now that I seek to return, you obstruct my path home. Is this how you treat the meritorious champions of humanity? Lucien's expression was dark and his voice icy, each word revealing his grievances and fury. For a moment, the entire imperial pass fell into utter silence. Many began to whisper among themselves, their eyes reflecting doubt. It was evident to them that Lucien was forthright and did not appear to be lying. Could it be that everything he had claimed was indeed true? Was he truly wronged? Were the imperial sovereigns so apprehensive of him that they compelled his departure from the human race? The truth of events from 100,000 years ago could no longer be verified. However, the tranquility that had enveloped the imperial pass for the past century was undeniable. Those foreign tribes had vanished without a trace over these 10 millennia and had not disturbed them at all. Initially, they had grown accustomed to this peace. Yet in light of recent revelations, it all seemed rather unreasonable. It appeared that Lucien's assertions carried a semblance of truth. Perhaps it was precisely because he had guarded the abyss that no foreign tribes had dared to invade the imperial pass for 100,000 years. If Lucien's words were indeed valid, did that not imply that our human sovereigns were the ones deceiving us? As the human cultivators began to draw conclusions, Emperor Jiangming grew anxious. Suppressing Lucien and targeting him was a strategy devised by the human sovereigns, originally proposed by the ancestor of the Jiang family, who were also the primary architects and beneficiaries of this plan. Although Jiang Ming had not experienced the events of 100,000 years ago, he had heard fragments of the truth from his ancestor. Consequently, many within the Jiang family possessed some understanding of the reality surrounding those ancient events. Witnessing the cultivators questioning the integrity of the human sovereigns, he swiftly rose and shouted, "Lu Xian, no matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot alter the fact that you conspired with foreign tribes. You are a traitor to humanity. 100,000 years ago, you were cast out from our race. And now you dare to assault the imperial pass? Your sins are beyond measure. Just wait. The sovereigns shall arrive soon, and that will be your end." Emperor Jiang Ming was not foolish. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, seeking to escape the imperial pass. He knew the human sovereigns were on their way and would likely arrive shortly. Thus, he had to flee swiftly and distance himself from Lu Xian. Once the human sovereigns descended, he would have no reason to worry about a mere Lu Xian. Observing Jiang Ming's attempt to flee, Lu Xian let out a cold smile, and with a casual wave, a terrifying radiance descended from the heavens, striking Jiang Ming to the ground. Thud. Just as Jiang Ming reached the entrance of the imperial pass, he fell to the earth like a toppled stalk, struggling to rise and continue his escape, only to be suppressed again by an overwhelming aura, forcing him flat against the ground. It was Lu Xian's hand at work above the imperial pass. Under the suppression of his laws of power, the entire imperial pass became his domain. In an instant, all beings within the imperial pass sensed a dreadful majesty, their very souls trembling under its weight. 100,000 years ago, your esteemed Jiang family forced me to depart from the human race. Allow me to reclaim a fraction of that debt from you first. Lu Xian's voice resonated with a deep, commanding authority, echoing throughout the imperial pass. The once mighty Emperor Jiang Ming, now subdued and prostrate on the ground, was instantly struck with terror, his face paling to that of a corpse. Under the overwhelming pressure of Lu Xian's imperial laws, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Although there existed only a thin veil separating the pinnacle of emperor from the imperial sovereign, the disparity in power was as vast as the heavens and the earth. At his level, Emperor Jiang Ming was rendered insignificant before Lu Xian, akin to an insect. As Lu Xian descended from the city walls, advancing step by step towards the imperial pass, Jiang Ming was driven to the brink of madness. "Ancestors, if you do not come to my aid, you will only be left to collect my remains." Jiang Ming's voice trembled as he retreated in fear, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the imperial pass. Yet, the gate, which lay but a mere step away, now felt as though it were worlds apart. He writhed in a futile struggle, only managing to remain rooted in place, his expression one of sheer horror as he beheld Lu Xian drawing ever closer. Lu Xian entered the imperial pass with a somber expression, and with each step he took, it felt as though the hearts of those present were being struck violently. Thud, thud. Within the vast confines of the imperial pass, the only sound that pierced the silence was the echo of Lu Xian's footsteps. Before he could reach them, the surrounding human emperors, gripped by terror, retreated in haste, none daring to impede his advance. As he moved forward, the tens of thousands of cultivators within the imperial pass also recoiled in fear, instinctively parting to create a path for Lu Xian. Upon reaching the end of the imperial pass, his final step landed directly in front of the terrified Emperor Jiang Ming, who was prostrated on the ground. At this moment, the once arrogant Jiang Ming was nowhere to be seen. Upon witnessing Lu Xian halt before him, a look of sheer panic washed over his face as he shouted desperately, "No, Lu Xian, you cannot kill me. I am an emperor of the Jiang family. My ancestral elders are on their way. If you take my life, they shall not spare you. Your kin will also pay dearly for your impulsive actions. As long as you do not slay me, there remains a chance for reconciliation between us. Even if you disregard your own life, think of your family. Do you truly wish to watch them perish?" Jiang Ming, like a frightened bird, was utterly terrified, threatening Lu Xian while simultaneously pleading for mercy. He had already discerned that Lu Xian was not afraid of death. Even summoning their family as imperial sovereign would not intimidate him. Yet, Lu Xian had something he cared for, the members of the Lu family within the human race. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang Ming mention his family, Lu Xian's countenance shifted dramatically. He understood that Jiang Ming's words were not mere exaggeration. Although he had crossed the imperial pass, it was not a simple matter to return to the Lu family. The imperial pass served as the first line of defense safeguarding the human realm, and several formidable barriers still lay between it and the human territory. Lu Xian had heard tales regarding the origins of the imperial pass. Originally, the first checkpoint for humanity was not located here, but at the entrance of the human realm, situated 100,000 miles away. That place served as the gateway to the human domain. If breached, the foreign tribes could advance unchecked into human lands. Due to its proximity, every assault resulted in a bloodbath for humanity. To mitigate this peril, the powerful beings of the human race banded together to establish a new checkpoint situated far from the human realm, miles distant. With this first line of defense, the immediate threat of a breach into the human domain was significantly reduced. Recognizing the advantages of establishing checkpoints beyond the human realm, proposals emerged to construct even more distant barriers. Thus, checkpoints were erected progressively from 10,000 miles away to 20,000 miles, eventually extending to the very threshold of the Sea of Realms, between the boundary of the sea and the realm of humanity. Within a span of 100,000 and 80,000 miles, 9 formidable fortresses have been established, collectively known as the 9 Great Fortifications. Each of these bastions bears its own name, yet the one beneath their feet is referred to as the Imperial Fortress. This designation arises from its role as the foremost line of defense against foreign tribes since its inception. The conflicts that erupt here are of an intensity that reaches, at the very least, the level of great emperors. Over the course of several million miles since the establishment of the Imperial Fortress, the number of fallen great emperors has surpassed thousands. It is not an exaggeration to assert that every inch of ground beneath the Imperial Fortress has been drenched in Imperial blood, which is precisely why it has earned its name. The establishment of the Imperial Fortress has yielded remarkable results. The presence of the 9 fortifications has exponentially increased the difficulty for foreign tribes to penetrate the realm of humanity. There are even rumors that since the completion of the 9 great fortifications, the foreign tribes have not truly breached the realm of humanity again. Whether these claims hold any truth, Lucien is uncertain. However, he is well aware of the battle that transpired 100,000 years ago. At that time, the foreign emperor nearly unleashed their entire might, breaching the Imperial Fortress and advancing through the subsequent 8 fortifications, yet ultimately returned in defeat. In that battle, the foreign tribes met their downfall before the final fortress, witnessing the realm of humanity tantalizingly within reach, yet compelled to retreat back to their own domain. Each of the 9 great fortifications stands as unyieldingly resilient as the Imperial Fortress itself. Although Lucien has breached the Imperial Pass, it does not guarantee that he can effortlessly conquer the subsequent 8 heavy passes. Even if he can break through, it is certainly not a matter of mere moments. The esteemed human emperors will not simply wait for him to traverse 5 barriers and defeat 6 foes. Should they disregard their status and launch an attack on the Liu family, Lucien would be powerless to protect his kin. It must be acknowledged that Emperor Jiang Ming's threat strikes a chord with Lucien. Observing Lucien's hesitation to act or speak, Emperor Jiang Ming realized he had seized upon Lucien's vulnerability, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, he hastily implored, "Lucien, if you release me now, I will intercede on your behalf with the emperors. With your current strength, they would undoubtedly be reluctant to impose harsh penalties upon you. Even if punishment were to be meted out, it would merely be a light reprimand. The past is behind us. There is no need to burden ourselves over matters that are irretrievable. We cannot remain shackled to the past. One must look forward in life. And as long as you are willing to cease hostilities now, there remains room for reconciliation." Emperor Jiang Ming's words were somewhat veiled, yet Lucien grasped their meaning. To not dwell in the past was, in essence, an invitation to overlook the grievances of 100 millennia ago, to disregard the injustices the Liu family has endured over the course of these 10,000 years. Lucien let out a cold laugh, placing a foot upon the head of Emperor Jiang Ming, nearly crushing it completely. "What qualifications does a mere emperor of the Jiang family possess to counsel me to relinquish my hatred?" With half of his face pressed against the ground, Emperor Jiang Ming was so terrified that he nearly lost control of himself. He had distinctly felt that his previous words had swayed Lucien, even convincing himself that his demise was no longer imminent. Yet, how could this be? Did Lucien truly absorb the words that were just spoken? The once arrogant Emperor Jiang Ming, who had attempted to persuade Lucien with a hint of disdain, was now utterly terrified, begging for mercy in a state of panic. "Lucien, I was wrong. I shall not speak again. I implore you, do not take my life. The past transgressions were the Jiang family's fault. But that is not my doing. I was not even born when you were cast out from the human race. As for the subsequent persecution of your Liu family, I had no part in it. I have never even encountered a member of your family, nor do I know where you reside. This is truly none of my concern. Even if you seek vengeance, killing me would serve no purpose." The once mighty pinnacle emperor now resembled a stray dog, desperately pleading for Lucien's mercy. Just as Emperor Jiang Ming was fervently crying out, A thunderous voice echoed from the far reaches of the heavens. Silence. How is it that my Jiang family has produced such a worthless fool? As the words reverberated, a terrifying imperial law descended like a rainbow piercing the sun, crashing down upon the imperial pass. With a resounding boom, a towering giant manifestation appeared in the sky. After casting an enraged glance at the cowering Emperor Jiang Ming, its cold, piercing eyes turned toward Lu Xian, and it declared in a deep, authoritative voice, Lu Xian, who dares to give you the audacity to humiliate a member of my Jiang family? Jiang Wuliang. Upon witnessing the giant manifestation that had emerged above the imperial pass, a profound hatred surged within Lu Xian's eyes. Jiang Wuliang, the emperor of the Jiang family, was the very figure responsible for his expulsion from the human race 100,000 years ago. Although it was a coalition of 7 emperors that orchestrated his banishment, their attitudes towards Lu Xian were not entirely uniform. Among them, 2 emperors opposed the decision, even proposing to publicize Lu Xian's merits, ensuring that all knew of his monumental contributions in that battle. Yet ultimately, the faction supporting Lu Xian's expulsion prevailed. Of the 7 emperors who participated in that battle, 5 firmly insisted on his banishment, with the most resolute being Jiang Wuliang. Thus, it could be asserted that the tragedy that befell Lu Xian over the past 100,000 years was entirely crafted by Jiang Wuliang. If one were to identify Lu Xian's greatest adversary among the human emperors, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Wuliang. Thus, Lu Xian's animosity towards the Jiang family was also the most profound. 100,000 years ago, faced with the pressure from these human emperors, Lu Xian felt powerless. For the sake of his kin, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and willingly guard the Tianyuan. Now, having returned and ascended to the rank of emperor, it could be said that the meeting of foes ignited a fierce animosity, were it not for the fact that he stood upon Emperor Jiang Ming at this moment. Lu Xian might have been unable to restrain himself from charging directly at Jiang Wuliang to engage in battle. Of course, Lu Xian was not foolish. After all, he is merely a novice emperor, while Jiang Wuliang stands at the pinnacle of emperor status. In terms of current strength, he may not be inferior to the demon ape sovereign. In a direct confrontation, Lu Xian would undoubtedly be no match for Jiang Wuliang. However, Lu Xian harbors no fear. With his present capabilities, it would not be an easy task for Jiang Wuliang to take his life. Lu Xian took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. His gaze, filled with an intense murderous intent, fixed upon Jiang Wuliang, who had descended upon the imperial pass. With a voice deep and commanding, he spoke, Jiang Wuliang, after 100,000 years, I never expected that you, old wretch, would still be alive. Do you realize that during my 100,000 years in the abyss, I prayed day and night for you shameless old fools to lead lives more miserable than death? I wish for you to choke on water, to suffocate on your meals, and to fall into the latrine and drown. Yet, it seems that heaven truly lacks vision, allowing a hypocritical scoundrel like you to endure until now. Lu Xian's voice was not loud, yet it reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing his scathing remarks, everyone within and outside the imperial pass was rendered utterly astonished. Could such words truly emanate from an emperor? These profanities were akin to the quarrels of street ruffians. No one could have anticipated that such coarse language would escape Lu Xian's lips. After all, he was an emperor. Was he truly devoid of any sense of dignity? Goodness, this Lu Xian is indeed bold. Look, even the elder of the Jiang family is left dumbfounded by his tirade. Ha ha ha, what a relief, it is truly exhilarating. I feel compelled to join in with a few choice words of my own. Beyond the imperial pass, the demon ape sovereign roared with laughter, his voice penetrating the pass without offering Jiang Wuliang an ounce of dignity. Jiang Wuliang, already with a grim expression, nearly succumbed to fury upon hearing the demon ape sovereign's taunts. Within the imperial pass, the human cultivators stood in shock, their mouths agape, struggling to comprehend that a formidable emperor would utter such venomous curses. Even the Emperor Jiang Ming, who was trampled beneath Lu Xian's feet, was left in a state of disbelief, exclaiming, Lu Xian, have you lost your mind? This is my Jiang family's ancestor. You are the first to dare insult our forebear. Do you truly fear not for your life? Above the imperial pass, the Jiang family's ancestor trembled with rage. He was the Jiang family's patriarch, a human emperor, and one of the 7 sovereigns of the Supreme Hall. Within the human realm, he held an exalted position. Who among the humans did not prostrate themselves before him in reverence? Having never encountered such a scene, particularly being insulted to his face, was far more unbearable than a slap across the face. Lu Xian, I see you are genuinely mad. Who grants you the audacity to insult me? Jiang Wuliang's body shook with fury, his voice quaking with rage as he thundered. It seems that expelling you from the human race 100,000 years ago was a colossal error. Had I known that you were such a treacherous wretch, I would have eliminated you and your Lu family long ago. What a grave mistake to have nurtured this ungrateful wolf. Upon hearing Jiang Wuliang mention events from 100,000 years ago, the fury in Lu Xian's eyes nearly erupted. With a cold snort, he retorted contemptuously, Jiang Wuliang, do you even dare to bring up the events of 100,000 years ago? Are you not afraid of revealing the truth of that time to the world? Let everyone witness the hypocritical and shameless faces of you so-called human emperors. Jiang Wuliang's face shifted dramatically at the mention of the truth from 100,000 years ago, his rage dissipating significantly, and with a hint of terror, he warned. Lu Xian, do not forget that your kin still reside among the humans. Should you speak falsely and invert the truth, I would not hesitate to ensure your kin accompany you to the grave. At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Wuliang's mention of the Lu family, the fury Lu Xian had been suppressing finally exploded forth. 100,000 years ago, that despicable wretch threatened him with the lives of the Lu family. Now, the same scene unfolds once more. However, Lu Xian has undergone a remarkable transformation since then. The moment he shattered the imperial barrier, there was no turning back. This time, he shall not yield to any threats. Even if it costs the lives of his kin, he shall not retreat. Ha, Jiang Wuliang. You remain as shameless as you were 100,000 years ago. Back then, you wielded the lives of your clan to coerce me. I had no choice but to succumb to your threats for the sake of my family, and from that point on, I never returned to the human realm. Yet what of you? Did you fulfill the promises you once made to me? Lu Xian's expression was so dark that it seemed almost capable of dripping with water. And though his voice was not loud, it resonated like a heavy drum, striking at the hearts of all present. Particularly, the final inquiry he posed rendered Jiang Wuliang utterly mortified, leaving the esteemed emperor of the human race at a loss for words in the face of Lu Xian's questioning. Lu Xian, however, was not prepared to let him go. The grievances accumulated over 100,000 years seemed poised to erupt at this very moment. A century ago, you pledged to me that as long as I departed from the human race to guard the abyss, you would protect the Lu family, ensuring eternal peace. Yet, what have you done? After my departure from the human realm, you turned your backs and began to suppress and target the Lu family. If it were not for the remnants of our family's strength and some means, we would have perished 100,000 years ago. His voice was neither humble nor arrogant. Yet as he recounted his tale, it grew fervent with emotion. Ultimately, he roared with a frigid intensity, addressing the esteemed human emperors, you who sit so high above. You are even inferior to the most despicable of commoners. Even the lowliest of tradesmen understand the importance of keeping one's word and acting upon it. Yet, your promises are as worthless as the wind. The oaths you have sworn are less meaningful than mere idle chatter. Oh, you gray-bearded old rogue and you white-haired wretch. Having lived for countless years, yet you possess not a shred of dignity. I cannot fathom how such a shameless old scoundrel like you can bear to exist in this world. Lu Xian's pointed inquiries not only stripped away Jiang Wuliang's facade, but also laid bare the true nature of those revered human sovereigns from times past. Who could have anticipated that these exalted figures, once perceived as paragons of virtue, were in fact a cabal of deceitful and despicable individuals? Those human cultivators who had previously harbored doubts regarding Lu Xian's assertions now found their skepticism shattered upon witnessing Jiang Wuliang's profound embarrassment, leading them to acknowledge the veracity of Lu Xian's claims. A century ago, these so-called exalted human sovereigns not only defamed Lu Xian and usurped his accomplishments, but they also conspired against him, fearing his ascendants would undermine their own positions. They resorted to wielding threats against Lu Xian's kin, coercing him into exile from the human realm. After his departure, these sovereigns wasted no time in launching an assault on Lu's family, intent on obliterating their lineage entirely. Such actions were not merely contemptible, they were utterly disgraceful. Even the most ordinary of human cultivators would scorn to employ such ignoble methods against their kin. Yet it was precisely these highly esteemed sovereigns who committed such vile acts. In an instant, many cultivators found their convictions wavering. Their reverence for the sovereigns began to erode, and whispers of dissent emerged among the crowd. Could such behavior truly justify their status as human sovereigns? Jiang Wuliang, a pinnacle sovereign of immense power, could hear the hushed murmurs clearly. As he witnessed his esteemed position teetering on the brink of public scorn, his countenance darkened. Despite his stature, he could not silence the collective voice of the people. Should the truth of these events be substantiated, these once revered sovereigns would be reduced to pariahs, loathed by all. Determined to prevent any semblance of this scandal from leaking, he felt a flicker of murderous intent in his gaze. To conceal the truth, he would not hesitate to annihilate all in his path. With a chilling snort, Jiang Wuliang directed a fierce glare at Lu Xian and barked, "Lu Xian, I never anticipated your talent for inverting truth and falsehood would grow more pronounced. It was you who, 100,000 years ago, colluded with foreign tribes to brazenly breach the imperial barrier, plunging our human realm into cataclysm. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the 7 sovereigns and countless cultivators who fought to the death, our domain would have long since succumbed to desolation. Now, you persist in your obstinacy, not only distorting the truth and slandering us, but audaciously breaching the imperial barrier once more. Is it not your intent to repeat your treachery, allying with foreign entities to annihilate the human race? Your insidious ambitions are all too evident. The evidence is irrefutable. No amount of your cunning rhetoric can alter the reality at hand." Jiang Wuliang's words were a true case of projecting blame, shifting all wrongdoing onto Lu Xian. If this were 100,000 years ago, Lu Xian might have engaged in further debate with him. However, in the present, Lu Xian is utterly indifferent to such matters. He had already witnessed the shamelessness of these human sovereigns a century ago. Thus, he was in no way surprised by Jiang Wuliang's reversal of truth and blame shifting. With a cold smile, Lu Xian's aura surged dramatically, causing the Emperor Jiang Ming, whom he had underfoot, to cry out in terror. Above the imperial pass, Jiang Wuliang's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Lu Xian is deliberately humiliating him. Jiang Wuliang's fury erupted as the Emperor's laws enveloped the heavens and the earth. In a chilling tone, he commanded, "Lu Xian, be wise and release him. Should a single hair be harmed, I shall ensure your demise with no place for burial." However, at that very moment, Lu Xian brought his foot down with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, the head of Emperor Jiang Ming was crushed. Lu Xian's actions were nothing short of a slap in the face, just as Jiang Wuliang had issued a warning to Lu Xian. His words barely left his lips before Lu Xian decisively crushed the head of Emperor Jiang Ming. This was an unequivocal provocation. Moreover, it did not end there. After shattering Emperor Jiang Ming's mind with a single step, Lu Xian effortlessly seized his physical form, obliterating it, and extracted his imperial essence, ensuring a complete and utter annihilation. Lu Xian casually held the source of the emperor left behind by Emperor Jiang Ming, tossing it lightly into the air like a mere trinket before catching it effortlessly. Then, feigning surprise as if he had just heard Jiang Wuliang's threat, he lifted his gaze towards the sky where Jiang Wuliang hovered, a provocative smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he said nonchalantly, "So what? Are you intending to leave me with no place to rest after death?" Jiang Wuliang, already on the brink of explosive fury, found himself utterly enraged by Lu Xian's words. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, only to force it back down. After all, he was the emperor of the human race, a supreme existence. To be publicly provoked to the point of bloodshed by Lu Xian would be a complete disgrace. Moreover, Lu Xian had the audacity to crush his Jiang family's emperor before his very eyes. This was not merely a slap in the face, but a blatant provocation against him as the emperor of the human race. Taking a deep breath to calm his seething anger, Jiang Wuliang's expression shifted through countless emotions before finally settling into a mask of tranquility. Through clenched teeth, he coldly uttered, "Lu Xian, you are seeking death." Meanwhile, in the realm of the human race, at the pinnacle of the 9 heavens world, within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, an elder shrouded in the laws of the emperor suddenly opened his eyes. As light illuminated the space, it became evident that his visage was strikingly identical to that of Jiang Wuliang, who hovered above the imperial barrier, surrounded by the laws of the emperor. This elder could summon countless imperial laws with a mere wave of his hand, clearly having reached the pinnacle of understanding these laws. Were Lu Xian present, he would undoubtedly discern that this individual's power had transcended the limits of the fusion realm and was on the verge of entering the next level, the harmony realm. Once one attains harmony, they transcend even the emperor's status. In this lower realm, where the path to immortality has been severed, an emperor is akin to the true immortals of ancient times. In the current era, emperors are often referred to by another title from the distant past, the red dust immortals. In this age of severed paths, beings of the lower realm cannot ascend to the immortal realm. Instead, they seek a fleeting chance to attain immortality within their domain, thus becoming true immortals. However, as they have not undergone the tribulation of ascension, they are merely termed red dust immortals. Despite lacking the experience of ascension, their combat prowess is not inferior to that of true immortals. It is said that in ancient times, red dust immortals have slain true immortals. Exceeding the realm of the great emperor, red dust signifies both a title and a form of commendation. In contemporary times, the title of Red Dust Immortal has long faded, and they are generally referred to simply as emperors. The emperor, the supreme among emperors. Beyond the great emperor lies the emperor, within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family. The elder, enveloped in the laws of the emperor, had already reached the limits of the emperor realm and was striving to break into the next level of power, comparable to that of a celestial lord. Within the ancestral grounds of the Jiang family, a terrifying entity was currently striving to reach the realm of the celestial sovereign. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly stir the world. Cursed be the fate. Who would have thought that Lu Xian, left behind for 100,000 years, would now become a source of calamity? The elder, resembling Jiang Wuliang, wore a grim expression, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Had I known, I should have eradicated him 100 millennia ago, severing the roots of this menace. In the realm of the human race, the Lu family stood firm. Despite enduring relentless assaults, the protective array of the Lu family remained unyielding. Observing the ferocious onslaughts that failed to breach the Lu family's defenses, the Jiang family patriarch called for a halt. Behind him, dozens of emperors now served as vassals to the Jiang family. Earlier, the patriarch had promised them that upon the destruction of the Lu family, they would be ushered into the Jiang household, where the Jiang family's sovereign would personally guide them. Hence, they had exerted themselves fervently. They had even summoned the emperors from their respective families. Consequently, the number of emperors now gathered outside the Lu family had surged from a mere dozen to over 30. Despite this formidable assembly, their concerted efforts still could not penetrate the Lu family's protective array. As exhaustion set in, the Jiang family patriarch, though reluctant, issued a command for a temporary respite, acknowledging that they were merely engaged in a desperate struggle. I shall return shortly, he declared, to procure a divine weapon from our ancestor, which will surely shatter the Lu family's protective formation. Upon hearing the patriarch's intention to retrieve a divine weapon, the emperors were filled with fervent excitement. The elder of the Lin family stepped forward, brimming with enthusiasm, assuring, "Rest assured, patriarch, we shall safeguard this place. Not a single mosquito shall escape before your return." Very well. The Jiang patriarch nodded in approval. He turned his gaze back to the Lu family's array and to Lu Tianyuan, who was currently stationed within the protective formation alongside the 8 esteemed elders of the Lu family. With a chilling voice, he proclaimed, "You Lu family, well done. I shall see how long you can endure." Lu Tianyuan let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. It was not that he lacked the desire to respond, but rather that he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. In recent days, numerous emperors had relentlessly assaulted him, the patriarch tasked with guarding the family's protective formation, leaving him with scarcely a moment's respite. As one who had only recently ascended to the emperor realm, he was already utterly exhausted. Thus, even upon hearing the taunts of the Jiang family patriarch, Lu Tianyuan found himself devoid of the energy to retort. At that moment, however, a clear and melodious voice rang out. "What is this? Are you all once again seeking reinforcements? The esteemed patriarch of the Jiang family is rather underwhelming. I wonder who, in the past, boasted so grandly that they could dismantle our protective formation with a mere wave of their hand and annihilate the Lu family?" As her words lingered in the air, Lu Linglong gracefully appeared beside Lu Tianyuan. In her youthful eyes shimmered a maturity and authority that belied her tender years. Even the Jiang family patriarch, a being at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, felt a jolt of trepidation upon locking eyes with Lu Linglong. In that fleeting moment, it was as though a colossal hammer had struck him squarely on the head, causing his entire being to tremble. Hiss. This is a soul attack. The young girl from the Lu family, appearing no older than a mere teenager, how could she possibly wield such a formidable mental secret technique? The Jiang family patriarch's gaze was rife with astonishment. Although such a level of soul attack would not inflict harm upon him, it profoundly shook him to his core. A young girl from the Lu family, barely in her teens, possesses the astonishing ability to shake the very foundation of his imperial spirit. This is nothing short of a miracle. The patriarch of the Jiang family, who had previously shown little regard for the Lu family, now wore an expression of grave concern. His eyes glinted with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Linglong, resolute in his belief that this girl must not be allowed to live. In his eyes, this mere child posed the greatest threat to the entire Lu family, even more so than Lu Tianyuan. Should she be permitted to mature, she could very well become the next Lu Xian, a formidable emperor capable of suppressing her peers. Ensure that no fly escapes from the Lu family, he commanded fiercely. As he prepared to depart, the Jiang patriarch, seemingly uneasy, conveyed a message to the elder of the Lin family. stressing that especially this girl named Lu Linglong must not be allowed to flee the Lu estate. If she were to escape, he insisted that every effort must be made to eliminate her. Upon receiving the Jiang Patriarch's orders, the Lin family elder was taken aback. He had assumed that the Jiang Patriarch's special mention was regarding Lu Tianyuan, never anticipating it would pertain to such a young girl. The elder cast a bewildered glance at Lu Linglong, his expression rife with confusion. He struggled to comprehend how a mere child could pose such a significant threat, deserving of the Jiang Patriarch's urgent caution to ensure her demise. Though uncertain of the underlying reasons, the Lin family elder respectfully nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Patriarch Jiang. I shall keep a close watch on this girl. I guarantee that not even a fly will escape." Satisfied, the Jiang Patriarch nodded and turned to glare at Lu Linglong, coldly remarking, "Witty little girl, you may live a few more days. Soon you will descend to join your ancestor, Lu Xian." Upon hearing the mention of Lu Xian, Lu Tianyuan, filled with fury, forced out a breath and shouted, "What have you done to Lu Xian?" The venerable ancestor Lu Xian embodies the hope of the entire Lu clan. As the newly ascended patriarch of the Lu family, having just entered the realm of the emperor, he has persevered against all odds, clinging to life in anticipation of ancestor Lu Xian's return. He is acutely aware that once ancestor Lu Xian returns, all the tribulations faced by the Lu family will be effortlessly resolved. However, upon learning of the potential peril facing ancestor Lu Xian, Lu Tianyuan feels as if the heavens themselves have collapsed. Witnessing Lu Tianyuan's dismay, the patriarch of the Jiang family bursts into triumphant laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Our Jiang family's ancestor has personally ventured to the imperial pass. What fate do you believe awaits Lu Xian? Just wait. Your family shall soon reunite on the path to the Yellow Springs." With that, the Jiang patriarch has already vanished into the void. In the skies above, the human emperors are invigorated, particularly with the knowledge that the Jiang family's emperor has taken matters into his own hands at the imperial pass. Their excitement escalates. The patriarch of the Lin family deliberately steps forward, glaring arrogantly at Lu Tianyuan, and proudly declares, "This is the consequence of offending our Lin family." Humph. Did you truly believe that an ancestor from 100,000 years ago could save you? Now, you must be utterly bewildered. Your ancestor Lu Xian has likely already set foot in the netherworld. Lu Tianyuan, your time is running short. You should savor these final days. In your next life, ensure your eyes are wide open and never offend those you cannot afford to antagonize. Within the confines of the Lu family, everyone appeared despondent, their expressions imbued with a palpable tension and an undercurrent of anxiety in their eyes. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian embodies the hope of them all. Now that it is known that the emperor of the Jiang family has personally journeyed to the imperial pass, concern for ancestor Lu Xian weighs heavily upon everyone. Linglong, can you still reach out to the ancestor? If so, please convey to him that he must not return. We, the ones here, are prepared to face death. We cannot allow ourselves to become a burden to the ancestor. Lu Tianyuan's expression was grave as he arrived at a difficult decision. It was evident to all that he intended to persuade ancestor Lu Xian to abandon them. As the patriarch of the Lu clan, Lu Tianyuan had resolutely prepared himself for a fate intertwined with his kin. Even if his clan perished, he would never allow ancestor Lu Xian to bear the burden of their demise. The 8 elders discerned Lu Tianyuan's intent and nodded solemnly, each echoing his sentiments. Linglong, heed your father's words. The situation for the Lu family is dire. Even if the ancestor were to return, it would be of no avail. After all, he stands alone. And should he return, he would inevitably fall prey to those despicable adversaries. We are prepared to meet our end. There is nothing to fear. Ancestor Lu Xian is the very foundation of our clan. As long as he endures, the Lu family shall forever persist. Linglong, find a way to convey the news of the imperial lord of the Jiang family to the ancestor. Urge him to leave at once, prioritizing his own safety. It is the only course of action. Only if the ancestor survives can there be hope for our vengeance in the future. Linglong, did you not mention that the ancestor is in poor condition? Inform him that our Lu family is ready. We are prepared to offer our life essence at any moment. After all, death would be a waste. It is far better to contribute to the ancestor. One by one, the 8 elders spoke, each displaying an unwavering resolve, even deciding to dedicate the life essence of every clan member to ancestor Lu Xian. Though the Lu family boasted only 1 emperor and 8 quasi-emperors, they still had tens of thousands of clansmen. The collective life essence of these thousands could provide substantial support to Lu Xian. We are willing to sacrifice everything for the ancestor. We do not seek rescue. As long as the ancestor lives, That is the most reassuring news. Sister Linglong, can you convey this to the ancestor? Though I am but 5 years old, I fear not death. I too wish to offer my life essence to the ancestor. As the last words of the 8 elders faded, the Lu clansmen began to emerge, each expressing their unwavering resolve to face death. Even the youngest of the Lu children wore determined expressions, their voices resolute, ready to sacrifice their life essence. In that moment, not a single member of the tens of thousands of Lu clansmen showed fear of death. They all willingly offered their life essence, preferring to perish rather than drag ancestor Lu Xian down with them. Witnessing the unwavering spirit of her kin, Linglong felt her eyes grow moist. Although the Lu family may not be the most powerful, its members undoubtedly embody unwavering unity. Even in the face of life and death, not a single traitor, driven by fear of mortality, has emerged from the Lu clan. Such a family is deserving of her affection, worthy of her protection, and merits her utmost sacrifice. Rest assured, you shall not perish. Even if the esteemed ancestor Lu Xian cannot return, I will ensure your survival. Lu Linglong's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she quietly murmured to herself with unwavering resolve. As for the sentiments of the Lu clan members, there was no need for her to convey them to Lu Xian. Lu Xian has left a bloodline mark within her, enabling him, with his current prowess, to perceive all occurrences within the Lu family at any moment. The Imperial Gate. Lu Xian quietly listened to the voices of the Lu family members, those who were fearless in the face of death, and suddenly, his eyes became somewhat moist. Even he had not anticipated that in the face of life and death, the members of the Lu family could remain so composed, so resolute in their righteousness. They were even willing to sacrifice themselves rather than burden him, their venerable ancestor. Lu Xian took a deep breath, and his voice resonated from within Lu Linglong, echoing throughout the entire Lu family. Live well, I do not require your life essence. I am your ancestor, and I shall always protect you. His voice was deep and commanding, emanating a compelling force that instilled confidence. The members of the Lu family, who had been prepared to sacrifice themselves, suddenly felt invigorated upon hearing Lu Xian's voice, their bodies trembling with excitement. It is the ancestor. The ancestor is still alive. Those scoundrels from the Jiang family were indeed spouting nonsense. Haha, I knew it. Our Lu family's ancestor is the true embodiment of invincibility. The mere ancestor of the Jiang family is nothing to be concerned about. They do not even qualify to hold our Lu family's ancestors' shoes. The Lu family members, who had previously been anxious and fearful of Lu Xian's demise, were now all beaming with joy. The venerable ancestor Lu Xian still lives, and their hopes remain alive. Upon hearing the voice of Lu Xian, Lu Tianyuan breathed a sigh of relief. However, unlike the other members of the Lu family who expressed joy, he wore a worried expression and said, Ancestor, the emperor of the Jiang family has already made his way to the Imperial Pass. Please, do not concern yourself with us. Our lives and deaths are inconsequential. Your survival is paramount. You must leave at once and avoid any encounter with the Jiang family, emperor. The emperor of the Jiang family is a long-standing figure of immense stature and power among the human race. Even knowing that Lu Xian has ascended to the realm of the emperor, Lu Tianyuan still felt a deep sense of concern for him, urging him to abandon his kin and escape the Imperial Pass. After all, how could a newly ascended emperor possibly contend with the seasoned emperor of the Jiang family? Yet, before his words could settle, Lu Xian's resolute voice rang out, He is but the emperor of the Jiang family, not some unassailable beast. He cannot pose a threat to me. With a single utterance, Lu Xian's words reverberated like a cataclysm, instantly silencing the entire Lu family. Even Lu Tianyuan was taken aback. His eyes widened, mouth agape, a visage of disbelief etched upon his face. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by a sudden tension. Just then, Lu Xian's voice rang out once more, assuring them that they need only wait in peace, unless he were to perish. No one would be able to lay a finger on them. Above the Imperial Pass, with a single step, Lu Xian crushed Emperor Jiang Ming beneath his foot, inciting a complete eruption from Jiang Wuliang. The terrifying laws of the emperor enveloped the Imperial Pass like the mighty Yangtze River, descending to suppress Lu Xian. Jiang Wuliang's colossal form, towering 1,000 feet, traversed the void, directly confronting Lu Xian with a devastating punch aimed at his head. Lu Xian, you wretched creature! I demand your life! Jiang Wuliang's roar echoed like thunder, shaking the heavens. His fist left behind a trail of lightning, carving out a true dragon impression, encircling the surroundings and sealing off all of Lu Xian's escape routes. In the face of this onslaught from the emperor of the Jiang family, Lu Xian maintained an unparalleled calm, his eyes shimmering with divine light. Under the influence of his heavy pupils, Jiang Wuliang's speed was drastically diminished. Yet, this was an emperor. And even when slowed, his velocity remained alarmingly swift. A multitude of fist impressions surged forth, indiscriminately assaulting Lu Xian. Such an attack was utterly inescapable. However, Lu Xian had no intention of retreating. After 100,000 years, he finally had the opportunity to exact revenge. How could he possibly shy away? A century ago, he had dared to confront the emperor of the Jiang family at the pinnacle of his own power. Although he suffered a crushing defeat, it was a testament to his courage and conviction. Now, having ascended to the rank of emperor himself, he possessed the strength to contend with Jiang Wuliang, and thus, he was determined to avenge his past humiliation. Even if he were to find himself outmatched, Lu Xian would not yield an inch. Even in defeat, he would engage in a fierce and exhilarating battle with the emperor of the Jiang family. Boom! Chaos energy erupted from Lu Xian's body, emanating from every pore and radiating a brilliant light. His physique rapidly ascended, reaching a towering stature akin to that of Jiang Wuliang in the blink of an eye. Surrounding him was a shroud of chaotic energy, and from his eyes shot forth an annihilating divine light that instantaneously obliterated the encircling dragon-shaped fist imprints. Then, with a single step, he unleashed a powerful punch, causing a multitude of fist imprints to materialize before him, each colliding with Jiang Wuliang's own imprints. At the moment of impact, the 636 chaotic dantians within Lu Xian were activated, and the golden body of martial arts transformed him into a golden war god. A layer of golden radiance enveloped him, and with a mere punch, he wielded the terrifying power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Though his realm did not match that of the Jiang family's emperor, bolstered by the chaotic physique and the laws of strength, his might surpassed that of the Jiang family's sovereign. After numerous clashes of fist imprints, it was the imposing Jiang family emperor who found himself forced back by several hundred Jiang. In just a fleeting moment, the Jiang family emperor, who had only just arrived within the imperial pass, was suppressed back into the sky by Lu Xian and was on the verge of being compelled to retreat from the imperial pass. No, this is impossible. You are merely a newly ascended junior emperor. How could you possess such divine strength? The Jiang family emperor, growing increasingly astonished, let out an incredulous roar, his eyes brimming with shock. He had believed that with his strength, he could effortlessly subdue Lu Xian, even striking him down with a single blow to eliminate this nuisance. Yet the outcome was that he himself was being forced back by Lu Xian. Realizing that his power was entirely insufficient to suppress Lu Xian, the Jiang family emperor bellowed, summoning the laws of the emperor behind him, which surged into his body like the mighty Yangtze River. Instantly, divine patterns appeared upon his physique, shimmering with golden light, rapidly spreading across his entire form, coating him in a layer of gold. However, the golden radiance surrounding him was significantly weaker than that enveloping Lu Xian. Above the imperial pass, the two towering golden giants clashed once more. Unlike before, this time the Jiang family emperor was truly exerting all his might. With each punch and kick, he fully unleashed the laws of the emperor, demonstrating his true strength. Though this seemed a simple exchange of blows, it was, in fact, a collision of various divine techniques and laws. With every gesture, the Jiang family emperor employed powerful suppressive techniques, gradually gaining the upper hand over Lu Xian. Although Lu Xian had long anticipated that he would not be a match for the Jiang family emperor, he was secretly astonished to see how quickly the emperor adjusted his state and began to master the rhythm of battle. Indeed, these seasoned emperors were no mere pushovers. After a thunderous clash, the golden radiance surrounding Lu Xian trembled, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Hiss! Lu Xian inhaled sharply, swiftly retreating and distancing himself from the emperor of the Jiang family, before promptly regaining his strength. Unbeknownst to him, he and the Jiang family's emperor had been engaged in a fierce confrontation for nearly an hour. Even with a staggering total of 636 chaotic dantians, he found himself straining under the pressure, feeling his limitations. Truly, the venerable emperor was formidable. Although Jiang Wuliang was shameless, his prowess was astonishingly exceptional. Even the previous demon ape sovereign would have to yield in the presence of Jiang Wuliang. Lu Xian inhaled a breath of spiritual energy, utilizing his profound eyes to capture Jiang Wuliang's movements. He invoked the true dragon's swift technique to evade. Continuing to engage in direct combat would result in a devastating defeat for him. Thus, he opted for temporary retreat, contemplating Jiang Wuliang's combat methods while recuperating his internal magical power. Fortunately, his profound eyes were exceptionally powerful, not only embodying combat prowess, but also capable of absorbing energy during battle, gradually restoring his magical essence. Although the amount of magical power restored each second was exceedingly limited, it offered Lu Xian a glimmer of hope to persist in the fight. Alas, his mastery of the profound eyes was still insufficient. The rate of magical power recovery could not keep pace with the consumption of chaotic energy within him. In the future, should the opportunity arise, he vowed to cultivate his profound eyes to their utmost potential. As Lu Xian wandered, he pondered deeply. Previously, he had not regarded the ability of the to replenish mana during combat with much significance. He believed that his possession of a staggering 10,836 chaotic dantians rendered his chaotic energy inexhaustible. However, at this moment, he acutely felt the inadequacy of his chaotic energy. His mana was wholly insufficient. When facing off against a top-tier emperor like Jiang Wuliang, no amount of chaotic energy would suffice. Furthermore, it was evident that Jiang Wuliang also possessed a secret technique capable of restoring his power during battle. Through the Lu Xian could distinctly observe that each time Jiang Wuliang unleashed a mystical spell, he astonishingly reclaimed half of the mana expended. This revelation left Lu Xian utterly astounded. The ability to recover one's own released mana during combat was an extraordinary skill, rivaling even his own. After all, while his could absorb spiritual energy and restore his mana, its current low level meant that the amount restored paled in comparison to the mana he consumed. Its efficacy was significantly inferior to Jiang Wuliang's remarkable technique. How exhilarating it would be if I could grasp Jiang Wuliang's secret method. I could potentially reclaim my released mana during combat. Lu Xian's eyes sparkled with a sudden, audacious thought. Such a defiant divine ability, when combined with my, would undoubtedly yield astonishing results. The secret technique displayed by Jiang Wuliang stirred Lu Xian's heart. However, deducing it was no simple task. After all, his was currently of a low grade. And while it might be somewhat easier to deduce divine techniques at the level of emperors, attempting to unravel those at the imperial venerable tier posed significant challenges. His had yet to reach the level capable of instantly deciphering the secret techniques wielded by Jiang Wuliang. As Jiang Wuliang's assaults intensified, Lu Xian recognized the considerable gap between them. Achieving victory through direct confrontation seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, he possessed numerous advantages. Even if he could not triumph over Jiang Wuliang, he could ensure his survival. Yet, continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Being entangled with Jiang Wuliang rendered any hope of returning to the human realm futile. At that moment, as Lu Xian pondered a way to break the impasse, the laws of the Imperial Venerable erupted from Jiang Wuliang's body, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous winds that coalesced into a formidable thunder spear, which shot towards Lu Xian with a resounding whoosh. This thunder spear, an embodiment of the Imperial Venerable laws, possessed a power even more terrifying than that of Imperial weapons, its speed reaching an unprecedented pinnacle, piercing through Lu Xian's body in the blink of an eye. Yet, astonishingly, the thunder spear passed right through Lu Xian without a single drop of blood spilling. Damn! How could his speed be so remarkable? Jiang Wuliang lamented inwardly. He discerned that the entity struck by the thunder spear was merely a shadow left by Lu Xian. Due to Lu Xian's extraordinary swiftness, at least hundreds of shadows surrounded him. Even though Jiang Wuliang had locked onto Lu Xian's aura before making his move, he still only managed to hit the shadow. Bang! The thunder spear, having traversed Lu Xian's shadow, collided with the city wall of the Imperial Pass beneath, cleaving a gaping hole before vanishing from sight. In the distance, Lu Xian, who had evaded the thunder spear, bore no trace of exhilaration in his gaze. Instead, he was filled with solemnity. How formidable! Is this the true power of a peak Imperial Venerable? The might of this strike rivals that of the God Burial Coffin. Lu Xian inhaled sharply, and had it not been for his dual pupils that allowed him to decelerate time, he might have indeed been struck by the thunderous spear moments ago. Gazing at the gaping hole in the Imperial city wall, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Had that spear truly found its mark, he would have faced grave injury, if not death. He had always believed he fully comprehended the prowess of these seasoned emperors, yet now he realized he had merely scratched the surface. The strength possessed by those who attain the status of venerable emperors is indeed unfathomable. With my current abilities, I cannot possibly confront Jiang Wuliang head-on. Though this fellow is shameless and despicable, his power is undeniably formidable. Perhaps only when I reach the 6th, or even the 7th or 8th tier of emperor status will I stand a chance of defeating him. Lu Xian's countenance was dark, realizing that continuing the battle would yield him no advantage. Yet, Retreat was not an option. He had to return to the human realm. Not even the formidable Jiang Wuliang, nor all 9 supreme emperors of humanity, could deter his resolve to return home. However, he could no longer afford to act recklessly as before. He needed to devise a strategy for a safe return to the Lu family. After all, he was merely a nascent emperor, with his true cultivation at the first level of emperor status, incapable of withstanding the might of seasoned emperors who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years. Thus, if he wished to return successfully to the human realm and rescue his kin, he must employ cunning tactics. Yet, before Lu Xian could contemplate a new plan, Jiang Wuliang's assault came crashing down once more. After nearly 2 hours of fruitless attempts to subdue Lu Xian, Jiang Wuliang was already seething with rage. For an ancient emperor of his stature, this was a profound humiliation. At this moment, he unleashed his full might, his golden Dharma body radiating a blinding divine light. Resembling an ancient deity emerging from the sun, with eyes that flickered with thunder, brewing a cataclysmic strike. Beneath the weight of his dual pupils, Lu Xian discerned the terrifying nature of the impending attack from Jiang Wuliang. Should it succeed, it could very well mean his demise. Thus, before Jiang Wuliang could unleash his lethal blow, Lu Xian activated the spatial divine talisman to escape. Unable to confront him, he chose to flee. Lu Xian felt no shame in this matter at all. If one were fully aware of their inability to prevail yet continued to stubbornly persist, that would indeed be the height of foolishness. Lu Xian has never been a person bound by convention, nor does he regard face as more valuable than life itself. Of course, were it not for the members of the Lu family awaiting his rescue, he might have fought to the death. Even if he were no match for Jiang Wuliang, he would not retreat an inch. However, at this moment, he must ensure his own survival first. As Lu Xian activated the space divine talisman, a colossal rune enveloped his body. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Wuliang, who was preparing his devastating strike, couldn't help but change his expression, roaring in fury, thinking of escaping. Dream on. As the spatial rune surrounded him, Lu Xian's form began to waver. On the verge of slipping into the void, Jiang Wuliang could no longer afford to continue his preparation. A flash of lightning erupted from his eyes, transforming into a thunderous sword that cleaved through the heavens. The moment the Thunder Divine Sword appeared, the entire Imperial Pass was engulfed in a radiant light. Its sword energy slicing through the sky, aiming to sever the power of the space divine talisman. However, Jiang Wuliang was ultimately a step too late. By the time the Thunder Divine Sword descended, Lu Xian's figure had completely vanished. The power of the space divine talisman tore through the fabric of space, defying even Jiang Wuliang's Emperor's Law. Boom! The Thunder Divine Sword struck, shaking the Imperial Pass, cleaving space itself. Had Jiang Wuliang not withdrawn in time, the entire Imperial Pass might have been obliterated by his single strike. Above the Imperial Pass, Jiang Wuliang's expression darkened, his eyes filled with fury as he roared skyward. Lu Xian, did you not seek vengeance? I await you here. If you have the courage, come out and fight. 100,000 years ago, you were no match for me, reduced to picking up your teeth. 100,000 years later, I never imagined you would still be as feeble as ever. You, a coward who only knows how to flee, dare to seek vengeance against me? Truly a delusion. Come, show yourself. I await you at the Imperial Pass. If you are a man, step forth. Do not make me look down upon you. Jiang Wuliang's voice echoed throughout the Imperial Pass, even reaching the depths of the Sea of Realms, where the Sea Tribe heard his furious roar. The ancient demon lord, who had nearly slain Lu Xian before, emerged from the depths, his eyes as large as lanterns, gazing in astonishment at the events unfolding above the Sea of Realms, filled with disbelief. What on earth is happening? Are the human races engaged in internal strife? This ancient demon lord, with eyes shining brightly, illuminated the entire underwater world, pondering, Lu Xian? Now I remember. That despicable fellow who had wreaked havoc in the depths of the sea is none other than Lu Xian. He truly is a troublemaker. What is he doing now to provoke even the emperor of the human race into a killing frenzy? Outside the Imperial Pass, the ancient beings of other races were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that Lu Xian had grown powerful enough to contend with an established emperor like Jiang Wuliang. Although ultimately defeated and forced to flee, it was evident that Lu Xian had not sustained any injuries. Hiss. Jiang Wuliang's current strength surpasses even my own. Lu Xian had just ascended to the Emperor realm, yet he could engage in combat with Jiang Wuliang and even make a successful escape. This was nothing short of astonishing. The Golden Eagle Sovereign spoke, his eyes filled with disbelief. His words bore a hint of self-aggrandizement, intertwined with jealousy and envy. Although both were in the Emperor realm, Jiang Wuliang was at the pinnacle of the 9th level. Had it not been for the constraints of the heavenly Tao, he might have advanced further, transcending to the harmonious Tao realm and becoming a celestial sovereign. In contrast, the Golden Eagle sovereign's strength was merely at the 6th level, creating a significant disparity between them. Yet, 100,000 years ago, both the Golden Eagle sovereign and Jiang Wuliang stood at the same level. In that epic battle, the Golden Eagle sovereign had Jiang Wuliang as his opponent, and at that time, he could even suppress Jiang Wuliang, forcing him to flee in disarray. However, 100 millennia later, Jiang Wuliang had ascended to the peak of the Emperor realm, while the Golden Eagle sovereign remained stagnant. This reality was difficult for the Golden Eagle sovereign to accept, stirring feelings of envy within him. The other onlookers could discern the undertone in his words and, with a subtle smile, chose not to expose it. Indeed, Jiang Wuliang's current strength was formidable, deserving of their utmost respect. Among the 4 ancient sovereigns of their alien race who had come this time, only the Demon Ape sovereign, also a 9th-level emperor, might be able to match Jiang Wuliang's prowess. Even the Qing Fox sovereign was no match for him, let alone the White Bear sovereign, who, like the Golden Eagle sovereign, was at the 6th level of the Emperor realm. In a confrontation with Jiang Wuliang, they would likely falter in mere moments. The gap between each minor tier within the Emperor realm was a chasm of celestial proportions. Even a slight difference in level might render one unqualified to engage in battle with the other. Individuals like Lu Xian, capable of challenging a 9th-level emperor while being merely a 1st-level emperor, were exceedingly rare throughout history. Of course, Lu Xian's ability to fight beyond his level was attributed to his chaos body. The chaos body was not subdued by the heavenly Tao, which allowed Jiang Wuliang's strength to be significantly diminished during their encounter. This provided Lu Xian with the opportunity to engage in combat with Jiang Wuliang. Without the chaos body, Lu Xian, at his current level, would have had no qualifications to face Jiang Wuliang. The ease with which a 9th-level emperor could obliterate a 1st-level emperor was beyond comprehension. Nonetheless, Lu Xian's strength was not to be measured against ordinary 1st-level emperors. Having cultivated the Panwu Great Power Technique and awakened a staggering 10,836 chaos stanchions, his power rivaled that of 4th-level and even 5th-level emperors. It was precisely due to this interplay of strengths that Lu Xian could engage Jiang Wuliang and even retreat unscathed. Though he had retreated from the battle, no one would dare to mock him. In fact, his reputation would soon echo throughout the realms. The 1st-level Emperor Zun's audacity to challenge the 9th-level Emperor Zun is nothing short of monstrous. It is destined to etch a remarkable tale in the annals of history. However, such matters are of little concern to Lu Xian at this moment. In truth, Lu Xian has not ventured far from his initial position. During his inaugural use of the spatial divine talisman, he was unaware of where it might transport him due to his inexperience. Yet, having now perfected his innate divine talisman, he possesses the ability to deftly control the distance of the teleportation when invoking the spatial divine talisman. After much effort, Lu Xian finally breached the Imperial Gate, and he certainly did not wish to be transported beyond it by the spatial divine talisman. Moreover, Jiang Wuliang could never have anticipated that Lu Xian would audaciously conceal himself right beneath his very nose. Thus, during the transmission by the spatial divine talisman, Lu Xian boldly chose to transport himself to the other side of the Imperial Gate. No matter how hard Jiang Wuliang racked his brain, he would never suspect that the elusive Lu Xian had already stepped beyond the Imperial Gate. Now, he hovered gracefully in the sky, quietly observing the second formidable stronghold beneath him. This stronghold, akin in grandeur and magnificence to the Imperial Gate, was bustling with activity atop its towering walls, where at least a dozen formidable beings of the Emperor realm stood guard. Behind the city walls, tens of thousands of human cultivators were stationed. This was the second great stronghold of the human realm, known as the Lu Ming Pass. It was said that a revered Emperor of the Deer, who fought valiantly here, led the human cultivators to establish this formidable gate. Hence it was named the Lu Ming Pass. Lu Xian activated his dual pupils and gazed upon the walls of Lu Ming Pass, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Although the fortifications of Lu Ming Pass had undergone tempering, they were merely equivalent to the Imperial weapon level. Given Lu Xian's current prowess, breaching these walls would pose little challenge. However, he could not afford to be hasty. Jiang Wuliang was stationed at the Imperial Pass, a mere 1,000 miles away. The moment Lu Xian appeared at Lu Ming Pass, it would undoubtedly attract Jiang Wuliang's attention. Lu Xian currently lacks the confidence to confront Jiang Wuliang. Recklessly charging ahead would only invite trouble upon himself. If only he had more time, given sufficient time. Jiang Wuliang would be unable to contend with me. Lu Xian furrowed his brow, and in the absence of alternative solutions, the only course of action left to him was to swiftly enhance his strength. In the next moment, his form materialized within the realm of the divine burial coffin. As he appeared, he activated his heavy eye, and a pair of eyes emanated a resplendent divine light. Instantly, the heavy eye world he had previously conjured using chaos chi unfolded before him. Within this independent realm, suffused with chaos chi, two dragon souls were still rampaging about. Yet, no matter how fiercely they charged, they could not escape this heavy eye world. Within this domain, the true dragon laws embodied by these dragon souls were suppressed, rendering their strength to a mere fraction of 1%. Lu Xian's eye shimmered as he gazed intently at the two rampaging dragon souls. After a brief moment, he waved his hand, and a fissure appeared in the world of the roar. The two dragon souls unleashed a thunderous roar, eager to escape through the crack. However, ultimately, only one dragon soul managed to break free. The other, which had faltered by a mere instant, was unable to touch the rift and was forcefully repressed back. This entire scene was, of course, orchestrated by Lu Xian. He had deliberately released one of the dragon souls. Observing calmly as it appeared in the world of the burial coffin, curiously surveying its surroundings. "It is you. You are the one who intentionally set me free." The dragon soul was not foolish. It quickly grasped its predicament and attempted to flee from the world of the burial coffin, but found no discernible path for escape. This realm was also an independent world, and astonishingly, it proved even more inescapable than the previous world. The dragon soul, which had previously been filled with excitement, now bore an expression of utter despondency. Its colossal true dragon form descended from the void and landed on the ground, its eyes devoid of brilliance as they turned towards Lu Xian. With a sigh, it inquired, "Speak. You have released me. What is it that you desire?" Lu Xian had not anticipated that the dragon soul would be so forthright, getting straight to the point. Moreover, judging by its demeanor, it seemed to have completely relinquished any notion of resistance. Lu Xian's gaze settled upon the dragon soul, and he could discern with clarity that, although its physical form had long since vanished, the essence of this dragon soul exhibited no signs of decline in its realm. In fact, it appeared to possess an even greater strength than before its fall. Furthermore, he was astonished to perceive a unique golden aura emanating from this dragon soul. This was the power of fortune. It was unexpected that such a reservoir of our human race's fortuitous energy could converge upon this dragon soul. No wonder it maintained its elevated status after its demise, rather than experiencing a regression. Lu Xian's eyes brightened with curiosity regarding the power of fortune emanating from the dragon soul. Within the records of the Panwu Great Strength Divine Ability, there exists a method for cultivating this power of fortune, which Lu Xian had contemplated previously. He intended to practice the faith method contained therein after rescuing his kin, aiming to gather the power of fortune to enhance their strength. However, he was surprised to discover its manifestation in the dragon soul before anything else. Furthermore, it appeared that this dragon soul could absorb the power of fortune, elevating its own spiritual realm, which piqued Lu Xian's curiosity even more. After all, the power of fortune is not something that can be easily absorbed or mastered. Without specialized techniques or divine abilities, one may not even perceive its existence. The reason Lu Xian was able to perceive the aura of fortune emanating from the dragon soul was due to his unique eyes. Previously, while engaging in combat with these two dragon souls, Lu Xian had been preoccupied with studying the true dragon's profound techniques, thus overlooking the existence of this aura. Now, witnessing the fortune energy surrounding the dragon soul indeed astonished him. Noticing Lu Xian's prolonged silence, the dragon soul grew anxious, gently shaking its massive true dragon head and sighing. "I understand. You desire the true dragon's techniques. It is not that I am unwilling to impart them to you, but rather that you lack the bloodline of my true dragon clan. Even if I were to share them, you would be unable to cultivate them. The techniques of my true dragon lineage can only be mastered by those who possess the true dragon bloodline." The dragon soul was no fool. It directly articulated Lu Xian's thoughts. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Xian revealed a faint smile. He could discern that the dragon soul was still reluctant to meet its end, indicating it did not entirely resist the notion of passing on the true dragon's techniques to him. While it was true that others might be incapable of cultivating the true dragon's techniques without the bloodline, Lu Xian was an exception. His chaotic body inherently allowed him to comprehend any divine technique or path in existence, including the true dragon's methods. However, he chose not to voice this. Instead, responding with a cold demeanor, "Since you are aware of my desires, present the true dragon's techniques. Alas, so be it. For the reputation of my true dragon lineage precedes us. I can indeed share them with you, but as I have already mentioned, unless you can absorb true dragon essence and attain the true dragon bloodline, you will be unable to cultivate the techniques. The dragon soul understood that Lu Xian would not abandon his pursuit of the true dragon's techniques based on a mere statement. Thus, it had already prepared to bestow the techniques upon him. Naturally, it harbored no concerns about the secrets of the true dragon's techniques being divulged. The previous assertions were entirely truthful. Without true dragon essence, no other beings could master these techniques. Hence, even though the true dragon's methods were considered a closely guarded secret of the true dragon clan, the dragon soul felt no trepidation about sharing them. When they had been imprisoned within the walls of the imperial city, those who suppressed them, the human emperors, had extracted the true dragon's techniques from them as well. Yet, even then, none had managed to successfully cultivate the true dragon's path. Thus, for the dragon soul, revealing the techniques to Lu Xian was merely a matter of passing on knowledge, as it believed Lu Xian would not be able to cultivate them regardless. Before proceeding, however, it felt compelled to clarify its stance to avoid Lu Xian's ire. Fear not. Simply relay the complete true dragon techniques to me. Whether or not I can cultivate them is my own affair. I shall not implicate you in any way. Lu Xian's tone remained unruffled. Yet it provided the dragon soul with a sense of reassurance. Very well, it appears that fate has intertwined our paths with that of the true dragon clan. I only hope that once you acquire the true dragon's teachings, you will grant my brethren and me a chance at survival. The dragon soul spoke once more. Its gaze fixed upon Lu Xian, imbued with a hint of supplication. Lu Xian seized these two dragon souls primarily for the purpose of acquiring the true dragon Dao. Once he obtained the true dragon Dao, releasing them would be a trivial matter. I agree. Upon hearing Lu Xian's affirmation, the dragon soul felt completely at ease. Subsequently, he transmitted the complete true dragon Dao to Lu Xian. Lu Xian closed his eyes, immersing himself in the profound essence of the true dragon Dao. And with each passing moment, his delight grew exponentially. A brief while later, he opened his eyes, brimming with joy. Initially, relying on his heavy pupil ability, he had already grasped approximately 70 to 80% of the true dragon Dao. Now, with the teachings imparted by the dragon soul, his understanding of the true dragon Dao soared to unprecedented heights. In that fleeting moment, what had once felt somewhat unfamiliar, the true dragon's swift movement, had utterly transformed into a divine skill. Dragon soars through the 9 heavens. With a low exclamation from Lu Xian, a majestic true dragon avatar materialized behind him. This avatar stretched an astonishing length of several tens of thousands of zhang, its body adorned with golden dragon scales, exuding an imperial aura. After releasing a thunderous dragon roar, it soared into the skies in an instant. In that very moment, Lu Xian's figure vanished from sight. At this juncture, he had become one with the true dragon avatar, truly comprehending the formidable and transcendent power of the true dragon Dao. The technique he executed, Dragon Soars Through the 9 Heavens, was the culmination of his earlier insights into the true dragon's swift movement, which represented the pinnacle of speed among the dragon clan. Cultivated to its utmost, this speed would rank among the very best in the realm of all living beings, even in the ancient times. During the era when countless primordial ferocious beasts roamed, the speed of the true dragon clan was unparalleled. Now, Lu Xian had mastered